Chapter 43 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 43, in which the reader has to double the Cape. The astonished reader must be called upon to transport himself 10,000 miles to the military station of Bundlegunge in the Madras division of our Indian Empire, where the gallant old friends of the th Regiment are quartered under the command of the brave Colonel Sir Michael O'Dowd. Time has dealt kindly with that stout officer, as it does ordinarily with men who have good stomachs and good tempers, and are not perplexed overmuch by fatigue of the brain. The Colonel plays a good knife and fork at tiffin, and resumes those weapons with great success at dinner. He smokes his hookah after both meals, and puffs as quietly while his wife scolds him as he did under the fire of the French at Waterloo. Age and heat have not diminished the activity or the eloquence of the descendant of the Maloneys and the Malloys. Her ladyship, our old acquaintance, is as much at home at Madras as at Brussels, in the cantonment as under the tents. On the march you saw her at the head of the regiment, seated on a royal elephant, a noble sight. Mounted on that beast, she has been into action with tigers in the jungle. She has been received by native princes, who have welcomed her and Glorvina into the recesses of their zenanas, and offered her shawls and jewels, which it went to her heart to refuse. The sentries of all arms salute her wherever she makes her appearance, and she touches her hat gravely to their salutation. Lady O'Dowd is one of the greatest ladies of the Presidency of Madras. Her quarrel with Lady Smith, wife of Sir Minos Smith, the puny judge, is still remembered by some at Madras, when the Colonel's lady snapped her fingers in the judge's lady's face, and said she'd never walk behind ever a beggar civilian. Even now, though it is 25 years ago, people remember Lady O'Dowd performing a jig at Government House, where she danced down 2 aides de camp, a major of Madras cavalry, and 2 gentlemen of the civil service, and, persuaded by Major Dobbin, C.B., second in command of the th, to retire to the supper room, lasata nondum satiata recessit. Peggy O'Dowd is indeed the same as ever, kind in act and thought, impetuous in temper, eager to command, a tyrant over her Michael, a dragon among all the ladies of the regiment, a mother to all the young men whom she tends in their sickness, defends in all their scrapes, and with whom Lady Peggy is immensely popular. But the subalterns and captains' ladies, the Major is unmarried, cabal against her a good deal. They say that Glorvina gives herself airs, and that Peggy herself is intolerably domineering. She interfered with the little congregation which Mrs. Kirk had got up, and laughed the young men away from her sermons, stating that a soldier's wife had no business to be a parson, that Mrs. Kirk would be much better mending her husband's clothes, and if the regiment wanted sermons, that she had the finest in the world, those of her uncle the Dean. She abruptly put a termination to a flirtation which Lieutenant Stubble of the regiment had commenced with the surgeon's wife, threatening to come down upon Stubble for the money which he had borrowed from her, for the young fellow was still of an extravagant turn, unless he broke off at once and went to the Cape on sick leave. On the other hand, she housed and sheltered Mrs. Posky, who fled from her bungalow one night, pursued by her infuriate husband wielding his 2nd brandy bottle, and actually carried Posky through the delirium tremens, and broke him of the habit of drinking, which had grown upon that officer, as all evil habits will grow upon men. In a word, in adversity she was the best of comforters, in good fortune the most troublesome of friends, having a perfectly good opinion of herself always, and an indomitable resolution to have her own way. Among other points, she had made up her mind that Glorvina should marry our old friend Dobbin. Mrs. O'Dowd knew the Major's expectations and appreciated his good qualities and the high character which he enjoyed in his profession. Glorvina, a very handsome, fresh-coloured, black-haired, blue-eyed young lady, who could ride a horse or play a sonata with any girl out of the County Cork, seemed to be the very person destined to ensure Dobbin's happiness, much more than that poor good little weak-spirited Amelia, about whom he used to take on so. "Look at Glorvina enter a room," Mrs. O'Dowd would say, "and compare her with that poor Mrs. Osborne, who couldn't say boo to a goose. She'd be worthy of ye, Major. You're a quiet man yourself, and you want some one to talk for ye. And though she does not come of such good blood as the Maloneys or the Molloys, let me tell ye she's of an ancient family that any nobleman might be proud to marry into." But before she had come to such a resolution, and determined to subjugate Major Dobbin by her endearments, it must be owned that Glorvina had practised them a good deal elsewhere. She had had a season in Dublin, and who knows how many in Cork, Killarney, and Mallow. She had flirted with all the marriageable officers whom the depots of her country afforded, and all the bachelor squires who seemed eligible. She had been engaged to be married 50 times in Ireland, besides the clergyman at Bath who used her so ill. She had flirted all the way to Madras with the captain and chief mate of the Ramchunder East Indiaman, and had a season at the Presidency with her brother and Mrs. O'Dowd, who was staying there, while the Major of the regiment was in command at the station. Everybody admired her there, everybody danced with her, but no one proposed who was worth the marrying. One or two exceedingly young subalterns sighed after her, and a beardless civilian or two, but she rejected these as beneath her pretensions, and other and younger virgins than Glorvina were married before her. There are women, and handsome women too, who have this fortune in life. They fall in love with the utmost generosity. They ride and walk with half the army list, though they draw near to 40. And yet the Misses O'Grady are the Misses O'Grady still. Glorvina persisted that but for Lady O'Dowd's unlucky quarrel with the judge's lady, she would have made a good match at Madras, where old Mr. Chutney, who was at the head of the civil service, and who afterwards married Miss Dolby, a young lady only 13 years of age, who had just arrived from school in Europe, was just at the point of proposing to her. Well, although Lady O'Dowd and Glorvina quarrelled a great number of times every day, and upon almost every conceivable subject, indeed, if Mick O'Dowd had not possessed the temper of an angel, 2 such women constantly about his ears would have driven him out of his senses, yet they agreed between themselves on this point, that Glorvina should marry Major Dobbin, and were determined that the Major should have no rest until the arrangement was brought about. Undismayed by 40 or 50 previous defeats, Glorvina laid siege to him. She sang Irish melodies at him unceasingly. She asked him so frequently and pathetically, "Will ye come to the bower?" that it is a wonder how any man of feeling could have resisted the invitation. She was never tired of inquiring if sorrow had his young days faded, and was ready to listen and weep like Desdemona at the stories of his dangers and his campaigns. It has been said that our honest and dear old friend used to perform on the flute in private. Glorvina insisted upon having duets with him, and Lady O'Dowd would rise and artlessly quit the room when the young couple were so engaged. Glorvina forced the Major to ride out with her of mornings. The whole cantonment saw them set out and return. She was constantly writing notes over to him at his house, borrowing his books, and scoring with her great pencil marks such passages of sentiment or humour as awakened her sympathy. She borrowed his horses, his servants, his spoons, and palanquin. No wonder that public rumour assigned her to him, and that the Major's sisters in England should fancy they were about to have a sister-in-law. Dobbin, who was thus vigorously besieged, was in the meanwhile in a state of the most odious tranquillity. He used to laugh when the young fellows of the regiment joked him about Glorvina's manifest attentions to him. "Bah!" said he, "she's only keeping her hand in. She practises upon me as she does upon Mrs. Tozer's piano, because it's the most handy instrument in the station. I'm much too battered and old for such a fine young lady as Glorvina." And so he went on riding with her, and copying music and verses into her albums, and playing at chess with her very submissively. For it is with these simple amusements that some officers in India are accustomed to while away their leisure moments, while others of a less domestic turn hunt hogs and shoot snipes, or gamble and smoke cheroots, and betake themselves to brandy and water. As for Sir Michael O'Dowd, though his lady and her sister both urged him to call upon the Major to explain himself, and not keep on torturing a poor innocent girl in that shameful way, the old soldier refused point blank to have anything to do with the conspiracy. "Faith, the Major's big enough to choose for himself," Sir Michael said. "He'll ask ye when he wants ye." Or else he would turn the matter off jocularly, declaring that Dobbin was too young to keep house, and had written home to ask leave of his mamma. Nay, he went farther, and in private communications with his Major would caution and rally him, crying, "Mind your eye, Dob, me boy. Them girls is bent on mischief. My lady has just got a box of gowns from Europe, and there's a pink satin for Glorvina, which will finish ye, Dob, if it's in the power of woman or satin to move ye." But the truth is, neither beauty nor fashion could conquer him. Our honest friend had but one idea of a woman in his head, and that one did not in the least resemble Miss Glorvina O'Dowd in pink satin. A gentle little woman in black, with large eyes and brown hair, seldom speaking save when spoken to, and then in a voice not the least resembling Miss Glorvina's. A soft young mother tending an infant, and beckoning the Major up with a smile to look at him. A rosy-cheeked lass coming singing into the room at Russell Square, or hanging on George Osborne's arm, happy and loving. There was but this image that filled our honest Major's mind by day and by night, and reigned over it always. Very likely Amelia was not like the portrait the Major had formed of her. There was a figure in a book of fashions which his sisters had in England, and with which William had made away privately, pasting it into the lid of his desk, and fancying he saw some resemblance to Mrs. Osborne in the print; whereas I have seen it, and can vouch that it is but a picture of a high-waisted gown with an impossible doll's face simpering over it. And perhaps Mr. Dobbin's sentimental Amelia was no more like the real one than this absurd little print which he cherished. But what man in love of us is better informed? Or is he much happier when he sees and owns his delusion? Dobbin was under this spell. He did not bother his friends and the public much about his feelings, or indeed lose his natural rest or appetite on account of them. His head was grizzled since we saw him last, and a line or two of silver might be seen in the soft brown hair likewise, but his feelings are not in the least changed or oldened, and his love remains as fresh as a man's recollections of boyhood are. We have said how the two Misses Dobbin and Amelia, the Major's correspondents in Europe, wrote him letters from England, Mrs. Osborne congratulating him with great candour and cordiality upon his approaching nuptials with Miss O'Dowd. "Your sister has just kindly visited me," Amelia wrote in her letter, "and informed me of an interesting event, upon which I beg to offer my most sincere congratulations. I hope the young lady, to whom I hear you are to be united, will in every respect prove worthy of one who is himself all kindness and goodness. The poor widow has only her prayers to offer, and her cordial, cordial wishes for your prosperity. Georgy sends his love to his dear godpapa, and hopes that you will not forget him. I tell him you are about to form other ties with one who I am sure merits all your affection, but that, although such ties must of course be the strongest and most sacred, and supersede all others, yet that I am sure the widow and the child, whom you have ever protected and loved, will always have a corner in your heart. The letter, which has before been alluded to, went on in this strain, protesting throughout as to the extreme satisfaction of the writer. This letter, which arrived by the very same ship which brought out Lady O'Dowd's box of millinery from London, and which, you may be sure, Dobbin opened before any one of the other packets which the mail brought him, put the receiver into such a state of mind that Glorvina and her pink satin and everything belonging to her became perfectly odious to him. The Major cursed the talk of women and the sex in general. Everything annoyed him that day. The parade was insufferably hot and wearisome. Good heavens, was a man of intellect to waste his life, day after day, inspecting cross-belts and putting fools through their manoeuvres? The senseless chatter of the young men at mess was more than ever jarring. What cared he, a man on the high road to 40, to know how many snipes Lieutenant Smith had shot, or what were the performances of Ensign Brown's mare? The jokes about the table filled him with shame. He was too old to listen to the banter of the assistant surgeon and the slang of the youngsters, at which O'Dowd, with his bald head and red face, laughed quite easily. The old man had listened to these jokes any time these 30 years. Dobbin himself had been 15 years hearing them. And after the boisterous dullness of the mess table, the quarrels and scandals of the ladies of the regiment, it was unbearable, shameful. Oh, Amelia, Amelia, he thought, you to whom I have been so faithful, you reproach me. It is because you cannot feel for me that I drag on this wearisome life, and you reward me after years of devotion by giving me your blessing upon my marriage, forsooth, with this flaunting Irish girl. Sick and sorry felt poor William, more than ever wretched and lonely. He would have liked to have done with life and its vanity altogether, so bootless and unsatisfactory the struggle, so cheerless and dreary the prospect seemed to him. He lay all that night sleepless and yearning to go home. Amelia's letter had fallen as a blank upon him. No fidelity, no constant truth and passion could move her into warmth. She would not see that he loved her. Tossing in his bed, he spoke out to her. "Good God, Amelia," he said, "don't you know that I only love you in the world? You who are a stone to me, you whom I tended through months and months of illness and grief, and who bade me farewell with a smile on your face, and forgot me before the door shut between us." The native servants lying outside his verandas beheld with wonder the Major, so cold and quiet ordinarily, at present so passionately moved and cast down. Would she have pitied him had she seen him? He read over and over all the letters which he had ever had from her, letters of business relative to the little property which he had made her believe her husband had left to her, brief notes of invitation, every scrap of writing that she had ever sent to him. How cold, how kind, how hopeless, how selfish they were! Had there been some kind, gentle soul near at hand who could read and appreciate this silent, generous heart, who knows but that the reign of Amelia might have been over, and that friend William's love might have flowed into a kinder channel? But there was only Glorvina of the jetty ringlets with whom his intercourse was familiar, and this dashing young woman was not bent upon loving the Major, but rather on making the Major admire her. A most vain and hopeless task too, at least considering the means that the poor girl possessed to carry it out. She curled her hair and showed her shoulders at him, as much as to say, "Did you ever see such jet ringlets and such a complexion?" She grinned at him so that he might see that every tooth in her head was sound, and he never heeded all these charms. Very soon after the arrival of the box of millinery, and perhaps indeed in honour of it, Lady O'Dowd and the ladies of the King's Regiment gave a ball to the company's regiments and the civilians at the station. Glorvina sported the killing pink frock, and the Major, who attended the party and walked very ruefully up and down the rooms, never so much as perceived the pink garment. Glorvina danced past him in a fury with all the young subalterns of the station, and the Major was not in the least jealous of her performance, or angry because Captain Bangles of the cavalry handed her to supper. It was not jealousy, or frocks, or shoulders that could move him, and Glorvina had nothing more. So these two were each exemplifying the vanity of this life, and each longing for what he or she could not get. Glorvina cried with rage at the failure. She had set her mind on the Major more than on any of the others, she owned, sobbing. "He'll break my heart, he will, Peggy," she would whimper to her sister-in-law when they were good friends. "Sure every one of me frocks must be taken in, it's such a skeleton I'm growing." Fat or thin, laughing or melancholy, on horseback or the music stool, it was all the same to the Major, and the Colonel, puffing his pipe and listening to these complaints, would suggest that Glory should have some black frocks out in the next box from London, and told a mysterious story of a lady in Ireland who died of grief for the loss of her husband before she got e'er a one. While the Major was going on in this tantalising way, not proposing and declining to fall in love, there came another ship from Europe bringing letters on board, and amongst them some more for the heartless man. These were home letters, bearing an earlier postmark than that of the former packets, and as Major Dobbin recognised among his the handwriting of his sister, who always crossed and recrossed her letters to her brother, gathered together all the possible bad news which she could collect, abused him and read him lectures with sisterly frankness, and always left him miserable for the day after dearest William had achieved the perusal of one of her epistles. The truth must be told that dearest William did not hurry himself to break the seal of Miss Dobbin's letter, but waited for a particularly favourable day and mood for doing so. A fortnight before, moreover, he had written to scold her for telling these absurd stories to Mrs. Osborne, and had dispatched a letter in reply to that lady, undeceiving her with respect to the reports concerning him, and assuring her that he had no sort of present intention of altering his condition. 2 or 3 nights after the arrival of the second package of letters, the Major had passed the evening pretty cheerfully at Lady O'Dowd's house, where Glorvina thought that he had listened with rather more attention than usual to the meeting of the Wathers, the minstrel boy, and 1 or 2 other specimens of song with which she favoured him. The truth is, he was no more listening to Glorvina than to the howling of the jackals in the moonlight outside, and the delusion was hers as usual. And having played his game at chess with her, cribbage with the surgeon was Lady O'Dowd's favourite evening pastime, Major Dobbin took leave of the Colonel's family at his usual hour, and retired to his own house. There on his table his sister's letter lay reproaching him. He took it up, ashamed rather of his negligence regarding it, and prepared himself for a disagreeable hour's communing with that crabbed-handed absent relative. It may have been an hour after the Major's departure from the Colonel's house. Sir Michael was sleeping the sleep of the just. Glorvina had arranged her black ringlets in the innumerable little bits of paper in which it was her habit to confine them. Lady O'Dowd, too, had gone to her bed in the nuptial chamber on the ground floor, and had tucked her mosquito curtains round her fair form, when the guard at the gates of the commanding officer's compound beheld Major Dobbin in the moonlight rushing towards the house with a swift step and a very agitated countenance, and he passed the sentinel and went up to the windows of the Colonel's bedchamber. "O'Dowd! Colonel!" said Dobbin, and kept up a great shouting. "Heavens, Major!" said Glorvina of the curl papers, putting out her head too from her window. "What is it, Dob, me boy?" said the Colonel, expecting there was a fire in the station, or that the route had come from the headquarters. I must have leave of absence. I must go to England on the most urgent private affairs," Dobbin said. "Good heavens, what has happened?" thought Glorvina, trembling with all the papillotes. "I want to be off now, to-night," Dobbin continued, and the Colonel, getting up, came out to parley with him. In the postscript of Miss Dobbin's cross letter, the Major had just come upon a paragraph to the following effect: "I drove yesterday to see your old acquaintance, Mrs. Osborne. The wretched place they live at, since they were bankrupts, you know. Mr. S, to judge from a brass plate on the door of his hut (it is little better), is a coal merchant. The little boy, your godson, is certainly a fine child, though forward and inclined to be saucy and self-willed. But we have taken notice of him as you wish it, and have introduced him to his aunt, Miss O, who is rather pleased with him. Perhaps his grandpapa, not the bankrupt one, who is almost doting, but Mr. Osborne of Russell Square, may be induced to relent towards the child of your friend, his erring and self-willed son. And Amelia will not be ill disposed to give him up. The widow is consoled, and is about to marry a reverend gentleman, the Reverend Mr. Binny, one of the curates of Brompton. A poor match, but Mrs. O is getting old, and I saw a great deal of grey in her hair. She was in very good spirits, and your little godson overate himself at our house. Mamma sends her love, with that of your affectionate Anne Dobbin. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 44. A roundabout chapter between London and Hampshire. Our old friends the Crawleys' family house in Great Gaunt Street still bore over its front the hatchment which had been placed there as a token of mourning for Sir Pitt Crawley's demise. Yet this heraldic emblem was in itself a very splendid and gaudy piece of furniture, and all the rest of the mansion became more brilliant than it had ever been during the late baronet's reign. The black outer coating of the bricks was removed, and they appeared with a cheerful blushing face streaked with white. The old bronze lions of the knocker were gilt handsomely, the railings painted, and the dismallest house in Great Gaunt Street became the smartest in the whole quarter, before the green leaves in Hampshire had replaced those yellowing ones which were on the trees in Queen's Crawley Avenue when old Sir Pitt Crawley passed under them for the last time. A little woman, with a carriage to correspond, was perpetually seen about this mansion. An elderly spinster, accompanied by a little boy, also might be remarked coming thither daily. It was Miss Briggs and little Rawdon, whose business it was to see to the inward renovation of Sir Pitt's house, to superintend the female band engaged in stitching the blinds and hangings, to poke and rummage in the drawers and cupboards crammed with the dirty relics and congregated trumperies of a couple of generations of Lady Crawleys, and to take inventories of the glass, the china, and other properties in the closets and storerooms. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was general in chief over these arrangements, with full orders from Sir Pitt to sell, barter, confiscate, or purchase furniture, and she enjoyed herself not a little in an occupation which gave full scope to her taste and ingenuity. The renovation of the house was determined upon when Sir Pitt came to town in November to see his lawyers, and when he passed nearly a week in Curzon Street under the roof of his affectionate brother and sister. He had put up at an hotel at first, but Becky, as soon as she heard of the Baronet's arrival, went off alone to greet him, and returned in an hour to Curzon Street with Sir Pitt in the carriage by her side. It was impossible sometimes to resist this artless little creature's hospitalities, so kindly were they pressed, so frankly and amiably offered. Becky seized Pitt's hand in a transport of gratitude when he agreed to come. "Thank you," she said, squeezing it and looking into the Baronet's eyes, who blushed a good deal. "How happy this will make Rawdon!" She bustled up to Pitt's bedroom, leading on the servants who were carrying his trunks thither. She came in herself laughing, with a coal scuttle out of her own room. A fire was blazing already in Sir Pitt's apartment. It was Miss Briggs's room, by the way, who was sent upstairs to sleep with the maid. "I knew I should bring you," she said, with pleasure beaming in her glance. Indeed, she was really sincerely happy at having him for a guest. Becky made Rawdon dine out once or twice on business while Pitt stayed with them, and the Baronet passed the happy evening alone with her and Briggs. She went downstairs to the kitchen and actually cooked little dishes for him. "Isn't it a good salmi?" she said. "I made it for you. I can make you better dishes than that, and will, when you come to see me." "Everything you do well," said the Baronet gallantly. "The salmi is excellent indeed." "A poor man's wife," Rebecca replied gaily, "must make herself useful, you know." On which her brother-in-law vowed that she was fit to be the wife of an emperor, and that to be skilful in domestic duties was surely one of the most charming of women's qualities. And Sir Pitt thought, with something like mortification, of Lady Jane at home, and of a certain pie which she had insisted on making and serving to him at dinner, a most abominable pie. Besides the salmi, which was made of Lord Steyne's pheasants from his lordship's cottage of Stilbrook, Becky gave her brother-in-law a bottle of white wine, some that Rawdon had brought with him from France and had picked up for nothing, the little story-teller said, whereas the liquor was, in truth, some white Hermitage from the Marquis of Steyne's famous cellars, which brought fire into the Baronet's pallid cheeks and a glow into his feeble frame. Then, when he had drunk up the bottle of petit vin blanc, she gave him her hand and took him up to the drawing-room, and made him snug on the sofa by the fire, and let him talk, as she listened with the tenderest kindly interest, sitting by him and hemming a shirt for her dear little boy. Whenever Mrs. Rawdon wished to be particularly humble and virtuous, this little shirt used to come out of her workbox. It had got to be too small for Rawdon long before it was finished. Well, Rebecca listened to Pitt, she talked to him, she sang to him, she coaxed him and cuddled him, so that he found himself more and more glad every day to get back from the lawyers at Gray's Inn to the blazing fire in Curzon Street, a gladness in which the men of law likewise participated, for Pitt's harangues were of the longest. And so that when he went away, he felt quite a pang at departing. How pretty she looked kissing her hand to him from the carriage and waving her handkerchief when he had taken his place in the mail. She put the handkerchief to her eyes once. He pulled his sealskin cap over his as the coach drove away, and sinking back, he thought to himself how she respected him, and how he deserved it, and how Rawdon was a foolish dull fellow who didn't half appreciate his wife, and how mum and stupid his own wife was compared to that brilliant little Becky. Becky had hinted every one of these things herself, perhaps, but so delicately and gently that you hardly knew when or where. And before they parted, it was agreed that the house in London should be redecorated for the next season, and that the brothers' families should meet again in the country at Christmas. "I wish you could have got a little money out of him," Rawdon said to his wife moodily when the Baronet was gone. "I should like to give something to old Raggles, hanged if I shouldn't. It ain't right, you know, that the old fellow should be kept out of all his money. It may be inconvenient, and he might let to somebody else besides us, you know." "Tell him," said Becky, "that as soon as Sir Pitt's affairs are settled, everybody will be paid, and give him a little something on account. Here's a cheque that Pitt left for the boy." And she took from her bag and gave her husband a paper which his brother had handed over to her on behalf of the little son and heir of the younger branch of the Crawleys. The truth is, she had tried personally the ground on which her husband expressed a wish that she should venture, tried it ever so delicately, and found it unsafe. Even at a hint about embarrassments, Sir Pitt Crawley was off and alarmed, and he began a long speech, explaining how straitened he himself was in money matters, how the tenants would not pay, how his father's affairs and the expenses attendant upon the demise of the old gentleman had involved him, how he wanted to pay off encumbrances, and how the bankers and agents were overdrawn. And Pitt Crawley ended by making a compromise with his sister-in-law and giving her a very small sum for the benefit of her little boy. Pitt knew how poor his brother and his brother's family must be. It could not have escaped the notice of such a cool and experienced old diplomatist that Rawdon's family had nothing to live upon, and that houses and carriages are not to be kept for nothing. He knew very well that he was the proprietor or appropriator of the money which, according to all proper calculation, ought to have fallen to his younger brother, and he had, we may be sure, some secret pangs of remorse within him, which warned him that he ought to perform some act of justice, or, let us say, compensation, towards these disappointed relations. A just, decent man, not without brains, who said his prayers and knew his catechism, and did his duty outwardly through life, he could not be otherwise than aware that something was due to his brother at his hands, and that morally he was Rawdon's debtor. But as one reads in the columns of the Times newspaper every now and then queer announcements from the Chancellor of the Exchequer, acknowledging the receipt of £50 from A.B. or £10 from W.T. as conscience money, on account of taxes due by the said A.B. or W.T., which payments the penitents beg the right honourable gentleman to acknowledge through the medium of the public press, so is the Chancellor, no doubt, and the reader likewise, always perfectly sure that the above-named A.B. and W.T. are only paying a very small instalment of what they really owe, and that the man who sends up a £20 note has very likely hundreds or thousands more for which he ought to account. Such at least are my feelings when I see A.B. or W.T.'s insufficient acts of repentance, and I have no doubt that Pitt Crawley's contrition, or kindness, if you will, towards his younger brother, by whom he had so much profited, was only a very small dividend upon the capital sum in which he was indebted to Rawdon. Not everybody is willing to pay even so much. To part with money is a sacrifice beyond almost all men endowed with a sense of order. There is scarcely any man alive who does not think himself meritorious for giving his neighbour £5. Thriftless gives, not from a beneficent pleasure in giving, but from a lazy delight in spending. He would not deny himself one enjoyment, not his opera stall, not his horse, not his dinner, not even the pleasure of giving Lazarus the £5. Thrifty, who is good, wise, just, and owes no man a penny, turns from a beggar, haggles with a hackney coachman, or denies a poor relation. And I doubt which is the most selfish of the two. Money has only a different value in the eyes of each. So, in a word, Pitt Crawley thought he would do something for his brother, and then thought that he would think about it some other time. And with regard to Becky, she was not a woman who expected too much from the generosity of her neighbours, and so was quite content with all that Pitt Crawley had done for her. She was acknowledged by the head of the family. If Pitt would not give her anything, he would get something for her some day. If she got no money from her brother-in-law, she got what was as good as money, credit. Raggles was made rather easy in his mind by the spectacle of the union between the brothers, by a small payment on the spot, and by the promise of a much larger sum speedily to be assigned to him. And Rebecca told Miss Briggs, whose Christmas dividend upon the little sum lent by her Becky paid with an air of candid joy, and as if her exchequer was brimming over with gold. Rebecca, we say, told Miss Briggs in strict confidence that she had conferred with Sir Pitt, who was famous as a financier, on Briggs's special behalf, as to the most profitable investment of Miss B.'s remaining capital. That Sir Pitt, after much consideration, had thought of a most safe and advantageous way in which Briggs could lay out her money. That, being especially interested in her as an attached friend of the late Miss Crawley and of the whole family, and that long before he left town he had recommended that she should be ready with the money at a moment's notice, so as to purchase at the most favourable opportunity the shares upon which Sir Pitt had his eye. Poor Miss Briggs was very grateful for this mark of Sir Pitt's attention. It came so unsolicited, she said, for she never should have thought of removing the money from the funds. And the delicacy enhanced the kindness of the office, and she promised to see her man of business immediately, and be ready with her little cash at the proper hour. And this worthy woman was so grateful for the kindness of Rebecca in the matter, and for that of her generous benefactor the Colonel, that she went out and spent a great part of her half-year's dividend in the purchase of a black velvet coat for little Rawdon, who, by the way, was grown almost too big for black velvet now, and was of a size and age befitting him for the assumption of the virile jacket and pantaloons. He was a fine, open-faced boy, with blue eyes and waving flaxen hair, sturdy in limb, but generous and soft in heart, fondly attaching himself to all who were good to him, to the pony, to Lord Southdown, who gave him the horse. He used to blush and glow all over when he saw that kind young nobleman, to the groom who had charge of the pony, to Molly the cook, who crammed him with ghost stories at night and with good things from the dinner, to Briggs, whom he plagued and laughed at, and to his father especially, whose attachment towards the lad was curious too to witness. Here, as he grew to be about 8 years old, his attachments may be said to have ended. The beautiful mother vision had faded away after a while. During near 2 years she had scarcely spoken to the child. She disliked him. He had the measles and the whooping cough. He bored her. One day when he was standing at the landing place, having crept down from the upper regions, attracted by the sound of his mother's voice, who was singing to Lord Steyne, the drawing-room door opening suddenly discovered the little spy, who but a moment before had been wrapped in delight and listening to the music. His mother came out and struck him violently a couple of boxes on the ear. He heard a laugh from the Marquis in the inner room, who was amused by this free and artless exhibition of Becky's temper, and fled down below to his friends of the kitchen, bursting in an agony of grief. "It is not because it hurts me," little Rawdon gasped out. Only Sobs and tears wound up the sentence in a storm. It was the little boy's heart that was bleeding. "Why mayn't I hear her singing? Why don't she ever sing to me, as she does to that bald-headed man with the large teeth?" He gasped out at various intervals these exclamations of rage and grief. The cook looked at the housemaid looked knowingly at the footman. The awful kitchen inquisition, which sits in judgment in every house and knows everything, sat on Rebecca at that moment. After this incident, the mother's dislike increased to hatred. The consciousness that the child was in the house was a reproach and a pain to her. His very sight annoyed her. Fear, doubt, and resistance sprang up too in the boy's own bosom. They were separated from that day of the boxes on the ear. Lord Steyne also heartily disliked the boy. When they met by mischance, he made sarcastic bows or remarks to the child, or glared at him with savage-looking eyes. Rawdon used to stare him in the face and double his little fists in return. He knew his enemy, and this gentleman, of all who came to the house, was the one who angered him most. One day the footman found him squaring his fists at Lord Steyne's hat in the hall. The footman told the circumstance as a good joke to Lord Steyne's coachman. That officer imparted it to Lord Steyne's gentleman and to the servants' hall in general. And very soon afterwards, when Mrs. Rawdon Crawley made her appearance at Gaunt House, the porter who unbarred the gates, the servants of all uniforms in the hall, the functionaries in white waistcoats, who bawled out from landing to landing the names of Colonel and Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, knew about her, or fancied they did. The man who brought her refreshment and stood behind her chair had talked her character over with the large gentleman in motley-coloured clothes at his side. Bon Dieu, it is awful, that servants' inquisition. You see a woman in a great party in a splendid saloon, surrounded by faithful admirers, distributing sparkling glances, dressed to perfection, curled, rouged, smiling and happy. Discovery walks respectfully up to her, in the shape of a huge powdered man with large calves and a tray of ices, with calumny, which is as fatal as truth, behind him, in the shape of the hulking fellow carrying the wafer biscuits. Madam, your secret will be talked over by those men at their club at the public house to-night. Jeames will tell Chawles his notions about you over their pipes and pewter beer-pots. Some people ought to have mutes for servants in Vanity Fair, mutes who could not write. If you are guilty, tremble. That fellow behind your chair may be a janissary with a bowstring in his plush breeches pocket. If you are not guilty, have a care of appearances which are as ruinous as guilt. Was Rebecca guilty or not? The Vermgericht of the servants' hall had pronounced against her, and I shame to say she would not have got credit had they not believed her to be guilty. It was the sight of the Marquis of Steyne's carriage lamps at the door, contemplated by Raggles, burning in the blackness of midnight, that "kep him up," as he afterwards said, that even more than Rebecca's arts and coaxings. And so, guiltless very likely, she was writhing and pushing onwards towards what they call a position in society, and the servants were pointing at her as lost and ruined. So you see Molly, the housemaid, of a morning, watching a spider in the doorpost lay his thread and laboriously crawl up it, until, tired of the sport, she raises her broom and sweeps away the thread and the artificer. A day or two before Christmas, Becky, her husband, and her son made ready and went to pass the holidays at the seat of their ancestors at Queen's Crawley. Becky would have liked to leave the little brat behind, and would have done so but for Lady Jane's urgent invitations to the youngster, and the symptoms of revolt and discontent which Rawdon manifested at her neglect of her son. "He's the finest boy in England," the father said in a tone of reproach to her, "and you don't seem to care for him, Becky, as much as you do for your spaniel. He shan't bother you much. At home he will be away from you in the nursery, and he shall go outside on the coach with me." "Where you go yourself because you want to smoke those filthy cigars," replied Mrs. Rawdon. "I remember when you liked 'em, though," answered the husband. Becky laughed. She was almost always good humoured. "That was when I was on my promotion, Goosey," she said. "Take Rawdon outside with you, and give him a cigar too, if you like." Rawdon did not warm his little son for the winter's journey in this way, but he and Briggs wrapped up the child in shawls and comforters, and he was hoisted respectfully on to the roof of the coach in the dark morning, under the lamps of the White Horse Cellar, and with no small delight he watched the dawn rise and made his first journey to the place which his father still called home. It was a journey of infinite pleasure to the boy, to whom the incidents of the road afforded endless interest, his father answering to him all questions connected with it, and telling him who lived in the great white house to the right, and whom the park belonged to. His mother inside the vehicle, with her maid and her furs, her wrappers, and her scent bottles, made such a to-do that you would have thought she had never been in a stage coach before, much less that she had been turned out of this very one to make room for a paying passenger on a certain journey performed some 60 years ago. It was dark again when little Rawdon was wakened up to enter his uncle's carriage at Mudbury, and he sat and looked out of it wondering as the great iron gates flew open, and at the white trunks of the limes as they swept by, until they stopped at length before the light windows of the hall, which were blazing and comfortable with Christmas welcome. The hall door was flung open, a big fire was burning in the great old fireplace, a carpet was down over the checkered black flags. "It's the old Turkey one that used to be in the ladies' gallery," thought Rebecca, and the next instant was kissing Lady Jane. She and Sir Pitt performed the same salute with great gravity, but Rawdon, having been smoking, hung back rather from his sister-in-law, whose 2 children came up to their cousin, and while Matilda held out her hand and kissed him, Pitt Binkie Southdown, the son and heir, stood aloof rather, and examined him as a little dog does a big dog. Then the kind hostess conducted her guests to the snug apartments blazing with cheerful fires. Then the young ladies came and knocked at Mrs. Rawdon's door, under the pretence that they were desirous to be useful, but in reality to have the pleasure of inspecting the contents of her band and bonnet boxes, and her dresses, which, though black, were of the newest London fashion. And they told her how much the Hall was changed for the better, and how old Lady Southdown was gone, and how Pitt was taking his station in the county, as became a Crawley, in fact. Then, the great dinner bell having rung, the family assembled at dinner, at which meal Rawdon Junior was placed by his aunt, the good-natured lady of the house, Sir Pitt being uncommonly attentive to his sister-in-law, at his own right hand. Little Rawdon exhibited a fine appetite, and showed a gentlemanlike behaviour. "I like to dine here," he said to his aunt when he had completed his meal, at the conclusion of which, and after a decent grace by Sir Pitt, the younger son and heir was introduced, and was perched on a high chair by the Baronet's side, while the daughter took possession of the place and the little wine glass prepared for her near her mother. "I like to dine here," said Rawdon minor, looking up at his relation's kind face. "Why?" said the good Lady Jane. "I dine in the kitchen when I'm at home," replied Rawdon minor, "or else with Briggs." But Becky was so engaged with the Baronet, her host, pouring out a flood of compliments and delights and raptures, and admiring young Pitt Binkie, whom she declared to be the most beautiful, intelligent, noble looking little creature, and so like his father, that she did not hear the remarks of her own flesh and blood at the other end of the broad shining table. As a guest, and it being the first night of his arrival, Rawdon the second was allowed to sit up until the hour when, tea being over, and a great gilt book being laid on the table before Sir Pitt, all the domestics of the family streamed in, and Sir Pitt read prayers. It was the first time the poor little boy had ever witnessed or heard of such a ceremonial. The house had been much improved, even since the Baronet's brief reign, and was pronounced by Becky to be perfect, charming, delightful, when she surveyed it in his company. As for little Rawdon, who examined it with the children for his guides, it seemed to him a perfect palace of enchantment and wonder. There were long galleries and ancient state bedrooms. There were pictures and old china and armour. There were the rooms in which grandpapa died, and by which the children walked with terrified looks. "Who was grandpapa?" he asked, and they told him how he used to be very old, and used to be wheeled about in a garden chair, and they showed him the garden chair one day rotting in the outhouse in which it had lain since the old gentleman had been wheeled away yonder to the church, of which the spire was glittering over the park elms. The brothers had good occupation for several mornings in examining the improvements which had been effected by Sir Pitt's genius and economy, and as they walked or rode and looked at them, they could talk without too much boring each other, and Pitt took care to tell Rawdon what a heavy outlay of money these improvements had occasioned, and that a man of landed and funded property was often very hard pressed for £20. "There's that new lodge gate," said Pitt, pointing to it humbly with his bamboo cane. "I can no more pay for it before the dividends in January than I can fly." "I can lend you, Pitt, till then," Rawdon answered rather ruefully, and they went in and looked at the restored lodge, where the family arms were just new scraped in stone, and where old Mrs. Lock, for the first time these many long years, had tight doors, sound roofs, and whole windows. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 45. Between Hampshire and London. Sir Pitt Crawley had done more than repair fences and restore dilapidated lodges on the Queen's Crawley estate. Like a wise man, he had set to work to rebuild the injured popularity of his house, and stop up the gaps and ruins in which his name had been left by his disreputable and thriftless old predecessor. He was elected for the borough speedily after his father's demise, a magistrate, a member of Parliament, a county magnate, and representative of an ancient family. He made it his duty to show himself before the Hampshire public, subscribed handsomely to the county charities, called assiduously upon all the county folk, and laid himself out, in a word, to take that position in Hampshire and in the empire afterwards to which he thought his prodigious talents justly entitled him. Lady Jane was instructed to be friendly with the Fuddlestones and the Wapshots and the other famous baronets, their neighbours. Their carriages might frequently be seen in the Queen's Crawley Avenue now. They dined pretty frequently at the Hall, where the cookery was so good that it was clear Lady Jane very seldom had a hand in it, and in return Pitt and his wife most energetically dined out in all sorts of weather and at all sorts of distances. For though Pitt did not care for joviality, being a frigid man of poor hearth and appetite, yet he considered that to be hospitable and condescending was quite incumbent on his station, and every time that he got a headache from too long an after-dinner sitting, he felt that he was a martyr to duty. He talked about crops, corn laws, politics, with the best country gentlemen. He, who had been formerly inclined to be a sad free thinker on these points, entered into poaching and game preserving with ardour. He didn't hunt. He wasn't a hunting man. He was a man of books and peaceful habits. But he thought that the breed of horses must be kept up in the country, and that the breed of foxes must therefore be looked to, and for his part, if his friend Sir Huddleston Fuddleston liked to draw his country and meet as of old the hounds used to do at Queen's Crawley, he should be happy to see him there and the gentlemen of the Fuddleston hunt. And to Lady Southdown's dismay, he became more orthodox in his tendencies every day, gave up preaching in public and attending meeting houses, went stoutly to church, called on the bishop and all the clergy at Winchester, and made no objection when the venerable Archdeacon Trumper asked for a game of whist. What pangs must have been those of Lady Southdown, and what an utter castaway she must have thought her son-in-law for permitting such a godless diversion. And when, on the return of the family from an oratorio at Winchester, the Baronet announced to the young ladies that he should next year very probably take them to the county balls, they worshipped him for his kindness. Lady Jane was only too obedient, and perhaps glad herself to go. The Dowager wrote off the direst descriptions of her daughter's worldly behaviour to the authoress of the Washerwoman of Finchley Common at the Cape, and her house in Brighton being about this time unoccupied, returned to that watering place, her absence being not very much deplored by her children. We may suppose, too, that Rebecca, on paying a second visit to Queen's Crawley, did not feel particularly grieved at the absence of the lady of the medicine chest, though she wrote a Christmas letter to her ladyship, in which she respectfully recalled herself to Lady Southdown's recollection, spoke with gratitude of the delight which her ladyship's conversation had given her on the former visit, dilated on the kindness with which her ladyship had treated her in sickness, and declared that everything at Queen's Crawley reminded her of her absent friend. A great part of the altered demeanour and popularity of Sir Pitt Crawley might have been traced to the counsels of that astute little lady of Curzon Street. "You remain a baronet, you consent to be a mere country gentleman," she said to him, while he had been her guest in London. "No, Sir Pitt Crawley, I know you better. I know your talents and your ambition. You fancy you hide them both, but you can conceal neither from me. I showed Lord Steyne your pamphlet on malt. He was familiar with it, and said it was, in the opinion of the whole Cabinet, the most masterly thing that had appeared on the subject. The Ministry has its eye upon you, and I know what you want. You want to distinguish yourself in Parliament. Everyone says you're the finest speaker in England, for your speeches at Oxford are still remembered. You want to be member for the county, where, with your own vote and your borough at your back, you can command anything. And you want to be Baron Crawley of Queen's Crawley, and will be before you die. I saw it all. I could read your heart, Sir Pitt. If I had a husband who possessed your intellect as he does your name, I sometimes think I should not be unworthy of him, but I am your kinswoman now," she added with a laugh. "Poor little penniless! I have got a little interest, and who knows, perhaps the mouse may be able to aid the lion." Pitt Crawley was amazed and enraptured with her speech. "How that woman comprehends me!" he said. "I never could get Jane to read 3 pages of the malt pamphlet. She has no idea that I have commanding talents or secret ambition. So they remember my speaking at Oxford, do they? The rascals! Now that I represent my borough and may sit for the county, they begin to recollect me. Why, Lord Steyne cut me at the levee last year. They are beginning to find out that Pitt Crawley is someone at last. Yes, the man was always the same whom these people neglected. It was only the opportunity that was wanting, and I will show them now that I can speak and act as well as write. Achilles did not declare himself until they gave him the sword. I hold it now, and the world shall yet hear of Pitt Crawley." Therefore it was this roguish diplomatist had grown so hospitable, that he was so civil to oratorios and hospitals, so kind to deans and chapters, so generous in giving and accepting dinners, so uncommonly gracious to farmers on market days, and so much interested about county business, and that the Christmas at the Hall was the gayest which had been known there for many a long day. On Christmas Day a great family gathering took place. All the Crawleys from the Rectory came to dine. Rebecca was as frank and fond of Mrs. Bute as if the other had never been her enemy. She was affectionately interested in the dear girls, and surprised at the progress which they had made in music since her time, and insisted upon encoring one of the duets out of the great song books which Jim, grumbling, had been forced to bring under his arm from the Rectory. Mrs. Bute, perforce, was obliged to adopt a decent demeanour towards the little adventuress, of course being free to discourse with her daughters afterwards about the absurd respect with which Sir Pitt treated his sister-in-law. But Jim, who had sat next to her at dinner, declared she was a trump, and one and all of the Rector's family agreed that the little Rawdon was a fine boy. They respected a possible baronet in the boy, between whom and the title there was only the little sickly pale Pitt Binkie. The children were very good friends. Pitt Binkie was too little a dog for such a big dog as Rawdon to play with, and Matilda being only a girl, of course not fit companion for a young gentleman who was near 8 years old and going into jackets very soon. He took command of this small party at once, the little girl and the little boy following him about with great reverence, at such times as he condescended to sport with them. His happiness and pleasure in the country were extreme. The kitchen garden pleased him hugely, the flowers moderately, but the pigeons and the poultry and the stables, when he was allowed to visit them, were delightful objects to him. He resisted being kissed by the Misses Crawley, but he allowed Lady Jane sometimes to embrace him, and it was by her side that he liked to sit when, the signal to retire to the drawing-room being given, the ladies left the gentlemen to their claret. By her side rather than by his mother. For Rebecca, seeing that tenderness was the fashion, called Rawdon to her one evening and stooped down and kissed him in the presence of all the ladies. He looked her full in the face after the operation, trembling and turning very red, as his wont was when moved. "You never kiss me at home, Mamma," he said, at which there was a general silence and consternation, and by no means a pleasant look in Becky's eyes. Rawdon was fond of his sister-in-law for her regard for his son. Lady Jane and Becky did not get on quite so well at this visit as on occasion of the former one, when the Colonel's wife was bent upon pleasing. Those two speeches of the child struck rather a chill. Perhaps Sir Pitt was rather too attentive to her. But Rawdon, as became his age and size, was fonder of the society of the men than of the women, and never wearied of accompanying his sire to the stables, whither the Colonel retired to smoke his cigar, Jim, the Rector's son, sometimes joining his cousin in that and other amusements. He and the Baronet's keeper were very close friends, their mutual taste for dogs bringing them much together. On one day, Mr. James, the Colonel, and Horn, the keeper, went and shot pheasants, taking little Rawdon with them. On another most blissful morning, these four gentlemen partook of the amusement of rat hunting in a barn, than which sport Rawdon as yet had never seen anything more noble. They stopped up the ends of certain drains in the barn, into the other openings of which ferrets were inserted, and then stood silently aloof, with uplifted stakes in their hands, and an anxious little terrier, Mr. James's celebrated dog Forceps indeed, scarcely breathing from excitement, listening motionless on three legs to the faint squeaking of the rats below. Desperately bold at last, the persecuted animals bolted above ground. The terrier accounted for one, the keeper for another. Rawdon, from flurry and excitement, missed his rat, but on the other hand he half murdered a ferret. But the greatest day of all was that on which Sir Huddleston Fuddlestone's hounds met upon the lawn of Queen's Crawley. That was a famous sight for little Rawdon. At 10:30, Tom Moody, Sir Huddleston Fuddlestone's huntsman, was seen trotting up the avenue, followed by the noble pack of hounds in a compact body, the rear being brought up by the two whips, clad in stained scarlet frocks, light, hard-featured lads on well-bred lean horses, possessing marvellous dexterity in casting the points of their long, heavy whips at the thinnest part of any dog's skin who dared to straggle from the main body, or to take the slightest notice, or even so much as wink at the hares and rabbits starting under their noses. Next comes boy Jack, Tom Moody's son, who weighs 5 stone, measures 8¼ inches, and will never be any bigger. He is perched on a large raw-boned hunter, half covered by a capacious saddle. This animal is Sir Huddleston Fuddlestone's favourite horse, the Nob. Other horses, ridden by other small boys, arrive from time to time, awaiting their masters, who will come cantering on anon. Tom Moody rides up to the door of the hall, where he is welcomed by the butler, who offers him a drink, which he declines. He and his pack then draw off into a sheltered corner of the lawn, where the dogs roll on the grass and play or growl angrily at each other, ever and anon breaking out into furious fight, speedily to be quelled by Tom's voice, unmatched at rating, or the snaky thongs of the whips. Many young gentlemen canter up on thoroughbred hacks, spatterdashed to the knee, and enter the house to drink cherry brandy and pay their respects to the ladies, or, more modest and sportsmanlike, divest themselves of their mud boots, exchange their hacks for their hunters, and warm their blood by a preliminary gallop round the lawn. Then they collect round the pack in the corner, and talk with Tom Moody of past sport, and the merits of Sniveller and Diamond, and the state of the country, and of the wretched breed of foxes. Sir Huddleston presently appears, mounted on a clever cob, and rides up to the hall, where he enters and does the civil thing by the ladies, after which, being a man of few words, he proceeds to business. The hounds are drawn up to the hall door, and little Rawdon descends amongst them, excited yet half alarmed by the caresses which they bestow upon him, at the thumps he receives from their waving tails, and at their canine bickerings, scarcely restrained by Tom Moody's tongue and lash. Meanwhile, Sir Huddleston has hoisted himself unwieldily on the Nob, "Let's try Sowster's Spinney, Tom," says the Baronet. "Farmer Mangle tells me there are 2 foxes in it." Tom blows his horn and trots off, followed by the pack, by the whips, by the young gents from Winchester, by the farmers of the neighbourhood, by the labourers of the parish on foot, with whom the day is a great holiday, Sir Huddleston bringing up the rear with Colonel Crawley, and the whole cortege disappears down the avenue. The Reverend Bute Crawley, who has been too modest to appear at the public meet before his nephew's windows, whom Tom Moody remembers 40 years back a slender divine, riding the wildest horses, jumping the widest brooks, and larking over the newest gates in the country, his reverence, we say, happens to trot out from the Rectory Lane on his powerful black horse, just as Sir Huddleston passes. He joins the worthy Baronet. Hounds and horsemen disappear, and little Rawdon remains on the doorsteps, wondering and happy. During the progress of this memorable holiday, little Rawdon, if he had got no special liking for his uncle, always awful and cold and locked up in his study, plunged in justice business and surrounded by bailiffs and farmers, has gained the good graces of his married and maiden aunts, of the 2 little folks of the Hall, and of Jim in the Rectory, whom Sir Pitt is encouraging to pay his addresses to one of the young ladies, with an understanding doubtless that he shall be presented to the living when it shall be vacated by his fox-hunting old sire. Jim has given up that sport himself, and confines himself to a little harmless duck or snipe shooting, or a little quiet trifling with the rats during the Christmas holidays, after which he will return to the University and try and not be plucked once more. He has already eschewed green coats and red neckcloths and other worldly ornaments, and is preparing himself for a change in his condition. In his cheap and thrifty way, Sir Pitt tries to pay off his debt to his family. Also, before this merry Christmas was over, the Baronet had screwed up courage enough to give his brother another draft on his bankers, and for no less a sum than £100, an act which caused Sir Pitt cruel pangs at first, but which made him glow afterwards to think himself one of the most generous of men. Rawdon and his son went away with the utmost heaviness of heart. Becky and the ladies parted with some alacrity, however, and our friend returned to London to commence those avocations with which we find her occupied when this chapter begins. Under her care, the Crawley house in Great Gaunt Street was quite rejuvenescent and ready for the reception of Sir Pitt and his family, when the Baronet came to London to attend his duties in Parliament, and to assume that position in the country for which his vast genius filled him. For the first session, this profound dissembler hid his projects, and never opened his lips but to present a petition from Mudbury. But he attended assiduously in his place, and learned thoroughly the routine and business of the house. At home he gave himself up to the perusal of blue books, to the alarm and wonder of Lady Jane, who thought he was killing himself by late hours and intense application. And he made acquaintance with the ministers and the chiefs of his party, determining to rank as one of them before many years were over. Lady Jane's sweetness and kindness had inspired Rebecca with such a contempt for her ladyship as the little woman found no small difficulty in concealing. That sort of goodness and simplicity which Lady Jane possessed annoyed our friend Becky, and it was impossible for her at times not to show, or to let the other divine, her scorn. Her presence, too, rendered Lady Jane uneasy. Her husband talked constantly with Becky. Signs of intelligence seemed to pass between them, and Pitt spoke with her on subjects on which he never thought of discoursing with Lady Jane. The latter did not understand them, to be sure, but it was mortifying to remain silent, still more mortifying to know that you had nothing to say, and hear that little audacious Mrs. Rawdon dashing on from subject to subject, with a word for every man, and a joke always pat, and to sit in one's house alone by the fireside and watching all the men around your rival. In the country, when Lady Jane was telling stories to the children who clustered about her knees, little Rawdon into the bargain, who was very fond of her, and Becky came into the room sneering with green scornful eyes, poor Lady Jane grew silent under those baleful glances. Her simple little fancies shrank away tremulously, as fairies in the story books before a superior bad angel. She could not go on, although Rebecca, with the smallest inflection of sarcasm in her voice, besought her to continue that charming story. And on her side, gentle thoughts and simple pleasures were odious to Mrs. Becky. They discorded with her. She hated people for liking them. She spurned children and children lovers. "I have no taste for bread and butter," she would say, when caricaturing Lady Jane and her ways to my Lord Steyne. "No more has a certain person for holy water," his lordship replied with a bow and a grin and a great jarring laugh afterwards. So these two ladies did not see much of each other, except upon those occasions when the younger brother's wife, having an object to gain from the other, frequented her. They my loved and my deared each other assiduously, but kept apart generally, whereas Sir Pitt, in the midst of his multiplied avocations, found daily time to see his sister-in-law. On the occasion of his first Speaker's dinner, Sir Pitt took the opportunity of appearing before his sister-in-law in his uniform, the old diplomatic suit which he had worn when attache to the Pumpernickel legation. Becky complimented him upon that dress, and admired him almost as much as his own wife and children, to whom he displayed himself before he set out. She said that it was only the thoroughbred gentleman who could wear the court suit with advantage. It was only your men of ancient race whom the culotte court became. Pitt looked down with complacency at his legs, which had not, in truth, much more symmetry or swell than the lean court sword which dangled by his side, looked down at his legs, and thought in his heart that he was killing. When he was gone, Mrs. Becky made a caricature of his figure, which she showed to Lord Steyne when he arrived. His lordship carried off the sketch, delighted with the accuracy of the resemblance. He had done Sir Pitt Crawley the honour to meet him at Mrs. Becky's house, and had been most gracious to the new baronet and member. Pitt was struck, too, by the deference with which the great peer treated his sister-in-law, by her ease and sprightliness in the conversation, and by the delight with which the other men of the party listened to her talk. Lord Steyne made no doubt but that the baronet had only commenced his career in public life, and expected rather anxiously to hear him as an orator. As they were neighbours, for Great Gaunt Street leads into Gaunt Square, whereof Gaunt House, as everybody knows, forms one side, my lord hoped that as soon as Lady Steyne arrived in London, she would have the honour of making the acquaintance of Lady Crawley. He left a card upon his neighbour in the course of a day or two, having never thought fit to notice his predecessor, though they had lived near each other for nearly a century past. In the midst of these intrigues and fine parties and wise and brilliant personages, Rawdon felt himself more and more isolated every day. He was allowed to go to the club more, to dine abroad with bachelor friends, to come and go when he liked, without any questions being asked. And he and Rawdon the younger many a time would walk to Gaunt Street and sit with the lady and the children there, while Sir Pitt was closeted with Rebecca on his way to the house or on his return from it. The ex-colonel would sit for hours in his brother's house, very silent, and thinking and doing as little as possible. He was glad to be employed of an errand, to go and make inquiries about a horse or servant, or to carve the roast mutton for the dinner of the children. He was beat and cowed into laziness and submission. Delilah had imprisoned him, and cut his hair off too. The bold and reckless young blood of 10 years back was subjugated and was turned into a torpid, submissive, middle-aged, stout gentleman. And poor Lady Jane was aware that Rebecca had captivated her husband, although she and Mrs. Rawdon my deared and my loved each other every day they met. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 46. Struggles and Trials. Our friends at Brompton were meanwhile passing their Christmas after their fashion, and in a manner by no means too cheerful. Out of the £100 a year, which was about the amount of her income, the widow Osborne had been in the habit of giving up nearly 3/4 to her father and mother for the expenses of herself and her little boy. With £120 more supplied by Jos, this family of 4 people, attended by a single Irish servant, who also did for Clapp and his wife, might manage to live in decent comfort through the year, and hold up their heads yet, and be able to give a friend a dish of tea still, after the storms and disappointments of their early life. Sedley still maintained his ascendancy over the family of Mr. Clapp, his ex-clerk. Clapp remembered the time when, sitting on the edge of the chair, he tossed off a bumper to the health of Mrs. S., Miss Emmy, and Mr. Joseph in India, at the merchant's rich table in Russell Square. Time magnified the splendour of those recollections in the honest clerk's bosom. Whenever he came up from the kitchen parlour to the drawing-room and partook of tea or gin and water with Mr. Sedley, he would say, "This was not what you was accustomed to once, sir," and as gravely and reverentially drink the health of the ladies as he had done in the days of their utmost prosperity. He thought Miss Melia's playing the divinest music ever performed, and her the finest lady. He never would sit down before Sedley at the club even, nor would he have that gentleman's character abused by any member of the society. He had seen the first men in London shaking hands with Mr. S., he said. He'd known him in times when Rothschild might be seen on 'Change with him any day, and he owed him personally everythink. Clapp, with the best of characters and handwritings, had been able very soon after his master's disaster to find other employment for himself. "Such a little fish as me can swim in any bucket," he used to remark, and a member of the house from which old Sedley had succeeded was very glad to make use of Mr. Clapp's services and to reward them with a comfortable salary. In fine, all Sedley's wealthy friends had dropped off one by one, and this poor ex-dependant still remained faithfully attached to him. Out of the small residue of her income which Amelia kept back for herself, the widow had need of all the thrift and care possible, in order to enable her to keep her darling boy dressed in such a manner as became George Osborne's son, and to defray the expenses of the little school to which, after much misgiving and reluctance, and many secret pangs and fears on her own part, she had been induced to send the lad. She had sat up of nights conning lessons and spelling over crabbed grammars and geography books in order to teach them to Georgy. She had worked even at the Latin accidence, fondly hoping that she might be capable of instructing him in that language. To part with him all day, to send him out to the mercy of a schoolmaster's cane and his schoolfellow's roughness, was almost like weaning him over again to that weak mother, so tremulous and full of sensibility. He, for his part, rushed off to the school with the utmost happiness. He was longing for change. That childish gladness wounded his mother, who was herself so grieved to part with him. She would rather have had him more sorry, she thought, and then was deeply repentant with herself for daring to be so selfish as to wish her own son to be unhappy. George made great progress in the school, which was kept by a friend of his mother's constant admirer, the Reverend Mr. Binny. He brought home numberless prizes and testimonials of ability. He told his mother countless stories every night about his school companions, and what a fine fellow Lyons was, and what a sneak Sniffin was, and how Steele's father actually supplied the meat for the establishment, whereas Golding's mother came in a carriage to fetch him every Saturday, and how Neat had straps to his trousers, might he have straps, and how Bull Major was so strong, though only in Eutropius, that it was believed he could lick the usher, Mr. Ward, himself. So Amelia learned to know every one of the boys in that school as well as Georgy himself, and of nights she used to help him in his exercises and puzzle her little head over his lessons as eagerly as if she was herself going in the morning into the presence of the master. Once, after a certain combat with Master Smith, George came home to his mother with a black eye, and bragged prodigiously to his parent and his delighted old grandfather about his valour in the fight, in which, if the truth was known, he did not behave with particular heroism, and in which he decidedly had the worst. But Amelia has never forgiven that Smith to this day, though he is now a peaceful apothecary near Leicester Square. In these quiet labours and harmless cares the gentle widow's life was passing away, a silver hair or two marking the progress of time on her head, and a line deepening ever so little on her fair forehead. She used to smile at these marks of time. "What matters it," she asked, "for an old woman like me?" All she hoped for was to live to see her son great, famous, and glorious as he deserved to be. She kept his copybooks, his drawings and compositions, and showed them about in her little circle as if they were miracles of genius. She confided some of these specimens to Miss Dobbin, to show them to Miss Osborne, George's aunt, to show them to Mr. Osborne himself, to make that old man repent of his cruelty and ill feeling towards him who was gone. All her husband's faults and foibles she had buried in the grave with him. She only remembered the lover who had married her at all sacrifices, the noble husband, so brave and beautiful, in whose arms she had hung on the morning when he had gone away to fight and die gloriously for his king. From heaven the hero must be smiling down upon that paragon of a boy whom he had left to comfort and console her. We have seen how one of George's grandfathers, Mr. Osborne, in his easy chair in Russell Square, daily grew more violent and moody, and how his daughter, with her fine carriage and her fine horses, and her name on half the public charity lists of the town, was a lonely, miserable, persecuted old maid. She thought again and again of the beautiful little boy, her brother's son, whom she had seen. She longed to be allowed to drive in the fine carriage to the house in which he lived, and she used to look out day after day as she took her solitary drive in the park in hopes that she might see him. Her sister, the banker's lady, occasionally condescended to pay her old home and companion a visit in Russell Square. She brought a couple of sickly children, attended by a prim nurse, and in a faint, genteel, giggling tone, cackled to her sister about her fine acquaintance, and how her little Frederick was the image of Lord Claude Lollipop, and her sweet Maria had been noticed by the Baroness as they were driving in their donkey chaise at Roehampton. She urged her to make her papa do something for the darlings. Frederick, she had determined, should go into the Guards, and if they made an elder son of him, and Mr. Bullock was positively ruining and pinching himself to death to buy land, how was the darling girl to be provided for? "I expect you, dear," Mrs. Bullock would say, for of course my share of our papa's property must go to the head of the house, you know. Dear Rhoda Macmull will disengage the whole of the Castletoddy property as soon as poor dear Lord Castletoddy dies, who is quite epileptic, and little Macduff Macmull will be Viscount Castletoddy. Both the Mr. Bludyers of Mincing Lane have settled their fortunes on Fanny Bludyer's little boy. My darling Frederick must positively be an eldest son, and do ask papa to bring us back his account in Lombard Street, will you, dear? It doesn't look well, his going to Stumpy and Rowdy's. After which kind of speeches, in which fashion and the main chance were blended together, and after a kiss, which was like the contact of an oyster, Mrs. Frederick Bullock would gather her starched nurslings and simper back into her carriage. Every visit which this leader of ton paid to her family was more unlucky for her. Her father paid more money into Stumpy and Rowdy's. Her patronage became more and more insufferable. The poor widow in the little cottage at Brompton, guarding her treasure there, little knew how eagerly some people coveted it. On that night when Jane Osborne had told her father that she had seen his grandson, the old man had made her no reply, but he had shown no anger, and had bade her good night on going himself to his room in rather a kindly voice. And he must have meditated on what she said, and have made some inquiries of the Dobbin family regarding her visit, for a fortnight after it took place he asked her where was her little French watch and chain she used to wear. "I bought it with my money, sir," she said in a great fright. "Go and order another like it, or a better if you can get it," said the old gentleman, and lapsed again into silence. Of late the Misses Dobbin more than once repeated their entreaties to Amelia to allow George to visit them. His aunt had shown her inclination. Perhaps his grandfather himself, they hinted, might be disposed to be reconciled to him. Surely Amelia could not refuse such advantageous chances for the boy. Nor could she, but she acceded to their overtures with a very heavy and suspicious heart, was always uneasy during the child's absence from her, and welcomed him back as if he was rescued out of some danger. He brought back money and toys, at which the widow looked with alarm and jealousy. She asked him always if he had seen any gentlemen. "Only old Sir William, who drove him about in the four-wheeled chaise, and Mr. Dobbin, who arrived on the beautiful bay horse in the afternoon, in the green coat and pink neckcloth, with the gold-headed whip, who promised to show him the Tower of London and take him out with the Surrey hounds." At last he said, "There was an old gentleman with thick eyebrows and a broad hat and large chain and seals. He came one day as the coachman was lunging Georgy round the lawn on the grey pony. He looked at me very much. He shook very much. I said my name is Norval after dinner. My aunt began to cry. She's always crying." Such was George's report on that night. Then Amelia knew that the boy had seen his grandfather, and looked out feverishly for a proposal which she was sure would follow, and which came, in fact, in a few days afterwards. Mr. Osborne formally offered to take the boy and make him heir to the fortune which he had intended that his father should inherit. He would make Mrs. George Osborne an allowance, such as to assure her a decent competency. If Mrs. George Osborne proposed to marry again, as Mr. O. heard was her intention, he would not withdraw that allowance, but it must be understood that the child would live entirely with his grandfather in Russell Square, or at whatever other place Mr. O. should select, and that he would be occasionally permitted to see Mrs. George Osborne at her own residence. This message was brought or read to her in a letter one day, when her mother was from home, and her father absent as usual in the city. She was never seen angry but twice or thrice in her life, and it was in one of these moods that Mr. Osborne's attorney had the fortune to behold her. She rose up, trembling and flushing very much, as soon as, after reading the letter, Mr. Poe handed it to her, and she tore the paper into 100 fragments, which she trod on. I marry again! I take money to part from my child! Who dares insult me by proposing such a thing? Tell Mr. Osborne it is a cowardly letter, sir, a cowardly letter. I will not answer it. I wish you good morning, sir. And she bowed me out of the room like a tragedy queen, said the lawyer who told the story. Her parents never remarked her agitation on that day, and she never told them of the interview. They had their own affairs to interest them, affairs which deeply interested this innocent and unconscious lady. The old gentleman, her father, was always dabbling in speculation. We have seen how the wine company and the coal company had failed him. But prowling about the city, always eagerly and restlessly still, he lighted upon some other scheme, of which he thought so well that he embarked in it in spite of the remonstrances of Mr. Clapp, to whom, indeed, he never dared to tell how far he had engaged himself in it. And as it was always Mr. Sedley's maxim not to talk about money matters before women, they had no inkling of the misfortunes that were in store for them until the unhappy old gentleman was forced to make gradual confessions. The bills of the little household, which had been settled weekly, first fell into arrear. The remittances had not arrived from India, Mr. Sedley told his wife with a disturbed face. As she had paid her bills very regularly hitherto, one or two of the tradesmen, to whom the poor lady was obliged to go round asking for time, were very angry at a delay to which they were perfectly used from more irregular customers. Emmy's contribution, paid over cheerfully without any questions, kept the little company in half rations, however, and the first 6 months passed away pretty easily, old Sedley still keeping up with the notion that his shares must rise and that all would be well. No £60, however, came to help the household at the end of the half year, and it fell deeper and deeper into trouble. Mrs. Sedley, who was growing infirm and was much shaken, remained silent or wept a great deal with Mrs. Clapp in the kitchen. The butcher was particularly surly, the grocer insolent. Once or twice little Georgy had grumbled about the dinners, and Amelia, who still would have been satisfied with a slice of bread for her own dinner, could not but perceive that her son was neglected, and purchased little things out of her private purse to keep the boy in health. At last they told her, or told her such a garbled story as people in difficulties tell. One day, her own money having been received, and Amelia about to pay it over, she, who had kept an account of the moneys expended by her, proposed to keep a certain portion back out of her dividend, having contracted engagements for a new suit for Georgy. Then it came out that Jos's remittances were not paid, that the house was in difficulties which Amelia ought to have seen before, her mother said, but she cared for nothing or nobody except Georgy. At this she passed all her money across the table, without a word, to her mother, and returned to her room to cry her eyes out. She had a great access of sensibility too that day, when obliged to go and countermand the clothes, the darling clothes on which she had set her heart for Christmas Day, and the cut and fashion of which she had arranged in many conversations with the small milliner, her friend. Hardest of all, she had to break the matter to Georgy, who made a loud outcry. Everybody had new clothes at Christmas. The others would laugh at him. He would have new clothes. She had promised them to him. The poor widow had only kisses to give him. She darned the old suit in tears. She cast about among her little ornaments to see if she could sell anything to procure the desired novelties. There was her India shawl that Dobbin had sent her. She remembered in former days going with her mother to a fine India shop on Ludgate Hill, where the ladies had all sorts of dealings and bargains in these articles. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes shone with pleasure as she thought of this resource, and she kissed away George to school in the morning, smiling brightly after him. The boy felt that there was good news in her look. Packing up her shawl in a handkerchief, another of the gifts of the good Major, she hid them under her cloak and walked flushed and eager all the way to Ludgate Hill, tripping along by the park wall and running over the crossings, so that many a man turned as she hurried by him and looked after her rosy pretty face. She calculated how she should spend the proceeds of her shawl, how, besides the clothes, she would buy the books that he longed for, and pay his half-year's schooling, and how she would buy a cloak for her father instead of the old greatcoat which he wore. She was not mistaken as to the value of the Major's gift. It was a very fine and beautiful web, and the merchant made a very good bargain when he gave her 20 guineas for her shawl. She ran on, amazed and flurried with her riches, to Darton's shop in St. Paul's Churchyard, and there purchased the Parents' Assistant and the Sandford and Merton Georgy longed for, and got into the coach there with her parcel, and went home exulting. And she pleased herself by writing in the flyleaf, in her neatest little hand, "George Osborne, a Christmas gift from his affectionate mother." The books are extant to this day, with the fair, delicate superscription. She was going from her own room with the books in her hand to place them on George's table, where he might find them on his return from school, when in the passage she and her mother met. The gilt bindings of the 7 handsome little volumes caught the old lady's eye. "What are those?" she said. "Some books for Georgy," Amelia replied. I promised them to him at Christmas." "Books!" cried the elder lady indignantly. "Books, when the whole house wants bread! Books, when to keep you and your son in luxury and your dear father out of gaol, I've sold every trinket I had, the India shawl from my back, even down to the very spoons, that our tradesmen mightn't insult us, and that Mr. Clapp, which indeed he is justly entitled, not being a hard landlord and a civil man and a father, might have his rent. Oh, Amelia, you break my heart with your books and that boy of yours, whom you are ruining, though part with him you will not. Oh, Amelia, may God send you a more dutiful child than I have had. There's Jos deserts his father in his old age, and there's George, who might be provided for, and who might be rich, going to school like a lord, with a gold watch and chain round his neck, while my dear, dear old man is without a shilling." Hysterical sobs and cries ended Mrs. Sedley's speech. It echoed through every room in the small house, whereof the other female inmates heard every word of the colloquy. "Oh, mother, mother!" cried poor Amelia in reply. "You told me nothing. I promised him the books. I only sold my shawl this morning. Take the money. Take everything." And with quivering hands she took out her silver and her sovereigns, her precious golden sovereigns, which she thrust into the hands of her mother, whence they overflowed and tumbled, rolling down the stairs. And then she went into her room and sank down in despair and utter misery. She saw it all now. Her selfishness was sacrificing the boy. But for her he might have wealth, station, education, and his father's place, which the elder George had forfeited for her sake. She had but to speak the words, and her father was restored to competency, and the boy raised to fortune. Oh, what a conviction it was to that tender and stricken heart! End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 47. Gaunt House. All the world knows that Lord Steyne's town palace stands in Gaunt Square, out of which Great Gaunt Street leads, whither we first conducted Rebecca, in the time of the departed Sir Pitt Crawley. Peering over the railings and through the black trees into the garden of the square, you see a few miserable governesses with wan-faced pupils wandering round and round it, and round the dreary grass plot, in the centre of which rises the statue of Lord Gaunt, who fought at Minden, in a three-tailed wig, and otherwise habited like a Roman emperor. Gaunt House occupies nearly a side of the square. The remaining three sides are composed of mansions that have passed away into dowagerism, tall dark houses with window frames of stone, or picked out of a lighter red. Little light seems to be behind those lean, comfortless casements now, and hospitality to have passed away from those doors as much as the laced lacqueys and link boys of old times, who used to put out their torches in the blank iron extinguishers that still flank the lamps over the steps. Brass plates have penetrated into the square. Doctors, the Diddlesex Bank Western Branch, the English and European Reunion, etc. It has a dreary look. Nor is my Lord Steyne's palace less dreary. All I have ever seen of it is a vast wall in front, with the rustic columns at the great gate, through which an old porter peers sometimes with a fat and gloomy red face, and over the wall the garret and bedroom windows, and the chimneys, out of which there seldom comes any smoke now, for the present Lord Steyne lives at Naples, preferring the view of the Bay and Capri and Vesuvius to the dreary aspect of the wall in Gaunt Square. A few score yards down New Gaunt Street, and leading into Gaunt Mews, indeed, is a little modest back door, which you would not remark from that of any of the other stables. But many a little close carriage has stopped at that door, as my informant, little Tom Eaves, who knows everything, and who showed me the place, told me. "The Prince and Perdita have been in and out of that door, sir," he had often told me. "Marianne Clarke has entered it with the Duke of. It conducts to the famous petty apartment of Lord Steyne. One, sir, fitted up all in ivory and white satin, another in ebony and black velvet. There's a little banqueting room taken from Sallust's house at Pompeii and painted by Cosway, a little private kitchen in which every saucepan was silver and all the spits were gold. It was there that Egalite Orleans roasted partridges on the night when he and the Marquis of Steyne won 100,000 from a great personage at Ombre. Half the money went to the French Revolution, half to purchase Lord Gaunt's Marquisate and Garter, and the remainder. But it forms no part of our scheme to tell what became of the remainder, for every shilling of which, and a great deal more, little Tom Eaves, who knows everybody's affairs, is ready to account. Besides his town palace, the Marquis had castles and palaces in various quarters of the three kingdoms, whereof the descriptions may be found in the road books. Castle Strongbow, with its woods, on the Shannon shore; Gaunt Castle in Carmarthenshire, where Richard III was taken prisoner; Gauntley Hall in Yorkshire, where I have been informed there were 200 silver teapots for the breakfasts of the guests of the house, with everything to correspond in splendour; and Stilbrook in Hampshire, which was my lord's farm, an humble place of residence, of which we all remember the wonderful furniture which was sold at my lord's demise by a late celebrated auctioneer. The Marchioness of Steyne was of the renowned and ancient family of the Carlyons, Marquises of Camelot, who have preserved the old faith ever since the conversion of the venerable Druid, their first ancestor, and whose pedigree goes far beyond the date of the arrival of King Brute at these islands. Pendragon is the title of the eldest son of the house. The sons have been called Arthurs, Uthers, and Caradocks from immemorial time. Their heads have fallen in many a loyal conspiracy. Elizabeth chopped off the head of the Arthur of her day, who had been a chamberlain to Philip and Mary, and carried letters between the Queen of Scots and her uncles the Guises. A cadet of the house was an officer of the great Duke, and distinguished in the famous St. Bartholomew conspiracy. During the whole of Mary's confinement, the house of Camelot conspired in her behalf. It was as much injured by its charges in fitting out an armament against the Spaniards during the time of the Armada, as by the fines and confiscations levied on it by Elizabeth for harbouring of priests, obstinate recusancy, and popish misdoings. A recreant of James's time was momentarily perverted from his religion by the arguments of that great theologian, and the fortunes of the family somewhat restored by his timely weakness. But the Earl of Camelot of the reign of Charles returned to the old creed of his family, and they continued to fight for it and ruin themselves for it, as long as there was a Stuart left to head or to instigate a rebellion. Lady Mary Caerlyon was brought up in a Parisian convent. The Dauphiness Marie Antoinette was her godmother. In the pride of her beauty she had been married, sold, it was said, to Lord Gaunt, then at Paris, who won vast sums from the lady's brother at some of Philip of Orleans' banquets. The Earl of Gaunt's famous duel with the Count de la Marche of the Grey Musketeers was attributed by common report to the pretensions of that officer, who had been a page and remained a favourite of the Queen, to the hand of the beautiful Lady Mary Caerlyon. She was married to Lord Gaunt while the Count lay ill of his wound, and came to dwell at Gaunt House, and to figure for a short time in the splendid court of the Prince of Wales. Fox had toasted her, Morris and Sheridan had written songs about her, Malmesbury had made her his best bow, Walpole had pronounced her charming, Devonshire had been almost jealous of her. But she was scared by the wild pleasures and gaieties of the society into which she was flung, and after she had borne a couple of sons, shrank away into a life of devout seclusion. No wonder that my Lord Steyne, who liked pleasure and cheerfulness, was not often seen after their marriage by the side of this trembling, silent, superstitious, unhappy lady. The before mentioned Tom Eaves, who has no part in this history, except that he knew all the great folks in London, and the stories and mysteries of each family, had further information regarding my Lady Steyne, which may or may not be true. "The humiliations," Tom used to say, "which that woman has been made to undergo in her own house have been frightful. Lord Steyne has made her sit down to table with women with whom I would rather die than allow Mrs. Eaves to associate, with Lady Crackenbury, with Mrs. Chippenham, with Madame de la Cruche-Cassay, the French secretary's wife," from every one of which ladies Tom Eaves, who would have sacrificed his wife for knowing them, was too glad to get a bow or a dinner, "with the reigning favourite, in a word. And do you suppose that that woman of that family, who were as proud as the Bourbons, and to whom the Steynes are but lackeys, mushrooms of yesterday, for after all they are not of the old Gaunts, but of a minor and doubtful branch of the house, do you suppose, I say," the reader must bear in mind that it is always Tom Eaves who speaks, "that the Marchioness of Steyne, the haughtiest woman in England, would bend down to her husband so submissively if there were not some cause? Pooh, I tell you there are secret reasons. I tell you that in the emigration, the Abbe de la Marche, who was here, and was employed in the Quiberon business with Poussey and Tentignac, was the same colonel of mousquetaire gris with whom Steyne fought in the year '86; that he and the Marchioness met again; that it was after the Reverend Colonel was shot in Brittany that Lady Steyne took to those extreme practices of devotion which she carries on now; for she is closeted with her director every day. She is at service at Spanish Place every morning. I've watched her there. Well, that is, I happen to have been passing there. and depend on it there's a mystery in her case. People are not so unhappy unless they have something to repent of," added Tom Eaves, with a knowing wag of his head; "and depend on it, that woman would not be so submissive as she is if the Marquis had not some sword to hold over her." So if Mr. Eaves's information be correct, it is very likely that this lady, in her high station, had to submit to many a private indignity, and hide many secret griefs under a calm face. And let us, my brethren who have not our names in the Red Book, console ourselves by thinking comfortably how miserable our betters may be, and that Damocles, who sits on satin cushions and is served on gold plate, has an awful sword hanging over his head in the shape of a bailiff, or an hereditary disease, or a family secret, which peeps out every now and then from the embroidered arras in a ghastly manner, and will be sure to drop one day or the other in the right place. In comparing, too, the poor man's situation with that of the great, there is always, according to Mr. Eaves, another source of comfort for the former. You who have little or no patrimony to bequeath or to inherit may be on good terms with your father or your son, whereas the heir of a great prince, such as my Lord Steyne, must naturally be angry at being kept out of his kingdom, and eye the occupant of it with no very agreeable glances. "Take it as a rule," this sardonic old Eaves would say, "the fathers and elder sons of all great families hate each other. The Crown Prince is always in opposition to the Crown, or hankering after it. Shakespeare knew the world, my good sir, and when he describes Prince Hal, from whose family the Gaunts pretend to be descended, though they are no more related to John of Gaunt than you are, trying on his father's coronet, he gives you a natural description of all heirs apparent. If you were an heir to a dukedom and £1,000 a day, do you mean to say you would not wish for possession? Pugh! And it stands to reason that every great man, having experienced this feeling towards his father, must be aware that his son entertains it towards himself, and so they can't but be suspicious and hostile. Then again, as to the feelings of elder toward younger sons, my dear sir, you ought to know that every elder brother looks upon the cadets of the house as his natural enemies, who deprive him of so much ready money which ought to be his by right. I have often heard George MacTurk, Lord Bajazet's eldest son, say that if he had his will when it came to the title, he would do what sultans do, and clear the estate by chopping off all his younger brothers' heads at once. And so the case is more or less with them all. I tell you, they're all Turks in their hearts. Pugh, sir, they know the world." And here, haply, a great man coming up, Tom Eaves's hat would drop off his head, and he would rush forward with a bow and a grin, which showed that he knew the world too, in the Tom Eavesian way, that is. And having laid out every shilling of his fortune on an annuity, Tom could afford to bear no malice to his nephews and nieces, and to have no other feeling with regard to his betters but a constant and generous desire to dine with them. Between the Marchioness and the natural and tender regard of mother for children, there was that cruel barrier placed of difference of faith. The very love which she might feel for her sons only served to render the timid and pious lady more fearful and unhappy. The gulf which separated them was fatal and impassable. She could not stretch her weak arms across it, or draw her children over to that side, away from which her belief told her there was no safety. During the youth of his sons, Lord Steyne, who was a good scholar and amateur casuist, had no better sport in the evening after dinner in the country than in setting the boy's tutor, the Reverend Mr. Trail, now my Lord Bishop of Ealing, on her ladyship's director, Father Mole, over their wine, and in pitting Oxford against St. Acheul. He cried, "Bravo, Latimer! Well said, Loyola!" alternately. He promised Mole a bishopric if he would come over, and vowed he would use all his influence to get Trail a cardinal's hat if he would succeed. Neither divine allowed himself to be conquered, and though the fond mother hoped that her youngest and favourite son would be reconciled to her church, his mother church, a sad and awful disappointment awaited the devout lady, a disappointment which seemed to be a judgment upon her for the sin of her marriage. My Lord Gaunt married, as every person who frequents the peerage knows, the Lady Blanche Thistlewood, a daughter of the noble house of Bareacres, before mentioned in this veracious history. A wing of Gaunt House was assigned to this couple, for the head of the family chose to govern it, and while he reigned to reign supreme. His son and heir, however, living little at home, disagreeing with his wife, and borrowing upon post obits such moneys as he required beyond the very moderate sums which his father was disposed to allow him. The Marquis knew every shilling of his son's debts. At his lamented demise he was found himself to be possessor of many of his heir's bonds, purchased for their benefit, and devised by his lordship to the children of his younger son. As, to my Lord Gaunt's dismay, and the chuckling delight of his natural enemy and father, the Lady Gaunt had no children, the Lord George Gaunt was desired to return from Vienna, where he was engaged in waltzing and diplomacy, and to contract a matrimonial alliance with the Honourable Joan, the only daughter of John Jonas, 1st Baron Helvellyn, and head of the firm of Jones, Brown, and Robinson of Threadneedle Street, bankers, from which union sprang several sons and daughters, whose doings do not appertain to this story. The marriage at first was a happy and prosperous one. My Lord George Gaunt could not only read but write pretty correctly. He spoke French with considerable fluency, and was one of the finest waltzers in Europe. With these talents and his interest at home, there was little doubt that his lordship would rise to the highest dignities in his profession. The lady, his wife, felt that courts were her sphere, and her wealth enabled her to receive splendidly in those continental towns whither her husband's diplomatic duties led them. There was talk of appointing him minister, and bets were laid at the Travellers' that he would be ambassador ere long, when of a sudden rumours arrived of the Secretary's extraordinary behaviour. At a grand diplomatic dinner given by his chief, he had started up and declared that a pate de foie gras was poisoned. He went to a ball at the hotel of the Bavarian envoy, the Count de Springbok Hohenlaufen, with his head shaved and dressed as a Capuchin friar. It was not a masked ball, as some folks wanted to persuade you. It was something queer, people whispered. His grandfather was so. It was in the family. His wife and family returned to this country and took up their abode at Gaunt House. Lord George gave up his post on the European continent and was gazetted to Brazil. But people knew better. He never returned from that Brazil expedition, never died there, never lived there, never was there at all. He was nowhere. He was gone out altogether. Brazil, said one gossip to another with a grin. Brazil is St. John's Wood. Rio de Janeiro is a cottage surrounded by 4 walls, and George Gaunt is accredited to a keeper, who has invested him with the order of the strait waistcoat. These are the kinds of epitaphs which men pass over one another in Vanity Fair. Twice or thrice in a week, in the earliest morning, the poor mother went for her sins and saw the poor invalid. Sometimes he laughed at her, and his laughter was more pitiful than to hear him cry. Sometimes she found the brilliant dandy diplomatist of the Congress of Vienna dragging about a child's toy, or nursing the keeper's baby doll. Sometimes he knew her and Father Mole, her director and companion. Oftener he forgot her as he had done wife, children, love, ambition, vanity. But he remembered his dinner hour, and used to cry if his wine and water was not strong enough. It was the mysterious taint of the blood. The poor mother had brought it from her own ancient race. The evil had broken out once or twice in the father's family, long before Lady Steyne's sins had begun, or her fasts and tears and penances had been offered in their expiation. The pride of the race was struck down as the firstborn of Pharaoh. The dark mark of fate and doom was on the threshold, the tall, old threshold, surmounted by coronets and caned heraldry. The absent lord's children, meanwhile, prattled and grew on, quite unconscious that the doom was over them too. First they talked of their father and devised plans against his return. Then the name of the living dead man was less frequently in their mouth, then not mentioned at all. But the stricken old grandmother trembled to think that these two were the inheritors of their father's shame as well as of his honours, and watched sickening for the day when the awful ancestral curse should come down on them. This dark presentiment also haunted Lord Steyne. He tried to lay the horrid bedside ghost in red seas of wine and jollity, and lost sight of it sometimes in the crowd and rout of his pleasures. But it always came back to him when alone, and seemed to grow more threatening with years. "I have taken your son," it said. "Why not you? I may shut you up in a prison some day, like your son George. I may tap you on the head to-morrow, and away go pleasure and honours, feasts and beauty, friends, flatterers, French cooks, fine horses and houses, in exchange for a prison, a keeper, and a straw mattress like George Gaunt's." And then my lord would defy the ghost which threatened him, for he knew of a remedy by which he could balk his enemy. So there was splendour and wealth, but no great happiness, perchance, behind the tall caned portals of Gaunt House, with its smoky coronets and ciphers. The feasts there were of the grandest in London, but there was not overmuch content therewith, except among the guests who sat at my lord's table. Had he not been so great a prince, very few possibly would have visited him. But in Vanity Fair the sins of very great personages are looked at indulgently. Nous regardons à deux fois, as the French lady said, before we condemn a person of my lord's undoubted quality. Some notorious carpers and squeamish moralists might be sulky with Lord Steyne, but they were glad enough to come when he asked them. "Lord Steyne is really too bad," Lady Slingstone said, "but everybody goes, and of course I shall see that my girls come to no harm." "His lordship is a man to whom I owe much, everything in life," said the Right Reverend Dr. Trail, thinking that the Archbishop was rather shaky, and Mrs. Trail and the young ladies would as soon have missed going to church as one of his lordship's parties. "His morals are bad," said little Lord Southdown to his sister, who meekly expostulated, having heard terrific legends from her mamma with respect to the doings at Gaunt House. "But hang it, he's got the best dry sillery in Europe." And as for Sir Pitt Crawley, Bart., Sir Pitt, that pattern of decorum, Sir Pitt who had led off at missionary meetings, he never for one moment thought of not going too. "When you see such persons as the Bishop of Ealing and the Countess of Slingstone, you may be pretty sure, Jane," the Baronet would say, "that we cannot be wrong. The great rank and station of Lord Steyne put him in a position to command people in our station in life. The Lord Lieutenant of a county, my dear, is a respectable man. Besides, George Gaunt and I were intimate in early life. He was my junior when we were attachés at Pumpernickel together." In a word, everybody went to wait upon this great man, everybody who was asked, as you, the reader, do not say nay, or I, the writer hereof, would go, if we had an invitation. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 48, in which the reader is introduced to the very best of company. At last, Becky's kindness and attention to the chief of her husband's family were destined to meet with an exceeding great reward. A reward which, though certainly somewhat insubstantial, the little woman coveted with greater eagerness than more positive benefits. If she did not wish to lead a virtuous life, at least she desired to enjoy a character for virtue, and we know that no lady in the genteel world can possess this desideratum unless she has put on a train and feathers and has been presented to her sovereign at court. From that august interview they come out stamped as honest women. The Lord Chamberlain gives them a certificate of virtue, and as dubious goods or letters are passed through an oven at quarantine, sprinkled with aromatic vinegar, and then pronounced clean, many a lady, whose reputation would be doubtful otherwise, and liable to give infection, passes through the wholesome ordeal of the royal presence and issues from it free from all taint. It may be very well for my Lady Bareacres, my Lady Tufto, Mrs. Bute Crawley in the country, and other ladies who had come into contact with Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, to cry fie at the idea of the odious little adventuress making her curtsy before the sovereign, and to declare that if dear good Queen Charlotte had been alive, she never would have admitted such an extremely ill-regulated personage into her chaste drawing-room. But when we consider that it was the first gentleman in Europe in whose high presence Mrs. Rawdon passed her examination, and, as it were, took her degree in reputation, it surely must be flat disloyalty to doubt any more about her virtue. I, for my part, look back with love and awe to that great character in history. Ah, what a high and noble appreciation of gentlewomanhood there must have been in Vanity Fair, when that revered and august being was invested, by the universal acclaim of the refined and educated portion of this empire, with the title of premier gentilhomme of his kingdom. Do you remember, dear M., O friend of my youth, how one blissful night 25 years since, the Hypocrite being acted, Elliston being manager, Dowton and Liston performers, two boys had leave from their loyal masters to go out from Slaughterhouse School, where they were educated, and to appear on Drury Lane stage, amongst a crowd which assembled there to greet the King. The King! There he was. Beefeaters were before the august box. The Marquis of Steyne, Lord of the Powder Closet, and other great officers of state were behind the chair on which he sat. He sat, florid of face, portly of person, covered with orders, and in a rich curling head of hair. How we sang God Save Him! How the house rocked and shouted with that magnificent music! How they cheered and cried and waved handkerchiefs! Ladies wept, mothers clasped their children, some fainted with emotion. People were suffocated in the pit, shrieks and groans rising up amidst the writhing and shouting mass there of his people, who were, and indeed showed themselves almost to be, ready to die for him. Yes, we saw him. Fate cannot deprive us of that. Others have seen Napoleon. Some few still exist who have beheld Frederick the Great, Dr. Johnson, Marie Antoinette, etc. Be it our reasonable boast to our children that we saw George the Good, the Magnificent, the Great. Well, there came a happy day in Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's existence when this angel, was admitted into the paradise of a court which she coveted, her sister-in-law acting as her godmother. On the appointed day, Sir Pitt and his lady, in their great family carriage, just newly built and ready for the Baronet's assumption of the office of High Sheriff of his county, drove up to the little house in Curzon Street, to the edification of Raggles, who was watching from his greengrocer's shop, and saw fine plumes within, and enormous bunches of flowers in the breasts of the new livery coats of the footmen. Sir Pitt, in a glittering uniform, descended and went into Curzon Street, his sword between his legs. Little Rawdon stood with his face against the parlour window panes, smiling and nodding with all his might to his aunt in the carriage within. And presently Sir Pitt issued forth from the house again, leading forth a lady with grand feathers, covered in a white shawl, and holding up daintily a train of magnificent brocade. She stepped into the vehicle as if she were a princess and accustomed all her life to go to court, smiling graciously on the footmen at the door and on Sir Pitt, who followed her into the carriage. Then Rawdon followed in his old Guards' uniform, which had grown woefully shabby and was much too tight. He was to have followed the procession and waited upon his sovereign in a cab, but that his good-natured sister-in-law insisted that they should be a family party. The coach was large, the ladies not very big, they would hold their trains in their laps. Finally the four went fraternally together, and their carriage presently joined the line of royal equipages which was making its way down Piccadilly and St. James's Street towards the old brick palace, where the Star of Brunswick was in waiting to receive his nobles and gentlefolks. Becky felt as if she could bless the people out of the carriage windows, so elated was she in spirit, and so strong a sense had she of the dignified position which she had at last attained in life. Even our Becky had her weaknesses, and as one often sees how men pride themselves upon excellences which others are slow to perceive, how, for instance, Comus firmly believes that he is the greatest tragic actor in England, how Brown, the famous novelist, longs to be considered not a man of genius but a man of fashion, while Robinson, the great lawyer, does not in the least care about his reputation in Westminster Hall, but believes himself incomparable across country and at a 5-barred gate, so to be, and to be thought, a respectable woman was Becky's aim in life, and she got up the genteel with amazing assiduity, readiness, and success. We have said there were times when she believed herself to be a fine lady, and forgot that there was no money in the chest at home, duns round the gate, tradesmen to coax and wheedle, no ground to walk upon, in a word. And as she went to court in the carriage, the family carriage, she adopted a demeanour so grand, self-satisfied, deliberate, and imposing, that it made even Lady Jane laugh. She walked into the royal apartments with a toss of the head which would have befitted an empress, and I have no doubt, had she been one, she would have become the character perfectly. We are authorised to state that Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's costume de cour on the occasion of her presentation to the sovereign was of the most elegant and brilliant description. Some ladies we may have seen, we who wear stars and cordons and attend the St. James's assemblies, or we who in muddy boots dawdle up and down Pall Mall and peep into the coaches as they drive up with the great folks in their feathers, some ladies of fashion, I say, we may have seen, about 2 o'clock of the forenoon of a levee day, as the lace-jacketed band of the Life Guards are blowing triumphal marches, seated on those prancing music stools, their cream-coloured chargers, who are by no means lovely and enticing objects at that early period of noon. A stout countess of 60, décolletée, painted, wrinkled, with rouge up to her drooping eyelids and diamonds twinkling in her wig, is a wholesome and edifying, but not a pleasant sight. She has the faded look of a St. James's Street illumination, as it may be seen of an early morning when half the lamps are out, and the others are blinking wanly, as if they were about to vanish like ghosts before the dawn. Such charms as those of which we catch glimpses while her ladyship's carriage passes should appear abroad at night alone. If even Cynthia looks haggard of an afternoon, as we may see her sometimes in the present winter season, with Phoebus staring her out of countenance from the opposite side of the heavens, how much more can old Lady Castlemouldy keep her head up when the sun is shining full upon it through the chariot windows, and showing all the chinks and crannies with which time has marked her face? No, drawing rooms should be announced for November, or the first foggy day, or the elderly sultanas of our Vanity Fair should drive up in closed litters, descend in a covered way, and make their curtsy to the sovereign under the protection of lamplight. Our beloved Rebecca had no need, however, of any such a friendly halo to set off her beauty. Her complexion could bear any sunshine as yet, and her dress, though if you were to see it now, any present lady of Vanity Fair would pronounce it to be the most foolish and preposterous attire ever worn, was as handsome in her eyes, and those of the public, some 25 years since, as the most brilliant costume of the most famous beauty of the present season. A score of years hence that, too, that milliner's wonder, will have passed into the domain of the absurd, along with all previous vanities. But we are wondering too much. Mrs. Rawdon's dress was pronounced to be charmante on the eventful day of her presentation. Even good little Lady Jane was forced to acknowledge this effect, as she looked at her kinswoman, and owned sorrowfully to herself that she was quite inferior in taste to Mrs. Becky. She did not know how much care, thought, and genius Mrs. Rawdon had bestowed upon that garment. Rebecca had as good taste as any milliner in Europe, and such a clever way of doing things as Lady Jane little understood. The latter quickly spied out the magnificence of the brocade on Becky's train, and the splendour of the lace on her dress. The brocade was an old remnant, Becky said, and as for the lace, it was a great bargain. She had had it these 100 years. My dear Mrs. Crawley, it must have cost a little fortune, Lady Jane said, looking down at her own lace, which was not nearly so good, and then examining the quality of the ancient brocade which formed the material of Mrs. Rawdon's court dress. She felt inclined to say that she could not afford such fine clothing, but checked that speech with an effort, as one uncharitable to her kinswoman. And yet, if Lady Jane had known all, I think even her kindly temper would have failed her. The fact is, when she was putting Sir Pitt's house in order, Mrs. Rawdon had found the lace and the brocade in old wardrobes, the property of the former ladies of the house, and had quietly carried the goods home, and had suited them to her own little person. Briggs saw her take them, asked no questions, told no stories, but I believe quite sympathised with her on this matter, and so would many another honest woman. And the diamonds. "Where the deuce did you get the diamonds, Becky?" said her husband, admiring some jewels which he had never seen before, and which sparkled in her ears and on her neck with brilliance and profusion. Becky blushed a little and looked at him hard for a moment. Pitt Crawley blushed a little too, and looked out of the window. The fact is, he had given her a very small portion of the brilliants, a pretty diamond clasp which confined a pearl necklace which she wore, and the Baronet had omitted to mention the circumstance to his lady. Becky looked at her husband and then at Sir Pitt with an air of saucy triumph, as much as to say, "Shall I betray you?" "Guess," she said to her husband. "Why, you silly man," she continued, "where do you suppose I got them? All except the little clasp, which a dear friend of mine gave me long ago. I hired them, to be sure. I hired them at Mr. Polonius's in Coventry Street. You don't suppose that all the diamonds which go to court belong to the wearers, like those beautiful stones which Lady Jane has, and which are much handsomer than any which I have, I am certain." "They are family jewels," said Sir Pitt, again looking uneasy. And in this family conversation the carriage rolled down the street until its cargo was finally discharged at the gates of the palace where the Sovereign was sitting in state. The diamonds, which had created Rawdon's admiration, never went back to Mr. Polonius of Coventry Street, and that gentleman never applied for their restoration, but they retired into a little private repository in an old desk, which Amelia Sedley had given her years and years ago, and in which Becky kept a number of useful and perhaps valuable things, about which her husband knew nothing. To know nothing, or little, is in the nature of some husbands. To hide, in the nature of how many women. Oh, ladies, how many of you have surreptitious milliners' bills? How many of you have gowns and bracelets which you daren't show, or which you wear trembling, and coaxing with smiles the husband by your side, who does not know the new velvet gown from the old one, or the new bracelet from last year's, or has any notion that the ragged-looking yellow lace scarf cost 40 guineas, and that Madame Bobinot is writing dunning letters every week for the money? Thus Rawdon knew nothing about the brilliant diamond earrings, or the superb brilliant ornament which decorated the fair bosom of his lady; but Lord Steyne, who was in his place at court as Lord of the Powder Closet, and one of the great dignitaries and illustrious defences of the throne of England, and came up with all his stars, garters, collars, and cordons, and paid particular attention to the little woman, knew whence the jewels came, and who paid for them. As he bowed over her, he smiled, and quoted the hackneyed and beautiful lines from the Rape of the Lock about Belinda's diamonds, which Jews might kiss and infidels adore. "But I hope your lordship is orthodox," said the little lady with a toss of her head. And many ladies round about whispered and talked, and many gentlemen nodded and whispered, as they saw what marked attention the great nobleman was paying to the little adventuress. What were the circumstances of the interview between Rebecca Crawley, née Sharp, and her imperial master, it does not become such a feeble and inexperienced pen as mine to attempt to relate. The dazzled eyes close before that magnificent idea. Loyal respect and decency tell even the imagination not to look too keenly and audaciously about the sacred audience chamber, but to back away rapidly, silently, and respectfully, making profound bows out of the august presence. This may be said, that in all London there was no more loyal heart than Becky's after this interview. The name of her king was always on her lips, and he was proclaimed by her to be the most charming of men. She went to Colnaghi's and ordered the finest portrait of him that art had produced and credit could supply. She chose that famous one in which the best of monarchs is represented in a frock coat with a fur collar, and breeches and silk stockings, simpering on a sofa from under his curly brown wig. She had him painted in a brooch, and wore it. Indeed, she amused and somewhat pestered her acquaintance with her perpetual talk about his urbanity and beauty. Who knows? Perhaps the little woman thought she might play the part of a Maintenon or a Pompadour. But the finest sport of all after her presentation was to hear her talk virtuously. She had a few female acquaintances, not, it must be owned, of the very highest reputation in Vanity Fair; but being made an honest woman of, so to speak, Becky would not consort any longer with these dubious ones, and cut Lady Crackenbury when the latter nodded to her from her opera box, and gave Mrs. Washington White the go-by in the ring. "One must, my dear, show one is somebody," she said. "One mustn't be seen with doubtful people. I pity Lady Crackenbury from my heart, and Mrs. Washington White may be a very good natured person. You may go and dine with them, as you like your rubber, but I mustn't and won't, and you will have the goodness to tell Smith to say that I am not at home when either of them calls." The particulars of Becky's costume were in the newspapers: feathers, lappets, superb diamonds, and all the rest. Lady Crackenbury read the paragraph in bitterness of spirit, and discoursed to her followers about the airs which that woman was giving herself. Mrs. Bute Crawley and her young ladies in the country had a copy of the Morning Post from town, and gave a vent to their honest indignation. "If you had been sandy-haired, green-eyed, and a French rope dancer's daughter," Mrs. Bute said to her eldest girl, who on the contrary was a very swarthy, short, and snub-nosed young lady, "you might have had superb diamonds, forsooth, and have been presented at court by your cousin the Lady Jane. But you're only a gentlewoman, my poor dear child. You have only some of the best blood in England to your veins, and good principles and piety for your portion. I myself, the wife of a baronet's younger brother too, never thought of such a thing as going to court, nor would other people, if good Queen Charlotte had been alive." In this way the worthy rectoress consoled herself, and her daughters sighed and sat over the peerage all night. A few days after the famous presentation, another great and exceeding honour was vouchsafed to the virtuous Becky. Lady Steyne's carriage drove up to Mr. Rawdon Crawley's door, and the footman, instead of driving down the front of the house, as by his tremendous knocking he appeared to be inclined to do, relented and only delivered in a couple of cards, on which were engraven the names of the Marchioness of Steyne and the Countess of Gaunt. If these bits of pasteboard had been beautiful pictures, or had had 100 yards of Malines lace rolled round them, worth twice the number of guineas, Becky could not have regarded them with more pleasure. You may be sure they occupied a conspicuous place in the china bowl on the drawing-room table, where Becky kept the cards of her visitors. Lord, Lord, how poor Mrs. Washington White's card and Lady Crackenbury's card, which our little friend had been glad enough to get a few months back, and of which the silly little creature was rather proud once, Lord, Lord, I say, how soon at the appearance of these grand court cards did those poor little neglected deuces sink down to the bottom of the pack. Steyne, Bareacres, Jones of Helvellyn, and Carlion of Camelot. We may be sure that Becky and Briggs looked out these august names in the peerage, and followed the noble races up through all the ramifications of the family tree. My Lord Steyne coming to call a couple of hours afterwards, and looking about him, and observing everything as was his wont, found his lady's cards already ranged as the trumps of Becky's hand, and grinned, as this old cynic always did at any naive display of human weakness. Becky came down to him presently. Whenever the dear girl expected his lordship, her toilette was prepared, her hair in perfect order, her mouchoirs, aprons, scarfs, little morocco slippers, and other female gimcracks arranged, and she seated in some artless and agreeable posture, ready to receive him. Whenever she was surprised, of course, she had to fly to her apartment, to take a rapid survey of matters in the glass, and to trip down again to wait upon the great peer. She found him grinning over the bowl. She was discovered, and she blushed a little. "Thank you, Monseigneur," she said. "You see your ladies have been here. How good of you! I couldn't come before. I was in the kitchen making a pudding." "I know you were. I saw you through the area railings as I drove up," replied the old gentleman. "You see everything," she replied. "A few things, but not that, my pretty lady," he said good-naturedly. You silly little fibster, I heard you in the room overhead, where I have no doubt you were putting a little rouge on. You must give some of yours to my Lady Gaunt, whose complexion is quite preposterous. And I heard the bedroom door open, and then you came downstairs." "Is it a crime to try and look my best when you come here?" answered Mrs. Rawdon plaintively, and she rubbed her cheek with her handkerchief, as if to show there was no rouge at all, only genuine blushes and modesty in her case. "About this who can tell? I know there is some rouge that won't come off on a pocket handkerchief, and some so good that even tears will not disturb it." "Well," said the old gentleman, twiddling round his wife's card, "you are bent on becoming a fine lady. You pester my poor old life out to get you into the world. You won't be able to hold your own there, you silly little fool. You've got no money." "You will get us a place," interposed Becky, "as quick as possible." "You've got no money, and you want to compete with those who have. You poor little earthenware pipkin, you want to swim down the stream along with the great copper kettles. All women are alike. Everybody is striving for what is not worth the having. Gad, I dined with the King yesterday, and we had neck of mutton and turnips. A dinner of herbs is better than a stalled ox, very often. You will go to Gaunt House. You give an old fellow no rest until you get there. It's not half so nice as here. You'll be bored there. I am. My wife is as gay as Lady Macbeth, and my daughters as cheerful as Regan and Goneril. I daren't sleep in what they call my bedroom. The bed is like the Balladquin of St. Peter's, and the pictures frighten me. I have a little brass bed in a dressing room, and a little hair mattress like an anchorite. I am an anchorite. You'll be asked to dinner next week. And gare aux femmes. Look out and hold your own. How the women will bully you." This was a very long speech for a man of few words like my Lord Steyne, nor was it the first which he uttered for Becky's benefit on that day. Briggs looked up from the work table at which she was seated in the farther room, and gave a deep sigh as she heard the great Marquis speak so lightly of her sex. "If you don't turn off that abominable sheepdog," said Lord Steyne, with a savage look over his shoulder at her, "I will have her poisoned." "I always give my dog dinner from my own plate," said Rebecca, laughing mischievously, and having enjoyed for some time the discomfiture of my lord, who hated poor Briggs for interrupting his tete-a-tete with the fair Colonel's wife. Mrs. Rawdon at length had pity upon her admirer, and calling to Briggs, praised the fineness of the weather to her, and bade her take the child out for a walk. "I can't send her away," Becky said presently, after a pause, and in a very sad voice. Her eyes filled with tears as she spoke, and she turned away her head. "You owe her wages, I suppose?" said the peer. "Worse than that," said Becky, still casting down her eyes. "I have ruined her." "Ruined her? Then why don't you turn her out?" the gentleman asked. "Men do that," Becky answered bitterly. "Women are not so bad as you. Last year, when we were reduced to our last guinea, she gave us everything. She shall never leave me until we are ruined utterly ourselves, which does not seem far off, or until I can pay her the utmost farthing." "Damn it, how much is it?" said the peer with an oath. And Becky, reflecting on the largeness of his means, mentioned not only the sum which she had borrowed from Miss Briggs, but one of nearly double the amount. This caused the Lord Steyne to break out in another brief and energetic expression of anger, at which Rebecca held down her head the more and cried bitterly. "I could not help it. It was my only chance. I dare not tell my husband. He would kill me if I told him what I have done. I have kept it a secret from everybody but you, and you forced it from me. Oh, what shall I do, Lord Steyne? For I am very, very unhappy." Lord Steyne made no reply except by beating the devil's tattoo and biting his nails. At last he clapped his hat upon his head and flung out of the room. Rebecca did not rise from her attitude of misery until the door slammed upon him and his carriage whirled away. Then she rose up with the queerest expression of victorious mischief glittering in her green eyes. She burst out laughing once or twice to herself as she sat at work, and sitting down to the piano, she rattled away a triumphant voluntary on the keys, which made the people pause under her window to listen to her brilliant music. That night there came 2 notes from Gaunt House for the little woman, the one containing a card of invitation from Lord and Lady Steyne to a dinner at Gaunt House next Friday, while the other enclosed a slip of grey paper bearing Lord Steyne's signature and the address of Messrs. Jones, Brown and Robinson, Lombard Street. Rawdon heard Becky laughing in the night once or twice. It was only her delight at going to Gaunt House and facing the ladies there, she said, which amused her so. But the truth was that she was occupied with a great number of other thoughts. Should she pay off old Briggs and give her conge? Should she astonish Raggles by settling his account? She turned over all these thoughts on her pillow, and on the next day, when Rawdon went out to pay his morning visit to the club, Mrs. Crawley, in a modest dress with a veil on, whipped off in a hackney coach to the City, and being landed at Messrs. Jones and Robinson's bank, presented a document there to the authority at the desk, who in reply asked her how would she take it. She gently said she would take £150 in small notes and the remainder in 1 note, and passing through St. Paul's Churchyard, stopped there and bought the handsomest black silk gown for Briggs which money could buy, and which, with a kiss and the kindest speeches, she presented to the simple old spinster. Then she walked to Mr. Raggles, inquired about his children affectionately, and gave him £50 on account. Then she went to the livery man from whom she jobbed her carriages, and gratified him with a similar sum. "And I hope this will be a lesson to you, Spavin," she said, "and that on the next drawing room day my brother Sir Pitt will not be inconvenienced by being obliged to take 4 of us in his carriage to wait upon his Majesty, because my own carriage is not forthcoming." It appears there had been a difference on the last drawing room day, hence the degradation which the Colonel had almost suffered of being obliged to enter the presence of his sovereign in a hack cab. These arrangements concluded, Becky paid a visit upstairs to the before mentioned desk, which Amelia Sedley had given her years and years ago, and which contained a number of useful and valuable little things, in which private museum she placed the 1 note which Messrs. Jones and Robinson's cashier had given her. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 49, in which we enjoy 3 courses and a dessert. When the ladies of Gaunt House were at breakfast that morning, Lord Steyne, who took his chocolate in private and seldom disturbed the females of his household, or saw them except on public days, or when they crossed each other in the hall, or when from his pit box at the opera he surveyed them in their box on the grand tier, his lordship, we say, appeared among the ladies and the children, who were assembled over the tea and toast, and a battle royal ensued apropos of Rebecca. "My Lady Steyne," he said, "I want to see the list for your dinner on Friday, and I want you, if you please, to write a card for Colonel and Mrs. Crawley." "Blanche writes them," Lady Steyne said in a flutter. "Lady Gaunt writes them." "I will not write to that person. Lady Gaunt said, a tall and stately lady, who looked up for an instant and then down again after she had spoken. It was not good to meet Lord Steyne's eyes for those who had offended him. "Send the children out of the room. Go," said he, pulling at the bell rope. The urchins, always frightened before him, retired. Their mother would have followed too. "Not you," he said. "You stop. My Lady Steyne," he said, "once more, will you have the goodness to go to the desk and write that card for your dinner on Friday?" "My lord, I will not be present at it," Lady Gaunt said. "I will go home." "I wish you would, and stay there. You will find the bailiffs at Bareacres very pleasant company, and I shall be freed from lending money to your relations and from your own damned tragedy heirs. Who are you to give orders here? You have no money, you've got no brains. You were here to have children, and you have not had any. Gaunt's tired of you, and George's wife is the only person in the family who doesn't wish you were dead. Gaunt would marry again if you were." "I wish I were," her ladyship answered, with tears and rage in her eyes. "You, forsooth, must give yourself airs of virtue, while my wife, who is an immaculate saint, as everybody knows, and never did wrong in her life, has no objection to meeting my young friend Mrs. Crawley. My Lady Steyne knows that appearances are sometimes against the best of women, that lies are often told about the most innocent of them. Pray, madam, shall I tell you some little anecdotes about my Lady Bareacres, your mamma?" "You may strike me if you like, sir, or hit any cruel blow," Lady Gaunt said. To see his wife and daughter suffering always put his lordship into a good humour. "My sweet Blanche," he said, "I am a gentleman, and never lay my hands upon a woman save in the way of kindness. I only wish to correct little faults in your character. You women are too proud, and sadly lack humility, as Father Mole, I'm sure, would tell my Lady Steyne if he were here. You mustn't give yourselves airs. You must be meek and humble, my blessings. For all Lady Steyne knows, this calumniated, simple, good-humoured Mrs. Crawley is quite innocent, even more innocent than herself. Her husband's character is not good, but it is as good as Bareacres, who has played a little and not paid a great deal, who cheated you out of the only legacy you ever had, and left you a pauper on my hands. And Mrs. Crawley is not very well born, but she is not worse than Fanny's illustrious ancestor, the first Della Jones." "The money which I brought into the family, sir," Lady George cried out. "You purchased a contingent reversion with it," the Marquis said darkly. "If Gaunt dies, your husband may come to his honours, your little boys may inherit them, and who knows what besides? In the meanwhile, ladies, be as proud and virtuous as you like abroad, but don't give me any airs. As for Mrs. Crawley's character, I shan't demean myself, or that most spotless and perfectly irreproachable lady, by even hinting that it requires a defence. You will be pleased to receive her with the utmost cordiality, as you will receive all persons whom I present in this house. This house," he broke out with a laugh. "Who is master of it, and what is it? This temple of virtue belongs to me, and if I invite all Newgate or all Bedlam here, by God, they shall be welcome." After this vigorous allocution, to one of which sort Lord Steyne treated his harem whenever symptoms of insubordination appeared in his household, the crestfallen women had nothing for it but to obey. Lady Gaunt wrote the invitation which his lordship required, and she and her mother-in-law drove in person, and with bitter and humiliated hearts, to leave the cards on Mrs. Rawdon, the reception of which caused that innocent woman so much pleasure. There were families in London who would have sacrificed a year's income to receive such an honour at the hands of those great ladies. Mrs. Frederick Bullock, for instance, would have gone on her knees from Mayfair to Lombard Street, if Lady Steyne and Lady Gaunt had been waiting in the City to raise her up and say, "Come to us next Friday." Not to one of the great crushes and grand balls of Gaunt House, whither everybody went, but to the sacred, unapproachable, mysterious, delicious entertainments, to be admitted to one of which was a privilege and an honour and a blessing indeed. Severe, spotless, and beautiful, Lady Gaunt held the very highest rank in Vanity Fair. The distinguished courtesy with which Lord Steyne treated her charmed everybody who witnessed his behaviour, caused the severest critics to admit how perfect a gentleman he was, and to own that his lordship's heart at least was in the right place. The ladies of Gaunt House called Lady Bareacres in to their aid, in order to repulse the common enemy. One of Lady Gaunt's carriages went to Hill Street for her ladyship's mother, all whose equipages were in the hands of the bailiffs, whose very jewels and wardrobe, it was said, had been seized by those inexorable Israelites. Bareacres Castle was theirs too, with all its costly pictures, furniture, and articles of virtue. The magnificent Van Dykes, the noble Reynolds pictures, the Lawrence portraits, tawdry and beautiful, and 30 years ago deemed as precious as works of real genius. The matchless dancing nymph of Canover, for which Lady Bareacres had sat in her youth, Lady Bareacres splendid then, and radiant in wealth, rank, and beauty, a toothless bald old woman now, a mere rag of a former robe of state. Her lord, painted at the same time by Lawrence, as waving his sabre in front of Bareacres Castle, and clothed in his uniform as a colonel of the Thistlewood Yeomanry, was a withered, old, lean man in a great coat and a Brutus wig, slinking about Gray's Inn of mornings chiefly, and dining alone at clubs. He did not like to dine with Steyne now. They had run races of pleasure together in youth, when Bareacres was the winner, but Steyne had more bottom than he, and had lasted him out. The Marquis was 10 times a greater man now than the young Lord Gaunt of 85, and Bareacres nowhere in the race, old, beaten, bankrupt, and broken down. He had borrowed too much money of Steyne to find it pleasant to meet his old comrade often. The latter, whenever he wished to be merry, used jeeringly to ask Lady Gaunt why her father had not come to see her. "He has not been here for 4 months," Lord Steyne would say. "I can always tell by my cheque book afterwards when I get a visit from Bareacres. What a comfort it is, my ladies, I bank with one of my son's fathers-in-law, and the other banks with me." Of the other illustrious persons whom Becky had the honour to encounter on this her first presentation to the grand world, it does not become the present historian to say much. There was His Excellency the Prince of Peterwaradin, with his Princess, a nobleman tightly girthed, with a large military chest, on which the plaque of his order shone magnificently, and wearing the red collar of the Golden Fleece round his neck. He was the owner of countless flocks. "Look at his face. I think he must be descended from a sheep," Becky whispered to Lord Steyne. Indeed, His Excellency's countenance, long, solemn, and white, with the ornament round his neck, bore some resemblance to that of a venerable bellwether. There was Mr. John Paul Jefferson Jones, titularly attached to the American Embassy and correspondent of the New York Demagogue, who, by way of making himself agreeable to the company, asked Lady Steyne, during a pause in the conversation at dinner, how his dear friend George Gaunt liked the Brazils. He and George had been most intimate at Naples, and had gone up Vesuvius together. Mr. Jones wrote a full and particular account of the dinner, which appeared duly in the Demagogue. He mentioned the names and titles of all the guests, giving biographical sketches of the principal people. He described the persons of the ladies with great eloquence, the service of the table, the size and costume of the servants, enumerated the dishes and wines served, the ornaments of the sideboard, and the probable value of the plate. Such a dinner, he calculated, could not be dished up under $15 or $18 per head. And he was in the habit, until very lately, of sending over proteges with letters of recommendation to the present Marquis of Steyne, encouraged to do so by the intimate terms on which he had lived with his dear friend the late lord. He was most indignant that a young and insignificant aristocrat, the Earl of Southdown, should have taken the pas of him in their procession to the dining room, just as I was stepping up to offer my hand to a very pleasing and witty fashionable, the brilliant and exclusive Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, he wrote. The young patrician interposed between me and the lady, and whisked my Helen off without a word of apology. I was fain to bring up the rear with the Colonel, the lady's husband, a stout red-faced warrior, who distinguished himself at Waterloo, where he had better luck than befell some of his brother redcoats at New Orleans. The Colonel's countenance on coming into this polite society wore as many blushes as the face of a boy of 16 assumes when he is confronted with his sister's schoolfellows. It has been told before that honest Rawdon had not been much used at any period of his life to ladies' company. With the men at the club or the mess room he was well enough, and could ride, bet, smoke, or play at billiards with the boldest of them. He had had his time for female friendships too, but that was 20 years ago, and the ladies were of the rank of those with whom young Marlowe in the comedy is represented as having been familiar before he became abashed in the presence of Miss Hardcastle. The times are such that one scarcely dares to allude to that kind of company which thousands of our young men in Vanity Fair are frequenting every day, which nightly fills casinos and dancing rooms, which is known to exist as well as the Ring in Hyde Park or the Congregation at St. James's, but which the most squeamish, if not the most moral of societies, is determined to ignore. In a word, although Colonel Crawley was now 45 years of age, it had not been his lot in life to meet with a half-dozen good women, besides his paragon of a wife. All except her, and his kind sister Lady Jane, whose gentle nature had tamed and won him, scared the worthy Colonel, and on occasion of his first dinner at Gaunt House he was not heard to make a single remark, except to state that the weather was very hot. Indeed, Becky would have left him at home, but that virtue ordained that her husband should be by her side to protect the timid and fluttering little creature on her first appearance in polite society. On her first appearance, Lord Steyne stepped forward, taking her hand and greeting her with great courtesy, and presenting her to Lady Steyne and their ladyships, her daughters. Their ladyships made 3 stately curtsies, and the elder lady, to be sure, gave her hand to the newcomer, but it was as cold and lifeless as marble. Becky took it, however, with grateful humility, and performing a reverence which would have done credit to the best dancer master, put herself at Lady Steyne's feet, as it were, by saying that his lordship had been her father's earliest friend and patron, and that she, Becky, had learned to honour and respect the Steyne family from the days of her childhood. The fact is that Lord Steyne had once purchased a couple of pictures of the late Sharp, and the affectionate orphan could never forget her gratitude for that favour. The Lady Bareacres then came under Becky's cognizance, to whom the Colonel's lady made also a most respectful obeisance. It was returned with severe dignity by the exalted person in question. "I had the pleasure of making your ladyship's acquaintance at Brussels 10 years ago," Becky said in the most winning manner. "I had the good fortune to meet Lady Bareacres at the Duchess of Richmond's ball, the night before the battle at Waterloo, and I recollect your ladyship and my Lady Blanche, your daughter, sitting in the carriage in the porte cochere at the inn, waiting for horses. I hope your ladyship's diamonds are safe." Everybody's eyes looked into their neighbours', the famous diamonds had undergone a famous seizure, it appears, about which Becky, of course, knew nothing. Rawdon Crawley retreated with Lord Southdown into a window, where the latter was heard to laugh immoderately as Rawdon told him the story of Lady Bareacres wanting horses, and "knuckling down, by Jove," to Mrs. Crawley. "I think I needn't be afraid of that woman," Becky thought. Indeed, Lady Bareacres exchanged terrified and angry looks with her daughter, and retreated to a table, where she began to look at pictures with great energy. When the potentate from the Danube made his appearance, the conversation was carried on in the French language, and the Lady Bareacres and the younger ladies found, to their farther mortification, that Mrs. Crawley was much better acquainted with that tongue, and spoke it with a much better accent than they. Becky had met other Hungarian magnates with the army in France in 1816-17. She asked after her friends with great interest. The foreign personages thought that she was a lady of great distinction, and the Prince and the Princess asked severally of Lord Steyne and the Marchioness, whom they conducted to dinner, who was that petite dame who spoke so well. Finally, the procession being formed in the order described by the American diplomatist, they marched into the apartment where the banquet was served, and which, as I have promised the reader he shall enjoy it, he shall have the liberty of ordering himself so as to suit his fancy. But it was when the ladies were alone that Becky knew the tug of war would come, and then indeed the little woman found herself in such a situation as made her acknowledge the correctness of Lord Steyne's caution to her to beware the society of ladies above her own sphere. As they say, the persons who hate Irishmen most are Irishmen, so assuredly the greatest tyrants over women are women. When poor little Becky, alone with the ladies, went up to the fireplace, whither the great ladies had repaired, the great ladies marched away and took possession of a table of drawings. When Becky followed them to the table of drawings, they dropped off one by one to the fire again. She tried to speak to one of the children, of whom she was commonly fond in public places, but Master George Gaunt was called away by his mamma, and the stranger was treated with such cruelty finally, that even Lady Steyne herself pitied her, and went up to speak to the friendless little woman. "Lord Steyne," said her ladyship, as her wan cheeks glowed with a blush, "says you sing and play very beautifully, Mrs. Crawley. I wish you would do me the kindness to sing to me." "I will do anything that may give pleasure to my Lord Steyne or to you," said Rebecca, sincerely grateful, and seating herself at the piano began to sing. She sang religious songs of Mozart, which had been early favourites of Lady Steyne, and with such sweetness and tenderness that the lady, lingering round the piano, sat down by its side and listened until the tears rolled down her eyes. It is true that the opposition ladies at the other end of the room kept up a loud and ceaseless buzzing and talking, but the Lady Steyne did not hear those rumours. She was a child again, and had wandered back through a 40 years' wilderness to her convent garden. The chapel organ had pealed the same tones. The organist, the sister whom she loved best of the community, had taught them to her in those early happy days. She was a girl once more, and the brief period of her happiness bloomed out again for an hour. She started when the jarring doors were flung open, and with a loud laugh from Lord Steyne, the men of the party entered, full of gaiety. He saw at a glance what had happened in his absence, and was grateful to his wife for once. He went and spoke to her, and called her by her Christian name, so as again to bring blushes to her pale face. "My wife says you have been singing like an angel," he said to Becky. Now there are angels of two kinds, and both sorts, it is said, are charming in their way. Whatever the previous portion of the evening had been, the rest of that night was a great triumph for Becky. She sang her very best, and it was so good that every one of the men came and crowded round the piano. The women, her enemies, were left quite alone, and Mr. Paul Jefferson Jones thought he had made a conquest of Lady Gaunt by going up to her ladyship and praising her delightful friend's first-rate singing. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 50 contains a vulgar incident. The muse, whoever she be, who presides over this comic history, must now descend from the genteel heights in which she has been soaring, and have the goodness to drop down upon the lowly roof of John Sedley at Brompton, and describe what events are taking place there. Here, too, in this humble tenement, live care and distrust and dismay. Mrs. Clapp in the kitchen is grumbling in secret to her husband about the rent, and urging the good fellow to rebel against his old friend and patron and his present lodger. Mrs. Sedley has ceased to visit her landlady in the lower regions now, and indeed is in a position to patronise Mrs. Clapp no longer. How can one be condescending to a lady to whom one owes a matter of £40, and who is perpetually throwing out hints for the money? The Irish maidservant has not altered in the least in her kind and respectful behaviour, but Mrs. Sedley fancies that she is growing insolent and ungrateful, and, as the guilty thief who fears each bush an officer, sees threatening innuendos and hints of capture in all the girl's speeches and answers. Miss Clapp, grown quite a young woman now, is declared by the soured old lady to be an unbearable and impudent little minx. Why Amelia can be so fond of her, or have her in her room so much, or walk out with her so constantly, Mrs. Sedley cannot conceive. The bitterness of poverty has poisoned the life of the once cheerful and kindly woman. She is thankless for Amelia's constant and gentle bearing towards her, carps at her for her efforts at kindness or service, rails at her for her silly pride in her child and her neglect of her parents. Georgy's house is not a very lively one since Uncle Jos's annuity has been withdrawn, and the little family are almost upon famine diet. Amelia thinks and racks her brain to find some means of increasing the small pittance upon which the household is starving. Can she give lessons in anything, paint card racks, do fine work? She finds that women are working hard and better than she can for twopence a day. She buys a couple of begilt Bristol boards at the fancy stationer's and paints her very best upon them. A shepherd with a red waistcoat on one and a pink face smiling in the midst of a pencil landscape, a shepherdess on the other crossing a little bridge with a little dog nicely shaded. The man of the Fancy Repository and Brompton Emporium of Fine Arts, of whom she bought the screens, vainly hoping that he would repurchase them when ornamented by her hand, can hardly hide the sneer with which he examines these feeble works of art. He looks askance at the lady who waits in the shop, and ties up the cards again in their envelope of whitey brown paper, and hands them to the poor widow and Miss Clapp, who had never seen such beautiful things in her life, and had been quite confident that the man must give at least 2 guineas for the screens. They try at other shops in the interior of London with faint, sickening hopes. "Don't want 'em," says one. "Be off," says another fiercely. 3 and 6pence has been spent in vain. The screens retire to Miss Clapp's bedroom, who persists in thinking them lovely. She writes out a little card in her neatest hand, and after long thought and labour of composition, in which the public is informed that a lady who has some time at her disposal wishes to undertake the education of some little girls, whom she would instruct in English, in French, in geography, in history, and in music. Address A.O. at Mr. Brown's. And she confides the card to the gentleman of the Fine Art Repository, who consents to allow it to lie upon the counter, where it grows dingy and fly blown. Amelia passes the door wistfully many a time, in hopes that Mr. Brown will have some news to give her, but he never beckons her in. When she goes to make little purchases, there is no news for her. Poor simple lady, tender and weak, how are you to battle with the struggling, violent world? She grows daily more careworn and sad, fixing upon her child alarmed eyes, whereof the little boy cannot interpret the expression. She starts up of a night and peeps into his room stealthily to see that he is sleeping and not stolen away. She sleeps but little now. A constant thought and terror is haunting her. How she weeps and prays in the long silent nights, how she tries to hide herself from the thought which will return to her, that she ought to part with the boy, that she is the only barrier between him and prosperity. Oh, she can't, not now at least, some other day. Oh, it is too hard to think of and to bear. A thought comes over her which makes her blush and turn from herself. Her parents might keep the annuity. The curate would marry her and give a home to her and the boy. But George's picture and dearest memory are there to rebuke her. Shame and love say no to the sacrifice. She shrinks from it as from something unholy, and such thoughts never found a resting place in that pure and gentle bosom. The combat, which we describe in a sentence or two, lasted for many weeks in poor Amelia's heart, during which she had no confidant. Indeed, she could never have one, as she would not allow herself the possibility of yielding, though she was giving way daily before the enemy with whom she had to battle. One truth after another was marshalling itself silently against her and keeping its ground. Poverty and misery for all, want and degradation for her parents, injustice to the boy. One by one the outworks of the little citadel were taken, in which the poor soul passionately guarded her only love and treasure. At the beginning of the struggle, she had written off a letter of tender supplication to her brother at Calcutta, imploring him not to withdraw the support which he had granted to their parents, and painting in terms of artless pathos their lonely and hapless condition. She did not know the truth of the matter. The payment of Jos's annuity was still regular, but it was a moneylender in the city who was receiving it. Old Sedley had sold it for a sum of money wherewith to prosecute his bootless schemes. Emmy was calculating eagerly the time that would elapse before the letter would arrive and be answered. She had written down the date in her pocket book of the day when she dispatched it. To her son's guardian, the good Major at Madras, she had not communicated any of her griefs and perplexities. She had not written to him since she wrote to congratulate him on his approaching marriage. She thought with sickening despondency that that friend, the only one, the one who had felt such a regard for her, was fallen away. One day, when things had come to a very bad pass, when the creditors were pressing, the mother in hysteric grief, the father in more than usual gloom, the inmates of the family avoiding each other, each secretly oppressed with his private unhappiness and notion of wrong, the father and daughter happened to be left alone together, and Amelia thought to comfort her father by telling him what she had done. She had written to Joseph. An answer must come in 3 or 4 months. He was always generous, though careless. He could not refuse when he knew how straitened were the circumstances of his parents. Then the poor old gentleman revealed the whole truth to her, that his son was still paying the annuity which his own imprudence had flung away. He had not dared to tell it sooner. He thought Amelia's ghastly and terrified look when, with a trembling, miserable voice, he made the confession, conveyed reproaches to him for his concealment. "Ah," he said, with quivering lips, and turning away, "you despise your old father now." "Oh, Papa, it is not that," Amelia cried out, falling on his neck and kissing him many times. "You are always good and kind. You did it for the best. It is not for the money. It is... My God, have mercy upon me and give me strength to bear this trial." And she kissed him again wildly and went away. Still the father did not know what that explanation meant, and the burst of anguish with which the poor girl left him. It was that she was conquered. The sentence was passed. The child must go from her to others, to forget her, her heart and her treasure, her joy, hope, love, worship, her God almost. She must give him up. And then she would go to George, and they would watch over the child and wait for him until he came to them in heaven. She put on her bonnet, scarcely knowing what she did, and went out to walk in the lanes by which George used to come back from school, and where she was in the habit of going on his return to meet the boy. It was May, a half holiday. The leaves were all coming out. The weather was brilliant. The boy came running to her, flushed with health, singing, his bundle of school books hanging by a thong. There he was. Both her arms were round him. No, no, it was impossible. They could not be going to part. "What is the matter, mother?" said he. "You look very pale." "Nothing, my child," she said, and stooped down and kissed him. That night Amelia made the boy read the story of Samuel to her, and how Hannah his mother, having weaned him, brought him to Eli the high priest to minister before the Lord. And he read the song of gratitude which Hannah sang, and which says, "Who is it who maketh poor and maketh rich, and bringeth low and exalteth? How the poor shall be raised up out of the dust, and how, in his own might, no man shall be strong." Then he read how Samuel's mother made him a little coat, and brought it to him from year to year, when she came up to offer the yearly sacrifice. And then, in her sweet, simple way, George's mother made commentaries to the boy upon this affecting story. How Hannah, though she loved her son so much, yet gave him up because of her vow, and how she must always have thought of him as she sat at home, far away, making the little coat. And Samuel, she was sure, never forgot his mother. And how happy she must have been, as the time came, and the years pass away very quick, when she should see her boy, and how good and wise he had grown. This little sermon she spoke with a gentle, solemn voice and dry eyes, until she came to the account of their meeting. Then the discourse broke off suddenly, the tender heart overflowed, and taking the boy to her breast, she rocked him in her arms, and wept silently over him in a sainted agony of tears. Her mind being made up, the widow began to take such measures as seemed right to her for advancing the end which she proposed. One day Miss Osborne, in Russell Square, Amelia had not written the name or number of the house for 10 years. Her youth, her early story came back to her as she wrote the superscription. One day Miss Osborne got a letter from Amelia, which made her blush very much, and look towards her father, sitting glooming in his place at the other end of the table. In simple terms, Amelia told her the reasons which had induced her to change her mind respecting her boy. Her father had met with fresh misfortunes which had entirely ruined him. Her own pittance was so small that it would barely enable her to support her parents, and would not suffice to give George the advantages which were his due. Great as her sufferings would be at parting with him, she would, by God's help, endure them for the boy's sake. She knew that those to whom he was going would do all in their power to make him happy. She described his disposition, such as she fancied it, quick and impatient of control or harshness, easily to be moved by love and kindness. In a postscript she stipulated that she should have a written agreement, that she should see the child as often as she wished. She could not part with him under any other terms. "What, Mrs. Pride has come down, has she?" old Osborne said, when with a tremulous eager voice Miss Osborne read him the letter. "Regular starved out, eh? Ha, ha! I knew she would." He tried to keep his dignity and to read his paper as usual, but he could not follow it. He chuckled and swore to himself behind the sheet. At last he flung it down, and scowling at his daughter, as his wont was, went out of the room into his study adjoining, from whence he presently returned with a key. He flung it to Miss Osborne. "Get the room over mine, his room that was, ready," he said. "Yes, sir," his daughter replied in a tremble. It was George's room. It had not been opened for more than 10 years. Some of his clothes, papers, handkerchiefs, whips and caps, fishing rods and sporting gear were still there. An army list of 1814, with his name written on the cover, a little dictionary he was wont to use in writing, and the Bible his mother had given him were on the mantelpiece, with a pair of spurs and a dried inkstand covered with the dust of 10 years. Ah, since that ink was wet, what days and people had passed away! The writing book, still on the table, was blotted with his hand. Miss Osborne was much affected when she first entered this room with the servants under her. She sank quite pale on the little bed. "This is blessed news, mum, indeed, mum," the housekeeper said, "and the good old times is returning, mum. The dear little feller, to be sure, mum, how happy he will be. But some folks in Mayfair, mum, will owe him a grudge, mum." And she clicked back the bolt which held the window sash and let the air into the chamber. "You had better send that woman some money," Mr. Osborne said before he went out. "She shan't want for nothing. Send her £100." "And I'll go and see her to morrow?" Miss Osborne asked. "That's your look out. She don't come in here, mind. No, by God, not for all the money in London. But you mustn't want now, so look out and get things right." With which brief speeches Mr. Osborne took leave of his daughter and went on his accustomed way into the city. "Here, Papa, is some money," Amelia said that night, kissing the old man, her father, and putting a bill for £100 into his hands. And Mamma, don't be harsh with Georgy. He is not going to stop with us long." She could say nothing more, and walked away silently to her room. Let us close it upon her prayers and her sorrow. I think we had best speak little about so much love and grief. Miss Osborne came the next day, according to the promise contained in her note, and saw Amelia. That meeting between them was friendly. A look and a few words from Miss Osborne showed the poor widow that, with regard to this woman at least, there need be no fear lest she should take the first place in her son's affection. She was cold, sensible, not unkind. The mother had not been so well pleased, perhaps, had the rival been better looking, younger, more affectionate. warmer hearted. Miss Osborne, on the other hand, thought of old times and memories, and could not but be touched with the poor mother's pitiful situation. She was conquered, and laying down her arms, as it were, she humbly submitted. That day they arranged together the preliminaries of the treaty of capitulation. George was kept from school the next day, and saw his aunt. Amelia left them alone together, and went to her room. She was trying the separation, as that poor gentle Lady Jane Grey felt the edge of the axe that was to come down and sever her slender life. Days were passed in parleys, visits, preparations. The widow broke the matter to Georgy with great caution. She looked to see him very much affected by the intelligence. He was rather elated than otherwise, and the poor woman turned sadly away. He bragged about the news that day to the boys at school, told them how he was going to live with his grandpapa, his father's father, not the one who comes here sometimes, and that he would be very rich and have a carriage and a pony and go to a much finer school, and when he was rich he would buy Leader's pencil case and pay the tart woman. The boy was the image of his father, as his fond mother thought. Indeed, I have no heart, on account of our dear Amelia's sake, to go through the story of George's last days at home. At last the day came. The carriage drove up. The little humble packets containing tokens of love and remembrance were ready and disposed in the hall long since. George was in his new suit, for which the tailor had come previously to measure him. He had sprung up with the sun and put on the new clothes, his mother hearing him from the room close by, in which she had been lying in speechless grief and watching. Days before, she had been making preparations for the end, purchasing little stores for the boy's use, marking his books and linen, talking with him and preparing him for the change, fondly fancying that he needed preparation. So that he had change, what cared he? He was longing for it. By 1,000 eager declarations as to what he would do when he went to live with his grandfather, he had shown the poor widow how little the idea of parting had cast him down. He would come and see his mamma often on the pony, he said. He would come and fetch her in the carriage. They would drive in the park, and she should have everything she wanted. The poor mother was fain to content herself with these selfish demonstrations of attachment, and tried to convince herself how sincerely her son loved her. He must love her. All children were so, a little anxious for novelty, and no, not selfish, but self-willed. Her child must have his enjoyments and ambition in the world. She herself, by her own selfishness and imprudent love for him, had denied him his just rights and pleasures hitherto. I know few things more affecting than that timorous debasement and self-humiliation of a woman. How she owns that it is she and not the man who is guilty. How she takes all the faults on her side. How she courts, in a manner, punishment for the wrongs which she has not committed, and persists in shielding the real culprit. It is those who injure women who get the most kindness from them. They are born timid and tyrants, and maltreat those who are humblest before them. So poor Amelia had been getting ready in silent misery for her son's departure, and had passed many and many a long solitary hour in making preparations for the end. George stood by his mother, watching her arrangements without the least concern. Tears had fallen into his boxes. Passages had been scored in his favourite books. Old toys, relics, treasures had been hoarded away for him and packed with strange neatness and care. And of all these things the boy took no note. The child goes away smiling as the mother breaks her heart. By heavens, it is pitiful, the bootless love of women for children in Vanity Fair. A few days are past, and the great event of Amelia's life is consummated. No angel has intervened. The child is sacrificed and offered up to fate, and the widow is quite alone. The boy comes to see her often, to be sure. He rides on a pony with a coachman behind him, to the delight of his old grandfather Sedley, who walks proudly down the lane by his side. She sees him, but he is not her boy any more. Why, he rides to see the boys at the little school too, and to show off before them his new wealth and splendour. In 2 days he has adopted a slightly imperious air and patronising manner. He was born to command, his mother thinks, as his father was before him. It is fine weather now. Of evenings, on the days when he does not come, she takes a long walk into London, yes, as far as Russell Square, and rests on the stone by the railing of the garden opposite Mr. Osborne's house. It is so pleasant and cool. She can look up and see the drawing-room windows illuminated, and at about 9 o'clock the chamber in the upper story where Georgy sleeps. She knows. He has told her. She prays there as the light goes out, prays with an humble heart, and walks home shrinking and silent. She is very tired when she comes home. Perhaps she will sleep the better for that long weary walk, and she may dream about Georgy. One Sunday she happened to be walking in Russell Square, at some distance from Mr. Osborne's house. She could see it from a distance, though, when all the bells of Sabbath were ringing, and George and his aunt came out to go to church. A little sweep asked for charity, and the footman who carried the books tried to drive him away, but Georgy stopped and gave him money. May God's blessing be on the boy! Emmy ran round the square, and coming up to the sweep, gave him her mite too. All the bells of Sabbath were ringing, and she followed them until she came to the Foundling Church, into which she went. There she sat in a place whence she could see the head of the boy under his father's tombstone. Many hundred fresh children's voices rose up there and sang hymns to the Father Beneficent, and little George's soul thrilled with delight at the burst of glorious psalmody. His mother could not see him for a while, through the mist that dimmed her eyes. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 51, in which a charade is acted which may or may not puzzle the reader. After Becky's appearance at my Lord Steyne's private and select parties, the claims of that estimable woman as regards fashion were settled, and some of the very greatest and tallest doors in the metropolis were speedily opened to her. Doors so great and tall that the beloved reader and writer hereof may hope in vain to enter at them. Dear brethren, let us tremble before those august portals. I fancy them guarded by grooms of the chamber with flaming silver forks, with which they prong all those who have not the right of the entree. They say the honest newspaper fellow who sits in the hall and takes down the names of the great ones who are admitted to the feasts dies after a little time. He can't survive the glare of fashion long. It scorches him up, as the presence of Jupiter in full dress wasted that poor imprudent Semele, a giddy moth of a creature who ruined herself by venturing out of her natural atmosphere. Her myth ought to be taken to heart amongst the Tyburnians, the Belgravians. Her story, and perhaps Becky's too. Ah, ladies, ask the Reverend Mr. Thurifer if Belgravia is not a sounding brass and Tyburnia a tinkling cymbal. These are vanities, even these will pass away, and some day or other but it will be after our time, thank goodness. Hyde Park Gardens will be no better known than the celebrated horticultural outskirts of Babylon, and Belgrave Square will be as desolate as Baker Street, or Tadmor in the wilderness. Ladies, are you aware that the great Pitt lived in Baker Street? What would not your grandmothers have given to be asked to Lady Hester's parties in that now decayed mansion? I have dined in it. Moi qui vous parle. I peopled the chamber with ghosts of the mighty dead. As we sat soberly drinking claret there with men of to-day, the spirits of the departed came in and took their places round the darksome board. The pilot who weathered the storm tossed off great bumpers of spiritual port. The shade of Dundas did not leave the ghost of a heel tap. Addington sat bowing and smirking in a ghastly manner, and would not be behindhand when the noiseless bottle went round. Scott, from under bushy eyebrows, winked at the apparition of a bee's wing. Wilberforce's eyes went up to the ceiling, so that he did not seem to know how his glass went up full to his mouth and came down empty. Up to the ceiling which was above us only yesterday, and which the great of the past days have all looked at. They let the house as a furnished lodging now. Yes, Lady Hester once lived in Baker Street, and lies asleep in the wilderness. Eothen saw her there, not in Baker Street, but in the other solitude. It is all vanity, to be sure, but who will not own to liking a little of it? I should like to know what well-constituted mind, merely because it is transitory, dislikes roast beef. That is a vanity, but may every man who reads this have a wholesome portion of it through life, I beg. Ay, though my readers were 500,000. Sit down, gentlemen, and fall to, with a good hearty appetite. The fat, the lean, the gravy, the horseradish, as you like it. Don't spare it. Another glass of wine, Jones, my boy. A little bit of the Sunday side. Yes, let us eat our fill of the vain thing, and be thankful therefore. And let us make the best of Becky's aristocratic pleasures likewise, for these too, like all other mortal delights, were but transitory. The upshot of her visit to Lord Steyne was that His Highness the Prince of Peterwaradin took occasion to renew his acquaintance with Colonel Crawley when they met on the next day at the club, and to compliment Mrs. Crawley in the ring of Hyde Park with a profound salute of the hat. She and her husband were invited immediately to one of the Prince's small parties at Levant House, then occupied by His Highness during the temporary absence from England of its noble proprietor. She sang after dinner to a very little comite. The Marquis of Steyne was present, paternally superintending the progress of his pupil. At Levant House, Becky met one of the finest gentlemen and greatest ministers that Europe has produced, the Duc de la Japotiere, then ambassador from the most Christian king, and subsequently minister to that monarch. I declare I swell with pride as these august names are transcribed by my pen, and I think in what brilliant company my dear Becky is moving. She became a constant guest at the French embassy, where no party was considered to be complete without the presence of the charming Madame Ravdon Cravely. Messieurs de Truffigny of the Perigord family and Champignac, both attachés of the embassy, were straightway smitten by the charms of the fair Colonel's wife, and both declared, according to the wont of their nation, for who ever yet met a Frenchman come out of England that has not left half a dozen families miserable, and brought away as many hearts in his pocket book, both, I say, declared that they were au mieux with the charming Madame Ravdon. But I doubt the correctness of the assertion. Champignac was very fond of écarté and made many parties with the Colonel of evenings, while Becky was singing to Lord Steyne in the other room. And as for Truffigny, it is a well-known fact that he dared not go to the Travellers', where he owed money to the waiters, and if he had not had the embassy as a dining place, the worthy young gentleman must have starved. I doubt, I say, that Becky would have selected either of these young men as a person on whom she would bestow her special regard. They ran of her messages, purchased her gloves and flowers, went in debt for opera boxes for her, and made themselves amiable in 1,000 ways, and they talked English with adorable simplicity, and to the constant amusement of Becky and my Lord Steyne. She would mimic one or other to his face, and compliment him on his advance in the English language with a gravity which never failed to tickle the Marquis, her sardonic old patron. Truffigny gave Briggs a shawl by way of winning over Becky's confidante, and asked her to take charge of a letter which the simple spinster handed over in public to the person to whom it was addressed, and the composition of which amused everybody who read it greatly. Lord Steyne read it, everybody but honest Rawdon, to whom it was not necessary to tell everything that passed in the little house in Mayfair. Here, before long, Becky received not only the best foreigners, as the phrase is in our noble and admirable society slang, but some of the best English people too. I don't mean the most virtuous, or indeed the least virtuous, or the cleverest, or the stupidest, or the richest, or the best born, but the best. In a word, people about whom there is no question, such as the great Lady Fitzwallis, that patron saint of Almack's, the great Lady Slowbore, the great Lady Grizzel Macbeth. She was Lady G. Glowry, daughter of Lord Grey of Glowry, and the like. When the Countess of Fitzwillis, her ladyship is of the King Street family, C. Debrett and Burke, takes up a person, he or she is safe. There is no question about them any more. Not that my Lady Fitzwillis is any better than anybody else, being, on the contrary, a faded person, 57 years of age, and neither handsome, nor wealthy, nor entertaining. But it is agreed on all sides that she is of the best people. Those who go to her are of the best, and from an old grudge probably to Lady Steyne, for whose coronet her ladyship, then the youthful Georgina Frederica, daughter of the Prince of Wales's favourite, the Earl of Portensherry, had once tried, this great and famous leader of the fashion chose to acknowledge Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, made her a most marked curtsey at the assembly over which she presided, and not only encouraged her son, St. Kitts, his lordship got his place through Lord Steyne's interest, to frequent Mrs. Crawley's house, but asked her to her own mansion, and spoke to her twice in the most public and condescending manner during dinner. The important fact was known all over London that night. People who had been crying fie about Mrs. Crawley were silent. Wenham, the wit and lawyer, Lord Steyne's right-hand man, went about everywhere praising her. Some who had hesitated came forward at once and welcomed her. Little Tom Toady, who had warned Southdown about visiting such an abandoned woman, now besought to be introduced to her. In a word, she was admitted to be among the best people. Ah, my beloved readers and brethren, do not envy poor Becky prematurely. Glory like this is said to be fugitive. It is currently reported that even in the very inmost circles they are no happier than the poor wanderers outside the zone, and Becky, who penetrated into the very centre of fashion, and saw the great George IV face to face, has owned since that there too was vanity. We must be brief in descanting upon this part of her career. As I cannot describe the mysteries of Freemasonry, although I have a shrewd idea that it is a humbug, so an uninitiated man cannot take upon himself to portray the great world accurately, and had best keep his opinions to himself, whatever they are. Becky has often spoken, in subsequent years of this season of her life, when she moved among the very greatest circles of the London fashion. Her success excited, elated, and then bored her. At first, no occupation was more pleasant than to invent and procure, the latter a work of no small trouble and ingenuity, by the way, in a person of Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's very narrow means. To procure, we say, the prettiest new dresses and ornaments, to drive to fine dinner parties where she was welcomed by great people, and from the fine dinner parties to fine assemblies, whither the same people came with whom she had been dining, whom she had met the night before and would see on the morrow. The young men faultlessly appointed, handsomely cravatted, with the neatest glossy boots and white gloves; the elders portly, brass-buttoned, noble-looking, polite and prosy; the young ladies blonde, timid, and in pink; the mothers grand, beautiful, sumptuous, solemn, and in diamonds. They talked in English, not in bad French, as they do in the novels. They talked about each other's houses and characters and families, just as the Joneses do about the Smiths. Becky's former acquaintances hated and envied her. The poor woman herself was yawning in spirit. "I wish I were out of it," she said to herself. "I would rather be a parson's wife and teach a Sunday school than this, or a sergeant's lady and ride in the regimental waggon, or, oh, how much gayer it would be to wear spangles and trousers and dance before a booth at a fair." "You would do it very well," said Lord Steyne, laughing. She used to tell the great man her ennuis and perplexities in her artless way. They amused him. "Rawdon would make a very good écuyer, master of the ceremonies. What do you call him? The man in the large boots and the uniform, who goes round the ring cracking the whip. He is large, heavy, and of a military figure. I recollect," Becky continued pensively, "my father took me to see a show at Brook Green Fair when I was a child, and when we came home I made myself a pair of stilts and danced in the studio to the wonder of all the pupils." "I should have liked to see it," said Lord Steyne. "I should like to do it now," Becky continued. "How Lady Blinky would open her eyes, and Lady Grizzel Macbeth would stare. Hush! Silence! There is Puster beginning to sing." Becky always made a point of being conspicuously polite to the professional ladies and gentlemen who attended at these aristocratic parties, of following them into the corners where they sat in silence and shaking hands with them, and smiling in the view of all persons. She was an artist herself, as she said very truly. There was a frankness and humility in the manner in which she acknowledged her origin, which provoked or disarmed or amused lookers on, as the case might be. "How cool that woman is," said one. "What airs of independence she assumes, when she ought to sit still and be thankful if any one speaks to her." "What an honest and good-natured soul she is," said another. "What an artful little minx," said a third. They were all right, very likely, but Becky went her own way, and so fascinated the professional personages that they would leave off their sore throats in order to sing at her parties, and give her lessons for nothing. Yes, she gave parties in the little house in Curzon Street. Many scores of carriages with blazing lamps blocked up the street, to the disgust of number 100, who could not rest for the thunder of the knocking, and of 102, who could not sleep for envy. The gigantic footmen who accompanied the vehicles were too big to be contained in Becky's little hall, and were billeted off in the neighbouring public houses, whence, when they were wanted, call boys summoned them from their beer. Scores of the great dandies of London squeezed and trod on each other on the little stairs, laughing to find themselves there, and many spotless and severe ladies of ton were seated in the little drawing room, listening to the professional singers, who were singing according to their wont, and as if they wished to blow the windows down. and the day after there appeared among the fashionable reunions in the Morning Post a paragraph to the following effect: "Yesterday Colonel and Mrs. Crawley entertained a select party at dinner in their house in Mayfair. Their Excellencies the Prince and Princess of Peterwaradin, H.E. Papoosh Pasha, the Turkish Ambassador, attended by Kybob Bey, dragoman of the mission, the Marquis of Steyne, Earl of Southdown, Sir Pitt and Lady Jane Crawley, Mr. Wagg, etc. After dinner, Mrs. Crawley had an assembly, which was attended by the Duchess Dowager of Stilton, Duke de la Gruyere, Marchioness of Cheshire, Marchese Alessandro Strachino, Comte de Brie, Baron Schapzuger, Chevalier Tosti, Countess of Slingstone, and Lady F. Macadam, Major General and Lady G. Macbeth, and two Miss Macbeths, Viscount Paddington, Sir Horace Fogey, Honourable Sands Bedwin, Bobaki Bahauder, and an etc., which the reader may fill at his pleasure through a dozen close lines of small type. And in her commerce with the great, our dear friend showed the same frankness which distinguished her transactions with the lowly in station. On one occasion, when out at a very fine house, Rebecca was, perhaps rather ostentatiously, holding a conversation in the French language with a celebrated tenor singer of that nation, while the Lady Grizzel Macbeth looked over her shoulder, scowling at the pair. "How very well you speak French," Lady Grizzel said, who herself spoke the tongue in an Edinburgh accent most remarkable to hear. "I ought to know it," Becky modestly said, casting down her eyes. "I taught it in a school, and my mother was a Frenchwoman." Lady Grizzel was won by her humility, and was mollified towards the little woman. She deplored the fatal levelling tendencies of the age, which admitted persons of all classes into the society of their superiors; but her ladyship owned that this one at least was well behaved, and never forgot her place in life. She was a very good woman, good to the poor, stupid, blameless, unsuspicious. It is not her ladyship's fault that she fancies herself better than you and me. The skirts of her ancestors' garments have been kissed for centuries. It is 1,000 years, they say, since the tartans of the head of the family were embraced by the defunct Duncan's lords and councillors, when the great ancestor of the house became King of Scotland. Lady Steyne, after the music scene, succumbed before Becky, and perhaps was not disinclined to her. The younger ladies of the house of Gaunt were also compelled into submission. Once or twice they set people at her, but they failed. The brilliant Lady Stunnington tried a passage of arms with her, but was routed with great slaughter by the intrepid little Becky. When attacked, sometimes, Becky had a knack of adopting a demure ingenue air, under which she was most dangerous. She said the wickedest things with the most simple unaffected air when in this mood, and would take care artlessly to apologise for her blunders, so that all the world should know that she had made them. Mr. Wagg, the celebrated wit, and a lead captain and trencherman of my Lord Steyne, was caused by the ladies to charge her, and the worthy fellow, leering at his patronesses and giving them a wink, as much as to say, "Now look out for sport," one evening began an assault upon Becky, who was unsuspiciously eating her dinner. The little woman, attacked on a sudden, but never without arms, lighted up in an instant, parried and riposted with a home thrust which made Wagg's face tingle with shame. Then she returned to her soup with the most perfect calm and a quiet smile on her face. Wagg's great patron, who gave him dinners and lent him a little money sometimes, and whose election, newspaper, and other jobs Wagg did, gave the luckless fellow such a savage glance with the eyes as almost made him sink under the table and burst into tears. He looked piteously at my lord, who never spoke to him during dinner, and at the ladies, who disowned him. At last Becky herself took compassion upon him and tried to engage him in talk. He was not asked to dinner again for 6 weeks, and Fiche, my lord's confidential man, to whom Wagg naturally paid a good deal of court, was instructed to tell him that if he ever dared to say a rude thing to Mrs. Crawley again, or make her the butt of his stupid jokes, Milor would put every one of his notes of hand into his lawyer's hands and sell him up without mercy. Wagg wept before Fiche and implored his dear friend to intercede for him. He wrote a poem in favour of Mrs. R.C., which appeared in the very next number of the Harum Scarum magazine, which he conducted. He implored her goodwill at parties when he met her. He cringed and coaxed Rawdon at the club. He was allowed to come back to Gaunt House after a while. Becky was always good to him, always amused, never angry. His lordship's vizier and chief confidential servant, with a seat in Parliament and at the dinner table, Mr. Wenham, was much more prudent in his behaviour and opinions than Mr. Wagg. However much he might be disposed to hate all parvenus, Mr. Wenham himself was a staunch old true blue Tory, and his father a small coal merchant in the north of England. This aide de camp of the Marquis never showed any sort of hostility to the new favourite, but pursued her with stealthy kindnesses and a sly and deferential politeness, which somehow made Becky more uneasy than other people's overt hostilities. How the Crawleys got the money which was spent upon the entertainments with which they treated the polite world was a mystery which gave rise to some conversation at the time, and probably added zest to these little festivities. Some persons averred that Sir Pitt Crawley gave his brother a handsome allowance. If he did, Becky's power over the Baronet must have been extraordinary indeed, and his character greatly changed in his advanced age. Other parties hinted that it was Becky's habit to levy contributions on all her husband's friends, going to this one in tears with an account that there was an execution in the house, falling on her knees to that one and declaring that the whole family must go to gaol and commit suicide unless such and such a bill could be paid. Lord Southdown, it was said, had been induced to give many hundreds through these pathetic representations. Young Feltham of the th Dragoons, and son of the firm of Tyler and Feltham, hatters and army accoutrement makers, and whom the Crawleys introduced into fashionable life, was also cited as one of Becky's victims in the pecuniary way. People declared that she got money from various simply disposed persons under pretence of getting them confidential appointments under government. Who knows what stories were or were not told of our dear and innocent friend? Certain it is that if she had had all the money which she was said to have begged or borrowed or stolen, she might have capitalized and been honest for life, whereas... But this is advancing matters. The truth is that by economy and good management, by a sparing use of ready money, and by paying scarcely anybody, people can manage, for a time at least, to make a great show with very little means; and it is our belief that Becky's much talked of parties, which were not, after all was said, very numerous, cost this lady very little more than the wax candles which lighted the walls. Stilbrook and Queen's Crawley supplied her with game and fruit in abundance. Lord Steyne's cellars were at her disposal, and that excellent nobleman's famous cooks presided over her little kitchen, or sent by my lord's order the rarest delicacies from their own. I protest it is quite shameful in the world to abuse a simple creature as people of her time abuse Becky, and I warn the public against believing 1/10 of the stories against her. If every person is to be banished from society who runs into debt and cannot pay, if we are to be peering into everybody's private life, speculating upon their income, and cutting them if we don't approve of their expenditure, why, what a howling wilderness and intolerable dwelling Vanity Fair would be. Every man's hand would be against his neighbour in this case, my dear sir, and the benefits of civilization would be done away with. We should be quarrelling, abusing, avoiding one another. Our houses would become caverns, and we should go in rags because we cared for nobody. Rents would go down, parties wouldn't be given any more, all the tradesmen of the town would be bankrupt. Wine, wax lights, comestibles, rouge, crinoline petticoats, diamonds, wigs, Louis XIV gimcracks and old china, park hacks and splendid high-stepping carriage horses, all the delights of life, I say, would go to the deuce, if people did but act upon their silly principles and avoid those whom they dislike and abuse. Whereas, by a little charity and mutual forbearance, things are made to go on pleasantly enough. We may abuse a man as much as we like, and call him the greatest rascal unhanged. But do we wish to hang him therefore? No. We shake hands when we meet. If his cook is good, we forgive him and go and dine with him, and we expect he will do the same by us. Thus trade flourishes, civilization advances, peace is kept, new dresses are wanted for new assemblies every week, and the last year's vintage of Lafitte will remunerate the honest proprietor who reared it. At the time whereof we are writing, though the great George was on the throne, and ladies wore gigots and large combs like tortoise-shell shovels in their hair, instead of the simple sleeves and lovely wreaths which are actually in fashion, the manners of the very polite world were not, I take it, essentially different from those of the present day, and their amusements pretty similar. To us, from the outside, gazing over the policeman's shoulders at the bewildering beauties as they pass into court or ball, they may seem beings of unearthly splendour, and in the enjoyment of an exquisite happiness by us unattainable. It is to console some of these dissatisfied beings that we are narrating our dear Becky's struggles and triumphs and disappointments, of all of which, indeed, as is the case with all persons of merit, she had her share. At this time the amiable amusement of acting charades had come among us from France, and was considerably in vogue in this country, enabling the many ladies amongst us who had beauty to display their charms, and the fewer number who had cleverness to exhibit their wit. My Lord Steyne was incited by Becky, who perhaps believed herself endowed with both the above qualifications, to give an entertainment at Gaunt House which should include some of these little dramas, and we must take leave to introduce the reader to this brilliant reunion, and with a melancholy welcome too, for it will be among the very last of the fashionable entertainments to which it will be our fortune to conduct him. A portion of that splendid room, the picture gallery of Gaunt House, was arranged as the charade theatre. It had been so used when George III was king, and a picture of the Marquis of Gaunt is still extant, with his hair in powder and a pink ribbon, in a Roman shape, as it was called, enacting the part of Cato in Mr. Addison's tragedy of that name, performed before their Royal Highnesses the Prince of Wales, the Bishop of Osnaburgh, and Prince William Henry, then children like the actor. One or two of the old properties were drawn out of the garrets where they had lain ever since, and furbished up anew for the present festivities. Young Bedwin Sands, then an elegant dandy and Eastern traveller, was manager of the revels. An Eastern traveller was somebody in those days, and the adventurous Bedwin, who had published his quarto and passed some months under the tents in the desert, was a personage of no small importance. In his volume there were several pictures of Sands in various Oriental costumes, and he travelled about with a black attendant of most unprepossessing appearance, just like another Brian de Bois Guilbert. Bedwin, his costumes, and black man were hailed at Gaunt House as very valuable acquisitions. He led off the first charade. A Turkish officer with an immense plume of feathers, The Janissaries were supposed to be still in existence, and the tarbouche had not as yet displaced the ancient and majestic headdress of the true believers, was seen couched on a divan, and making believe to puff at a narghile, in which, however, for the sake of the ladies, only a fragrant pastille was allowed to smoke. The Turkish dignitary yawns and expresses signs of weariness and idleness. He claps his hands, and Mesrour the Nubian appears with bare arms, bangles, yataghans, and every Eastern ornament, gaunt, tall, and hideous. He makes a salaam before my lord the Aga. A thrill of terror and delight runs through the assembly. The ladies whisper to one another. The black slave was given to Bedwin Sands by an Egyptian pasha in exchange for 3 dozen of maraschino. He has sewn up ever so many odalisks in sacks and tilted them into the Nile. "Bid the slave merchant enter," says the Turkish voluptuary with a wave of his hand. Mesrour conducts the slave merchant into my lord's presence. He brings a veiled female with him. He removes the veil. A thrill of applause bursts through the house. It is Mrs. Winkworth. She was a Miss Absalom, with the beautiful eyes and hair. She is in a gorgeous oriental costume. The black braided locks are twined with innumerable jewels. Her dress is covered over with gold piastres. The odious Mahometan expresses himself charmed by her beauty. She falls down on her knees and entreats him to restore her to the mountains where she was born, and where her Circassian lover is still deploring the absence of his Zuleikah. No entreaties will move the obdurate Hassan. He laughs at the notion of the Circassian bridegroom. Zuleikah covers her face with her hands and drops down in an attitude of the most beautiful despair. There seems to be no hope for her when the Kislar Aga appears. The Kislar Aga brings a letter from the Sultan. Hassan receives and places on his head the dread firman. A ghastly terror seizes him, while on the negro's face, it is Mesrour again in another costume, appears a ghastly joy. "Mercy, mercy!" cries the Pasha, while the Kislar Aga, grinning horribly, pulls out a bowstring. The curtain draws just as he is going to use that awful weapon. Hassan, from within, bawls out, "First 2 syllables," and Mrs. Rawdon Crawley, who is going to act in the charade, comes forward and compliments Mrs. Winkworth on the admirable taste and beauty of her costume. The second part of the charade takes place. It is still an Eastern scene. Hassan, in another dress, is in an attitude by Zuleikah, who is perfectly reconciled to him. The Kislar Aga has become a peaceful black slave. It is sunrise on the desert, and the Turks turn their heads eastwards and bow to the sand. As there are no dromedaries at hand, the band facetiously plays "The Camels Are Coming." An enormous Egyptian head figures in the scene. It is a musical one, and to the surprise of the Oriental travellers sings a comic song, composed by Mr. Wagg. The Eastern voyagers go off dancing, like Papageno and the Moorish king in the magic flute. "Last 2 syllables," roars the head. The last act opens. It is a Grecian tent this time. A tall and stalwart man reposes on a couch there. Above him hang his helmet and shield. There is no need for them now. Ilium is down. Iphigenia is slain. Cassandra is a prisoner in his outer halls. The king of men, it is Colonel Crawley, who indeed has no notion about the sack of Ilium or the conquest of Cassandra. The Anax Andron is asleep in his chamber at Argos. A lamp casts the broad shadow of the sleeping warrior flickering on the wall. The sword and shield of Troy glitter in its light. The band plays the awful music of Don Juan, before the statue enters. Aegisthus steals in, pale and on tiptoe. What is that ghastly face looking out balefully after him from behind the arras? He raises his dagger to strike the sleeper, who turns in his bed and opens his broad chest as if for the blow. He cannot strike the noble slumbering chieftain. Clytemnestra glides swiftly into the room like an apparition. Her arms are bare and white, her tawny hair floats down her shoulders, her face is deadly pale, and her eyes are lighted up with a smile so ghastly that people quake as they look at her. A tremor ran through the room. "Good God!" somebody said, "it is Mrs. Rawdon Crawley." Scornfully she snatches the dagger out of Aegisthus's hand and advances to the bed. You see it shining over her head in the glimmer of the lamp, and the lamp goes out with a groan, and all is dark. The darkness and the scene frightened people. Rebecca performed her part so well and with such ghastly truth that the spectators were all dumb, until with a burst all the lamps of the hall blazed out again, when everybody began to shout applause. "Brava! Brava!" old Steyne's strident voice was heard roaring over all the rest. "By God, she'd do it too," he said between his teeth. The performers were called by the whole house, which sounded with cries of "Manager! Clytemnestra!" Agamemnon could not be got to show in his classical tunic, but stood in the background with Aegisthus and others of the performers of the little play. Mr. Bedwin Sands led on Zuleika and Clytemnestra. A great personage insisted on being presented to the charming Clytemnestra. "Hey, ha? Run him through the body? Marry somebody else, hey?" was the apposite remark made by His Royal Highness. "Mrs. Rawdon Crawley was quite killing in the part," said Lord Steyne. Becky laughed, gay and saucy looking, and swept the prettiest little curtsey ever seen. Servants brought in salvers covered with numerous cool dainties, and the performers disappeared to get ready for the second charade tableau. The 3 syllables of this charade were to be depicted in pantomime, and the performance took place in the following wise. First syllable. Colonel Rawdon Crawley, C.B., with a slouched hat and staff, a great coat, and a lantern borrowed from the stables, passed across the stage, bawling out, as if warning the inhabitants of the hour. In the lower window are seen 2 bagmen, playing apparently at the game of cribbage, over which they yawn much. To them enters one looking like Boots, the Honourable G. Ringwood, which character the young gentlemen performed to perfection, and divests them of their lower coverings, and presently chambermaid, the Right Honourable Lord Southdown, with 2 candlesticks and a warming pan. She ascends to the upper apartment and warms the bed. She uses the warming pan as a weapon, wherewith she wards off the attention of the bagmen. She exits. They put on their nightcaps and pull down the blinds. Boots comes out and closes the shutters of the ground floor chamber. You hear him bolting and chaining the door within. All the lights go out. The music plays Dormez, dormez, cher amour. A voice from behind the curtain says, first syllable. Second syllable. The lamps are lighted up all of a sudden. The music plays the old air from John of Paris. Ah, quel plaisir d'être en voyage. It is the same scene. Between the first and second floors of the house represented, you behold a sign on which the Steyne arms are painted. All the bells are ringing all over the house. In the lower apartment you see a man with a long slip of paper presenting it to another, who shakes his fists, threatens, and vows that it is monstrous. "Ostler, bring round my gig," cries another at the door. He chucks chambermaid, the Right Honourable Lord Southdown, under the chin. She seems to deplore his absence, as Calypso did that of the other eminent traveller Ulysses. Boots, the Honourable G. Ringwood, passes with a wooden box containing silver flagons, and cries "Pots!" with such exquisite humour and naturalness that the whole house rings with applause, and a bouquet is thrown to him. Crack, crack, crack go the whips. Landlord, chambermaid, waiter, rush to the door; but just as some distinguished guest is arriving, the curtains close, and the invisible theatrical manager cries out, "Second syllable." "I think it must be hotel," says Captain Grigg of the Life Guards. There is a general laugh at the Captain's cleverness. He is not very far from the mark. While the third syllable is in preparation, the band begins a nautical medley. All in the Downs, Cease rude Boreas, Rule Britannia, Is the Bay of Biscay O? Some maritime event is about to take place. A bell is heard ringing as the curtain draws aside. "Now, gents, for the shore!" a voice exclaims. People take leave of each other. They point anxiously as if towards the clouds, which are represented by a dark curtain, and they nod their heads in fear. Lady Squeams, the Right Honourable Lord Southdown, her lapdog, her bags, reticules, and husband sit down and cling hold of some ropes. It is evidently a ship. The Captain, Colonel Crawley, C.B., with a cocked hat and a telescope, comes in, holding his hat on his head, and looks out. His coat tails fly about as if in the wind. When he leaves go of his hat to use his telescope, his hat flies off with immense applause. It is blowing fresh. The music rises and whistles louder and louder. The mariners go across the stage staggering as if the ship was in severe motion. The steward, the Honourable G. Ringwood, passes reeling by, holding 6 basins. He puts one rapidly by Lord Squeams. Lady Squeams, giving a pinch to her dog, which begins to howl piteously, puts her pocket handkerchief to her face and rushes away as for the cabin. The music rises up to the wildest pitch of stormy excitement, and the third syllable is concluded. There was a little ballet, Les Rossignols, in which Montesquieu and Noblet used to be famous in those days, and which Mr. Wagg transferred to the English stage as an opera, putting his verse, of which he was a skilful writer, to the pretty airs of the ballet. It was dressed in old French costume, and little Lord Southdown now appeared admirably attired in the disguise of an old woman, hobbling about the stage with a faultless crooked stick. Trills of melody were heard behind the scenes, and gurgling from a sweet pasteboard cottage covered with roses and trellis work. "Philomele, Philomele," cries the old woman, and Philomele comes out. More applause. It is Mrs. Rawdon Crawley in powder and patches, the most ravissante little marquise in the world. She comes in laughing, humming, and frisks about the stage with all the innocence of theatrical youth. She makes a curtsy. Mamma says, "Why, child, you are always laughing and singing," and away she goes with "The rose upon my balcony." The rose upon my balcony, the morning air perfuming, was leafless all the winter time and pining for the spring. You ask me why her breath is sweet and why her cheek is blooming? It is because the sun is out and birds begin to sing. The nightingale, whose melody is through the greenwood ringing, was silent when the boughs were bare and winds were blowing keen. And if, mamma, you ask of me the reason of his singing, it is because the sun is out and all the leaves are green. Thus each performs his part, mamma. The birds have found their voices. The blowing rose a flush, mamma, her bonny cheek to dye. And there's sunshine in my heart, mamma, which wakens and rejoices. And so I sing and blush, mamma, and that's the reason why. During the intervals of the stanzas of this ditty, the good-natured personage addressed as mamma by the singer, and whose large whiskers appeared under her cap, seemed very anxious to exhibit her maternal affection by embracing the innocent creature who performed the daughter's part. Every caress was received with loud acclamations of laughter by the sympathising audience. At its conclusion, while the music was performing a symphony as if ever so many birds were warbling, The whole house was unanimous for an encore, and applause and bouquets without end were showered upon the Nightingale of the evening. Lord Steyne's voice of applause was loudest of all. Becky, the Nightingale, took the flowers which he threw to her and pressed them to her heart, with the air of a consummate comedian. Lord Steyne was frantic with delight. His guest's enthusiasm harmonised with his own. Where was the beautiful black-eyed houri, whose appearance in the first charade had caused such delight? She was twice as handsome as Becky, but the brilliancy of the latter had quite eclipsed her. All voices were for her. Stephens, Caradori, Ronzi de Berny, people compared her to one or the other, and agreed with good reason, very likely, that had she been an actress, none on the stage could have surpassed her. She had reached her culmination. Her voice rose trilling and bright over the storm of applause, and soared as high and joyful as her triumph. There was a ball after the dramatic entertainments, and everybody pressed round Becky as the great point of attraction of the evening. The royal personage declared with an oath that she was perfection, and engaged her again and again in conversation. Little Becky's soul swelled with pride and delight at these honours. She saw fortune, fame, fashion before her. Lord Steyne was her slave, followed her everywhere, and scarcely spoke to anyone in the room beside, and paid her the most marked compliments and attention. She still appeared in her Marquise costume, and danced a minuet with Monsieur de Truffigny, Monsieur le Duc de la Jabotiere's attaché, and the Duke, who had all the traditions of the ancient court, pronounced that Madame Crawley was worthy to have been a pupil of Vestris or to have figured at Versailles. Only a feeling of dignity, the gout, and the strongest sense of duty and personal sacrifice prevented his Excellency from dancing with her himself, and he declared in public that a lady who could talk and dance like Mrs. Rawdon was fit to be ambassadress at any court in Europe. He was only consoled when he heard that she was half a Frenchwoman by birth. None but a compatriot, His Excellency declared, could have performed that majestic dance in such a way. Then she figured in a waltz with Monsieur de Klingenspohr, the Prince of Peterwaradin's cousin and attaché. The delighted prince, having less retinue than his French diplomatic colleague, insisted upon taking a turn with the charming creature, and twirled round the ballroom with her, scattering the diamonds out of his boot tassels and hussar jacket, until his Highness was fairly out of breath. Papoosh Pasha himself would have liked to dance with her, if that amusement had been the custom of his country. The company made a circle around her and applauded as wildly as if she had been a Noblet or a Taglioni. Everybody was in ecstasy, and Becky too, you may be sure. She passed by Lady Stunnington with a look of scorn. She patronised Lady Gaunt and her astonished and mortified sister-in-law. She ecrased all rival charmers. As for poor Mrs. Winkworth and her long hair and great eyes, which had made such an effect at the commencement of the evening, where was she now? Nowhere in the race. She might tear her long hair and cry her great eyes out, but there was not a person to heed or to deplore the discomfiture. The greatest triumph of all was at supper time. She was placed at the grand exclusive table with His Royal Highness, the exalted personage before mentioned, and the rest of the great guests. She was served on gold plate. She might have had pearls melted into her champagne if she liked, another Cleopatra, and the potentate of Peterwaradin would have given half the brilliance off his jacket for a kind glance from those dazzling eyes. Jabotiere wrote home about her to his government. The ladies at the other tables, who supped off mere silver, and marked Lord Steyne's constant attention to her, vowed it was a monstrous infatuation, a gross insult to ladies of rank. If sarcasm could have killed, Lady Stunnington would have slain her on the spot. Rawdon Crawley was scared at these triumphs. They seemed to separate his wife farther than ever from him somehow. He thought with a feeling very like pain how immeasurably she was his superior. When the hour of departure came, a crowd of young men followed her to her carriage, for which the people without bawled, the cry being caught up by the linkmen who were stationed outside the tall gates of Gaunt House, congratulating each person who issued from the gate, and hoping his lordship had enjoyed his noble party. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's carriage, coming up to the gate after due shouting, rattled into the illuminated courtyard and drove up to the covered way. Rawdon put his wife into the carriage, which drove off. Mr. Wenham had proposed to him to walk home, and offered the Colonel the refreshment of a cigar. They lighted their cigars by the lamp of one of the many link boys outside, and Rawdon walked on with his friend Wenham. Two persons separated from the crowd and followed the two gentlemen, and when they had walked down Gaunt Square a few score of paces, one of the men came up, and touching Rawdon on the shoulder, said, "Beg your pardon, Colonel, I wish to speak to you most particular." This gentleman's acquaintance gave a loud whistle as the latter spoke, at which signal a cab came clattering up from those stationed at the gate of Gaunt House, and the aide-de-camp ran round and placed himself in front of Colonel Crawley. That gallant officer at once knew what had befallen him. He was in the hands of the bailiffs. He started back, falling against the man who had first touched him. "We're three on us. It's no use bolting," the man behind said. "It's you, Moss, is it?" said the Colonel, who appeared to know his interlocutor. "How much is it?" "Only a small thing," whispered Mr. Moss of Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane, an assistant officer to the Sheriff of Middlesex. 166, 6 and 8pence, at the suit of Mr. Nathan. "Lend me 100, Wenham, for God's sake," poor Rawdon said. "I've got 70 at home." "I've not got £10 in the world," said poor Mr. Wenham. "Good night, my dear fellow." "Good night," said Rawdon ruefully, and Wenham walked away, and Rawdon Crawley finished his cigar as the cab drove under Temple Bar. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 52, in which Lord Steyne shows himself in a most amiable light. When Lord Steyne was benevolently disposed, he did nothing by halves, and his kindness towards the Crawley family did the greatest honour to his benevolent discrimination. His lordship extended his goodwill to little Rawdon. He pointed out to the boy's parents the necessity of sending him to a public school, that he was of an age now when emulation, the first principles of the Latin language, pugilistic exercises, and the society of his fellow boys would be of the greatest benefit to the boy. His father objected that he was not rich enough to send the child to a good public school. His mother, that Briggs was a capital mistress for him, and had brought him on, as indeed was the fact, famously in English, the Latin rudiments, and in general learning. But all these objections disappeared before the generous perseverance of the Marquis of Steyne. His lordship was one of the governors of that famous old collegiate institution called the Whitefriars. It had been a Cistercian convent in the old days, when the Smithfield, which is contiguous to it, was a tournament ground. Obstinate heretics used to be brought thither convenient for burning hard by. Henry VIII the defender of the faith, seized upon the monastery and its possessions, and hanged and tortured some of the monks who could not accommodate themselves to the pace of his reform. Finally, a great merchant bought the house and land adjoining, in which, and with the help of other wealthy endowments of land and money, he established a famous foundation hospital for old men and children. An extern school grew round the old, almost monastic foundation, which subsists still with its middle-age costume and usages, and all Cistercians pray that it may long flourish. Of this famous house some of the greatest noblemen, prelates, and dignitaries in England are governors, and as the boys are very comfortably lodged, fed, and educated, and subsequently inducted to good scholarships at the University and livings in the church, many little gentlemen are devoted to the ecclesiastical profession from their tenderest years, and there is considerable emulation to procure nominations for the foundation. It was originally intended for the sons of poor and deserving clerics and laics, but many of the noble governors of the institution, with an enlarged and rather capricious benevolence, selected all sorts of objects for their bounty. To get an education for nothing, and a future livelihood and profession assured, was so excellent a scheme that some of the richest people did not disdain it, and not only great men's relations, but great men themselves sent their sons to profit by the chance. Right Reverend prelates sent their own kinsmen or the sons of their clergy, while on the other hand some great noblemen did not disdain to patronise the children of their confidential servants, so that a lad entering this establishment had every variety of youthful society wherewith to mingle. Rawdon Crawley, though the only book which he studied was the racing calendar, and though his chief recollections of polite learning were connected with the floggings which he received at Eton in his early youth, had that decent and honest reverence for classical learning which all English gentlemen feel, and was glad to think that his son was to have a provision for life, perhaps, and a certain opportunity of becoming a scholar. And although his boy was his chief solace and companion, and endeared to him by 1,000 small ties, about which he did not care to speak to his wife, who had all along shown the utmost indifference to their son, yet Rawdon agreed at once to part with him and to give up his own greatest comfort and benefit for the sake of the welfare of the little lad. He did not know how fond he was of the child until it became necessary to let him go away. When he was gone, he felt more sad and downcast than he cared to own. Far sadder than the boy himself, who was happy enough to enter a new career and find companions of his own age. Becky burst out laughing once or twice when the Colonel, in his clumsy, incoherent way, tried to express his sentimental sorrows at the boy's departure. The poor fellow felt that his dearest pleasure and closest friend was taken from him. He looked often and wistfully at the little vacant bed in his dressing room where the child used to sleep. He missed him sadly of mornings, and tried in vain to walk in the park without him. He did not know how solitary he was until little Rawdon was gone. He liked the people who were fond of him, and would go and sit for long hours with his good-natured sister, Lady Jane, and talk to her about the virtues and good looks and 100 good qualities of the child. Young Rawdon's aunt, we have said, was very fond of him, as was her little girl, who wept copiously when the time for her cousin's departure came. The elder Rawdon was thankful for the fondness of mother and daughter. The very best and honestest feelings of the man came out in these artless outpourings of paternal feeling in which he indulged in their presence, and encouraged by their sympathy. He secured not only Lady Jane's kindness, but her sincere regard by the feelings which he manifested, and which he could not show to his own wife. The two kinswomen met as seldom as possible. Becky laughed bitterly at Jane's feelings and softness. The other's kindly and gentle nature could not but revolt at her sister's callous behaviour. It estranged Rawdon from his wife more than he knew or acknowledged to himself. She did not care for the estrangement. Indeed, she did not miss him or anybody. She looked upon him as her errand man and humble slave. He might be ever so depressed or sulky, and she did not mark his demeanour, or only treated it with a sneer. She was busy thinking about her position, or her pleasures, or her advancement in society. She ought to have held a great place in it, that is certain. It was honest Briggs who made up the little kit for the boy which he was to take to school. Molly, the housemaid, blubbered in the passage when he went away. Molly, kind and faithful in spite of a long arrear of unpaid wages. Mrs. Becky could not let her husband have the carriage to take the boy to school. Take the horses into the city? Such a thing was never heard of. Let a cab be brought. She did not offer to kiss him when he went, nor did the child propose to embrace her, but gave a kiss to old Briggs, whom in general he was very shy of caressing, and consoled her by pointing out that he was to come home on Saturdays, when she would have the benefit of seeing him. As the cab rolled towards the city, Becky's carriage rattled off to the park. She was chattering and laughing with a score of young dandies by the Serpentine as the father and son entered at the old gates of the school, where Rawdon left the child and came away with a sadder, purer feeling in his heart than perhaps that poor battered fellow had ever known since he himself came out of the nursery. He walked all the way home very dismally and dined alone with Briggs. He was very kind to her and grateful for her love and watchfulness over the boy. His conscience smote him that he had borrowed Briggs's money and aided in deceiving her. They talked about little Rawdon a long time, for Becky only came home to dress and go out to dinner, and then he went off uneasily to drink tea with Lady Jane and tell her of what had happened, and how little Rawdon went off like a trump, and how he was to wear a gown and little knee breeches, and how young Blackball, Jack Blackball's son of the old regiment, had taken him in charge and promised to be kind to him. In the course of a week, young Blackball had constituted little Rawdon his fag, shoeblack, and breakfast toaster, initiated him into the mysteries of the Latin grammar, and thrashed him 3 or 4 times, but not severely. The little chap's good-natured, honest face won his way for him. He only got that degree of beating which was, no doubt, good for him, and as for blacking shoes, toasting bread, and fagging in general, were these offices not deemed to be necessary parts of every young English gentleman's education? Our business does not lie with the second generation and Master Rawdon's life at school, otherwise the present tale might be carried to any indefinite length. The Colonel went to see his son a short time afterwards, and found the lad sufficiently well and happy, grinning and laughing in his little black gown and little breeches. His father sagaciously tipped Blackball, his master, a sovereign, and secured that young gentleman's goodwill towards his fag. As a protege of the great Lord Steyne, a nephew of a county member, and son of a colonel and C.B. whose name appeared in some of the most fashionable parties in the Morning Post, perhaps the school authorities were disposed not to look unkindly on the child. He had plenty of pocket money, which he spent in treating his comrades royally to raspberry tarts, and he was often allowed to come home on Saturdays to his father, who always made a jubilee of that day. When free, Rawdon would take him to the play, or send him thither with the footman, and on Sundays he went to church with Briggs and Lady Jane and his cousins. Rawdon marvelled over his stories about school and fights and fagging. Before long he knew the names of all the masters and the principal boys as well as little Rawdon himself. He invited little Rawdon's crony from school, and made both the children sick with pastry and oysters and porter after the play. He tried to look knowing over the Latin grammar when little Rawdon showed him what part of the work he was in. "Stick to it, my boy," he said to him with much gravity. "There's nothing like a good classical education. Nothing." Becky's contempt for her husband grew greater every day. Do what you like, dine where you please, go and have a ginger beer and sawdust at Astley's, or psalm singing with Lady Jane, only don't expect me to busy myself with the boy. I have your interests to attend to, as you can't attend to them yourself. I should like to know where you would have been now, and in what sort of a position in society, if I had not looked after you. Indeed, nobody wanted poor old Rawdon at the parties whither Becky used to go. She was often asked without him now. She talked about great people as if she had the fee simple of Mayfair, and when the court went into mourning, she always wore black. Little Rawdon being disposed of, Lord Steyne, who took such a parental interest in the affairs of this amiable poor family, thought that their expenses might be very advantageously curtailed by the departure of Miss Briggs, and that Becky was quite clever enough to take the management of her own house. It has been narrated in a former chapter how the benevolent nobleman had given his protege money to pay off her little debt to Miss Briggs, who, however, still remained behind with her friends, whence my lord came to the painful conclusion that Mrs. Crawley had made some other use of the money confided to her than that for which her generous patron had given the loan. However, Lord Steyne was not so rude as to impart his suspicions upon this head to Mrs. Becky, whose feelings might be hurt by any controversy on the money question, and who might have 1,000 painful reasons for disposing otherwise of his lordship's generous loan. But he determined to satisfy himself of the real state of the case, and instituted the necessary inquiries in a most cautious and delicate manner. In the first place, he took an early opportunity of pumping Miss Briggs. That was not a difficult operation. A very little encouragement would set that worthy woman to talk volubly and pour out all within her. And one day, when Mrs. Rawdon had gone out to drive, as Mr. Fiche, his lordship's confidential servant, easily learned at the livery stables where the Crawleys kept their carriage and horses, or rather where the liveryman kept a carriage and horses for Mr. and Mrs. Crawley, my lord dropped in upon the Curzon Street house, asked Briggs for a cup of coffee, told her that he had had good accounts of the little boy at school, and in 5 minutes found out from her that Mrs. Rawdon had given her nothing except a black silk gown, for which Miss Briggs was immensely grateful. He laughed within himself at this artless story, for the truth is, our dear friend Rebecca had given him a most circumstantial narration of Briggs's delight at receiving her money, £1,125, and in what securities she had invested it, and what a pang Becky herself felt in being obliged to pay away such a delightful sum of money. Who knows, the dear woman may have thought within herself, perhaps he may give me a little more. My lord, however, made no such proposal to the little schemer, very likely thinking that he had been sufficiently generous already. He had the curiosity then to ask Miss Briggs about the state of her private affairs, and she told his lordship candidly what her position was, how Miss Crawley had left her a legacy, how her relatives had had part of it, how Colonel Crawley had put out another portion for which he had the best security and interest, and how Mr. and Mrs. Rawdon had kindly busied themselves with Sir Pitt, who was to dispose of the remainder most advantageously for her when he had time. My lord asked how much the Colonel had already invested for her, and Miss Briggs at once and truly told him that the sum was 600 and odd pounds. But as soon as she had told her story, the voluble Briggs repented of her frankness, and besought my lord not to tell Mr. Crawley of the confessions which she had made. The Colonel was so kind. Mr. Crawley might be offended and pay back the money, for which he could get no such good interest anywhere else. Lord Steyne, laughing, promised he never would divulge their conversation, and when he and Miss Briggs parted, he laughed still more. What an accomplished little devil it is, thought he. What a splendid actress and manager! She had almost got a second supply out of me the other day with her coaxing ways. She beats all the women I have ever seen in the course of my well spent life. They are babies compared to her. I am a greenhorn myself, and a fool in her hands, an old fool. She is unsurpassable in lies." His lordship's admiration for Becky rose immeasurably at this proof of her cleverness. Getting the money was nothing, but getting double the sum she wanted and paying nobody, it was a magnificent stroke. And Crawley, my lord thought, Crawley is not such a fool as he looks and seems. He has managed the matter cleverly enough on his side. Nobody would ever have supposed from his face and demeanour that he knew anything about this money business, and yet he put her up to it and has spent the money, no doubt. In this opinion my lord, we know, was mistaken, but it influenced a good deal his behaviour toward Colonel Crawley, whom he began to treat with even less than that semblance of respect which he had formerly shown towards that gentleman. It never entered into the head of Mrs. Crawley's patron that the little lady might be making a purse for herself, and perhaps, if the truth must be told, he judged of Colonel Crawley by his experience of other husbands whom he had known in the course of his long and well spent life, which had made him acquainted with a great deal of the weakness of mankind. My lord had bought so many men during his life that he was surely to be pardoned for supposing that he had found the price of this one. He taxed Becky upon the point on the very first occasion when he met her alone, and he complimented her good humouredly on her cleverness in getting more than the money which she required. Becky was only a little taken aback. It was not the habit of this dear creature to tell falsehoods, except when necessity compelled, but in these great emergencies it was her practice to lie very freely, and in an instant she was ready with another neat, plausible, circumstantial story, which she administered to her patron. The previous statement which she had made to him was a falsehood, a wicked falsehood. She owned it, but who had made her tell it? "Ah, my lord," she said, "you don't know all I have to suffer and bear in silence. You see me gay and happy before you. You little know what I have to endure when there is no protector near me. It was my husband, by threats and the most savage treatment, forced me to ask for that sum about which I deceived you. It was he who, foreseeing that questions might be asked regarding the disposal of the money, forced me to account for it as I did. He took the money. He told me he had paid Miss Briggs. I did not dare to doubt him. Pardon the wrong which a desperate man is forced to commit, and pity a miserable, miserable woman." She burst into tears as she spoke. Persecuted virtue never looked more bewitchingly wretched. They had a long conversation, driving round and round the Regent's Park in Mrs. Crawley's carriage together, a conversation of which it is not necessary to repeat the details, but the upshot of it was that when Becky came home she flew to her dear Briggs with a smiling face and announced that she had some very good news for her. Lord Steyne had acted in the noblest and most generous manner. He was always thinking how and when he could do good. Now that little Rawdon was gone to school, a dear companion and friend was no longer necessary to her. She was grieved beyond measure to part with Briggs, but her means required that she should practise every retrenchment, and her sorrow was mitigated by the idea that her dear Briggs would be far better provided for by her generous patron than in her humble home. Mrs. Pilkington, the housekeeper at Gauntly Hall, was growing exceedingly old, feeble, and rheumatic. She was not equal to the work of superintending that vast mansion, and must be on the lookout for a successor. It was a splendid position. The family did not go to Gauntly once in 2 years. At other times the housekeeper was the mistress of the magnificent mansion, had 4 covers daily for her table, was visited by the clergy and the most respectable people of the county, was the Lady of Gauntly, in fact, and the last two housekeepers before Mrs. Pilkington had married rectors of Gauntly, but Mrs. P. could not, being the aunt of the present rector. The place was not to be hers yet, but she might go down on a visit to Mrs. Pilkington and see whether she would like to succeed her. What words can paint the ecstatic gratitude of Briggs? All she stipulated for was that little Rawdon should be allowed to come down and see her at the Hall. Becky promised this. Anything. She ran up to her husband when he came home and told him the joyful news. Rawdon was glad, deuced glad. The weight was off his conscience about poor Briggs's money. She was provided for at any rate, but his mind was disquiet. He did not seem to be all right somehow. He told little Southdown what Lord Steyne had done, and the young man eyed Crawley with an air which surprised the latter. He told Lady Jane of this second proof of Steyne's bounty, and she too looked odd and alarmed. So did Sir Pitt. "She is too clever and gay to be allowed to go from party to party without a companion," both said. "You must go with her, Rawdon, wherever she goes, and you must have somebody with her, one of the girls from Queen's Crawley, perhaps, though they were rather giddy guardians for her." Somebody Becky should have, but in the meantime it was clear that honest Briggs must not lose her chance of settlement for life, and so she and her bags were packed, and she set off on her journey. And so two of Rawdon's out sentinels were in the hands of the enemy. Sir Pitt went and expostulated with his sister-in-law upon the subject of the dismissal of Briggs and other matters of delicate family interest. In vain she pointed out to him how necessary was the protection of Lord Steyne for her poor husband, how cruel it would be on their part to deprive Briggs of the position offered to her. Cajolements, coaxings, smiles, tears could not satisfy Sir Pitt, and he had something very like a quarrel with his once admired Becky. He spoke of the honour of the family, the unsullied reputation of the Crawleys, expressed himself in indignant tones about her receiving those young Frenchmen, those wild young men of fashion, my Lord Steyne himself, whose carriage was always at her door, who passed hours daily in her company, and whose constant presence made the world talk about her. As the head of the house, he implored her to be more prudent. Society was already speaking lightly of her. Lord Steyne, though a nobleman of the greatest station and talents, was a man whose attentions would compromise any woman. He besought, he implored, he commanded his sister-in-law to be watchful in her intercourse with that nobleman. Becky promised anything and everything Pitt wanted, but Lord Steyne came to her house as often as ever, and Sir Pitt's anger increased. I wonder, was Lady Jane angry or pleased that her husband at last found fault with his favourite Rebecca? Lord Steyne's visits continuing, his own ceased, and his wife was for refusing all further intercourse with that nobleman, and declining the invitation to the charade night, which the Marchioness sent to her. But Sir Pitt thought it was necessary to accept it, as his Royal Highness would be there. Although he went to the party in question, Sir Pitt quitted it very early, and his wife too was very glad to come away. Becky hardly so much as spoke to him or noticed her sister-in-law. Pitt Crawley declared her behaviour was monstrously indecorous, reprobated in strong terms the habit of play-acting and fancy-dressing as highly unbecoming a British female, and after the charades were over, took his brother Rawdon severely to task for appearing himself and allowing his wife to join in such improper exhibitions. Rawdon said she should not join in any more such amusements. But indeed, and perhaps from hints from his elder brother and sister, he had already become a very watchful and exemplary domestic character. He left off his clubs and billiards. He never left home. He took Becky out to drive. He went laboriously with her to all her parties. Whenever my Lord Steyne called, he was sure to find the Colonel; and when Becky proposed to go out without her husband, or received invitations for herself, he peremptorily ordered her to refuse them; and there was that in the gentleman's manner which enforced obedience. Little Becky, to do her justice, was charmed with Rawdon's gallantry. If he was surly, she never was. Whether friends were present or absent, she always had a kind smile for him, and was attentive to his pleasure and comfort. It was the early days of their marriage over again, the same good humour, prevenances, merriment, and artless confidence and regard. "How much pleasanter it is," she would say, "to have you by my side in the carriage than the foolish old Briggs. Let us always go on so, dear Rawdon. How nice it would be, and how happy we should always be, if we had but the money." He fell asleep after dinner in his chair. He did not see the face opposite to him, haggard, weary, and terrible. It lighted up with fresh candid smiles when he woke. It kissed him gaily. He wondered that he had ever had suspicions. No, he never had suspicions. All those dumb doubts and surly misgivings which had been gathering on his mind were mere idle jealousies. She was fond of him. She always had been. As for her shining in society, it was no fault of hers. She was formed to shine there. Was there any woman who could talk, or sing, or do anything like her? If she would but like the boy, Rawdon thought. But the mother and son never could be brought together. And it was while Rawdon's mind was agitated with these doubts and perplexities that the incident occurred which was mentioned in the last chapter, and the unfortunate Colonel found himself a prisoner away from home. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 53. A Rescue and a Catastrophe. Friend Rawdon drove on then to Mr. Moss's mansion in Cursitor Street, and was duly inducted into that dismal place of hospitality. Morning was breaking over the cheerful housetops of Chancery Lane as the rattling cab woke up the echoes there. A little pink-eyed Jew-boy, with a head as ruddy as the rising morn, let the party into the house, and Rawdon was welcomed to the ground-floor apartments by Mr. Moss, his travelling companion and host, who cheerfully asked him if he would like a glass of something warm after his drive. The Colonel was not so depressed as some mortals would be, who, quitting a palace and a placens uxor, find themselves barred into a sponging house; for if the truth must be told, he had been a lodger at Mr. Moss's establishment once or twice before. We have not thought it necessary in the previous course of this narrative to mention these trivial little domestic incidents, but the reader may be assured that they can't unfrequently occur in the life of a man who lives on nothing a year. Upon his first visit to Mr. Moss, the Colonel, then a bachelor, had been liberated by the generosity of his aunt. On the second mishap, little Becky, with the greatest spirit and kindness, had borrowed a sum of money from Lord Southdown, and had coaxed her husband's creditor, who was her shawl, velvet gown, lace pocket handkerchief, trinket and gimcrack purveyor indeed, to take a portion of the sum claimed, and Rawdon's promissory note for the remainder. So on both these occasions the capture and release had been conducted with the utmost gallantry on all sides, and Moss and the Colonel were therefore on the very best of terms. "You'll find your old bed, Colonel, and everything comfortable,"
the gentleman said, as I may honestly say. You may be pretty sure it's kept aired, and by the best of company too. It was slep in the night afore last by the Honourable Capting Famish, of the 50th Dragoons, whose ma took him out after a fortnight, just to punish him, she said. But Lord bless you, I promise you, he punished my champagne, and had a party here every night. Regular tip-top swells down from the clubs and the West End. Capting Ragg, the Honourable Deuceace, who lives at the Temple, and some fellers as knows a good glass of wine, I warrant you. I've got a Doctor of Diwinity upstairs, 5 gents in the coffee room, and Mrs. Moss has a table d'hote at 5:30, and a little cards or music afterwards, when we shall be most happy to see you. I'll ring when I want anything, said Rawdon, and went quietly to his bedroom. He was an old soldier, we have said, and not to be disturbed by any little shocks of fate. A weaker man would have sent off a letter to his wife on the instant of his capture. But what's the use of disturbing her night's rest, thought Rawdon. She won't know whether I'm in my room or not. It'll be time enough to write to her when she has had her sleep out and I have had mine. It's only 170, and the deuce is in it if we can't raise that. And so, thinking about little Rawdon, whom he would not have know that he was in such a queer place, the Colonel turned into the bed lately occupied by Captain Famish and fell asleep. It was 10 o'clock when he woke up, and the ruddy-headed youth brought him, with conscious pride, a fine silver dressing-case wherewith he might perform the operation of shaving. Indeed, Mr. Moss's house, though somewhat dirty, was splendid throughout. There were dirty trays and wine-coolers en permanence on the sideboard, huge dirty gilt cornices with dingy yellow satin hangings to the barred windows which looked into Cursitor Street, vast and dirty gilt picture frames surrounding pieces, sporting and sacred, all of which works were by the greatest masters, and fetched the greatest prices too in the bill transactions, in the course of which they were sold and bought over and over again. The Colonel's breakfast was served to him in the same dingy and gorgeous plated ware. Miss Moss, a dark-eyed maid in curl papers, appeared with a teapot, and, smiling, asked the Colonel how he had slept, and she brought him the Morning Post with the names of all the great people who had figured at Lord Steyne's entertainment the night before. It contained a brilliant account of the festivities, and of the beautiful and accomplished Mrs. Rawdon Crawley's admirable personifications. After a lively chat with this lady, who sat on the edge of the breakfast table in an easy attitude, displaying the drapery of her stocking and an white satin shoe which was down at heel, Colonel Crawley called for pens and ink and paper, and being asked how many sheets, chose one, which was brought to him between Miss Moss's own finger and thumb. Many a sheet had that dark-eyed damsel brought in. Many a poor fellow had scrawled and blotted hurried lines of entreaty, and paced up and down that awful room until his messenger brought back the reply. Poor men always use messengers instead of the post. Who has not had their letters with the wafers wet and the announcement that a person is waiting in the hall? Now, on the score of his application, Rawdon had not many misgivings. Dear Becky, Rawdon wrote, I hope you slept well. Don't be frightened if I don't bring you in your coffee. Last night, as I was coming home smoking, I met with an accident. I was nabbed by Moss of Cursitor Street, from whose gilt and splendid parlour I write this, the same that had me this time 2 years. Miss Moss brought in my tea. She has grown very fat, and, as usual, had her stockings down at heel. It's Nathan's business, 150, with costs 170. Please send me my desk and some clothes. I'm in pumps and a white tie, something like Miss M.'s stockings. I've 70 in it, and as soon as you get this, drive to Nathan's, offer him 75 down, and ask him to renew. Say I'll take wine. We may as well have some dinner sherry. but not pictures, they're too dear. If he won't stand it, take my ticker, and such of your things as you can spare, and send them to Ball's. We must, of course, have the sum tonight. It won't do to let it stand over, as tomorrow's Sunday. The beds here are not very clean, and there may be other things out against me. I'm glad it ain't Rawdon's Saturday for coming home. God bless you. Yours in haste, R.C. P.S. Make haste and come.
This letter, sealed with a wafer, was dispatched by one of the messengers who are always hanging about Mr. Moss's establishment, and Rawdon, having seen him depart, went out into the courtyard and smoked his cigar with a tolerably easy mind, in spite of the bars overhead. For Mr. Moss's courtyard is railed in like a cage, lest the gentlemen who are boarding with him should take a fancy to escape from his hospitality. 3 hours, he calculated, would be the utmost time required before Becky should arrive and open his prison doors, and he passed these pretty cheerfully in smoking, in reading the paper, and in the coffee room with an acquaintance, Captain Walker, who happened to be there, and with whom he cut for sixpences for some hours, with pretty equal luck on either side. But the day passed away, and no messenger returned. No Becky. Mr. Moss's table d'hote was served at the appointed hour of 5:30, when such of the gentlemen lodging in the house as could afford to pay for the banquet came and partook of it in the splendid front parlour before described, and with which Mr. Crawley's temporary lodging communicated, when Miss M., Miss Hem, as her papa called her, appeared without the curl papers of the morning, and Mrs. Hem did the honours of a prime boiled leg of mutton and turnips, of which the Colonel ate with a very faint appetite. Asked whether he would stand a bottle of champagne for the company, he consented, and the ladies drank to his health, and Mr. Moss, in the most polite manner, looked towards him. In the midst of this repast, however, the door-bell was heard. Young Moss of the ruddy hair rose up with the keys and answered the summons, and coming back, told the Colonel that the messenger had returned with a bag, a desk, and a letter which he gave him. "No ceremony, Colonel, I beg," said Mrs. Moss with a wave of her hand, and he opened the letter rather tremulously. It was a beautiful letter, highly scented, on a pink paper, and with a light green seal. "Mon pauvre cher petit," Mrs. Crawley wrote, "I could not sleep one wink for thinking of what had become of my odious old monstre, and only got to rest in the morning after sending for Mr. Blench, for I was in a fever, who gave me a composing draught and left orders with Finette that I should be disturbed on no account, so that my poor old man's messenger, who had bien mauvaise, mein Finette says, and sans toi le Genièvre, remained in the hall for some hours waiting my bell. You may fancy my state when I read your poor dear old ill-spelt letter. Ill as I was, I instantly called for the carriage, and as soon as I was dressed, though I couldn't drink a drop of chocolate, I assure you I couldn't without my monstre to bring it to me, I drove ventre à terre to Nathan's. I saw him, I wept, I cried, I fell at his odious knees. Nothing would mollify the horrid man. He would have all the money, he said, or keep my poor monstre in prison. I drove home with the intention of paying that triste visite chez mon oncle, when every trinket I have should be at your disposal, though they would not fetch £100, for some, you know, are with ce cher oncle already, and found Milor there with the Bulgarian old sheep-faced monster, who had come to compliment me upon last night's performances. Paddington came in too, drawling and lisping and twiddling his hair. So did Champignac and his chef. Everybody with foison of compliments and pretty speeches, plaguing poor me, who longed to be rid of them, and was thinking every moment of the time of mon pauvre prisonnier. When they were gone, I went down on my knees to Milor, told him we were going to pawn everything, and begged and prayed him to give me £200. He pished and pshaed in a fury, told me not to be such a fool as to pawn, and said he would see whether he could lend me the money. At last he went away, promising that he would send it me in the morning, when I will bring it to my poor old monster with a kiss from his affectionate Becky. I am writing in bed. Oh, I have such a headache and such a heartache. When Rawdon read over this letter, he turned so red and looked so savage that the company at the table d'hote easily perceived that bad news had reached him. All his suspicions, which he had been trying to banish, returned upon him. She could not even go out and sell her trinkets to free him. She could laugh and talk about compliments paid to her while he was in prison. Who had put him there? Wenham had walked with him. Was there... He could hardly bear to think of what he suspected. Leaving the room hurriedly, he ran into his own, opened his desk, wrote 2 hurried lines, which he directed to Sir Pitt or Lady Crawley, and bade the messenger carry them at once to Gaunt Street, bidding him to take a cab and promising him a guinea if he was back in an hour. In the note he besought his dear brother and sister, for the sake of God, for the sake of his dear child and his honour, to come to him and relieve him from his difficulty. He was in prison. He wanted £100 to set him free. He entreated them to come to him. He went back to the dining room after dispatching his messenger and called for more wine. He laughed and talked with a strange boisterousness, as the people thought. Sometimes he laughed madly at his own fears, and went on drinking for an hour, listening all the while for the carriage which was to bring his fate back. At the expiration of that time, wheels were heard whirling up to the gate. The young janitor went out with his gate keys. It was a lady whom he let in at the bailiff's door. "Colonel Crawley," she said, trembling very much. He, with a knowing look, locked the outer door upon her, then unlocked and opened the inner one, and calling out, "Colonel, you're wanted," led her into the back parlour, which he occupied. Rawdon came in from the dining parlour, where all those people were carousing, into his back room, a flare of coarse light following him into the apartment where the lady stood, still very nervous. "It is I, Rawdon," she said in a timid voice, which she strove to render cheerful. "It is Jane." Rawdon was quite overcome by that kind voice and presence. He ran up to her, caught her in his arms, gasped out some inarticulate words of thanks, and fairly sobbed on her shoulder. She did not know the cause of his emotion. The bills of Mr. Moss were quickly settled, perhaps to the disappointment of that gentleman, who had counted on having the Colonel as his guest over Sunday at least. And Jane, with beaming smiles and happiness in her eyes, carried away Rawdon from the bailiff's house, and they went homewards in the cab in which she had hastened to his release. Pitt was gone to a parliamentary dinner, she said, when Rawdon's note came, and so, dear Rawdon, I came myself. And she put her kind hand in his. Perhaps it was well for Rawdon Crawley that Pitt was away at that dinner. Rawdon thanked his sister 100 times, and with an ardour of gratitude which touched and almost alarmed that soft-hearted woman. "Oh," said he in his rude, artless way, you don't know how I'm changed since I've known you and little Rawdy. I'd like to change somehow. You see, I want to be..." He did not finish the sentence, but she could interpret it, and that night after he left her, and as she sat by her own little boy's bed, she prayed humbly for that poor way-worn sinner. Rawdon left her and walked home rapidly. It was 9 o'clock at night. He ran across the streets and the great squares of Vanity Fair, and at length came up breathless opposite his own house. He started back and fell against the railings, trembling as he looked up. The drawing-room windows were blazing with light. She had said that she was in bed and ill. He stood there for some time, the lights from the rooms on his pale face. He took out his door key and let himself into the house. He could hear laughter in the upper rooms. He was in the ball dress in which he had been captured the night before. He went silently up the stairs, leaning against the banisters at the stair-head. Nobody was stirring in the house besides. All the servants had been sent away. Rawdon heard laughter within. Laughter and singing. Becky was singing a snatch of the song of the night before. A hoarse voice shouted, "Brava! Brava!" It was Lord Steyne's. Rawdon opened the door and went in. A little table with a dinner was laid out, and wine and plate. Steyne was hanging over the sofa on which Becky sat. The wretched woman was in brilliant full toilette, her arms and all her fingers sparkling with bracelets and rings, and the brilliants on her breast which Steyne had given her. He had her hand in his, and was bowing over it to kiss it, when Becky started up with a faint scream as she caught sight of Rawdon's white face. At the next instant she tried to smile, a horrid smile, as if to welcome her husband, and Steyne rose up, grinding his teeth, pale, and with fury in his looks. He too attempted a laugh, and came forward, holding out his hand. "What, come back? How d'ye do, Crawley?" he said, the nerves of his mouth twitching as he tried to grin at the intruder. There was that in Rawdon's face which caused Becky to fling herself before him. "I am innocent, Rawdon," she said. "Before God, I am innocent." She clung hold of his coat, of his hands. Her own were all covered with serpents and rings and baubles. "I am innocent. Say I am innocent," she said to Lord Steyne. He thought a trap had been laid for him, and was as furious with the wife as with the husband. "You innocent! Damn you!" he screamed out. "You innocent! Why, every trinket you have on your body is paid for by me. I have given you thousands of pounds which this fellow has spent, and for which he has sold you. Innocent, by God! You're as innocent as your mother, the ballet girl, and your husband, the bully. Don't think to frighten me as you have done others. Make way, sir, and let me pass." And Lord Steyne seized up his hat, and with flame in his eyes, and looking his enemy fiercely in the face, marched upon him, never for a moment doubting that the other would give way. But Rawdon Crawley, springing out, seized him by the neckcloth, until Steyne, almost strangled, writhed and bent under his arm. "You lie, you dog," said Rawdon. "You lie, you coward and villain." And he struck the peer twice over the face with his open hand, and flung him bleeding to the ground. It was all done before Rebecca could interpose. She stood there trembling before him. She admired her husband, strong, brave, and victorious. "Come here," he said. She came up at once. "Take off those things." She began, trembling, pulling the jewels from her arms and the rings from her shaking fingers, and held them all in a heap, quivering and looking up at him. "Throw them down," he said, and she dropped them. He tore the diamond ornament out of her breast and flung it at Lord Steyne. It cut him on his bald forehead. Steyne wore the scar to his dying day. "Come upstairs," Rawdon said to his wife. "Don't kill me, Rawdon," she said. He laughed savagely. "I want to see if that man lies about the money as he has about me. Has he given you any?" "No," said Rebecca. "That is—" "Give me your keys," Rawdon answered, and they went out together. Rebecca gave him all the keys but one, and she was in hopes that he would not have remarked the absence of that. It belonged to the little desk which Amelia had given her in early days, and which she kept in a secret place. But Rawdon flung open boxes and wardrobes, throwing the multifarious trumpery of their contents here and there, and at last he found the desk. The woman was forced to open it. It contained papers, love letters many years old, all sorts of small trinkets and woman's memoranda, and it contained a pocket book with bank notes. Some of these were dated 10 years back too, and one was quite a fresh one, a note for £1,000 which Lord Steyne had given her. "Did he give you this?" Rawdon said. "Yes," Rebecca answered. "I'll send it to him to-day," Rawdon said, for the day had dawned again, and many hours had passed in this search, "and I will pay Briggs, who was kind to the boy, and some of the debts. You will let me know where I shall send the rest to you. You might have spared me £100, Becky, out of all this. I have always shared with you." "I am innocent," said Becky, and he left her without another word. What were her thoughts when he left her? She remained for hours after he was gone, the sunshine pouring into the room, and Rebecca sitting alone on the bed's edge. The drawers were all opened and their contents scattered about, dresses and feathers, scarfs and trinkets, a heap of tumbled vanities lying in a wreck. Her hair was falling over her shoulders. Her gown was torn where Rawdon had wrenched the brilliants out of it. She heard him go downstairs a few minutes after he left her, and the door slamming and closing on him. She knew he would never come back. He was gone for ever. Would he kill himself, she thought. Not until after he had met Lord Steyne. She thought of her long past life and all the dismal incidents of it. Ah, how dreary it seemed! How miserable, lonely, and profitless! Should she take laudanum and end it, to have done with all hopes, schemes, debts, and triumphs? The French maid found her in this position, sitting in the midst of her miserable ruins, with clasped hands and dry eyes. The woman was her accomplice and in Steyne's pay. "Mon Dieu, madame, what has happened?" she asked. What had happened? Was she guilty or not? She said not. But who could tell what was truth which came from those lips, or if that corrupt heart was in this case pure? All her lies and her schemes and her selfishness and her wiles, all her wit and genius, had come to this bankruptcy. The woman closed the curtains, and with some entreaty and show of kindness, persuaded her mistress to lie down on the bed. Then she went below and gathered up the trinkets which had been lying on the floor since Rebecca dropped them there at her husband's orders and Lord Steyne went away. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 54. Sunday after the battle. The mansion of Sir Pitt Crawley in Great Gaunt Street was just beginning to dress itself for the day, as Rawdon, in his evening costume, which he had now worn 2 days, passed by the scared female who was scouring the steps, and entered into his brother's study. Lady Jane, in her morning gown, was up and above stairs in the nursery, superintending the toilettes of her children, and listening to the morning prayers which the little creatures performed at her knee. Every morning she and they performed this duty privately, and before the public ceremonial, at which Sir Pitt presided, and at which all the people of the household were expected to assemble. Rawdon sat down in the study before the Baronet's table, set out with the orderly blue books and the letters, the neatly docketed bills and symmetrical pamphlets, the locked account books, desks, and dispatch boxes, the Bible, the Quarterly Review, and the Court Guide, which all stood as if on parade, awaiting the inspection of their chief. A book of family sermons, one of which Sir Pitt was in the habit of administering to his family on Sunday mornings, lay ready on the study table and awaiting his judicious selection. And by the sermon book was the Observer newspaper, damp and neatly folded, and for Sir Pitt's own private use. His gentleman alone took the opportunity of perusing the newspaper before he laid it by his master's desk. Before he had brought it into the study that morning, he had read in the journal a flaming account of festivities at Gaunt House, with the names of all the distinguished personages invited by the Marquis of Steyne to meet his Royal Highness. Having made comments upon this entertainment to the housekeeper and her niece as they were taking early tea and hot buttered toast in the former lady's apartment, and wondering how the Rawding Crawleys could get on, the valet had damped and folded the paper once more, so that it looked quite fresh and innocent against the arrival of the master of the house. Poor Rawdon took up the paper and began to try and read it until his brother should arrive, but the print fell blank upon his eyes, and he did not know in the least what he was reading. The government news and appointments, which Sir Pitt as a public man was bound to peruse, otherwise he would by no means permit the introduction of Sunday papers into his household. The theatrical criticisms, the fight for £100 a side between the Barking Butcher and the Tutbury Pet, the Gaunt House Chronicle itself, which contained a most complimentary though guarded account of the famous charades of which Mrs. Becky had been the heroine, all these passed as in a haze before Rawdon as he sat waiting the arrival of the chief of his family. Punctually as the shrill-toned bell of the black marble study clock began to chime 9, Sir Pitt made his appearance, fresh, neat, smugly shaved, with a waxy clean face and stiff shirt collar, his scanty hair combed and oiled, trimming his nails as he descended the stairs majestically in a starched cravat and a grey flannel dressing gown. A real old English gentleman, in a word, a model of neatness and every propriety. He started when he saw poor Rawdon in his study in tumbled clothes, with bloodshot eyes and his hair over his face. He thought his brother was not sober and had been out all night on some orgy. "Good gracious, Rawdon," he said with a blank face, "what brings you here at this time of the morning? Why aren't you at home?" "Home," said Rawdon with a wild laugh. "Don't be frightened, Pitt. I'm not drunk. Shut the door. I want to speak to you." Pitt closed the door and came up to the table, where he sat down in the other armchair, the one placed for the reception of the steward, agent, or confidential visitor who came to transact business with the Baronet, and trimmed his nails more vehemently than ever. "Pitt, it's all over with me," the Colonel said after a pause. "I'm done." "I always said it would come to this," the Baronet cried peevishly, and beating a tune with his clean trimmed nails. "I warned you 1,000 times. I can't help you any more. Every shilling of my money is tied up. Even the £100 that Jane took you last night were promised to my lawyer tomorrow morning, and the want of it will put me to great inconvenience. I don't mean to say that I won't assist you ultimately, but as for paying your creditors in full, I might as well hope to pay the national debt. It is madness, sheer madness, to think of such a thing. You must come to a compromise. It is a painful thing for the family, but everybody does it. There was George Kitely, Lord Ragland's son, went through the court last week, and was what they call whitewashed, I believe. Lord Ragland would not pay a shilling for him, and it's not money I want," Rawdon broke in. "I'm not come to you about myself. Never mind what happens to me." "What is the matter then?" said Pitt, somewhat relieved. "It's the boy," said Rawdon in a husky voice.
I want you to promise me that you will take charge of him when I'm gone. That dear good wife of yours has always been good to him, and he's fonder of her than he is of his... Damn it! Look here, Pitt. You know that I was to have had Miss Crawley's money. I wasn't brought up like a younger brother, but was always encouraged to be extravagant and kept idle. But for this I might have been quite a different man. I didn't do my duty with the regiment so bad. You know how I was thrown over about the money, and who got it. After the sacrifices I have made, and the manner in which I have stood by you, I think this sort of reproach is useless," Sir Pitt said. "Your marriage was your own doing, not mine." "That's over now," said Rawdon. "That's over now." And the words were wrenched from him with a groan which made his brother start. "Good God, is she dead?" Sir Pitt said, with a voice of genuine alarm and commiseration. "I wish I was," Rawdon replied. "If it wasn't for little Rawdon, I'd have cut my throat this morning, and that damned villain's too." Sir Pitt instantly guessed the truth, and surmised that Lord Steyne was the person whose life Rawdon wished to take. The Colonel told his senior briefly, and in broken accents, the circumstances of the case. "It was a regular plan between that scoundrel and her," he said. "The bailiffs were put upon me. I was taken as I was going out of his house. When I wrote to her for money, she said she was ill in bed, and put me off to another day. And when I got home, I found her in diamonds, and sitting with that villain alone." He then went on to describe hurriedly the personal conflict with Lord Steyne. To an affair of that nature, of course, he said, there was but one issue, and after his conference with his brother he was going away to make the necessary arrangements for the meeting which must ensue. "And as it may end fatally with me," Rawdon said with a broken voice, "and as the boy has no mother, I must leave him to you and Jane, Pitt. Only it will be a comfort to me if you will promise me to be his friend." The elder brother was much affected, and shook Rawdon's hand with a cordiality seldom exhibited by him. Rawdon passed his hand over his shaggy eyebrows. "Thank you, brother," said he. "I know I can trust your word." "I will, upon my honour," the Baronet said, and thus, and almost mutely, this bargain was struck between them. Then Rawdon took out of his pocket the little pocket book which he had discovered in Becky's desk, and from which he drew a bundle of the notes which it contained. "Here's 600, he said. "You didn't know I was so rich. I want you to give the money to Briggs, who lent it to us, and who was kind to the boy, and I've always felt ashamed of having taken the poor old woman's money. And here's some more. I've only kept back a few pounds, which Becky may as well have, to get on with." As he spoke, he took hold of the other notes to give to his brother, but his hands shook, and he was so agitated that the pocket book fell from him, and out of it the £1,000 note, which had been the last of the unlucky Becky's winnings. Pitt stooped and picked them up, amazed at so much wealth. "Not that," Rawdon said. "I hope to put a bullet in the man whom that belongs to." He had thought to himself it would be a fine revenge to wrap a ball in the note and kill Steyne with it. After this colloquy the brothers once more shook hands and parted. Lady Jane had heard of the Colonel's arrival, and was waiting for her husband in the adjoining dining room, with female instinct auguring evil. The door of the dining room happened to be left open, and the lady of course was issuing from it as the two brothers passed out of the study. She held out her hand to Rawdon, and said she was glad he was come to breakfast, though she could perceive by his haggard unshorn face and the dark looks of her husband that there was very little question of breakfast between them. Rawdon muttered some excuses about an engagement, squeezing hard the timid little hand which his sister-in-law reached out to him. Her imploring eyes could read nothing but calamity in his face, but he went away without another word, nor did Sir Pitt vouchsafe her any explanation. The children came up to salute him,
and he kissed them in his usual frigid manner. The mother took both of them close to herself, and held a hand of each of them as they knelt down to prayers, which Sir Pitt read to them, and to the servants in their Sunday suits or liveries, ranged upon chairs on the other side of the hissing tea urn. Breakfast was so late that day, in consequence of the delays which had occurred, that the church bells began to ring whilst they were sitting over their meal, and Lady Jane was too ill, she said, to go to church, though her thoughts had been entirely astray during the period of family devotion. Rawdon Crawley meanwhile hurried on from Great Gaunt Street, and knocking at the great bronze Medusa's head which stands on the portal of Gaunt House, brought out the purple Silenus in a red and silver waistcoat, who acts as porter of that palace. The man was scared also by the Colonel's dishevelled appearance, and barred the way as if afraid that the other was going to force it. But Colonel Crawley only took out a card, and enjoined him particularly to send it in to Lord Steyne, and to mark the address written on it, and say that Colonel Crawley would be all day, after 1 o'clock, in the Regent Club in St. James's Street, not at home. The fat red-faced man looked after him with astonishment as he strode away. So did the people in their Sunday clothes who were out so early. The charity boys with shining faces, the greengrocer lolling at his door, and the publican shutting his shutters in the sunshine against service commenced. The people joked at the cab stand about his appearance as he took a carriage there and told the driver to drive him to Knightsbridge Barracks. All the bells were jangling and tolling as he reached that place. He might have seen his old acquaintance Amelia on her way from Brompton to Russell Square, had he been looking out. Troops of schools were on their march to church. The shiny pavement and outside of coaches in the suburbs were thronged with people out upon their Sunday pleasure. But the Colonel was much too busy to take any heed of these phenomena, and, arriving at Knightsbridge, speedily made his way up to the room of his old friend and comrade, Captain Macmurdo, who Crawley found, to his satisfaction, was in barracks. Captain Macmurdo, a veteran officer and Waterloo man, greatly liked by his regiment, in which want of money alone prevented him from attaining the highest ranks, was enjoying the forenoon calmly in bed. He had been at a fast supper party given the night before by Captain the Honourable George Cinquebars at his house in Brompton Square, to several young men of the regiment and a number of ladies of the corps de ballet; and old Mac, who was at home with people of all ages and ranks, and consorted with generals, dog fanciers, opera dancers, bruisers, and every kind of person, in a word, was resting himself after the night's labours, and not being on duty, was in bed. His room was hung round with boxing, sporting, and dancing pictures, presented to him by comrades as they retired from the regiment and married and settled into quiet life. And as he was now nearly 50 years of age, 24 of which he had passed in the corps, he had a singular museum. He was one of the best shots in England, and for a heavy man, one of the best riders. Indeed, he and Crawley had been rivals when the latter was in the army. To be brief, Mr. Macmurdo was lying in bed, reading in Bell's Life an account of that very fight between the Tutbury Pet and the Barking Butcher, which has been before mentioned. A venerable bristly warrior, with a little close-shaved grey head, with a silk nightcap, a red face and nose, and a great dyed moustache. When Rawdon told the Captain he wanted a friend, the latter knew perfectly well on what duty of friendship he was called to act, and indeed had conducted scores of affairs for his acquaintances with the greatest prudence and skill. His Royal Highness, the late lamented Commander-in-Chief, had had the greatest regard for Macmurdo on this account, and he was the common refuge of gentlemen in trouble. "What's the row about, Crawley, my boy?" said the old warrior. "No more gambling business, hey? Like that when we shot Captain Marker?" "It's about my wife," Crawley answered, casting down his eyes and turning very red. The other gave a whistle. "I always said she'd throw you over," he began. Indeed, there were bets in the regiment and at the clubs regarding the probable fate of Colonel Crawley, so lightly was his wife's character esteemed by his comrades and the world. But seeing the savage look with which Rawdon answered the expression of this opinion, Macmurdo did not think fit to enlarge upon it further. "Is there no way out of it, old boy?" the Captain continued in a grave tone. "Is it only suspicion, you know, or what is it? Any letters? Can't you keep it quiet? Best not to make any noise about a thing of that sort if you can help it." "Think of his only finding her out now," the Captain thought to himself, and remembered 100 particular conversations at the mess table in which Mrs. Crawley's reputation had been torn to shreds. "There's no way but one out of it," Rawdon replied, "and there's only a way out of it for one of us, Mac. Do you understand? I was put out of the way, arrested. I found 'em alone together. I told him he was a liar and a coward, and knocked him down and thrashed him." "Serves him right," Macmurdo said. "Who is it?" Rawdon answered it was Lord Steyne. "The deuce! A Marquis! They said that is, they said you what the devil do you mean?" roared out Rawdon. "Do you mean that you ever heard a fellow doubt about my wife and didn't tell me, Mac?" "The world's very censorious, old boy," the other replied. "What the deuce was the good of my telling you what any tomfools talked about?" "It was damned unfriendly, Mac," said Rawdon, quite overcome, and covering his face with his hands, he gave way to an emotion, the sight of which caused the tough old campaigner opposite him to wince with sympathy. "Hold up, old boy," he said. "Great man or not, we'll put a bullet in him, damn him. As for women, they're all so." "You don't know how fond I was of that one," Rawdon said, half inarticulately. "Damme, I followed her like a footman. I gave up everything I had to her. I'm a beggar because I would marry her. By Jove, sir, I pawned my own watch in order to get her anything she fancied, and she's been making a purse for herself all the time, and grudged me £100 to get me out of quod." He then fiercely and incoherently, and with an agitation under which his counsellor had never before seen him labour, told Macmurdo the circumstances of the story. His adviser caught at some stray hints in it. "She may be innocent after all," he said. "She says so. Steyne has been 100 times alone with her in the house before." "It may be so," Rawdon answered sadly, "but this don't look very innocent." And he showed the Captain the £1,000 note which he had found in Becky's pocket book. "This is what he gave her, Mac, and she kept it unknown to me. And with this money in the house, she refused to stand by me when I was locked up." The Captain could not but own that the secreting of the money had a very ugly look. Whilst they were engaged in their conference, Rawdon dispatched Captain Macmurdo's servant to Curzon Street, with an order to the domestic there to give up a bag of clothes of which the Colonel had great need. And during the man's absence, and with great labour and a Johnson's dictionary, which stood them in much stead, Rawdon and his second composed a letter, which the latter was to send to Lord Steyne. Captain Macmurdo had the honour of waiting upon the Marquis of Steyne on the part of Colonel Rawdon Crawley, and begged to intimate that he was empowered by the Colonel to make any arrangements for the meeting which, he had no doubt, it was his Lordship's intention to demand, and which the circumstances of the morning had rendered inevitable. Captain Macmurdo begged Lord Steyne, in the most polite manner, to appoint a friend with whom he, Captain M. might communicate, and desired that the meeting might take place with as little delay as possible. In a postscript the Captain stated that he had in his possession a bank note for a large amount, which Colonel Crawley had reason to suppose was the property of the Marquis of Steyne, and he was anxious, on the Colonel's behalf, to give up the note to its owner. By the time this note was composed, the Captain's servant returned from his mission to Colonel Crawley's house in Curzon Street, but without the carpet bag and portmanteau for which he had been sent, and with a very puzzled and odd face. "They won't give 'em up," said the man. "There's a reg'lar shinty in the house, and everything at sixes and sevens. The landlord's come in and took possession. The servants was a drinking up in the drawing room. They said you'd gone off with the plate, Colonel." The man added after a pause, "One of the servants is off already, and Simpson, the man as was very noisy and drunk indeed, said nothing shall go out of the house until his wages is paid up." The account of this little revolution in Mayfair astonished and gave a little gaiety to an otherwise very triste conversation. The two officers laughed at Rawdon's discomfiture. "I'm glad the little 'un isn't at home," Rawdon said, biting his nails. "You remember him, Mac, don't you, in the riding school? How he sat the kicker, to be sure, didn't he?" "That he did, old boy," said the good-natured Captain. Little Rawdon was then sitting, one of 50 gown boys, in the chapel of Whitefriars School, thinking, not about the sermon, but about going home next Saturday, when his father would certainly tip him, and perhaps would take him to the play. "He's a regular trump, that boy," the father went on, still musing about his son. "I say, Mac, if anything goes wrong, if I drop, I should like you to go and see him, you know, and say that I was very fond of him, and that, and dash it, old chap, give him these gold sleeve buttons. It's all I've got." He covered his face with his black hands, over which the tears rolled and made furrows of white. Mr. Macmurdo had also occasion to take off his silk nightcap and rub it across his eyes. "Go down and order some breakfast," he said to his man in a loud, cheerful voice. "What'll you have, Crawley? Some devilled kidneys and a herring, let's say. And Clay, lay out some dressing things for the Colonel. We were always pretty much of a size, Rawdon, my boy, and neither of us ride so light as we did when we first entered the corps." With which, and leaving the Colonel to dress himself, Macmurdo turned round towards the wall and resumed the perusal of Bell's Life until such time as his friend's toilette was complete and he was at liberty to commence his own. This, as he was about to meet a lord, Captain Macmurdo performed with particular care. He waxed his mustachios into a state of brilliant polish, and put on a tight cravat and a trim buff waistcoat, so that all the young officers in the mess room, whither Crawley had preceded his friend, complimented Mac on his appearance at breakfast, and asked if he was going to be married that Sunday. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 55, in which the same subject is pursued. Becky did not rally from the state of stupor and confusion in which the events of the previous night had plunged her intrepid spirit until the bells of the Curzon Street chapels were ringing for afternoon service, and rising from her bed she began to ply her own bell in order to summon the French maid who had left her some hours before. Mrs. Rawdon Crawley rang many times in vain, and though on the last occasion she rang with such vehemence as to pull down the bell rope, Mademoiselle Fifine did not make her appearance. No, not though her mistress, in a great pet, and with the bell rope in her hand, came out to the landing place with her hair over her shoulders, and screamed out repeatedly for her attendant. The truth is, she had quitted the premises for many hours, and upon that permission which is called French leave among us. After picking up the trinkets in the drawing room, Mademoiselle had ascended to her own apartments, packed and corded her own boxes there, tripped out and called a cab for herself, brought down her trunks with her own hand, and without even so much as asking the aid of any of the other servants, who would probably have refused it, as they hated her cordially, and without wishing any one of them good-bye, had made her exit from Curzon Street. The game, in her opinion, was over in that little domestic establishment. Fifine went off in a cab, as we have known more exalted persons of her nation to do under similar circumstances. But more provident or lucky than these, she secured not only her own property, but some of her mistress's, if indeed that lady could be said to have any property at all, and not only carried off the trinkets before alluded to, and some favourite dresses on which she had long kept her eye, but 4 richly gilt Louis XIV candlesticks, 6 gilt albums, keepsakes and books of beauty, a gold enamelled snuff box which had once belonged to Madame du Barry, and the sweetest little inkstand and mother of pearl blotting book which Becky used when she composed her charming little pink notes, had vanished from the premises in Curzon Street together with Mademoiselle Fifine, and all the silver laid on the table for the little festin which Rawdon interrupted. The plated ware Mademoiselle left behind her was too cumbrous, probably for which reason, no doubt, she also left the fire irons, the chimney glasses, and the rosewood cottage piano. A lady very like her subsequently kept a milliner's shop in the Rue du Helder at Paris, where she lived with great credit and enjoyed the patronage of my Lord Steyne. This person always spoke of England as the most treacherous country in the world, and stated to her young pupils that she had been affreusement volée by natives of that island. It was no doubt compassion for her misfortunes which induced the Marquis of Steyne to be so very kind to Madame de Saint Amaranth. May she flourish as she deserves. She appears no more in our quarter of Vanity Fair. Hearing a buzz and a stir below, and indignant at the impudence of those servants who would not answer her summons, Mrs. Crawley flung her mourning robe around her and descended majestically to the drawing-room, whence the noise proceeded. The cook was there, with blackened face, seated on the beautiful chintz sofa by the side of Mrs. Raggles, to whom she was administering maraschino. The page with the sugarloaf buttons, who carried about Becky's pink notes and jumped about her little carriage with such alacrity, was now engaged putting his fingers into a cream dish. The footman was talking to Raggles, who had a face full of perplexity and woe, and yet, though the door was open and Becky had been screaming a half-dozen of times a few feet off, not one of her attendants had obeyed her call. "Have a little drop, do 'ee now, Mrs. Raggles," the cook was saying as Becky entered, the white cashmere dressing gown flouncing around her. "Simpson! Trotter!" the mistress of the house cried in great wrath. "How dare you stay here when you heard me call? How dare you sit down in my presence? Where's my maid?" The page withdrew his fingers from his mouth with a momentary terror, but the cook took off a glass of maraschino, of which Mrs. Raggles had had enough, staring at Becky over the little gilt glass as she drained its contents. The liquor appeared to give the odious rebel courage. "You're Sophy, indeed," Mrs. Cook said. "I'm a setting on Mrs. Raggles' Sophy. Don't you stir, Mrs. Raggles, mum. I'm a setting on Mr. and Mrs. Raggles' Sophy, which they bought with honest money, and very dear it cost 'em too, and I'm thinking if I set here until I'm paid my wages, I shall set a precious long time, Mrs. Raggles. And set I will too." And with this she filled herself another glass of the liquor and drank it with a more hideously satirical air. "Trotter! Simpson! Turn that drunken wretch out!" screamed Mrs. Crawley. "I shan't," said Trotter the footman. "Turn out yourself. Pay our salaries and turn me out too. We'll go fast enough." "Are you all here to insult me?" cried Becky in a fury. "When Colonel Crawley comes home, I'll—" At this the servants burst into a hoarse haw haw, in which, however, Raggles, who still kept a most melancholy countenance, did not join. "He ain't a coming back," Mr. Trotter resumed. "He sent for his things, and I wouldn't let 'em go, although Mr. Raggles would, and I don't believe he's no more a colonel than I am. He's hoff, and I suppose you're going after him. You're no better than swindlers, both on you.
Don't be a bullying me. I won't stand it. Pay us our salaries, I say. Pay us our salaries." It was evident from Mr. Trotter's flushed countenance and defective intonation that he, too, had had recourse to vinous stimulus. "Mr. Raggles," said Becky in a passion of vexation, "you will not surely let me be insulted by that drunken man?" "Hold your noise, Trotter, do now," said Simpson the page. He was affected by his mistress's deplorable situation, and succeeded in preventing an outrageous denial of the epithet drunken on the footman's part. "Oh, ma'am," said Raggles, "I never thought to live to see this year day. I've known the Crawley family ever since I was born. I lived butler with Miss Crawley for 30 years, and I little thought that one of the family was a going to ruin me. Yes, ruin me," said the poor fellow with tears in his eyes. "Are you a going to pay me? You've lived in this house 4 year. You've had my substance, my plate and linen. You owe me a milk and butter bill of £200. You must have new laid eggs for your homlets and cream for your spaniel dog." "She didn't care what her own flesh and blood had," interposed the cook. "Many's the time he'd have starved but for me." "He's a charity boy now, Cooky," said Mr. Trotter with a drunken "ha ha." And honest Raggles continued, in a lamentable tone, an enumeration of his griefs. All he said was true. Becky and her husband had ruined him. He had bills coming due next week, and no means to meet them. He would be sold up and turned out of his shop and his house, because he had trusted to the Crawley family. His tears and lamentations made Becky more peevish than ever. "You all seem to be against me," she said bitterly. "What do you want? I can't pay you on Sunday. Come back tomorrow and I'll pay you everything. I thought Colonel Crawley had settled with you. He will tomorrow. I declare to you upon my honour that he left home this morning with £1,500 in his pocket book. He has left me nothing. Apply to him. Give me a bonnet and shawl, and let me go out and find him. There was a difference between us this morning. You all seem to know it. I promise you upon my word that you shall all be paid. He has got a good appointment. Let me go out and find him." This audacious statement caused Raggles and the other personages present to look at one another with a wild surprise, and with it Rebecca left them. She went upstairs and dressed herself this time, without the aid of her French maid. She went into Rawdon's room, and there saw that a trunk and bag were packed ready for removal, with a pencil direction that they should be given when called for. Then she went into the Frenchwoman's garret. Everything was clean, and all the drawers emptied there. She bethought herself of the trinkets which had been left on the ground, and felt certain that the woman had fled. "Good heavens! Was ever such ill luck as mine?" she said. "To be so near, and to lose all. Is it all too late?" No, there was one chance more. She dressed herself and went away unmolested this time, but alone. It was 4 o'clock. She went swiftly down the streets. She had no money to pay for a carriage, and never stopped until she came to Sir Pitt Crawley's door in Great Gaunt Street. Where was Lady Jane Crawley? She was at church. Becky was not sorry. Sir Pitt was in his study, and had given orders not to be disturbed. She must see him. She slipped by the sentinel in livery at once, and was in Sir Pitt's room before the astonished Baronet had even laid down the paper. He turned red and started back from her with a look of great alarm and horror. "Do not look so," she said. "I am not guilty, Pitt. Dear Pitt, you were my friend once. Before God, I am not guilty. I seem so. Everything is against me. And oh, at such a moment, just when all my hopes were about to be realised, just when happiness was in store for us." "Is this true? What I see in the paper, then?" Sir Pitt said, a paragraph which had greatly surprised him.
"It is true. Lord Steyne told me on Friday night, the night of that fatal ball. He has been promised an appointment any time these 6 months. Mr. Martyr, the Colonial Secretary, told him yesterday that it was made out. The unlucky arrest ensued. That horrible meeting. I was only guilty of too much devotedness to Rawdon's service. I have received Lord Steyne alone 100 times before. I confess I had money of which Rawdon knew nothing. Don't you know how careless he is of it? And could I dare to confide it to him? And so she went on with a perfectly connected story, which she poured into the ears of her perplexed kinsman. It was to the following effect. Becky owned, and with perfect frankness, but deep contrition, that having remarked Lord Steyne's partiality for her, at the mention of which Pitt blushed, and being secure of her own virtue, she had determined to turn the great peer's attachment to the advantage of herself and her family. "I looked for a peerage for you, Pitt," she said. The brother-in-law again turned red. "We have talked about it. Your genius and Lord Steyne's interest made it more than probable. Had not this dreadful calamity come to put an end to all our hopes? But first, I own that it was my object to rescue my dear husband, him whom I love in spite of all his ill usage and suspicions of me, to remove him from the poverty and ruin which was impending over us. I saw Lord Steyne's partiality for me," she said, casting down her eyes. "I own that I did everything in my power to make myself pleasing to him, and as far as an honest woman may, to secure his esteem. It was only on Friday morning that news arrived of the death of the Governor of Coventry Island, and my lord instantly secured the appointment for my dear husband. It was intended as a surprise for him. He was to see it in the papers to-day. Even after that horrid arrest took place, the expenses of which Lord Steyne generously said he would settle, so that I was in a manner prevented from coming to my husband's assistance, my lord was laughing at me and saying that my dearest Rawdon would be consoled when he read of his appointment in the paper in that shocking bailiff's house. And then he came home. His suspicions were excited. The dreadful scene took place between my lord and my cruel Rawdon. And, oh my God, what will happen next? Pitt, dear Pitt, pity me and reconcile us." And as she spoke, she flung herself down on her knees, and bursting into tears, seized hold of Pitt's hand, which she kissed passionately. It was in this very attitude that Lady Jane, who, returning from church, ran to her husband's room directly she heard Mrs. Crawley was closeted there, found the Baronet and his sister-in-law. "I am surprised that woman has the audacity to enter this house," Lady Jane said, trembling in every limb and turning quite pale. Her ladyship had sent out her maid directly after breakfast, who had communicated with Raggles and Rawdon Crawley's household, who had told her all, and a great deal more than they knew, of that story, and many others besides. How dare Mrs. Crawley to enter the house of an honest family? Sir Pitt started back, amazed at his wife's display of vigour. Becky still kept up her kneeling posture, and clung to Sir Pitt's hand. "Tell her that she does not know all. Tell her that I am innocent, dear Pitt," she whimpered out. "Upon my word, my love, I think you do Mrs. Crawley injustice," Sir Pitt said, at which speech Rebecca was vastly relieved. "Indeed, I believe her to be—" "To be what?" cried out Lady Jane, her clear voice thrilling, and her heart beating violently as she spoke. "To be a wicked woman, a heartless mother, a false wife. She never loved her dear little boy, who used to fly here and tell me of her cruelty to him. She never came into a family but she strove to bring misery with her, and to weaken the most sacred affections with her wicked flattery and falsehoods. She has deceived her husband as she has deceived everybody. Her soul is black with vanity, worldliness, and all sorts of crime. I tremble when I touch her. I keep my children out of her sight."
"Lady Jane," cried Sir Pitt, starting up, "this is really language."
"I have been a true and faithful wife to you, Sir Pitt," Lady Jane continued intrepidly. "I have kept my marriage vow as I made it to God, and have been obedient and gentle as a wife should. But righteous obedience has its limits, and I declare that I will not bear that woman again under my roof. If she enters it, I and my children will leave it. She is not worthy to sit down with Christian people. You must choose, sir, between her and me." And with this my lady swept out of the room, fluttering with her own audacity, and leaving Rebecca and Sir Pitt not a little astonished at it. As for Becky, she was not hurt. Nay, she was pleased. "It was the diamond clasp you gave me," she said to Sir Pitt, reaching him out her hand. And before she left him, for which event you may be sure my Lady Jane was looking out from her dressing room window in the upper story, the Baronet had promised to go and seek out his brother, and endeavour to bring about a reconciliation. Rawdon found some of the young fellows of the regiment seated in the mess room at breakfast, and was induced without much difficulty to partake of that meal, and of the devilled legs of fowls and soda water with which these young gentlemen fortified themselves. Then they had a conversation befitting the day and their time of life, about the next pigeon match at Battersea, with relative bets upon Ross and Osbaldiston, about Mademoiselle Ariane of the French Opera, and who had left her, and how she was consoled by Panther Carr, and about the fight between the butcher and the pet, and the probabilities that it was a cross. Young Tandyman, a hero of 17, laboriously endeavouring to get up a pair of mustachios, had seen the fight and spoke in the most scientific manner about the battle and the condition of the men. It was he who had driven the butcher on to the ground in his drag, and passed the whole of the previous night with him. Had there not been foul play, he must have won it. All the old files of the ring were in it, and Tandyman wouldn't pay. No, damme, he wouldn't pay. It was but a year since the young cornet, now so knowing a hand in Cribb's parlour, had a still lingering liking for toffee, and used to be birched at Eton. So they went on, talking about dancers, fights, drinking, demi-reps, until Macmurdo came down and joined the boys and the conversation. He did not appear to think that any especial reverence was due to their boyhood. The old fellow cut in with stories to the full as choice as any the youngest rake present had to tell. Nor did his own grey hairs, nor their smooth faces detain him. Old Mac was famous for his good stories. He was not exactly a ladies' man. That is, men asked him to dine rather at the houses of their mistresses than of their mothers. There can scarcely be a life lower, perhaps, than this, but he was quite contented with it, such as it was, and led it in perfect good nature, simplicity, and modesty of demeanour. By the time Mac had finished a copious breakfast, most of the others had concluded their meal. Young Lord Varenus was smoking an immense meerschaum pipe, while Captain Hughes was employed with a cigar. That violent little devil Tandyman, with his little bull terrier between his legs, was tossing for shillings with all his might. That fellow was always at some game or other, against Captain Deuceace, and Mac and Rawdon walked off to the club, neither of course having given any hint of the business which was occupying their minds. Both, on the other hand, had joined pretty gaily in the conversation, for why should they interrupt it? Feasting, drinking, ribaldry, laughter, go on alongside of all sorts of other occupations in Vanity Fair. The crowds were pouring out of church as Rawdon and his friend passed down St. James's Street and entered into their club. The old bucks and habitués, who ordinarily stand gaping and grinning out of the great front window of the club, had not arrived at their posts as yet. The newspaper room was almost empty. One man was present whom Rawdon did not know, another to whom he owed a little score for whist, and whom in consequence he did not care to meet. A third was reading the Royalist, a periodical famous for its scandal and its attachment to Church and King, Sunday paper at the table, and looking up at Crawley with some interest, said, "Crawley, I congratulate you." "What do you mean?" said the Colonel. "It's in the Observer and the Royalist too," said Mr. Smith. "What?" Rawdon cried, turning very red. He thought that the affair with Lord Steyne was already in the public prints. Smith looked up, wondering and smiling at the agitation which the Colonel exhibited as he took up the paper and, trembling, began to read. Mr. Smith and Mr. Brown, the gentleman with whom Rawdon had the outstanding whist account, had been talking about the Colonel just before he came in. "It has come just in the nick of time," said Smith. "I suppose Crawley had not a shilling in the world." "It's a wind that blows everybody good," Mr. Brown said. "He can't go away without paying me a pony he owes me." "What's the salary?" asked Smith. 2,000 or 3,000, answered the other. "But the climate's so infernal they don't enjoy it long. Liversidge died after 18 months of it, and the man before went off in 6 weeks, I hear." "Some people say his brother is a very clever man. I've always found him a damned bore," Smith ejaculated. "He must have good interest there. He must have got the Colonel the place." "He!" said Brown with a sneer. "Pooh, it was Lord Steyne got it." "How do you mean?" "A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband," answered the other enigmatically, and went to read his papers. Rawdon, for his part, read in the Royalist the following astonishing paragraph: "Governorship of Coventry Island. HMS Yellowjack, Commander Jaunders, has brought letters and papers from Coventry Island. H.E. Sir Thomas Liversidge had fallen a victim to the prevailing fever at Swampton. His loss is deeply felt in the flourishing colony. We hear that the governorship has been offered to Colonel Rawdon Crawley, C.B., a distinguished Waterloo officer. We need not only men of acknowledged bravery, but men of administrative talents to superintend the affairs of our colonies, and we have no doubt that the gentleman selected by the Colonial Office to fill the lamented vacancy which has occurred at Coventry Island is admirably calculated for the post which he is about to occupy." Coventry Island? Where was it? Who had appointed him to the government? "You must take me out as your secretary, old boy," Captain Macmurdo said, laughing. And as Crawley and his friend sat wondering and perplexed over the announcement, the club waiter brought in to the Colonel a card, on which the name of Mr. Wenham was engraved, who begged to see Colonel Crawley. The Colonel and his aide de camp went out to meet the gentleman, rightly conjecturing that he was an emissary of Lord Steyne. "How do you do, Crawley? I'm glad to see you," said Mr. Wenham with a bland smile, and grasping Crawley's hand with great cordiality. "You come, I suppose, from—" "Exactly," said Mr. Wenham. "Then this is my friend Captain Macmurdo of the Life Guards Green." "Delighted to know Captain Macmurdo, I'm sure," Mr. Wenham said, and tendered another smile and shake of the hand to the second, as he had done to the principal. Mac put out one finger, armed with a buckskin glove, and made a very frigid bow to Mr. Wenham over his tight cravat. He was perhaps discontented at being put in communication with a Pekin, and thought that Lord Steyne should have sent him a colonel at the very least. "As Macmurdo acts for me and knows what I mean," Crawley said, "I had better retire and leave you together." "Of course," said Macmurdo. "By no means, my dear Colonel," Mr. Wenham said. "The interview which I had the honour of requesting was with you personally, though the company of Captain Macmurdo cannot fail to be also most pleasing.
In fact, Captain, I hope that our conversation will lead to none but the most agreeable results, very different from those which my friend Colonel Crawley appears to anticipate." "Humph," said Captain Macmurdo. "Be hanged to these civilians," he thought to himself. "They are always for arranging and speechifying." Mr. Wenham took a chair which was not offered to him, took a paper from his pocket, and resumed. "You have seen this gratifying announcement in the papers this morning, Colonel. Government has secured a most valuable servant, and you, if you accept office, as I presume you will, an excellent appointment. 3,000 a year, a delightful climate, excellent government house, all your own way in the colony, and a certain promotion. I congratulate you with all my heart. I presume you know, gentlemen, to whom my friend is indebted for this piece of patronage?" "Hanged if I know," the Captain said. His principal turned very red. "To one of the most generous and kindest men in the world, as he is one of the greatest, to my excellent friend the Marquis of Steyne." "I'll see him damned before I take his place," growled out Rawdon. "You are irritated against my noble friend," Mr. Wenham calmly resumed. "And now, in the name of common sense and justice, tell me why?" "Why?" cried Rawdon in surprise. "Why? Dammy," said the Captain, ringing his stick on the ground. "Dammy indeed," said Mr. Wenham with the most agreeable smile. "Still, look at the matter as a man of the world, as an honest man, and see if you have not been in the wrong. You come home from a journey, and find what? My Lord Steyne supping at your house in Curzon Street with Mrs. Crawley. Is the circumstance strange or novel? Has he not been 100 times before in the same position? Upon my honour and word as a gentleman," Mr. Wenham here put his hand on his waistcoat with a parliamentary air, "I declare I think that your suspicions are monstrous and utterly unfounded, and that they injure an honourable gentleman who has proved his goodwill towards you by 1,000 benefactions, and a most spotless and innocent lady." "You don't mean to say that Crawley's mistaken?" said Mr. Macmurdo. "I believe that Mrs. Crawley is as innocent as my wife, Mrs. Wenham," Mr. Wenham said with great energy. "I believe that, misled by an infernal jealousy, my friend here strikes a blow against not only an infirm and old man of high station, his constant friend and benefactor, but against his wife, his own dearest honour, his son's future reputation, and his own prospects in life. I will tell you what happened," Mr. Wenham continued with great solemnity. "I was sent for this morning by my Lord Steyne, and I found him in a pitiable state, as, I need hardly inform Colonel Crawley, any man of age and infirmity would be after a personal conflict with a man of your strength. I say to your face, it was a cruel advantage you took of that strength, Colonel Crawley. It was not only the body of my noble and excellent friend which was wounded. His heart, sir, was bleeding. A man whom he had loaded with benefits and regarded with affection had subjected him to the foulest indignity. What was this very appointment which appears in the journals of to-day but a proof of his kindness to you? When I saw his lordship this morning, I found him in a state pitiable indeed to see, and as anxious as you are to revenge the outrage committed upon him by blood. You know he has given his proofs, I presume, Colonel Crawley?" "He has plenty of pluck," said the Colonel. "Nobody ever said he hadn't." "His first order to me was to write a letter of challenge and to carry it to Colonel Crawley. One or other of us, he said, must not survive the outrage of last night." Crawley nodded. "You're coming to the point, Wenham," he said.
I tried my utmost to calm Lord Steyne. Good God, sir, I said, how I regret that Mrs. Wenham and myself had not accepted Mrs. Crawley's invitation to sup with her. She asked you to sup with her? Captain Macmurdo said. After the opera. Here's the note of invitation. Stop, no, this is another paper. I thought I had it, but it's of no consequence, and I pledge you my word to the fact. If we had come, and it was only one of Mrs. Wenham's headaches which prevented us, she suffers under them a good deal, especially in the spring. If we had come, and you had returned home, there would have been no quarrel, no insult, no suspicion. And so it is positively because my poor wife has a headache that you are to bring death down upon two men of honour and plunge two of the most excellent and ancient families in the kingdom into disgrace and sorrow. Mr. Macmurdo looked at his principal with the air of a man profoundly puzzled, and Rawdon felt with a kind of rage that his prey was escaping him. He did not believe a word of the story, and yet how to discredit or disprove it? Mr. Wenham continued with the same fluent oratory which in his place in Parliament he had so often practised. I sat for an hour or more by Lord Steyne's bedside, beseeching, imploring Lord Steyne to forego his intention of demanding a meeting. I pointed out to him that the circumstances were, after all, suspicious. They were suspicious, I acknowledge it. Any man in your position might have been taken in. I said that a man furious with jealousy is to all intents and purposes a madman, and should be as such regarded. That a duel between you must lead to the disgrace of all parties concerned. That a man of his lordship's exalted station had no right, in these days, when the most atrocious revolutionary principles and the most dangerous levelling doctrines are preached among the vulgar, to create a public scandal, and that however innocent, the common people would insist that he was guilty. In fine, I implored him not to send the challenge. I don't believe one word of the whole story, said Rawdon, grinding his teeth. I believe it a damned lie, and that you're in it, Mr. Wenham. If the challenge don't come from him, by Jove, it shall come from me. Mr. Wenham turned deadly pale at this savage interruption of the Colonel, and looked towards the door. But he found a champion in Captain Macmurdo. That gentleman rose up with an oath and rebuked Rawdon for his language. You put the affair into my hands, and you shall act as I think fit, by Jove, and not as you do. You have no right to insult Mr. Wenham with this sort of language, and damn me, Mr. Wenham, you deserve an apology. And as for a challenge to Lord Steyne, you may get somebody else to carry it, I won't. If my lord, after being thrashed, chooses to sit still, damn me, let him. And as for the affair with Mrs. Crawley, my belief is there's nothing proved at all, that your wife's innocent as Mr. Wenham says she is, and at any rate that you would be a damned fool not to take the place and hold your tongue. Captain Macmurdo, you speak like a man of sense, Mr. Wenham cried out, immensely relieved. I forget any words that Colonel Crawley has used in the irritation of the moment. I thought you would, Rawdon said with a sneer. Shut your mouth, you old stupid, the Captain said good-naturedly. Mr. Wenham ain't a fighting man, and quite right too. This matter, in my belief, the Steyne emissary cried, ought to be buried in the most profound oblivion. A word concerning it should never pass these doors. I speak in the interest of my friend as well as of Colonel Crawley, who persists in considering me his enemy. I suppose Lord Steyne won't talk about it very much, said Captain Macmurdo, and I don't see why our side should. The affair ain't a very pretty one, any way you take it, and the less said about it the better. It's you are thrashed and not us, and if you are satisfied, why, I think we should be. Mr. Wenham took his hat upon this, and Captain Macmurdo, following him to the door, shut it upon himself and Lord Steyne's agent, leaving Rawdon chafing within. When the two were on the other side, Macmurdo looked hard at the other ambassador, and with an expression of anything but respect on his round jolly face. "You don't stick at a trifle, Mr. Wenham," he said. "You flatter me, Captain Macmurdo," answered the other with a smile. "Upon my honour and conscience now, Mrs. Crawley did ask us to sup after the opera. Of course, and Mrs. Wenham had one of her headaches. I say, I've got £1,000 note here, which I will give you if you will give me a receipt, please, and I will put the note up in an envelope for Lord Steyne. My man shan't fight him, but we had rather not take his money. It was all a mistake, my dear sir," the other said with the utmost innocence of manner, and was bowed down the club steps by Captain Macmurdo just as Sir Pitt Crawley ascended them. There was a slight acquaintance between these two gentlemen, and the Captain, going back with the Baronet to the room where the latter's brother was, told Sir Pitt in confidence that he had made the affair all right between Lord Steyne and the Colonel. Sir Pitt was well pleased, of course, at this intelligence, and congratulated his brother warmly upon the peaceful issue of the affair, making appropriate moral remarks upon the evils of duelling and the unsatisfactory nature of that sort of settlement of disputes. And after this preface he tried with all his eloquence to effect a reconciliation between Rawdon and his wife. He recapitulated the statements which Becky had made, pointed out the probabilities of their truth, and asserted his own firm belief in her innocence. But Rawdon would not hear of it. "She's kept money concealed from me these 10 years," he said. "She swore last night only she had none from Steyne. She knew it was all up directly I found it. If she's not guilty, Pitt, she's as bad as guilty, and I'll never see her again, never." His head sank down on his chest as he spoke these words, and he looked quite broken and sad. "Poor old boy," Macmurdo said, shaking his head. Rawdon Crawley resisted for some time the idea of taking the place which had been procured for him by so odious a patron, and was also for removing the boy from the school where Lord Steyne's interest had placed him. He was induced, however, to acquiesce in these benefits by the entreaties of his brother and Macmurdo, but mainly by the latter, pointing out to him what a fury Steyne would be in to think that his enemy's fortune was made through his means. When the Marquis of Steyne came abroad after his accident, the Colonial Secretary bowed up to him and congratulated himself and the service upon having made so excellent an appointment. These congratulations were received with a degree of gratitude which may be imagined on the part of Lord Steyne. The secret of the rencontre between him and Colonel Crawley was buried in the profoundest oblivion, as Wenham said, that is, by the seconds and the principals. But before that evening was over, it was talked of at 50 dinner tables in Vanity Fair. Little Cackleby himself went to 7 evening parties, and told the story, with comments and emendations, at each place. How Mrs. Washington White revelled in it! The Bishopess of Ealing was shocked beyond expression. The Bishop went and wrote his name down in the visiting book at Gaunt House that very day. Little Southdown was sorry. So you may be sure was his sister Lady Jane, very sorry. Lady Southdown wrote it off to her other daughter at the Cape of Good Hope. It was town talk for at least 3 days, and was only kept out of the newspapers by the exertions of Mr. Wagg, acting upon a hint from Mr. Wenham. The bailiffs and brokers seized upon poor Raggles in Curzon Street, and the late fair tenant of that poor little mansion was in the meanwhile where? Who cared? Who asked after a day or two? Was she guilty or not? We all know how charitable the world is, and how the verdict of Vanity Fair goes when there is a doubt. Some people said she had gone to Naples in pursuit of Lord Steyne, while others averred that his lordship quitted that city and fled to Palermo on hearing of Becky's arrival. Some said she was living in Bierstadt and had become a dame d'honneur to the Queen of Bulgaria, some that she was at Boulogne, and others at a boarding house in Cheltenham. Rawdon had made her a tolerable annuity, and we may be sure that she was a woman who could make a little money go a great way, as the saying is. He would have paid his debts on leaving England, could he have got any insurance office to take his life. But the climate of Coventry Island was so bad that he could borrow no money on the strength of his salary. He remitted, however, to his brother punctually, and wrote to his little boy regularly every mail. He kept Macmurdo in cigars, and sent over quantities of shells, cayenne pepper, hot pickles, guava jelly, and colonial produce to Lady Jane. He sent his brother home the Swamptown Gazette, in which the new governor was praised with immense enthusiasm, whereas the Swamptown Sentinel, whose wife was not asked to Government House, declared that his Excellency was a tyrant, compared to whom Nero was an enlightened philanthropist. Little Rawdon used to like to get the papers and read about his Excellency. His mother never made any movement to see the child. He went home to his aunt for Sundays and holidays. He soon knew every bird's nest about Queen's Crawley, and rode out with Sir Huddlestone's hounds, which he admired so on his first well-remembered visit to Hampshire. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 56. Georgy is made a gentleman. Georgy Osborne was now fairly established in his grandfather's mansion in Russell Square, occupant of his father's room in the house, and heir apparent of all the splendours there. The good looks, gallant bearing, and gentlemanlike appearance of the boy won the grandsire's heart for him. Mr. Osborne was as proud of him as ever he had been of the elder George. The child had many more luxuries and indulgences than had been awarded his father. Osborne's commerce had prospered greatly of late years. His wealth and importance in the city had very much increased. He had been glad enough in former days to put the elder George to a good private school, and a commission in the army for his son had been a source of no small pride to him. For little George and his future prospects the old man looked much higher. He would make a gentleman of the little chap, was Mr. Osborne's constant saying regarding little Georgy. He saw him in his mind's eye a collegian, a Parliament man, a baronet, perhaps. The old man thought he would die contented if he could see his grandson in a fair way to such honours. He would have none but a tip-top college man to educate him, none of your quacks and pretenders, no, no. A few years before, he used to be savage and inveigh against all parsons, scholars, and the like, declaring that they were a pack of humbugs and quacks that weren't fit to get their living but by grinding Latin and Greek, and a set of supercilious dogs that pretended to look down upon British merchants and gentlemen who could buy up 100 of 'em. He would mourn now, in a very solemn manner, that his own education had been neglected, and repeatedly point out, in pompous orations to Georgy, the necessity and excellence of classical acquirements. When they met at dinner, the grandsire used to ask the lad what he had been reading during the day, and was greatly interested at the report the boy gave of his own studies, pretending to understand little George when he spoke regarding them. He made 100 blunders, and showed his ignorance many a time. It did not increase the respect which the child had for his senior. A quick brain and a better education elsewhere showed the boy very soon that his grandsire was a dullard, and he began accordingly to command him and to look down upon him. For his previous education, humble and contracted as it had been, had made a much better gentleman of Georgy than any plans of his grandfather could make him. He had been brought up by a kind, weak, and tender woman, who had no pride about anything but about him, and whose heart was so pure, and whose bearing was so meek and humble, that she could not but needs be a true lady. She busied herself in gentle offices and quiet duties. If she never said brilliant things, she never spoke or thought unkind ones. Guileless and artless, loving and pure, indeed, how could our poor little Amelia be other than a real gentlewoman? Young Georgy lorded over this soft and yielding nature, and the contrast of its simplicity and delicacy with the coarse pomposity of the dull old man with whom he next came in contact made him lord over the latter too. If he had been a Prince Royal, he could not have been better brought up to think well of himself. Whilst his mother was yearning after him at home, and I do believe every hour of the day, and during most hours of the sad lonely nights, thinking of him, this young gentleman had a number of pleasures and consolations administered to him, which made him, for his part, bear the separation from Amelia very easily. Little boys who cry when they are going to school cry because they are going to a very uncomfortable place. It is only a few who weep from sheer affection. When you think that the eyes of your childhood dried at the sight of a piece of gingerbread, and that a plum cake was a compensation for the agony of parting with your mamma and sisters, oh, my friend and brother, you need not be too confident of your own fine feelings. Well, then, Master George Osborne had every comfort and luxury that a wealthy and lavish old grandfather thought fit to provide. The coachman was instructed to purchase for him the handsomest pony which could be bought for money, and on this George was taught to ride, first at a riding school, whence, after having performed satisfactorily without stirrups and over the leaping bar, he was conducted through the New Road to Regent's Park, and then to Hyde Park, where he rode in state, with Martin the coachman behind him. Old Osborne, who took matters more easily in the city now, where he left his affairs to his junior partners, would often ride out with Miss O. in the same fashionable direction. As little Georgy came cantering up with his dandified air and his heels down, his grandfather would nudge the lad's aunt and say, "Look, Miss O," and he would laugh, and his face would grow red with pleasure as he nodded out of the window to the boy, as the groom saluted the carriage and the footman saluted Master George. Here, too, his aunt, Mrs. Frederick Bullock, whose chariot might daily be seen in the ring, with Bullock's oar emblazoned on the panels and harness, and 3 pasty-faced little bullocks, covered with cockades and feathers, staring from the windows. Mrs. Frederick Bullock, I say, flung glances of the bitterest hatred at the little upstart as he rode by with his hand on his side and his hat on one ear, as proud as a lord. Though he was scarcely 11 years of age, Master George wore straps and the most beautiful little boots, like a man. He had gilt spurs and a gold-headed whip, and a fine pin in his handkerchief, and the neatest little kid gloves which Lamb's Conduit Street could furnish. His mother had given him a couple of neckcloths, and carefully hemmed and made some little shirts for him. But when her Eli came to see the widow, they were replaced by much finer linen. He had little jewelled buttons in the lawn shirt fronts. Her humble presents had been put aside. I believe Miss Osborne had given them to the coachman's boy. Amelia tried to think she was pleased at the change. Indeed, she was happy and charmed to see the boy looking so beautiful. She had had a little black profile of him done for a shilling, and this was hung up by the side of another portrait over her bed. One day the boy came on his accustomed visit, galloping down the little street at Brompton, and bringing, as usual, all the inhabitants to the windows to admire his splendour, and with great eagerness and a look of triumph in his face, he pulled a case out of his greatcoat. It was a natty white greatcoat, with a cape and a velvet collar, pulled out a red morocco case, which he gave her. "I brought it with my own money, Mamma," he said. "I thought you'd like it." Amelia opened the case, and giving a little cry of delighted affection, seized the boy and embraced him 100 times. It was a miniature of himself, very prettily done, though not half handsome enough, we may be sure, the widow thought. His grandfather had wished to have a picture of him by an artist whose works, exhibited in a shop window in Southampton Row, had caught the old gentleman's eye, and George, who had plenty of money, bethought him of asking the painter how much a copy of the little portrait would cost, saying that he would pay for it out of his own money, and that he wanted to give it to his mother. The pleased painter executed it for a small price, and old Osborne himself, when he heard of the incident, growled out his satisfaction, and gave the boy twice as many sovereigns as he had paid for the miniature. But what was the grandfather's pleasure compared to Amelia's ecstasy? That proof of the boy's affection charmed her so that she thought no child in the world was like hers for goodness. For long weeks after, the thought of his love made her happy. She slept better with the picture under her pillow, and how many, many times did she kiss it and weep and pray over it. A small kindness from those she loved made that timid heart grateful. Since her parting with George, she had had no such joy and consolation. At his new home, Master George ruled like a lord. At dinner, he invited the ladies to drink wine with the utmost coolness, and took off his champagne in a way which charmed his old grandfather. "Look at him," the old man would say, nudging his neighbour with a delighted purple face. "Did you ever see such a chap? Lord, Lord, he'll be ordering a dressing case next, and razors to shave with. I'm blessed if he won't." The antics of the lad did not, however, delight Mr. Osborne's friends so much as they pleased the old gentleman. It gave Mr. Justice Coffin no pleasure to hear Georgy cut into the conversation and spoil his stories. Colonel Fogey was not interested in seeing the little boy half tipsy. Mr. Sergeant Toffy's lady felt no particular gratitude when, with a twist of his elbow, he tilted a glass of port wine over her yellow satin and laughed at the disaster. Nor was she better pleased, although old Osborne was highly delighted, when Georgy whopped her third boy, a young gentleman a year older than Georgy, and by chance home from the holidays from Dr. Tickleus's at Ealing School, in Russell Square. George's grandfather gave the boy a couple of sovereigns for this feat, and promised to reward him further for every boy above his own size and age whom he whopped in a similar manner. It is difficult to say what good the old man saw in these combats. He had a vague notion that quarrelling made boys hardy, and that tyranny was a useful accomplishment for them to learn. English youth have been so educated time out of mind, and we have hundreds of thousands of apologists and admirers of injustice, misery, and brutality as perpetrated among children. Flushed with praise and victory over Master Toffy, George wished, naturally, to pursue his conquests further, and one day, as he was strutting about in prodigiously dandified new clothes near St. Pancras, and a young baker's boy made sarcastic comments upon his appearance, the youthful patrician pulled off his dandy jacket with great spirit, and giving it in charge to the friend who accompanied him, Master Todd of Great Coram Street, Russell Square, son of the junior partner of the house of Osborne and Co., George tried to whop the little baker. But the chances of war were unfavourable this time, and the little baker whopped Georgy, who came home with a rueful black eye, and all his fine shirt frill dabbled with the claret drawn from his own little nose. He told his grandfather that he had been in combat with a giant, and frightened his poor mother at Brompton with long and by no means authentic accounts of the battle. This young Todd of Coram Street, Russell Square, was Master George's great friend and admirer. They both had a taste for painting theatrical characters, for hardbake and raspberry tarts, for sliding and skating in the Regent's Park and the Serpentine, when the weather permitted, for going to the play, whither they were often conducted, by Mr. Osborne's orders, by Rowson, Master George's appointed body servant, with whom they sat in great comfort in the pit. In the company of this gentleman they visited all the principal theatres of the metropolis, knew the names of all the actors from Drury Lane to Sadler's Wells, and performed indeed many of the plays to the Todd family and their youthful friends, with West's famous characters, on their pasteboard theatre. Rowson, the footman, who was of a generous disposition, would not unfrequently, when in cash, treat his young master to oysters after the play, and to a glass of rum shrub for a nightcap. We may be pretty certain that Mr. Rowson profited in his turn by his young master's liberality and gratitude for the pleasures to which the footman inducted him. A famous tailor from the West End of the town, "Mr. Osborne would have none of your City or Holborn bunglers," he said, for the boy, though a City tailor was good enough for him, was summoned to ornament little Georgy's person, and was told to spare no expense in so doing. So Mr. Woolsey of Conduit Street gave a loose to his imagination, and sent the child home fancy trousers, fancy waistcoats, and fancy jackets enough to furnish a school of little dandies. Georgy had little white waistcoats for evening parties, and little cut velvet waistcoats for dinner, and a dear little darling shawl dressing gown, for all the world like a little man. He dressed for dinner every day, "like a regular West End swell," as his grandfather remarked. One of the domestics was affected to his special service, attended him at his toilette, answered his bell, and brought him his letters, always on a silver tray. Georgy, after breakfast, would sit in the armchair in the dining room and read the Morning Post, just like a grown-up man. "How he do damn and swear!" the servants would cry, delighted at his precocity. Those who remembered the Captain, his father, declared Master George was his pa, every inch of him. He made the house lively by his activity, his imperiousness, his scolding, and his good nature. George's education was confided to a neighbouring scholar and private pedagogue, who prepared young noblemen and gentlemen for the universities, the senate, and the learned professions, whose system did not embrace the degrading corporal severities still practised at the ancient places of education, and in whose family the pupils would find the elegancies of refined society and the confidence and affection of a home. It was in this way that the Reverend Lawrence Veal of Hart Street, Bloomsbury, and domestic chaplain to the Earl of Bareacres, strove with Mrs. Veal, his wife, to entice pupils. By thus advertising and pushing sedulously, the domestic chaplain and his lady generally succeeded in having one or two scholars by them, who paid a high figure, and were thought to be in uncommonly comfortable quarters. There was a large West Indian, whom nobody came to see, with a mahogany complexion, a woolly head, and an exceedingly dandified appearance. There was another hulking boy of 23, whose education had been neglected, and whom Mr. and Mrs. Veal were to introduce into the polite world. There were 2 sons of Colonel Bangles, of the East India Company's service. These 4 sat down to dinner at Mrs. Veal's genteel board, when Georgy was introduced to her establishment. Georgy was, like some dozen other pupils, only a day boy. He arrived in the morning under the guardianship of his friend Mr. Rowson, and if it was fine, he would ride away in the afternoon on his pony, followed by the groom. The wealth of his grandfather was reported in the school to be prodigious. The Reverend Mr. Veal used to compliment Georgy upon it personally, warning him that he was destined for a high station, that it became him to prepare, by sedulity and docility in youth, for the lofty duties to which he would be called in mature age, that obedience in the child was the best preparation for command in the man, and that he therefore begged George would not bring toffee into the school and ruin the health of the master's Bangles, who had everything they wanted at the elegant and abundant table of Mrs. Veal. With respect to learning, the curriculum, as Mr. Veal loved to call it, was of prodigious extent, and the young gentleman in Hart Street might learn something of every known science. The Reverend Mr. Veal had an orrery, an electrifying machine, a turning lathe, a theatre in the wash house, a chemical apparatus, and what he called a select library of all the works of the best authors of ancient and modern times and languages. He took the boys to the British Museum, and descanted upon the antiquities and the specimens of natural history there, so that audiences would gather round him as he spoke, and all Bloomsbury highly admired him as a prodigiously well-informed man. And whenever he spoke, which he did almost always, he took care to produce the very finest and longest words of which the vocabulary gave him the use, rightly judging that it was as cheap to employ a handsome, large, and sonorous epithet as to use a little stingy one. Thus he would say to George in school, "I observed on my return home from taking the indulgence of an evening's scientific conversation with my excellent friend Dr. Bulders, a true archaeologian, gentlemen, a true archaeologian, that the windows of your venerated grandfather's almost princely mansion in Russell Square were illuminated as if for the purposes of festivity. Am I right in my conjecture that Mr. Osborne entertained a society of chosen spirits round his sumptuous board last night?" Little Georgy, who had considerable humour, and used it to mimic Mr. Veal to his face with great spirit and dexterity, would reply that Mr. V. was quite correct in his surmise. "Then those friends who had the honour of partaking of Mr. Osborne's hospitality, gentlemen, had no reason, I will lay any wager, to complain of their repast. I myself have been more than once so favoured. By the way, Master Osborne, you came a little late this morning, and have been a defaulter in this respect more than once. I myself, I say, gentlemen, humble as I am, have been found not unworthy to share Mr. Osborne's elegant hospitality. And though I have feasted with the great and noble of the world, for I presume that I may call my excellent friend and patron, the Right Honourable George Earl of Bareacres, one of the number, yet I assure you that the board of the British merchant was to the full as richly served, and his reception as gratifying and noble. Mr. Bluck, sir, we will resume, if you please, that passage of Eutropis which was interrupted by the late arrival of Master Osborne." To this great man George's education was for some time entrusted. Amelia was bewildered by his phrases, but thought him a prodigy of learning. That poor widow made friends of Mrs. Veal for reasons of her own. She liked to be in the house and see Georgy coming to school there. She liked to be asked to Mrs. Veal's conversazioni, which took place once a month, as you were informed, on pink cards with Athene engraved on them, and where the Professor welcomed his pupils and their friends to weak tea and scientific conversation. Poor little Amelia never missed one of these entertainments, and thought them delicious so long as she might have Georgy sitting by her, and she would walk from Brompton in any weather and embrace Mrs. Veal with tearful gratitude for the delightful evening she had passed, when, the company having retired and Georgy gone off with Mr. Rowson, his attendant, poor Mrs. Osborne put on her cloaks and her shawls, preparatory to walking home. As for the learning which Georgy imbibed under this valuable master of 100 sciences, to judge from the weekly reports which the lad took home to his grandfather, his progress was remarkable. The names of a score or more of desirable branches of knowledge were printed in a table, and the pupil's progress in each was marked by the professor. In Greek, Georgy was pronounced Aristos; in Latin, Optimus; in French, Très bien, and so forth; and everybody had prizes for everything at the end of the year. Even Mr. Swartz, the woolly-headed young gentleman, and half-brother to the Honourable Mrs. Macmull, and Mr. Bluck, the neglected young pupil of 23 from the agricultural district, and that idle young scapegrace of a Master Todd before mentioned, received little 18-penny books, with Athene engraved on them, and a pompous Latin inscription from the Professor to his young friends. The family of this Master Todd were hangers-on of the house of Osborne. The old gentleman had advanced Todd from being a clerk to be a junior partner in his establishment. Mr. Osborne was the godfather of young Master Todd, who in subsequent life wrote Mr. Osborne Todd on his cards and became a man of decided fashion, while Miss Osborne had accompanied Miss Maria Todd to the font and gave her protege a prayer book, a collection of tracts, a volume of very low church poetry, or some such memento of her goodness every year. Miss O. drove the Todds out in her carriage now and then. When they were ill, her footman, in large plush smalls and waistcoat, brought jellies and delicacies from Russell Square to Coram Street. Coram Street trembled and looked up to Russell Square indeed, and Mrs. Todd, who had a pretty hand at cutting out paper trimmings for haunches of mutton, and could make flowers, ducks, etc., out of turnips and carrots in a very creditable manner, would go to the Square, as it was called, and assist in the preparations incident to a great dinner, without even so much as thinking of sitting down to the banquet. If any guest failed at the 11th hour, Todd was asked to dine. Mrs. Todd and Maria came across in the evening, slipped in with a muffled knock, and were in the drawing-room by the time Miss Osborne and the ladies under her convoy reached that apartment, and ready to fire off duets and sing until the gentlemen came up. Poor Maria Todd! Poor young lady! How she had to work and thrum at these duets and sonatas in the street before they appeared in public in the Square! Thus it seemed to be decreed by fate that Georgy was to domineer over everybody with whom he came in contact, and that friends, relatives, and domestics were all to bow the knee before the little fellow. It must be owned that he accommodated himself very willingly to this arrangement. Most people do so, and Georgy liked to play the part of master, and perhaps had a natural aptitude for it. In Russell Square everybody was afraid of Mr. Osborne, and Mr. Osborne was afraid of Georgy. The boy's dashing manners and offhand rattle about books and learning, his likeness to his father, dead unreconciled in Brussels yonder, awed the old gentleman and gave the young boy the mastery. The old man would start at some hereditary feature or tone unconsciously used by the little lad, and fancy that George's father was again before him. He tried, by indulgence to the grandson, to make up for the harshness to the elder George. People were surprised at his gentleness to the boy. He growled and swore at Miss Osborne as usual, and would smile when George came down late for breakfast. Miss Osborne, George's aunt, was a faded old spinster, broken down by more than 40 years of dulness and coarse usage. It was easy for a lad of spirit to master her, and whenever George wanted anything from her, from the jam pots in her cupboards to the cracked and dry old colours in her paint box, the old paint box which she had had when she was a pupil of Mr. Smee and was still almost young and blooming, Georgy took possession of the object of his desire, which obtained, he took no further notice of his aunt. For his friends and cronies he had a pompous old schoolmaster who flattered him, and a toady, his senior, whom he could thrash. It was dear Mrs. Todd's delight to leave him with her youngest daughter, Rosa Jemima, a darling child of 8 years old. "The little pair looked so well together," she would say, but not to the folks in the square, we may be sure. "Who knows what might happen? Don't they make a pretty little couple?" the fond mother thought. The broken-spirited old maternal grandfather was likewise subject to the little tyrant. He could not help respecting a lad who had such fine clothes and rode with a groom behind him. Georgy, on his side, was in the constant habit of hearing coarse abuse and vulgar satire levelled at John Sedley by his pitiless old enemy, Mr. Osborne. Osborne used to call the other the old pauper, the old coal man, the old bankrupt, and by many other such names of brutal contumely. How was little George to respect a man so prostrate? A few months after he was with his paternal grandfather, Mrs. Sedley died. There had been little love between her and the child. He did not care to show much grief. He came down to visit his mother in a fine new suit of mourning, and was very angry that he could not go to a play upon which he had set his heart. The illness of that old lady had been the occupation and perhaps the safeguard of Amelia. What do men know about women's martyrdoms? We should go mad had we to endure the 100th part of those daily pains which are meekly borne by many women. Ceaseless slavery, meeting with no reward, constant gentleness and kindness, met by cruelty as constant, love, labour, patience, watchfulness, without even so much as the acknowledgment of a good word. All this, how many of them have to bear in quiet, and appear abroad with cheerful faces as if they felt nothing. Tender slaves that they are, they must needs be hypocrites and weak. From her chair, Amelia's mother had taken to her bed, which she had never left, and from which Mrs. Osborne herself was never absent, except when she ran to see George. The old lady grudged her even those rare visits. She, who had been a kind, smiling, good-natured mother once, in the days of her prosperity, but whom poverty and infirmities had broken down. Her illness or estrangement did not affect Amelia. They rather enabled her to support the other calamity under which she was suffering, and from the thoughts of which she was kept by the ceaseless calls of the invalid. Amelia bore her harshness quite gently, smoothed the uneasy pillow, was always ready with a soft answer to the watchful, querulous voice, soothed the sufferer with words of hope, such as her pious, simple heart could best feel and utter, and closed the eyes that had once looked so tenderly upon her. Then all her time and tenderness were devoted to the consolation and comfort of the bereaved old father, who was stunned by the blow which had befallen him, and stood utterly alone in the world. His wife, his honour, his fortune, everything he loved best had fallen away from him. There was only Amelia to stand by and support, with her gentle arms, the tottering, heartbroken old man. We are not going to write the history. It would be too dreary and stupid. I can see Vanity Fair yawning over it d'avance. One day, as the young gentlemen were assembled in the study at the Reverend Mr. Veal's, and the domestic chaplain to the Right Honourable the Earl of Bareacres was spouting away as usual, a smart carriage drove up to the door decorated with a statue of Athene, and 2 gentlemen stepped out. The young Masters Bangles rushed to the window with a vague notion that their father might have arrived from Bombay. The great hulking scholar of 23, who was crying secretly over a passage of Eutropius, flattened his neglected nose against the panes and looked at the drag, as the laquais de place sprang from the box and let out the persons in the carriage. "It's a fat one and a thin one," Mr. Bluck said, as a thundering knock came to the door. Everybody was interested, from the domestic chaplain himself, who hoped he saw the fathers of some future pupils, down to Master Georgy, glad of any pretext for laying his book down. The boy in the shabby livery with the faded copper buttons, who always thrust himself into the tight coat to open the door, came into the study and said, "Two gentlemen want to see Master Osborne." The Professor had had a trifling altercation in the morning with that young gentleman, owing to a difference about the introduction of crackers in school time; but his face resumed its habitual expression of bland courtesy as he said, "Master Osborne, I give you full permission to go and see your carriage friends, to whom I beg you to convey the respectful compliments of myself and Mrs. Veal." Georgy went into the reception room and saw two strangers, whom he looked at with his head up in his usual haughty manner. One was fat with mustachios, and the other was lean and long, in a blue frock coat, with a brown face and a grizzled head. "My God, how like he is!" said the long gentleman with a start. "Can you guess who we are, George?" The boy's face flushed up, as it did usually when he was moved, and his eyes brightened. "I don't know the other," he said, "but I should think you must be Major Dobbin." Indeed it was our old friend. His voice trembled with pleasure as he greeted the boy, and taking both the other's hands in his own, drew the lad to him. "Your mother has talked to you about me, has she?" he said. "That she has," Georgy answered, "hundreds and hundreds of times." End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 57. Eothen. It was one of the many causes for personal pride with which old Osborne chose to recreate himself that Sedley, his ancient rival, enemy, and benefactor, was in his last days so utterly defeated and humiliated as to be forced to accept pecuniary obligations at the hand of the man who had most injured and insulted him. The successful man of the world cursed the old pauper and relieved him from time to time. As he furnished George with money for his mother, he gave the boy to understand by hints, delivered in his brutal coarse way, that George's maternal grandfather was but a wretched old bankrupt and dependent, and that John Sedley might thank the man, to whom he already owed ever so much money, for the aid which his generosity now chose to administer. George carried the pompous supplies to his mother, and the shattered old widower whom it was now the main business of her life to tend and comfort. The little fellow patronised the feeble and disappointed old man. It may have shown a want of proper pride in Amelia that she chose to accept these money benefits at the hands of her father's enemy, but proper pride and this poor lady had never had much acquaintance together. A disposition naturally simple and demanding protection, a long course of poverty and humility, of daily privations and hard words, of kind offices and no returns, had been her lot ever since womanhood almost, or since her luckless marriage with George Osborne. You who see your betters bearing up under this shame every day, meekly suffering under the slights of fortune, gentle and unpitied, poor and rather despised for their poverty, do you ever step down from your prosperity and wash the feet of these poor wearied beggars? The very thought of them is odious and low. There must be classes, there must be rich and poor, Dives says, smacking his claret. It is well if he even sends out the broken meat to Lazarus sitting under the window. Very true. But think how mysterious and often unaccountable it is, that lottery of life which gives to this man the purple and fine linen, and sends to the other rags for garments and dogs for comforters. So I must own that without much repining, on the contrary with something akin to gratitude, Amelia took the crumbs that her father-in-law let drop now and then, and with them fed her own parent. Directly she understood it to be her duty, it was this young woman's nature. Ladies, she is but 30 still, and we choose to call her a young woman, even at that age. It was, I say, her nature to sacrifice herself, and to fling all that she had at the feet of the beloved object. During what long, thankless nights had she worked out her fingers for little Georgy whilst at home with her? What buffets, scorns, privations, poverties had she endured for father and mother? And in the midst of all these solitary resignations and unseen sacrifices, she did not respect herself any more than the world respected her, but I believe thought in her heart that she was a poor-spirited, despicable little creature, whose luck in life was only too good for her merits. Oh, you poor women! Oh, you poor secret martyrs and victims, whose life is a torture, who are stretched on racks in your bedrooms, and who lay your heads down on the block daily at the drawing-room table. Every man who watches your pains, or peers into those dark places where the torture is administered to you, must pity you, and thank God that he has a beard. I recollect seeing years ago, at the prison for idiots and madmen at Bicêtre near Paris, a poor wretch bent down under the bondage of his imprisonment and his personal infirmity, to whom one of our party gave a halfpennyworth of snuff in a cornet or a screw of paper. The kindness was too much for the poor epileptic creature. He cried in an anguish of delight and gratitude. If anybody gave you and me 1,000 a year, or saved our lives, we could not be so affected. And so, if you properly tyrannize over a woman, you will find a ha'porth of kindness act upon her, and bring tears into her eyes, as though you were an angel benefiting her. Some such boons as these were the best which fortune allotted to poor little Amelia. Her life, begun not unprosperously, had come down to this, to a mean prison and a long ignoble bondage. Little George visited her captivity sometimes, and consoled it with feeble gleams of encouragement. Russell Square was the boundary of her prison. She might walk thither occasionally, but was always back to sleep in her cell at night, to perform cheerless duties, to watch by thankless sick beds, to suffer the harassment and tyranny of querulous, disappointed old age. How many thousands of people are there, women for the most part, who are doomed to endure this long slavery, who are hospital nurses without wages, sisters of charity, if you like, without the romance and the sentiment of sacrifice, who strive, fast, watch, and suffer unpitied, and fade away ignobly and unknown. The hidden and awful wisdom which apportions the destinies of mankind is pleased so to humiliate and cast down the tender, good, and wise, and to set up the selfish, the foolish, or the wicked. Oh, be humble, my brother, in your prosperity. Be gentle with those who are less lucky, if not more deserving. Think what right have you to be scornful, whose virtue is a deficiency of temptation, whose success may be a chance, whose rank may be an ancestor's accident, whose prosperity is very likely a satire. They buried Amelia's mother in the churchyard at Brompton, upon just such a rainy, dark day as Amelia recollected when first she had been there to marry George. Her little boy sat by her side in pompous new sables. She remembered the old pew woman and clerk. Her thoughts were away in other times as the parson read. But that she held George's hand in her own, perhaps she would have liked to change places with. Then, as usual, she felt ashamed of her selfish thoughts, and prayed inwardly to be strengthened to do her duty. So she determined with all her might and strength to try and make her old father happy. She slaved, toiled, patched and mended, sang and played backgammon, read out the newspaper, cooked dishes for old Sedley, walked him out sedulously into Kensington Gardens or the Brompton Lanes, listened to his stories with untiring smiles and affectionate hypocrisy, or sat musing by his side and communing with her own thoughts and reminiscences, as the old man, feeble and querulous, sunned himself on the garden benches and prattled about his wrongs or his sorrows. What sad, unsatisfactory thoughts those of the widow were! The children running up and down the slopes and broad paths in the gardens reminded her of George, who was taken from her. The first George was taken from her. Her selfish, guilty love in both instances had been rebuked and bitterly chastised. She strove to think it was right that she should be so punished. She was such a miserable, wicked sinner. She was quite alone in the world. I know that the account of this kind of solitary imprisonment is insufferably tedious, unless there is some cheerful or humorous incident to enliven it. A tender gaoler, for instance, or a waggish commandant of the fortress, or a mouse to come out and play about Latude's beard and whiskers, or a subterranean passage under the castle, dug by Trenck with his nails and a toothpick. The historian has no such enlivening incident to relate in the narrative of Amelia's captivity. Fancy her, if you please, during this period, very sad, but always ready to smile when spoken to, in a very mean, poor, not to say vulgar position of life, singing songs, making puddings, playing cards, mending stockings for her old father's benefit. So never mind whether she be a heroine or no, or you or I, however old, scolding and bankrupt, may we have in our last days a kind soft shoulder on which to lean, and a gentle hand to soothe our gouty old pillows. Old Sedley grew very fond of his daughter after his wife's death, and Amelia had her consolation in doing her duty by the old man. But we are not going to leave these two people long in such a low and ungenteel station of life. Better days, as far as worldly prosperity went, were in store for both. Perhaps the ingenious reader has guessed who was the stout gentleman who called upon Georgy at his school in company with our old friend Major Dobbin. It was another old acquaintance returned to England, and at a time when his presence was likely to be of great comfort to his relatives there. Major Dobbin, having easily succeeded in getting leave from his good-natured commandant to proceed to Madras and thence probably to Europe on urgent private affairs, never ceased travelling night and day until he reached his journey's end, and had directed his march with such celerity that he arrived at Madras in a high fever. His servants who accompanied him brought him to the house of the friend with whom he had resolved to stay until his departure for Europe, in a state of delirium. It was thought for many, many days that he would never travel farther than the burying ground of the Church of St. George's, where the troops should fire a salvo over his grave, and where many a gallant officer lies, far away from his home. Here, as the poor fellow lay tossing in his fever, the people who watched him might have heard him raving about Amelia. The idea that he should never see her again depressed him in his lucid hours. He thought his last day was come, and he made his solemn preparations for departure, setting his affairs in this world in order, and leaving the little property of which he was possessed to those whom he most desired to benefit. The friend in whose house he was located witnessed his testament. He desired to be buried with a little brown hair chain, which he wore round his neck, and which, if the truth must be known, he had got from Amelia's maid at Brussels, when the young widow's hair was cut off during the fever which prostrated her after the death of George Osborne on the plateau at Mount St. John. He recovered, rallied, relapsed again, having undergone such a process of bloodletting and calomel as showed the strength of his original constitution. He was almost a skeleton when they put him on board the Ramchunder East Indiaman, Captain Bragg, from Calcutta, touching at Madras, and so weak and prostrate that his friend who had tended him through his illness prophesied that the honest Major would never survive the voyage, and that he would pass some morning, shrouded in flag and hammock, over the ship's side, and carrying down to the sea with him the relic that he wore at his heart. But whether it was the sea air, or the hope which sprung up in him afresh, from the day that the ship spread her canvas and stood out of the roads towards home, our friend began to mend, and he was quite well, although as gaunt as a greyhound, before they reached the Cape. "Kirk will be disappointed of his majority this time," he said with a smile. "He will expect to find himself gazetted by the time the regiment reaches home." For it must be premised that while the Major was lying ill at Madras, having made such prodigious haste to go thither, the gallant th, which had passed many years abroad, which after its return from the West Indies had been balked of its stay at home by the Waterloo campaign, and had been ordered from Flanders to India, had received orders home, and the Major might have accompanied his comrades, had he chosen to wait for their arrival at Madras. Perhaps he was not inclined to put himself in his exhausted state again under the guardianship of Glorvina. "I think Miss O'Dowd would have done for me," he said laughingly to a fellow passenger, "if we had her on board; and when she had sunk me, she would have fallen upon you, depend upon it, and carried you in as a prize to Southampton, Jos, my boy." For indeed it was no other than our stout friend who was also a passenger on board the Ramchunder. He had passed 10 years in Bengal. Constant dinners, tiffins, pale ale and claret, the prodigious labour of cutcherry, and the refreshment of brandy pawnee, which he was forced to take there, had their effect upon Waterloo Sedley. A voyage to Europe was pronounced necessary for him, and having served his full time in India, and had fine appointments which had enabled him to lay by a considerable sum of money, he was free to come home and stay with a good pension, or to return and resume that rank in the service to which his seniority and his vast talents entitled him. He was rather thinner than when we last saw him, but had gained in majesty and solemnity of demeanour. He had resumed the mustachios to which his services at Waterloo entitled him, and swaggered about on deck in a magnificent velvet cap, with a gold band and a profuse ornamentation of pins and jewellery about his person. He took breakfast in his cabin, and dressed as solemnly to appear on the quarter deck as if he were going to turn out for Bond Street or the course at Calcutta. He brought a native servant with him, who was his valet and pipe bearer, and who wore the Sedley crest in silver on his turban. That Oriental menial had a wretched life under the tyranny of Jos Sedley. Jos was as vain of his person as a woman, and took as long a time at his toilette as any fading beauty. The youngsters among the passengers, young chaffers of the 150th, and poor little Ricketts, coming home after his 3rd fever, used to draw out Sedley at the cuddy table and make him tell prodigious stories about himself and his exploits against tigers and Napoleon. He was great when he visited the Emperor's tomb at Longwood, when to these gentlemen and the young officers of the ship, Major Dobbin not being by, he described the whole battle of Waterloo, and all but announced that Napoleon never would have gone to St. Helena at all but for him, Jos Sedley. After leaving St. Helena he became very generous, disposing of a great quantity of ship stores, claret, preserved meats, and great casks packed with soda water, brought out for his private delectation. There were no ladies on board. The Major gave the pass of presidency to the civilian, so that he was the first dignitary at table, and treated by Captain Bragg and the officers of the Ramchunder with the respect which his rank warranted. He disappeared rather in a panic during a 2 days' gale, in which he had the portholes of his cabin battened down, and remained in his cot reading The Washerwoman of Finchley Common, left on board the Ramchunder by the Right Honourable the Lady Emily Hornblower, wife of the Reverend Silas Hornblower, when on their passage out to the Cape, where the reverend gentleman was a missionary. But for common reading he had brought a stock of novels and plays, which he lent to the rest of the ship, and rendered himself agreeable to all by his kindness and condescension. Many and many a night, as the ship was cutting through the roaring dark sea, the moon and stars shining overhead, and the bell singing out the watch, Mr. Sedley and the Major would sit on the quarter-deck of the vessel talking about home, as the Major smoked his cheroot, and the civilian puffed at the hookah which his servant prepared for him. In these conversations it was wonderful with what perseverance and ingenuity Major Dobbin would manage to bring the talk round to the subject of Amelia and her little boy. Jos, a little testy about his father's misfortunes and unceremonious applications to him, was soothed down by the Major, who pointed out the elder's ill fortunes and old age. He would not perhaps like to live with the old couple, whose ways and hours might not agree with those of a younger man accustomed to different society. Jos bowed at this compliment. But the Major pointed out how advantageous it would be for Jos Sedley to have a house of his own in London, and not a mere bachelor's establishment as before. How his sister Amelia would be the very person to preside over it. How elegant, how gentle she was, and of what refined good manners. He recounted stories of the success which Mrs. George Osborne had had in former days at Brussels and in London, where she was much admired by people of very great fashion. And then he hinted how becoming it would be for Jos to send Georgy to a good school and make a man of him, for his mother and her parents were sure to spoil him. In a word, this artful Major made the civilian promise to take charge of Amelia and her unprotected child. He did not know as yet what events had happened in the little Sedley family, and how death had removed the mother, and riches had carried off George from Amelia. But the fact is that every day and always this love-smitten and middle-aged gentleman was thinking about Mrs. Osborne, and his whole heart was bent upon doing her good. He coaxed, wheedled, cajoled, and complimented Jos Sedley with a perseverance and cordiality of which he was not aware himself, very likely. But some men who have unmarried sisters, or daughters even, may remember how uncommonly agreeable gentlemen are to the male relations when they are courting the females, and perhaps this rogue of a Dobbin was urged by a similar hypocrisy. The truth is, when Major Dobbin came on board the Ramchunder, very sick, and for the 3 days she lay in the Madras roads, he did not begin to rally, nor did even the appearance and recognition of his old acquaintance Mr. Sedley on board much cheer him, until after a conversation which they had one day as the Major was laid languidly on the deck. He said then he thought he was doomed. He had left a little something to his godson in his will, and he trusted Mrs. Osborne would remember him kindly and be happy in the marriage she was about to make. Married? Not in the least, Jos answered. He had heard from her. She had made no mention of the marriage, and by the way it was curious, she wrote to say that Major Dobbin was going to be married, and hoped that he would be happy. What were the dates of Sedley's letters from Europe? The civilian fetched them. They were 2 months later than the Major's, and the ship's surgeon congratulated himself upon the treatment adopted by him towards the new patient, who had been consigned to shipboard by the Madras practitioner with very small hopes indeed. For from that day, the very day that he changed the draught, Major Dobbin began to mend. and thus it was that deserving officer Captain Kirk was disappointed of his majority. After they passed St. Helena, Major Dobbin's gaiety and strength was such as to astonish all his fellow passengers. He larked with the midshipmen, played single stick with the mates, ran up the shrouds like a boy, sang a comic song one night to the amusement of the whole party assembled over their grog after supper, and rendered himself so gay, lively, and amiable, that even Captain Bragg, who thought there was nothing in his passenger, and considered he was a poor-spirited fellow at first, was constrained to own that the Major was a reserved, but well-informed and meritorious officer. "He ain't got de stangy manners, dammy," Bragg observed to his first mate. "He wouldn't do at Government House, Roper, where his Lordship and Lady William was as kind to me, and shook hands with me before the whole company, and asking me at dinner to take beer with him before the Commander in Chief himself. He ain't got manners, but there's something about him." And thus Captain Bragg showed that he possessed discrimination as a man, as well as ability as a commander. But a calm taking place when the Ramchunder was within 10 days' sail of England, Dobbin became so impatient and ill-humoured as to surprise those comrades who had before admired his vivacity and good temper. He did not recover until the breeze sprang up again, and was in a highly excited state when the pilot came on board. Good God, how his heart beat as the two friendly spires of Southampton came in sight. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 58. Our Friend the Major. Our Major had rendered himself so popular on board the Ramchunder that when he and Mr. Sedley descended into the welcome shore boat which was to take them from the ship, the whole crew, men and officers, the great Captain Bragg himself leading off, gave 3 cheers for Major Dobbin, who blushed very much and ducked his head in a token of thanks. Jos, who very likely thought the cheers were for himself, took off his gold-laced cap and waved it majestically to his friends, and they were pulled to shore and landed with great dignity at the pier, whence they proceeded to the Royal George Hotel. Although the sight of that magnificent round of beef and the silver tankard suggestive of real British home-brewed ale and porter, which perennially greet the eyes of the traveller returning from foreign parts who enters the coffee-room of the George, are so invigorating and delightful that a man entering such a comfortable, snug, homely English inn might well like to stop some days there, yet Dobbin began to talk about a post-chaise instantly, and was no sooner at Southampton than he wished to be on the road to London. Jos, however, would not hear of moving that evening. Why was he to pass a night in a post-chaise instead of a great, large, undulating, downy, feather bed, which was there ready to replace the horrid little narrow crib in which the portly Bengal gentleman had been confined during the voyage? He could not think of moving till his baggage was cleared, or of travelling until he could do so with his chillum. So the Major was forced to wait over that night, and dispatched a letter to his family announcing his arrival, entreating from Jos a promise to write to his own friends. Jos promised, but he didn't keep his promise. The captain, the surgeon, and 1 or 2 passengers came and dined with our 2 gentlemen at the inn, Jos exerting himself in a sumptuous way in ordering the dinner, and promising to go to town the next day with the Major. The landlord said it did his eyes good to see Mr. Sedley take off his first pint of porter. If I had time and dared to enter into digressions, I would write a chapter about that first pint of porter drunk upon English ground. Ah, how good it is! It is worth while to leave home for a year just to enjoy that one draught. Major Dobbin made his appearance the next morning very neatly shaved and dressed according to his wont. Indeed, it was so early in the morning that nobody was up in the house, except that wonderful Boots of an inn who never seems to want sleep, and the Major could hear the snores of the various inmates of the house roaring through the corridors as he creaked about in those dim passages. Then the sleepless Boots went shirking round from door to door, gathering up at each the Bluchers, Wellingtons, Oxonians which stood outside. Then Jos's native servant arose and began to get ready his master's ponderous dressing apparatus and prepare his hookah. Then the maidservants got up, and meeting the dark man in the passages, shrieked and mistook him for the devil. He and Dobbin stumbled over their pails in the passages as they were scouring the decks of the Royal George. When the first unshorn waiter appeared and unbarred the door of the inn, the Major thought that the time for departure was arrived, and ordered a post chaise to be fetched instantly that they might set off. He then directed his steps to Mr. Sedley's room and opened the curtains of the great large family bed wherein Mr. Jos was snoring. "Come up, Sedley," the Major said. "It's time to be off. The chaise will be at the door in half an hour." Jos growled from under the counterpane to know what time it was, but when he at last extorted from the blushing Major, who never told fibs, however they might be to his advantage, what was the real hour of the morning, he broke out into a volley of bad language, which we will not repeat here, but by which he gave Dobbin to understand that he would jeopardy his soul if he got up at that moment, that the Major might go and be hanged, that he would not travel with Dobbin, and that it was most unkind and ungentlemanlike to disturb a man out of his sleep in that way. On which the discomfited Major was obliged to retreat, leaving Jos to resume his interrupted slumbers. The chaise came up presently, and the Major would wait no longer. If he had been an English nobleman travelling on a pleasure tour, or a newspaper courier bearing dispatches, government messages are generally carried much more quietly, he could not have travelled more quickly. The postboys wondered at the fees he flung amongst them. How happy and green the country looked as the chaise whirled rapidly from milestone to milestone, through neat country towns where landlords came out to welcome him with smiles and bows, by pretty roadside inns where the signs hung on the elms and horses and waggoners were drinking under the checkered shadow of the trees, by old halls and parks, rustic hamlets clustered round ancient grey churches, and through the charming, friendly English landscape. Is there any in the world like it? To a traveller returning home it looks so kind. It seems to shake hands with you as you pass through it. Well, Major Dobbin passed through all this from Southampton to London, and without noting much beyond the milestones along the road. You see, he was so eager to see his parents at Camberwell. He grudged the time lost between Piccadilly and his old haunt at the Slaughters, whither he drove faithfully. Long years had passed since he saw it last, since he and George, as young men, had enjoyed many a feast and held many a revel there. He had now passed into the stage of old fellowhood. His hair was grizzled, and many a passion and feeling of his youth had grown grey in that interval. There, however, stood the old waiter at the door, in the same greasy black suit, with the same double chin and flaccid face, with the same huge bunch of seals at his fob, rattling his money in his pockets as before, and receiving the Major as if he had gone away only a week ago. "Put the Major's things in 23, that's his room," John said, exhibiting not the least surprise. "Roast fowl for your dinner, I suppose. You ain't got married. They said you was married. The Scotch surgeon of yours was here. No, it was Captain Humby of the 33rd, as was quartered with the th in Ingy. Like any warm water? What do you come in a chaise for? Ain't a coach good enough?" And with this the faithful waiter, who knew and remembered every officer who used the house, and with whom 10 years were but as yesterday, led the way up to Dobbin's old room, where stood the great moreen bed and the shabby carpet, a thought more dingy, and all the old black furniture covered with faded chintz, just as the Major recollected them in his youth. He remembered George pacing up and down the room and biting his nails and swearing that the governor must come round, and that if he didn't care a straw, on the day before he was married. He could fancy him walking in, banging the door of Dobbin's room and his own hard by. "You ain't got young," John said, calmly surveying his friend of former days. Dobbin laughed. "10 years and a fever don't make a man young, John," he said. "It is you that are always young. No, you are always old." "What became of Captain Osborne's widow?" John said. "Fine young fellow that. Lord, how he used to spend his money. He never came back after that day he was marched from here. He owes me £3 at this minute. Look here, I have it in my book. April 10th, 1815. Captain Osborne, £3. I wonder whether his father would pay me." And so saying, John of the Slaughters pulled out the very morocco pocket book in which he had noted his loan to the Captain, upon a greasy faded page still extant, with many other scrawled memoranda regarding the bygone frequenters of the house. Having inducted his customer into the room, John retired with perfect calmness, and Major Dobbin, not without a blush and a grin at his own absurdity, chose out of his kit the very smartest and most becoming civil costume he possessed, and laughed at his own tanned face and grey hair as he surveyed them in the dreary little toilet glass on the dressing table. "I'm glad old John didn't forget me," he thought. "She'll know me too, I hope." And he sallied out of the inn, bending his steps once more in the direction of Brompton. Every minute incident of his last meeting with Amelia was present in the constant man's mind as he walked towards her house. The arch and the Achilles statue were up since he had last been in Piccadilly. 100 changes had occurred which his eye and mind vaguely noted. He began to tremble as he walked up the lane from Brompton, that well-remembered lane leading to the street where she lived. Was she going to be married or not? If he were to meet her with the little boy, good God, what should he do? He saw a woman coming to him with a child of 5 years old. Was that she? He began to shake at the mere possibility. When he came up to the row of houses at last where she lived, and to the gate, he caught hold of it and paused. He might have heard the thumping of his own heart. "May God Almighty bless her, whatever has happened," he thought to himself. "Psha, she may be gone from here," he said, and went in through the gate. The window of the parlour which she used to occupy was open, and there were no inmates in the room. The Major thought he recognised the piano, though, with the picture over it, as it used to be in former days, and his perturbations were renewed. Mr. Clapp's brass plate was still on the door, at the knocker of which Dobbin performed a summons. A buxom-looking lass of 16, with bright eyes and purple cheeks, came to answer the knock, and looked hard at the Major as he leant back against the little porch. He was as pale as a ghost, and could hardly falter out the words. "Does Mrs. Osborne live here?" She looked him hard in the face for a moment, and then turning white too, said, "Lord bless me, it's Major Dobbin." She held out both her hands, shaking. "Don't you remember me?" she said. "I used to call you Major Sugarplums." On which, and I believe it was for the first time that he ever so conducted himself in his life, the Major took the girl in his arms and kissed her. She began to laugh and cry hysterically, and calling out "Ma! Pa!" with all her voice, brought up those worthy people, who had already been surveying the Major from the casement of the ornamental kitchen, and were astonished to find their daughter in the little passage in the embrace of a great tall man in a blue frock coat and white duck trousers. "I'm an old friend," he said, not without blushing though. "Don't you remember me, Mrs. Clapp, and those good cakes you used to make for tea? Don't you recollect me, Clapp?
I'm George's godfather, and just come back from India." A great shaking of hands ensued. Mrs. Clapp was greatly affected and delighted. She called upon Heaven to interpose a vast many times in that passage. The landlord and landlady of the house led the worthy Major into the Sedleys' room, whereof he remembered every single article of furniture, from the old brass ornamented piano, once a natty little instrument, Stothard maker, to the screens and the alabaster miniature tombstone, in the midst of which ticked Mr. Sedley's gold watch; and there, as he sat down in the lodger's vacant armchair, the father, the mother, and the daughter, with 1,000 ejaculatory breaks in the narrative, informed Major Dobbin of what we know already, but of particulars in Amelia's history of which he was not aware, namely, of Mrs. Sedley's death, of George's reconcilement with his grandfather Osborne, of the way in which the widow took on at leaving him, and of other particulars of her life. Twice or thrice he was going to ask about the marriage question, but his heart failed him. He did not care to lay it bare to these people. Finally he was informed that Mrs. O. was gone to walk with her pa in Kensington Gardens, whither she always went with the old gentleman, who was very weak and peevish now, and led her a sad life, though she behaved to him like an angel, to be sure, of a fine afternoon after dinner. "I'm very much pressed for time," the Major said, "and have business to-night of importance. I should like to see Mrs. Osborne, though. Suppose Miss Polly would come with me and show me the way." Miss Polly was charmed and astonished at this proposal. She knew the way. She would show Major Dobbin. She'd often been with Mr. Sedley when Mrs. O. was gone Russell Square way, and knew the bench where he liked to sit. She bounced away to her apartment, and appeared presently in her best bonnet and her mamma's yellow shawl and large pebble brooch, of which she assumed the loan in order to make herself a worthy companion for the Major. That officer then, in his blue frock coat and buckskin gloves, gave the young lady his arm, and they walked away very gaily. He was glad to have a friend at hand for the scene which he dreaded somehow. He asked 1,000 more questions from his companion about Amelia. His kind heart grieved to think that she should have had to part with her son. How did she bear it? Did she see him often? Was Mr. Sedley pretty comfortable now in a worldly point of view? Polly answered all of these questions of Major Sugarplums to the very best of her power. And in the midst of their walk an incident occurred which, though very simple in its nature, was productive of the greatest delight to Major Dobbin. A pale young man with feeble whiskers and a stiff white neckcloth came walking down the lane en sandwich, having a lady, that is, on each arm. One was a tall and commanding middle-aged female, with features and complexion similar to those of the clergyman of the Church of England by whose side she marched, and the other a stunted little woman with a dark face, ornamented by a fine new bonnet and white ribbons, and in a smart pelisse, with a rich gold watch in the midst of her person. The gentleman, pinioned as he was by these two ladies, carried farther a parasol, shawl, and basket, so that his arms were entirely engaged, and of course he was unable to touch his hat in acknowledgment of the curtsey with which Miss Mary Clapp greeted him. He merely bowed his head in reply to her salutation, which the two ladies returned with a patronising air, and at the same time looking severely at the individual in the blue coat and bamboo cane, who accompanied Miss Polly. "Who's that?" asked the Major, amused by the group, and after he had made way for the three to pass up the lane. Mary looked at him rather roguishly. "That's our curate, the Reverend Mr. Binny." A twitch from Major Dobbin. "And his sister, Miss B. Lord bless us, how she did used to worrit us at Sunday school. And the other lady, the little one with the cast in her eye and the handsome watch, is Mrs. Binny. Miss Grits, that was. Her pa was a grocer, and kept the little original gold teapot in Kensington Gravel Pits. They were married last month, and are just come back from Margate. She's £5,000 to her fortune,
but her and Miss B., who made the match, have quarrelled already." If the Major had twitched before, he started now, and slapped the bamboo on the ground with an emphasis that made Miss Clapp cry "Law!" and laugh too. He stood for a moment silent, with open mouth, looking after the retreating young couple, while Miss Mary told their history, but he did not hear beyond the announcement of the reverend gentleman's marriage. His head was swimming with felicity. After this rencontre he began to walk double quick towards the place of his destination, and yet they were too soon, for he was in a great tremor at the idea of a meeting for which he had been longing any time these 10 years, through the Brompton lanes, and entering at the little old portal in Kensington Garden Wall. "There they are," said Miss Polly, and she felt him again start back on her arm. She was a confidante at once of the whole business. She knew the story as well as if she had read it in one of her favourite novel books, Fatherless Fanny or the Scottish Chiefs. "Suppose you were to run on and tell her," the Major said. Polly ran forward, her yellow shawl streaming in the breeze. Old Sedley was seated on a bench, his handkerchief placed over his knees, prattling away according to his wont, with some old story about old times, to which Amelia had listened and awarded a patient smile many a time before. She could of late think of her own affairs, and smile or make other marks of recognition of her father's stories, scarcely hearing a word of the old man's tales. As Mary came bouncing along, and Amelia caught sight of her, she started up from her bench. Her first thought was that something had happened to Georgy, but the sight of the messenger's eager and happy face dissipated that fear in the timorous mother's bosom. "News! News!" cried the emissary of Major Dobbin. "He's come! He's come!" "Who is come?" said Emmy, still thinking of her son. "Look there!" answered Miss Clapp, turning round and pointing, in which direction Amelia, looking, saw Dobbin's lean figure and long shadow stalking across the grass. Amelia started in her turn, blushed up, and of course began to cry. At all this simple little creature's fates the grand E were accustomed to play. He looked at her, oh how fondly, as she came running towards him, her hands before her, ready to give them to him. She wasn't changed. She was a little pale, a little stouter in figure. Her eyes were the same, the kind, trustful eyes. There were scarce 3 lines of silver in her soft brown hair. She gave him both her hands as she looked up, flushing and smiling through her tears, into his honest, homely face. He took the 2 little hands between his 2 and held them there. He was speechless for a moment. Why did he not take her in his arms and swear that he would never leave her? She must have yielded. She could not but have obeyed him. "I've another arrival to announce," he said after a pause. "Mrs. Dobbin," Amelia said, making a movement back. Why didn't he speak? "No," he said, letting her hands go. "Who has told you these lies? I mean your brother Jos came in the same ship with me, and is come home to make you all happy." "Papa, Papa," Emmy cried out, "here are news. My brother is in England. He has come to take care of you. Here is Major Dobbin." Mr. Sedley started up, shaking a great deal and gathering up his thoughts. Then he stepped forward and made an old-fashioned bow to the Major, whom he called Mr. Dobbin, and hoped his worthy father, Sir William, was quite well. He proposed to call upon Sir William, who had done him the honour of a visit a short time ago. Sir William had not called upon the old gentleman for 8 years. It was that visit he was thinking of returning. "He is very much shaken," Emmy whispered, as Dobbin went up and cordially shook hands with the old man. Although he had such particular business in London that evening, the Major consented to forego it upon Mr. Sedley's invitation to him to come home and partake of tea. Amelia put her arm under that of her young friend with the yellow shawl, and headed the party on the return homewards, so that Mr. Sedley fell to Dobbin's share. The old man walked very slowly, and told him a number of ancient histories about himself and his poor Bessy, his former prosperity and his bankruptcy. His thoughts, as is usual with failing old men, were quite in former times. The present, with the exception of the one catastrophe which he felt, he knew little about. The Major was glad to let him talk on. His eyes were fixed upon the figure in front of him, the dear little figure always present to his imagination and in his prayers, and visiting his dreams, wakeful or slumbering. Amelia was very happy, smiling and active all that evening, performing her duties as hostess of the little entertainment with the utmost grace and propriety, as Dobbin thought. His eyes followed her about as they sat in the twilight. How many a time had he longed for that moment, and thought of her far away under hot winds and in weary marches, gentle and happy, kindly ministering to the wants of old age, and decorating poverty with sweet submission, as he saw her now. I do not say that his taste was the highest, or that it is the duty of great intellects to be content with a bread and butter paradise, such as sufficed our simple old friend, but his desires were of this sort, whether for good or bad, and with Amelia to help him, he was as ready to drink as many cups of tea as Dr. Johnson. Amelia, seeing this propensity, laughingly encouraged it, and looked exceedingly roguish as she administered to him cup after cup. It is true she did not know that the Major had had no dinner, and that the cloth was laid for him at the Slaughters', and a plate laid thereon to mark that the table was retained, in that very box in which the Major and George had sat many a time carousing, when she was a child just come home from Miss Pinkerton's school. The first thing Mrs. Osborne showed the Major was Georgy's miniature, for which she ran upstairs on her arrival at home. It was not half handsome enough, of course, for the boy, but wasn't it noble of him to think of bringing it to his mother? Whilst her papa was awake, she did not talk much about Georgy. To hear about Mr. Osborne and Russell Square was not agreeable to the old man, who very likely was unconscious that he had been living for some months past mainly on the bounty of his richer rival, and lost his temper if allusion was made to the other. Dobbin told him all, and a little more perhaps than all, that had happened on board the Ramchunder, and exaggerated Jos's benevolent dispositions towards his father, and resolution to make him comfortable in his old days. The truth is that during the voyage the Major had impressed this duty most strongly upon his fellow passenger, and extorted promises from him that he would take charge of his sister and her child. He soothed Jos's irritation with regard to the bills which the old gentleman had drawn upon him, gave a laughing account of his own sufferings on the same score, and of the famous consignment of wine with which the old man had favoured him, and brought Mr. Jos, who was by no means an ill-natured person when well pleased and moderately flattered, to a very good state of feeling regarding his relatives in Europe. And in fine, I am ashamed to say that the Major stretched the truth so far as to tell old Mr. Sedley that it was mainly a desire to see his parent which brought Jos once more to Europe. At his accustomed hour, Mr. Sedley began to doze in his chair, and then it was Amelia's opportunity to commence her conversation, which she did with great eagerness. It related exclusively to Georgy. She did not talk at all about her own sufferings at breaking from him, for indeed this worthy woman, though she was half killed by the separation from the child, yet thought it was very wicked in her to repine at losing him, but everything concerning him, his virtues, talents, and prospects, she poured out. She described his angelic beauty, narrated 100 instances of his generosity and greatness of mind whilst living with her, how a royal duchess had stopped and admired him in Kensington Gardens, how splendidly he was cared for now, and how he had a groom and a pony. What quickness and cleverness he had, and what a prodigiously well-read and delightful person the Reverend Lawrence Veal was, George's master. "He knows everything," Amelia said. "He has the most delightful parties. You who are so learned yourself, and have read so much, and are so clever and accomplished, don't shake your head and say no. He always used to say you were. You will be charmed with Mr. Veal's parties, the last Tuesday in every month. He says there is no place in the Bar or the Senate that Georgy may not aspire to. Look here," and she went to the piano drawer and drew out a theme of Georgy's composition. This great effort of genius, which is still in the possession of George's mother, is as follows: On Selfishness. Of all the vices which degrade the human character, selfishness is the most odious and contemptible. An undue love of self leads to the most monstrous crimes and occasions the greatest misfortunes, both in states and families. As a selfish man will impoverish his family and often bring them to ruin, so a selfish king brings ruin on his people and often plunges them into war. Example: the selfishness of Achilles, as remarked by the poet Homer, occasioned 1,000 woes to the Greeks. Muri achauis alge etheke. Homer 2a2. The selfishness of the late Napoleon Bonaparte occasioned innumerable wars in Europe, and caused him to perish himself in a miserable island, that of Saint Helena in the Atlantic Ocean. We see by these examples that we are not to consult our own interest and ambition, but that we are to consider the interests of others as well as our own. George S. Osborne, Athene House, 24th April, 1827. Think of him writing such a hand, and quoting Greek too, at his age, the delighted mother said. "Oh, William," she added, holding out her hand to the Major, "what a treasure heaven has given me in that boy. He is the comfort of my life, and he is the image of him that's gone." Ought I to be angry with her for being faithful to him? William thought. Ought I to be jealous of my friend in the grave, or hurt that such a heart as Amelia's can love only once, and for ever? Oh, George, George, how little you knew the prize you had, though. This sentiment passed rapidly through William's mind as he was holding Amelia's hand, whilst the handkerchief was veiling her eyes. "Dear friend," she said, pressing the hand which held hers, "how good, how kind you always have been to me. See, Papa is stirring. You will go and see Georgy to-morrow, won't you?" "Not to-morrow," said poor old Dobbin. "I have business." He did not like to own that he had not as yet been to his parents and his dear sister Anne, a remissness for which I am sure every well-regulated person will blame the Major. And presently he took his leave, leaving his address behind him for Jos against the latter's arrival. And so the first day was over, and he had seen her. When he got back to the Slaughters', the roast fowl was of course cold, in which condition he ate it for supper; and knowing what early hours his family kept, and that it would be needless to disturb their slumbers at so late an hour, it is on record that Major Dobbin treated himself to half price at the Haymarket Theatre that evening, where let us hope he enjoyed himself. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 59. The Old Piano. The Major's visit left old John Sedley in a great state of agitation and excitement. His daughter could not induce him to settle down to his customary occupations or amusements that night. He passed the evening fumbling amongst his boxes and desks, untying his papers with trembling hands, and sorting and arranging them against Jos's arrival. He had them in the greatest order, his tapes and his files, his receipts and his letters with lawyers and correspondents. The documents relative to the wine project, which failed from a most unaccountable accident after commencing with the most splendid prospects. The coal project, which only a want of capital prevented from becoming the most successful scheme ever put before the public. The patent sawmills and sawdust consolidation project, etc., etc. All night, until a very late hour, he passed in the preparation of these documents, trembling about from one room to another with a quivering candle and shaky hands. Here's the wine papers, here's the sawdust, here's the coals, here's my letters to Calcutta and Madras, and replies from Major Dobbin, C.B., and Mr. Joseph Sedley to the same. He shall find no irregularity about me, Emmy, the old gentleman said. Emmy smiled. I don't think Jos will care about seeing those papers, Papa, she said. You don't know anything about business, my dear, answered the sire, shaking his head with an important air. And it must be confessed that on this point Emmy was very ignorant, and that it is a pity some people are so knowing. All these twopenny documents arranged on a side table, old Sedley covered them carefully over with a clean bandana handkerchief, one out of Major Dobbin's lot, and enjoined the maid and landlady of the house in the most solemn way not to disturb these papers, which were arranged for the arrival of Mr. Joseph Sedley the next morning. Mr. Joseph Sedley, of the Honourable East India Company's Bengal Civil Service. Amelia found him up very early the next morning, more eager, more hectic, and more shaky than ever. I didn't sleep much, Emmy, my dear, he said. I was thinking of my poor Bessie. I wish she was alive, to ride in Jos's carriage once again. She kept her own, and became it very well. And his eyes filled with tears, which trickled down his furrowed old face. Amelia wiped them away and smilingly kissed him, and tied the old man's neckcloth in a smart bow, and put his brooch into his best shirt frill, in which, in his Sunday suit of mourning, he sat from 6 o'clock in the morning awaiting the arrival of his son. However, when the postman made his appearance, the little party were put out of suspense by the receipt of a letter from Jos to his sister, who announced that he felt a little fatigued after his voyage and should not be able to move on that day, but that he would leave Southampton early the next morning and be with his father and mother at evening. Amelia, as she read out the letter to her father, paused over the latter word. Her brother, it was clear, did not know what had happened in the family. Nor could he, for the fact is that, though the Major rightly suspected that his travelling companion never would be got into motion in so short a space as 24 hours, and would find some excuse for delaying, yet Dobbin had not written to Jos to inform him of the calamity which had befallen the Sedley family, being occupied in talking with Amelia until long after post hour. There are some splendid tailors' shops in the High Street of Southampton, in the fine plate glass windows of which hang gorgeous waistcoats of all sorts, of silk and velvet and gold and crimson, and pictures of the last new fashions, in which those wonderful gentlemen with quizzing glasses and holding on to little boys with the exceeding large eyes and curly hair ogle ladies in riding habits prancing by the statue of Achilles at Apsley House. Jos, although provided with some of the most splendid vests that Calcutta could furnish, thought he could not go to town until he was supplied with one or two of these garments, and selected a crimson satin embroidered with gold butterflies, and a black and red velvet tartan with white stripes and a rolling collar, with which, and a rich blue satin stock and a gold pin, consisting of a 5-barred gate with a horseman in pink enamel jumping over it, he thought he might make his entry into London with some dignity. For Jos's former shyness and blundering, blushing timidity had given way to a more candid and courageous self-assertion of his worth.
"I don't care about owning it," Waterloo Sedley would say to his friends. "I'm a dressy man."
And though rather uneasy if the ladies looked at him at the Government House balls, and though he blushed and turned away alarmed under their glances, it was chiefly from a dread lest they should make love to him that he avoided them, being averse to marriage altogether. But there was no such swell in Calcutta as Waterloo Sedley, I have heard say, and he had the handsomest turnout, gave the best bachelor dinners, and had the finest plate in the whole place. To make these waistcoats for a man of his size and dignity took at least a day, part of which he employed in hiring a servant to wait upon him and his native, and in instructing the agent who cleared his baggage, his boxes, his books, which he never read, his chests of mangoes, chutney and curry powders, his shawls for presents to people whom he didn't know as yet, and the rest of his Persicos apparatus. At length he drove leisurely to London on the third day, and in the new waistcoat. The native, with chattering teeth, shuddering in a shawl on the box by the side of the new European servant. Jos puffing his pipe at intervals within, and looking so majestic that the little boys cried "Hooray!" and many people thought he must be a Governor General. He, I promise, did not decline the obsequious invitation of the landlords to alight and refresh himself in the neat country towns. Having partaken of a copious breakfast with fish and rice and hard eggs at Southampton, he had so far rallied at Winchester as to think a glass of sherry necessary. At Alton he stepped out of the carriage at his servant's request and imbibed some of the ale for which the place is famous. At Farnham he stopped to view the Bishop's Castle, and to partake of a light dinner of stewed eels, veal cutlets, and French beans, with a bottle of claret. He was cold over Bagshot Heath, where the native chattered more and more, and Jos Sahib took some brandy and water. In fact, when he drove into town, he was as full of wine, beer, meat, pickles, cherry brandy, and tobacco as the steward's cabin of a steam packet. It was evening when his carriage thundered up to the little door in Brompton, whither the affectionate fellow drove first, and before hieing to the apartments secured for him by Mr. Dobbin at the Slaughters'. All the faces in the street were in the windows. The little maidservant flew to the wicker gate. The mesdames Clapp looked out from the casement of the ornamented kitchen. Emmy, in a great flutter, was in the passage among the hats and coats, and old Sedley in the parlour inside, shaking all over. Jos descended from his post-chaise and down the creaking, swaying steps in awful state, supported by the new valet from Southampton, and the shuddering native, whose brown face was now livid with cold and the colour of a turkey's gizzard. He created an immense sensation in the passage presently, where Mr. and Mrs. Clapp, coming perhaps to listen at the parlour door, found Lol Jewab shaking upon the hall bench under the coats, moaning in a strange piteous way, and showing his yellow eyeballs and white teeth. For, you see, we have adroitly shut the door upon the meeting between Jos and the old father and the poor little gentle sister inside. The old man was very much affected, so of course was his daughter, nor was Jos without feeling. In that long absence of 10 years, the most selfish will think about home and early ties. Distance sanctifies both. Long brooding over those lost pleasures exaggerates their charm and sweetness. Jos was unaffectedly glad to see and shake the hand of his father, between whom and himself there had been a coolness, glad to see his little sister, whom he remembered so pretty and smiling, and pained at the alteration which time, grief and misfortune had made in the shattered old man. Emmy had come out to the door in her black clothes and whispered to him of her mother's death, and not to speak of it to their father. There was no need of this caution, for the elder Sedley himself began immediately to speak of the event, and prattled about it and wept over it plenteously. It shocked the Indian not a little, and made him think of himself less than the poor fellow was accustomed to do. The result of the interview must have been very satisfactory, for when Jos had reascended his post chaise and had driven away to his hotel, Emmy embraced her father tenderly, appealing to him with an air of triumph, and asking the old man whether she did not always say that her brother had a good heart. Indeed, Joseph Sedley, affected by the humble position in which he found his relations, and in the expansiveness and overflowing of heart occasioned by the first meeting, declared that they should never suffer want or discomfort any more, that he was at home for some time at any rate, during which his house and everything he had should be theirs, and that Amelia would look very pretty at the head of his table, until she would accept one of her own. She shook her head sadly, and had, as usual, recourse to the waterworks. She knew what he meant. She and her young confidante, Miss Mary, had talked over the matter most fully the very night of the Major's visit, beyond which time the impetuous Polly could not refrain from talking of the discovery which she had made, and describing the start and tremor of joy by which Major Dobbin betrayed himself when Mr. Binny passed with his bride, and the Major learned that he had no longer a rival to fear. "Didn't you see how he shook all over when you asked if he was married, and he said, 'Who told you those lies?' Oh, ma'am," Polly said, "he never kept his eyes off you, and I'm sure he's grown grey a thinking of you." But Amelia, looking up at her bed, over which hung the portraits of her husband and son, told her young protege never, never to speak on that subject again, that Major Dobbin had been her husband's dearest friend, and her own, and George's most kind and affectionate guardian, that she loved him as a brother, but that a woman who had been married to such an angel as that, and she pointed to the wall, could never think of any other union. Poor Polly sighed, and she thought what she should do if young Mr. Tomkins at the surgery, who always looked at her so at church, and who by those mere aggressive glances had put her timorous little heart into such a flutter that she was ready to surrender at once, what she should do if he were to die. She knew he was consumptive, his cheeks were so red, and he was so uncommon thin in the waist. Not that Emmy, being made aware of the honest Major's passion, rebuffed him in any way, or felt displeased with him. Such an attachment from so true and loyal a gentleman could make no woman angry. Desdemona was not angry with Cassio, though there is very little doubt she saw the lieutenant's partiality for her, and I for my part believe that many more things took place in that sad affair than the worthy Moorish officer ever knew of. Why, Miranda was even very kind to Caliban, and we may be pretty sure for the same reason. Not that she would encourage him in the least. The poor uncouth monster, of course not. No more would Emmy by any means encourage her admirer, the Major. She would give him that friendly regard which so much excellence and fidelity merited. She would treat him with perfect cordiality and frankness until he made his proposals, and then it would be time enough for her to speak and put an end to the hopes which never could be realized. She slept, therefore, very soundly that evening after the conversation with Miss Polly, and was more than ordinarily happy, in spite of Jos's delaying. "I am glad he's not going to marry that Miss O'Dowd," she thought. "Colonel O'Dowd never could have a sister fit for such an accomplished man as Major William. Who was there amongst her little circle who would make him a good wife? Not Miss Binny, she was too old and ill-tempered. Miss Osborne? Too old too. Little Polly was too young. Mrs. Osborne could not find anybody to suit the Major before she went to sleep. The same morning brought Major Dobbin a letter to the Slaughters' Coffee House from his friend at Southampton, begging dear Dob to excuse Jos for being in a rage when awakened the day before. He had a confounded headache, and was just in his first sleep, and entreating Dob to engage comfortable rooms at the Slaughters' for Mr. Sedley and his servants. The Major had become necessary to Jos during the voyage. He was attached to him and hung upon him. The other passengers were away to London. Young Ricketts and little Chaffers went away on the coach that day, Ricketts on the box and taking the reins from Botley. The Doctor was off to his family at Portsea. Bragg had gone to town to his co-partners, and the first mate busy in the unloading of the Ramchunder. Mr. Joe was very lonely at Southampton, and got the landlord of the George to take a glass of wine with him that day, at the very hour at which Major Dobbin was seated at the table of his father, Sir William, where his sister found out, for it was impossible for the Major to tell fibs, that he had been to see Mrs. George Osborne. Jos was so comfortably situated in St. Martin's Lane, he could enjoy his hookah there with such perfect ease, and could swagger down to the theatres when minded so agreeably, that perhaps he would have remained altogether at the Slaughters', had not his friend the Major been at his elbow. That gentleman would not let the Bengalee rest until he had executed his promise of having a home for Amelia and his father. Jos was a soft fellow in anybody's hands, Dobbin most active in anybody's concerns but his own. The civilian was, therefore, an easy victim to the guileless arts of this good-natured diplomatist, and was ready to purchase, hire, or relinquish whatever his friend thought fit. Loll Jewab, of whom the boys about St. Martin's Lane used to make cruel fun whenever he showed his dusky countenance in the street, was sent back to Calcutta in the Lady Kicklebury East Indiaman, in which Sir William Dobbin had a share, having previously taught Jos's European the art of preparing curries, pilaus, and pipes. It was a matter of great delight and occupation to Jos to superintend the building of a smart chariot, which he and the Major ordered in the neighbouring Long Acre, and a pair of handsome horses were jobbed, with which Jos drove about in state in the park, or to call upon his Indian friends. Amelia was not seldom by his side on these excursions, when also Major Dobbin would be seen in the back seat of the carriage. At other times old Sedley and his daughter took advantage of it, and Miss Clapp, who frequently accompanied her friend, had great pleasure in being recognised as she sat in the carriage, dressed in the famous yellow shawl, by the young gentleman at the surgery, whose face might commonly be seen over the window blinds as she passed. Shortly after Jos's first appearance at Brompton, a dismal scene, indeed, took place at that humble cottage at which the Sedleys had passed the last 10 years of their life. Jos's carriage, the temporary one, not the chariot under construction, arrived one day and carried off old Sedley and his daughter, to return no more. The tears that were shed by the landlady and the landlady's daughter at that event were as genuine tears of sorrow as any that have been outpoured in the course of this history. In their long acquaintanceship and intimacy, they could not recall a harsh word that had been uttered by Amelia. She had been all sweetness and kindness, always thankful, always gentle, even when Mrs. Clapp lost her own temper and pressed for the rent. When the kind creature was going away for good and all, the landlady reproached herself bitterly for ever having used a rough expression to her. How she wept as they stuck up with wafers on the window a paper notifying that the little rooms so long occupied were to let. They never would have such lodgers again. That was quite clear. After life proved the truth of this melancholy prophecy, and Mrs. Clapp revenged herself for the deterioration of mankind by levying the most savage contributions upon the tea caddies and legs of mutton of her locataires. Most of them scolded and grumbled. Some of them did not pay. None of them stayed. The landlady might well regret those old, old friends who had left her. As for Miss Mary, her sorrow at Amelia's departure was such as I shall not attempt to depict. From childhood upwards she had been with her daily, and had attached herself so passionately to that dear good lady, that when the grand barouche came to carry her off into splendour, she fainted in the arms of her friend, who was indeed scarcely less affected than the good-natured girl. Amelia loved her like a daughter. During 11 years the girl had been her constant friend and associate. The separation was a very painful one indeed to her. But it was of course arranged that Mary was to come and stay often at the grand new house whither Mrs. Osborne was going, and where Mary was sure she would never be so happy as she had been in their humble cot, as Miss Clapp called it in the language of the novels which she loved. Let us hope she was wrong in her judgment. Poor Emmy's days of happiness had been very few in that humble cot. A gloomy fate had oppressed her there. She never liked to come back to the house after she had left it, or to face the landlady who had tyrannized over her when ill-humoured and unpaid, or when pleased had treated her with a coarse familiarity scarcely less odious. Her servility and fulsome compliments when Emmy was in prosperity were not more to that lady's liking. She cast about notes of admiration all over the new house, extolling every article of furniture or ornament. She fingered Mrs. Osborne's dresses and calculated their price. Nothing could be too good for that sweet lady, she vowed and protested. But in the vulgar sycophant who now paid court to her, Emmy always remembered the coarse tyrant who had made her miserable many a time, to whom she had been forced to put up petitions for time when the rent was overdue, who cried out at her extravagance if she bought delicacies for her ailing mother or father, who had seen her humble and trampled upon her. Nobody ever heard of these griefs, which had been part of our poor little woman's lot in life. She kept them secret from her father, whose improvidence was the cause of much of her misery. She had to bear all the blame of his misdoings, and indeed was so utterly gentle and humble as to be made by nature for a victim. I hope she is not to suffer much more of that hard usage, and as in all griefs there is said to be some consolation, I may mention that poor Mary, when left at her friend's departure in a hysterical condition, was placed under the medical treatment of the young fellow from the surgery, under whose care she rallied after a short period. Emmy, when she went away from Brompton, endowed Mary with every article of furniture that the house contained, only taking away her pictures, the 2 pictures over the bed, and her piano, that little old piano which had now passed into a plaintive, jingling old age, but which she loved for reasons of her own. She was a child when first she played on it, and her parents gave it to her. It had been given to her again since, as the reader may remember, when her father's house was gone to ruin and the instrument was recovered out of the wreck. Major Dobbin was exceedingly pleased when, as he was superintending the arrangements of Jos's new house, which the Major insisted should be very handsome and comfortable, the cart arrived from Brompton, bringing the trunks and bandboxes of the emigrants from that village, and with them the old piano. Amelia would have it up in her sitting room, a neat little apartment on the 2nd floor, adjoining her father's chamber, and where the old gentleman sat commonly of evenings. When the men appeared then bearing this old music box, and Amelia gave orders that it should be placed in the chamber aforesaid, Dobbin was quite elated. "I'm glad you've kept it," he said, in a very sentimental manner. "I was afraid you didn't care about it." "I value it more than anything I have in the world," said Amelia. "Do you, Amelia?" cried the Major. The fact was, as he had bought it himself, though he never said anything about it, it never entered into his head to suppose that Emmy should think anybody else was the purchaser, and as a matter of course he fancied that she knew the gift came from him. "Do you, Amelia?" he said, and the question, the great question of all, was trembling on his lips when Emmy replied, "Can I do otherwise? Did not he give it to me?" "I did not know," said poor old Dob, and his countenance fell. Emmy did not note the circumstance at the time, nor take immediate heed of the very dismal expression which honest Dobbin's countenance assumed, but she thought of it afterwards, and then it struck her, with inexpressible pain and mortification too, that it was William who was the giver of the piano, and not George, as she had fancied. It was not George's gift, the only one which she had received from her lover, as she thought, the thing she had cherished beyond all others, her dearest relic and prize. She had spoken to it about George, played his favourite airs upon it, sat for long evening hours, touching, to the best of her simple art, melancholy harmonies on the keys, and weeping over them in silence. It was not George's relic. It was valueless now. The next time that old Sedley asked her to play, she said it was shockingly out of tune, that she had a headache, that she couldn't play. Then, according to her custom, she rebuked herself for her pettishness and ingratitude, and determined to make a reparation to honest William for the slight she had not expressed to him, but had felt for his piano. A few days afterwards, as they were seated in the drawing-room, where Jos had fallen asleep with great comfort after dinner, Amelia said, with rather a faltering voice, to Major Dobbin, "I have to beg your pardon for something." "About what?" said he. About that little square piano. I never thanked you for it when you gave it me, many, many years ago, before I was married. I thought somebody else had given it. Thank you, William." She held out her hand, but the poor little woman's heart was bleeding, and as for her eyes, of course they were at their work. But William could hold no more. "Amelia, Amelia," he said, "I did buy it for you. I loved you then as I do now. I must tell you, I think I loved you from the first minute that I saw you, when George brought me to your house to show me the Amelia whom he was engaged to. You were but a girl in white with large ringlets. You came down singing. Do you remember? And we went to Vauxhall. Since then I have thought of but one woman in the world, and that was you. Ah, I think there is no hour in the day has passed for 12 years that I haven't thought of you. I came to tell you this before I went to India, but you did not care, and I hadn't the heart to speak. You did not care whether I stayed or went." "I was very ungrateful," Amelia said. "No, only indifferent," Dobbin continued desperately. "I have nothing to make a woman to be otherwise. I know what you're feeling now. You're hurt in your heart at the discovery about the piano, and that it came from me and not from George. I forgot, or I should never have spoken of it so. It's for me to ask your pardon for being a fool for a moment, and thinking that years of constancy and devotion might have pleaded with you." "It is you who are cruel now," Amelia said with some spirit. "George is my husband here and in heaven. How could I love any other but him? I am his now as when you first saw me, dear William. It was he who told me how good and generous you were, and who taught me to love you as a brother. Have you not been everything to me and my boy, our dearest, truest, kindest friend and protector? Had you come a few months sooner, perhaps you might have spared me that dreadful parting. Oh, it nearly killed me, William. But you didn't come, though I wished and prayed for you to come, and they took him, too, away from me. Isn't he a noble boy, William? Be his friend still, and mine." And here her voice broke, and she hid her face on his shoulder. The Major folded his arms round her, holding her to him as if she was a child, and kissed her head. "I will not change, dear Amelia," he said. "I ask for no more than your love. I think I would not have it otherwise. Only let me stay near you, and see you often." "Yes, often," Amelia said. And so William was at liberty to look and long, as the poor boy at school who has no money may sigh after the contents of the tart woman's tray. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 60 returns to the genteel world. Good fortune now begins to smile upon Amelia. We are glad to get her out of that low sphere in which she has been creeping hitherto, and introduce her into a polite circle, not so grand and refined as that in which our other female friend, Mrs. Becky, has appeared, but still having no small pretensions to gentility and fashion. Jos's friends were all from the three presidencies, and his new house was in the comfortable Anglo-Indian district, of which Moira Place is the centre. Minto Square, Great Clive Street, Warren Street, Hastings Street, Ochterlony Place, Plassey Square, Assay Terrace. Gardens was a felicitous word not applied to stucco houses with asphalt terraces in front so early as 1827. Who does not know these respectable abodes of the retired Indian aristocracy, and the quarter which Mr. Wenham calls the Black Hole, in a word? Jos's position in life was not grand enough to entitle him to a house in Moira Place, where none can live but retired members of council and partners of Indian firms, who break after having settled £100,000 on their wives, and retire into comparative penury to a country place and 4,000 a year. He engaged a comfortable house of a second or third rate order in Gillespie Street, purchasing the carpets, costly mirrors, and handsome and appropriate planned furniture by Seddons from the assignees of Mr. Scape, lately admitted partner into the great Calcutta house of Fogle, Fake, and Cracksman, in which poor Scape had embarked £70,000, the earnings of a long and honourable life, taking Fake's place, who retired to a princely park in Sussex, the Fogles having been long out of the firm, and Sir Horace Fogle is about to be raised to the peerage as Baron Bandana. Admitted, I say, partner into the great agency house of Fogle and Fake, 2 years before it failed for £1 million and plunged half of the Indian public into misery and ruin. Scape, ruined, honest, and broken-hearted at 65 years of age, went out to Calcutta to wind up the affairs of the house. Walter Scape was withdrawn from Eton and put into a merchant's house. Florence Scape, Fanny Scape, and their mother faded away to Boulogne and will be heard of no more. To be brief, Jos stepped in and bought their carpets and sideboards, and admired himself in the mirrors which had reflected their kind, handsome faces. The Scape tradesmen, all honourably paid, left their cards and were eager to supply the new household. The large men in white waistcoats who waited at Scape's dinners, greengrocers, bank porters, and milkmen in their private capacity, left their addresses and ingratiated themselves with the butler. Mr. Chummy, the chimney purifier, who had swept the last 3 families, tried to coax the butler and the boy under him, whose duty it was to go out covered with buttons and with stripes down his trousers for the protection of Mrs. Amelia whenever she chose to walk abroad. It was a modest establishment. The butler was Jos's valet also, and never was more drunk than a butler in a small family should be, who has a proper regard for his master's wine. Emmy was supplied with a maid, grown on Sir William Dobbin's suburban estate, a good girl, whose kindness and humility disarmed Mrs. Osborne, who was at first terrified at the idea of having a servant to wait upon herself, who did not in the least know how to use one, and who always spoke to domestics with the most reverential politeness. But this maid was very useful in the family, in dexterously tending old Mr. Sedley, who kept almost entirely to his own quarter of the house, and never mixed in any of the gay doings which took place there. Numbers of people came to see Mrs. Osborne. Lady Dobbin and daughters were delighted at her change of fortune, and waited upon her. Miss Osborne from Russell Square came in her grand chariot with the flaming hammercloth emblazoned with the Leeds arms. Jos was reported to be immensely rich. Old Osborne had no objection that Georgy should inherit his uncle's property as well as his own. "Damn it, we'll make a man of that feller," he said, "and I'll see him in Parliament before I die. You may go and see his mother, Miss O., though I'll never set eyes on her." And Miss Osborne came. Emmy, you may be sure, was very glad to see her, and so be brought nearer to George. That young fellow was allowed to come much more frequently than before to visit his mother. He dined once or twice a week in Gillespie Street, and bullied the servants and his relations there, just as he did in Russell Square. He was always respectful to Major Dobbin, however, and more modest in his demeanour when that gentleman was present. He was a clever lad, and afraid of the Major. George could not help admiring his friend's simplicity, his good humour, his various learning quietly imparted, his general love of truth and justice. He had met no such man as yet in the course of his experience, and he had an instinctive liking for a gentleman. He hung fondly by his godfather's side, and it was his delight to walk in the parks and hear Dobbin talk. William told George about his father, about India and Waterloo, about everything but himself. When George was more than usually pert and conceited, the Major made jokes at him, which Mrs. Osborne thought very cruel. One day, taking him to the play, and the boy declining to go into the pit because it was vulgar, the Major took him to the boxes, left him there, and went down himself to the pit. He had not been seated there very long before he felt an arm thrust under his, and a dandy little hand in a kid glove squeezing his arm. George had seen the absurdity of his ways and come down from the upper region. A tender laugh of benevolence lighted up old Dobbin's face and eyes as he looked at the repentant little prodigal. He loved the boy, as he did everything that belonged to Amelia. How charmed she was when she heard of this instance of George's goodness! Her eyes looked more kindly on Dobbin than they ever had done. She blushed, he thought, after looking at him so. Georgy never tired of his praises of the Major to his mother. "And he ain't like old Veal, who's always bragging and using such long words, don't you know? The chaps call him Longtail at school. I gave him the name. Ain't it capital? But Dob reads Latin like English and French and that, and when we go out together he tells me stories about my papa and never about himself, though I heard Colonel Buckler at grandpapa's say that he was one of the bravest officers in the army and had distinguished himself ever so much. Grandpapa was quite surprised and said, 'That feller, why I didn't think he could say bo to a goose.' But I know he could, couldn't he, Mamma?" Emmy laughed. She thought it was very likely the Major could do thus much. If there was a sincere liking between George and the Major, it must be confessed that between the boy and his uncle no great love existed. George had got a way of blowing out his cheeks and putting his hands in his waistcoat pockets and saying, "God bless my soul, you don't say so," so exactly after the fashion of old Jos that it was impossible to refrain from laughter. The servants would explode at dinner if the lad, asking for something which wasn't at the table, put on that countenance and used that favourite phrase. Even Dobbin would shoot out a sudden peal at the boy's mimicry. If George did not mimic his uncle to his face, it was only by Dobbin's rebukes and Amelia's terrified entreaties that the little scapegrace was induced to desist, and the worthy civilian, being haunted by a dim consciousness that the lad thought him an ass and was inclined to turn him into ridicule, used to be extremely timorous and, of course, doubly pompous and dignified in the presence of Master Georgy. When it was announced that the young gentleman was expected in Gillespie Street to dine with his mother, Mr. Jos commonly found that he had an engagement at the club. Perhaps nobody was much grieved at his absence. On those days Mr. Sedley would commonly be induced to come out from his place of refuge in the upper stories, and there would be a small family party, whereof Major Dobbin pretty generally formed one. He was the ami de la maison, old Sedley's friend, Emmy's friend, Georgy's friend, Jos's counsel and adviser. "He might almost as well be at Madras for anything we see of him," Miss Anne Dobbin remarked at Camberwell. "Ah, Miss Anne, did it not strike you that it was not you whom the Major wanted to marry?" Joseph Sedley, then, led a life of dignified otiosity, such as became a person of his eminence. His very first point, of course, was to become a member of the Oriental Club, where he spent his mornings in the company of his brother Indians, where he dined, or whence he brought home men to dine. Amelia had to receive and entertain these gentlemen and their ladies. From these she heard how soon Smith would be in council, how many lacs Jones had brought home with him, how Thompson's house in London had refused the bills drawn by Thompson, Kibobji and Co., the Bombay house, and how it was thought the Calcutta house must go too. How very imprudent, to say the least of it, Mrs. Brown's conduct, wife of Brown of the Ahmednuggur Irregulars, had been with young Swanky of the bodyguard, sitting up with him on deck until all hours, and losing themselves as they were riding out at the Cape. How Mrs. Hardyman had sent out her 13 sisters, daughters of a country curate, the Reverend Felix Rabbits, and married 11 of them, 7 high up in the service. How Hornby was wild because his wife would stay in Europe, and Trotter was appointed collector at Amarapura. This and similar talk took place at the grand dinners all round. They had the same conversation, the same silver dishes, the same saddles of mutton, boiled turkeys, and entrees. Politics set in a short time after dessert, when the ladies retired upstairs and talked about their complaints and their children. Mutato nomine, it is all the same. Don't the barristers' wives talk about circuit? Don't the soldiers' ladies gossip about the regiment? Don't the clergymen's ladies discourse about Sunday schools and who takes whose duty? Don't the very greatest ladies of all talk about that small clique of persons to whom they belong? And why should our Indian friends not have their own conversation? Only I admit it is slow for the layman, whose fate it sometimes is to sit by and listen. Before long Emmy had a visiting book, and was driving about regularly in a carriage, calling upon Lady Bludyer, wife of Major General Sir Roger Bludyer, K.C.B., Bengal Army, Lady Huff, wife of Sir G. Huff, Bombay, ditto, Mrs. Pice, the lady of Pice the director, etc. We are not long in using ourselves to changes in life. That carriage came round to Gillespie Street every day. That buttony boy sprang up and down from the box with Emmy and Jos's visiting cards. At stated hours Emmy and the carriage went for Jos to the club and took him an airing, or, putting old Sedley into the vehicle, she drove the old man round the Regent's Park. The lady's maid and the chariot, the visiting book and the buttony page, became soon as familiar to Amelia as the humble routine of Brompton. She accommodated herself to one as to the other. If fate had ordained that she should be a duchess, she would even have done that duty too. She was voted, in Jos's female society, rather a pleasing young person. Not much in her, but pleasing. and that sort of thing. The men, as usual, liked her artless kindness and simple, refined demeanour. The gallant young Indian dandies at home on furlough, immense dandies these, chained and moustached, driving in tearing cabs, the pillars of the theatres, living at West End hotels, nevertheless admired Mrs. Osborne, liked to bow to her carriage in the park, and to be admitted to have the honour of paying her a morning visit. Swanky of the bodyguard himself, that dangerous youth, and the greatest buck of all the Indian army now on leave, was one day discovered by Major Dobbin tete-a-tete with Amelia, and describing the sport of pig sticking to her with great humour and eloquence. And he spoke afterwards of a damned king's officer that's always hanging about the house, a long, thin, queer-looking oldish fellow, a dry fellow though, that took the shine out of a man in the talking line. Had the Major possessed a little more personal vanity, he would have been jealous of so dangerous a young buck as that fascinating Bengal captain. But Dobbin was of too simple and generous a nature to have any doubts about Amelia. He was glad that the young men should pay her respect, and that others should admire her. Ever since her womanhood, almost, had she not been persecuted and undervalued? It pleased him to see how kindness brought out her good qualities, and how her spirits gently rose with her prosperity. Any person who appreciated her paid a compliment to the Major's good judgment. That is, if a man may be said to have good judgment, who is under the influence of love's delusion. After Jos went to court, which we may be sure he did as a loyal subject of his sovereign, showing himself in his full court suit at the club, whither Dobbin came to fetch him in a very shabby old uniform, he who had always been a staunch loyalist and admirer of George IV became such a tremendous Tory and pillar of the state that he was for having Amelia to go to a drawing-room too. He somehow had worked himself up to believe that he was implicated in the maintenance of the public welfare, and that the sovereign would not be happy unless Jos Sedley and his family appeared to rally round him at St. James's. Emmy laughed. "Shall I wear the family diamonds, Jos?" she said. "I wish you would let me buy you some," thought the Major. "I should like to see any that were too good for you." End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 61, in which two lights are put out. There came a day when the round of decorous pleasures and solemn gaieties in which Mr. Jos Sedley's family indulged was interrupted by an event which happens in most houses. As you ascend the staircase of your house from the drawing towards the bedroom floors, you may have remarked a little arch in the wall right before you, which at once gives light to the stair which leads from the second story to the third, where the nursery and servants' chambers commonly are, and serves for another purpose of utility, of which the undertaker's men can give you a notion. They rest the coffins upon that arch, or pass them through it so as not to disturb in any unseemly manner the cold tenant slumbering within the black ark. That second-floor arch in a London house, looking up and down the well of the staircase and commanding the main thoroughfare by which the inhabitants are passing, by which the cook lurks down before daylight to scour her pots and pans in the kitchen, by which young master stealthily ascends, having left his boots in the hall, and lets himself in after dawn from a jolly night at the club, down which Miss comes rustling in fresh ribbons and spreading muslins, brilliant and beautiful, and prepared for conquest and the ball, or Master Tommy slides, preferring the banisters for a mode of conveyance, and disdaining danger and the stair, down which the mother is fondly carried, smiling, in her strong husband's arms, as he steps steadily step by step, and followed by the monthly nurse, on the day when the medical man has pronounced that the charming patient may go downstairs, up which John lurks to bed, yawning, with a sputtering tallow candle, and to gather up before sunrise the boots which are awaiting him in the passages, that stair up or down which babies are carried, old people are helped, guests are marshalled to the ball, the parson walks to the christening, the doctor to the sick room, and the undertaker's men to the upper floor. What a memento of life, death, and vanity it is, that arch and stair, if you choose to consider it, and sit on the landing looking up and down the well. The doctor will come up to us too for the last time there, my friend in motley. The nurse will look in at the curtains, and you take no notice, and then she will fling open the windows for a little and let in the air. Then they will pull down all the front blinds of the house and live in the back rooms. Then they will send for the lawyer and other men in black, etc. Your comedy and mine will have been played then, and we shall be removed. Oh, how far from the trumpets and the shouting and the posture making! If we are gentlefolks, they will put hatchments over our late domicile, with gilt cherubim and mottos stating that there is quiet in heaven. Your son will new furnish the house, or perhaps let it, and go into a more modern quarter. Your name will be among the members deceased in the lists of your clubs next year. However much you may be mourned, your widow will like to have her weeds neatly made. The cook will send or come up to ask about dinner. The survivor will soon bear to look at your picture over the mantelpiece, which will presently be deposed from the place of honour to make way for the portrait of the son who reigns. Which of the dead are most tenderly and passionately deplored? Those who love the survivors the least, I believe. The death of a child occasions a passion of grief and frantic tears, such as your end, brother reader, will never inspire. The death of an infant which scarce knew you, which a week's absence from you would have caused to forget you, will strike you down more than the loss of your closest friend or your first-born son, a man grown like yourself with children of his own. We may be harsh and stern with Judah and Simeon. Our love and pity gush out for Benjamin, the little one. And if you are old, as some reader of this may be or shall be, old and rich or old and poor, you may one day be thinking for yourself, these people are very good round about me, but they won't grieve me too much when I am gone. I am very rich, and they want my inheritance, or very poor, and they are tired of supporting me. The period of mourning for Mrs. Sedley's death was only just concluded, and Jos scarcely had had time to cast off his black and appear in the splendid waistcoats which he loved, when it became evident to those about Mr. Sedley that another event was at hand, and that the old man was about to go seek for his wife in the dark land whither she had preceded him. "The state of my father's health," Jos Sedley solemnly remarked at the club, "prevents me from giving any large parties this season. But if you will come in quietly at 6:30, Chutney, my boy, and fake a homely dinner with one or two of the old set, I shall be always glad to see you." So Jos and his acquaintances dined and drank their claret among themselves in silence, whilst the sands of life were running out in the old man's glass upstairs. The velvet-footed butler brought them their wine, and they composed themselves to a rubber after dinner, at which Major Dobbin would sometimes come and take a hand, and Mrs. Osborne would occasionally descend when her patient above was settled for the night and had commenced one of those lightly troubled slumbers which visit the pillow of old age. The old man clung to his daughter during this sickness. He would take his broths and medicines from scarcely any other hand. To tend him became almost the sole business of her life. Her bed was placed close by the door which opened into his chamber, and she was alive at the slightest noise or disturbance from the couch of the querulous invalid. though to do him justice, he lay awake many an hour, silent and without stirring, unwilling to awaken his kind and vigilant nurse. He loved his daughter with more fondness now, perhaps, than ever he had done since the days of her childhood. In the discharge of gentle offices and kind filial duties, the simple creature shone most especially. "She walks into the room as silently as a sunbeam," Mr. Dobbin thought, as he saw her passing in and out from her father's room, a cheerful sweetness lighting up her face as she moved to and fro, graceful and noiseless. When women are brooding over their children, or busied in a sick room, who has not seen in their faces those sweet angelic beams of love and pity? A secret feud of some years' standing was thus healed, and with a tacit reconciliation. In these last hours, and touched by her love and goodness, the old man forgot all his grief against her, and wrongs which he and his wife had many a long night debated. How she had given up everything for her boy, how she was careless of her parents in their old age and misfortune, the only thought of the child. How absurdly and foolishly, impiously indeed, she took on when George was removed from her. Old Sedley forgot these charges as he was making up his last account, and did justice to the gentle and uncomplaining little martyr. One night when she stole into his room she found him awake, when the broken old man made his confession. "Oh, Emmy, I've been thinking we were very unkind and unjust to you," he said, and put out his cold and feeble hand to her. She knelt down and prayed by his bedside, as he did too, having still hold of her hand. When our turn comes, friend, may we have such company in our prayers. Perhaps as he was lying awake then, his life may have passed before him, his early hopeful struggles, his manly successes and prosperity, his downfall in his declining years, and his present helpless condition. No chance of revenge against fortune, which had had the better of him, neither name nor money to bequeath. A spent out, bootless life of defeat and disappointment, and the end here. Which, I wonder, brother reader, is the better lot, to die prosperous and famous, or poor and disappointed? To have and to be forced to yield, or to sink out of life, having played and lost the game? That must be a strange feeling, when a day of our life comes and we say, "Tomorrow success or failure won't matter much, and the sun will rise, and all the myriads of mankind go to their work or their pleasure as usual, but I shall be out of the turmoil." So there came one morning and sunrise, when all the world got up and set about its various works and pleasures, with the exception of old John Sedley, who was not to fight with fortune, or to hope or scheme any more, but to go and take up a quiet and utterly unknown residence in a churchyard at Brompton, by the side of his old wife. Major Dobbin, Jos, and Georgy followed his remains to the grave in a black cloth coach. Jos came on purpose from the Star and Garter at Richmond, whither he retreated after the deplorable event. He did not care to remain in the house with under the circumstances, you understand. But Emmy stayed and did her duty as usual. She was bowed down by no especial grief, and rather solemn than sorrowful. She prayed that her own end might be as calm and painless, and thought with trust and reverence of the words which she had heard from her father during his illness, indicative of his faith, his resignation, and his future hope. Yes, I think that will be the better ending of the two after all. Suppose you are particularly rich and well-to-do, and say on that last day, "I am very rich, I am tolerably well known, I have lived all my life in the best society, and thank heaven come of a most respectable family. I have served my king and country with honour. I was in Parliament for several years, where, I may say, my speeches were listened to and pretty well received. I don't owe any man a shilling.
On the contrary, I lent my old college friend Jack Lazarus £50, for which my executors will not press him. I leave my daughters with £10,000 apiece, very good portions for girls. I bequeath my plate and furniture, my house in Baker Street with a handsome jointure, to my widow for her life, and my landed property, besides money in the funds and my cellar of well-selected wine in Baker Street, to my son. I leave £20 a year to my valet, and I defy any man after I have gone to find anything against my character. Or suppose, on the other hand, your swan sings quite a different sort of dirge, and you say, I am a poor, blighted, disappointed old fellow, and have made an utter failure through life. I was not endowed either with brains or with good fortune, and I confess that I have committed 100 mistakes and blunders. I own to having forgotten my duty many a time. I can't pay what I owe. On my last bed I lie utterly helpless and humble, and I pray forgiveness for my weakness, and throw myself with a contrite heart at the feet of the divine mercy. Which of these two speeches, think you, would be the best oration for your own funeral? Old Sedley made the last, and in that humble frame of mind, and holding by the hand of his daughter, life and disappointment and vanity sank away from under him. You see, said old Osborne to George, what comes of merit and industry and judicious speculations and that. Look at me and my banker's account. Look at your poor grandfather Sedley and his failure. And yet he was a better man than I was this day 20 years. A better man, I should say, by £10,000. Beyond these people and Mr. Clapp's family, who came over from Brompton to pay a visit of condolence, not a single soul alive ever cared a penny piece about old John Sedley, or remembered the existence of such a person. When old Osborne first heard from his friend Colonel Buckler, as little Georgy has already informed us, how distinguished an officer Major Dobbin was, he exhibited a great deal of scornful incredulity, and expressed his surprise however such a fellow as that should possess either brains or reputation. But he heard of the Major's fame from various members of his society. Sir William Dobbin had a great opinion of his son, and narrated many stories illustrative of the Major's learning, valour, and estimation in the world's opinion. Finally, his name appeared in the lists of one or two great parties of the nobility, and this circumstance had a prodigious effect upon the old aristocrat of Russell Square. The Major's position as guardian to Georgy, whose possession had been ceded to his grandfather, rendered some meetings between the two gentlemen inevitable, and it was in one of these that old Osborne, a keen man of business, looking into the Major's accounts with his ward and the boy's mother, got a hint which staggered him very much, and at once pained and pleased him, that it was out of William Dobbin's own pocket that a part of the fund had been supplied upon which the poor widow and the child had subsisted. When pressed upon this point, Dobbin, who could not tell lies, blushed and stammered a good deal, and finally confessed. The marriage, he said, at which his interlocutor's face grew dark, was very much my doing. I thought my poor friend had gone so far that retreat from his engagement would have been dishonour to him and death to Mrs. Osborne, and I could do no less, when she was left without resources, than give what money I could spare to maintain her. Major D., Mr. Osborne said, looking hard at him and turning very red too, you did me a great injury, but give me leave to tell you, sir, you are an honest fellow. There's my hand, sir, though I little thought that my flesh and blood was living on you. And the pair shook hands, with great confusion on Major Dobbin's part, thus found out in his act of charitable hypocrisy. He strove to soften the old man and reconcile him towards his son's memory. He was such a noble fellow, he said, that all of us loved him and would have done anything for him, I, as a young man in those days, was flattered beyond measure by his preference for me, and was more pleased to be seen in his company than in that of the Commander in Chief. I never saw his equal for pluck and daring, and all the qualities of a soldier." And Dobbin told the old father as many stories as he could remember regarding the gallantry and achievements of his son. "And Georgy is so like him," the Major added. "He's so like him that he makes me tremble sometimes," the grandfather said. On one or two evenings the Major came to dine with Mr. Osborne. It was during the time of the sickness of Mr. Sedley, and as the two sat together in the evening after dinner, all their talk was about the departed hero. The father boasted about him according to his wont, glorifying himself in recounting his son's feats and gallantry, but his mood was at any rate better and more charitable than that in which he had been disposed until now to regard the poor fellow, and the Christian heart of the kind Major was pleased at these symptoms of returning peace and goodwill. On the second evening old Osborne called Dobbin William, just as he used to do at the time when Dobbin and George were boys together, and the honest gentleman was pleased by that mark of reconciliation. On the next day at breakfast, when Miss Osborne, with the asperity of her age and character, ventured to make some remark reflecting slightingly upon the Major's appearance or behaviour, the master of the house interrupted her. "You'd have been glad enough to get him for yourself, Miss O, but them grapes are sour. Major William is a fine feller." "That he is, grandpapa," said Georgy approvingly. And going up close to the old gentleman, he took a hold of his large grey whiskers, and laughed in his face good humouredly, and kissed him. And he told the story at night to his mother, who fully agreed with the boy. "Indeed he is," she said. "Your dear father always said so. He is one of the best and most upright of men." Dobbin happened to drop in very soon after this conversation, which made Amelia blush perhaps, and the young scapegrace increased the confusion by telling Dobbin the other part of the story. "I say, Dob," he said, "there's such an uncommon nice girl wants to marry you. She's plenty of tin. She wears a front, and she scolds the servants from morning till night." "Who is it?" asked Dobbin. "It's Aunt O," the boy answered. "Grandpapa said so. And I say, Dob, how prime it would be to have you for my uncle." Old Sedley's quavering voice from the next room at this moment weakly called for Amelia, and the laughing ended. That old Osborne's mind was changing was pretty clear. He asked George about his uncle sometimes, and laughed at the boy's imitation of the way in which Jos said, "God bless my soul," and gobbled his soup. Then he said, "It's not respectful, sir, of you younkers to be imitating of your relations. Miss O, when you go out a-driving to-day, leave my card upon Mr. Sedley. Do you hear? There's no quarrel betwixt me and him anyhow." The card was returned, and Jos and the Major were asked to dinner, to a dinner the most splendid and stupid that perhaps ever Mr. Osborne gave. Every inch of the family plate was exhibited, and the best company was asked. Mr. Sedley took down Miss O to dinner, and she was very gracious to him, whereas she hardly spoke to the Major, who sat apart from her and by the side of Mr. Osborne, very timid. Jos said with great solemnity it was the best turtle soup he had ever tasted in his life, and asked Mr. Osborne where he got his Madeira. "It's some of Sedley's wine," whispered the butler to his master. "I've had it a long time, and paid a good figure for it too," Mr. Osborne said aloud to his guest, and then whispered to his right-hand neighbour how he had got it at the old chap's sale. More than once he asked the Major about Mrs. George Osborne, a theme on which the Major could be very eloquent when he chose. He told Mr. Osborne of her sufferings, of her passionate attachment to her husband, whose memory she worshipped still,
of the tender and dutiful manner in which she had supported her parents and given up her boy when it seemed to her her duty to do so. "You don't know what she endured, sir," said honest Dobbin with a tremor in his voice, "and I hope and trust you will be reconciled to her. If she took your son away from you, she gave hers to you, and however much you loved your George, depend on it, she loved hers 10 times more." "By God, you are a good fellow, sir," was all Mr. Osborne said. It had never struck him that the widow would feel any pain at parting from the boy, or that his having a fine fortune could grieve her. A reconciliation was announced as speedy and inevitable, and Amelia's heart already began to beat at the notion of the awful meeting with George's father. It was never, however, destined to take place. Old Sedley's lingering illness and death supervened, after which a meeting was for some time impossible. That catastrophe and other events may have worked upon Mr. Osborne. He was much shaken of late and aged, and his mind was working inwardly. He had sent for his lawyers and probably changed something in his will. The medical man who looked in pronounced him shaky, agitated, and talked of a little blood and the seaside, but he took neither of these remedies. One day, when he should have come down to breakfast, his servant missing him, went into his dressing room and found him lying at the foot of the dressing table in a fit. Miss Osborne was apprised, the doctors were sent for, Georgy stopped away from school, the bleeders and cuppers came. Osborne partially regained cognizance, but never could speak again, though he tried dreadfully once or twice, and in 4 days he died. The doctors went down, and the undertaker's men went up the stairs, and all the shutters were shut towards the garden in Russell Square. Bullock rushed from the city in a hurry. How much money had he left to that boy? Not half, surely? Surely share and share alike between the 3. It was an agitating moment. What was it that the poor old man tried once or twice in vain to say? I hope it was that he wanted to see Amelia and be reconciled before he left the world to one dear and faithful wife of his son. It was most likely that, for his will showed that the hatred which he had so long cherished had gone out of his heart. They found in the pocket of his dressing gown the letter with the great red seal, which George had written him from Waterloo. He had looked at the other papers too, relative to his son, for the key of the box in which he kept them was also in his pocket, and it was found the seals and envelopes had been broken, very likely on the night before the seizure, when the butler had taken him tea into his study and found him reading in the great red family Bible. When the will was opened, it was found that half the property was left to George, and the remainder between the 2 sisters. Mr. Bullock to continue, for their joint benefit, the affairs of the commercial house, or to go out as he thought fit. An annuity of £500, chargeable on George's property, was left to his mother, the widow of my beloved son, George Osborne, who was to resume the guardianship of the boy. Major William Dobbin, my beloved son's friend, was appointed executor, and as out of his kindness and bounty, and with his own private funds, he maintained my grandson and my son's widow when they were otherwise without means of support, the testator went on to say, I hereby thank him heartily for his love and regard for them, and beseech him to accept such a sum as may be sufficient to purchase his commission as a lieutenant colonel, or to be disposed of in any way he may think fit. When Amelia heard that her father-in-law was reconciled to her, her heart melted, and she was grateful for the fortune left to her. But when she heard how Georgy was restored to her, and knew how and by whom, and how it was William's bounty that had supported her in poverty, how it was William who gave her her husband and her son, Oh, then she sank on her knees and prayed for blessings on that constant and kind heart. She bowed down and humbled herself, and kissed the feet, as it were, of that beautiful and generous affection. And gratitude was all that she had to pay back for such admirable devotion and benefits. Only gratitude. If she thought of any other return, the image of George stood up out of the grave and said, "You are mine, and mine only, now and for ever." William knew her feelings. Had he not passed his whole life in divining them? When the nature of Mr. Osborne's will became known to the world, it was edifying to remark how Mrs. George Osborne rose in the estimation of the people forming her circle of acquaintance. The servants of Jos's establishment, who used to question her humble orders, and say they would ask master whether or not they could obey, never thought now of that sort of appeal. The cook forgot to sneer at her shabby old gowns, which indeed were quite eclipsed by that lady's finery when she was dressed to go to church of a Sunday evening. The others no longer grumbled at the sound of her bell, or delayed to answer the summons. The coachman, who grumbled that his 'osses should be brought out and his carriage made into an hospital for that old feller and Mrs. O, drove her with the utmost alacrity now, and, trembling lest he should be superseded by Mr. Osborne's coachman, asked what them there Russell Square coachmen knew about town, and whether they was fit to sit on a box before a lady. Jos's friends, male and female, suddenly became interested about Emmy, and cards of condolence multiplied on her hall table. Jos himself, who had looked on her as a good-natured, harmless pauper, to whom it was his duty to give victuals and shelter, paid her and the rich little boy, his nephew, the greatest respect, was anxious that she should have change and amusement after her troubles and trials, poor dear girl, and began to appear at the breakfast table, and most particularly to ask how she would like to dispose of the day. In her capacity of guardian to Georgy, she, with the consent of the Major, her fellow trustee, begged Miss Osborne to live in the Russell Square house as long as ever she chose to dwell there. But that lady, with thanks, declared that she never could think of remaining alone in that melancholy mansion, and departed in deep mourning to Cheltenham with a couple of her old domestics. The rest were liberally paid and dismissed. The faithful old butler, whom Mrs. Osborne proposed to retain, resigning and preferring to invest his savings in a public house, where let us hope he was not unprosperous. Miss Osborne not choosing to live in Russell Square, Mrs. Osborne also, after consultation, declined to occupy the gloomy old mansion there. The house was dismantled, the rich furniture and effects, the awful chandeliers and dreary blank mirrors, packed away and hidden. The rich rosewood drawing-room suite was muffled in straw, the carpets were rolled up and corded, the small select library of well-bound books was stowed into 2 wine chests, and the whole paraphernalia rolled away in several enormous vans to the Pantechnicon, where they were to lie until Georgy's majority. And the great heavy dark plate chests went off to Messrs. Stumpy and Rowdy, to lie in the cellars of those eminent bankers until the same period should arrive. One day Emmy, with George in her hand and clad in deep sables, went to visit the deserted mansion, which she had not entered since she was a girl. The place in front was littered with straw, where the vans had been laden and rolled off. They went into the great blank rooms, the walls of which bore the marks where the pictures and mirrors had hung. Then they went up the great blank stone staircases into the upper rooms, into that where grandpapa died, as Georgy said in a whisper, and then higher still into George's own room. The boy was still clinging by her side, but she thought of another besides him. She knew that it had been his father's room as well as his own. She went up to one of the open windows. one of those at which she used to gaze with a sick heart when the child was first taken from her, and thence, as she looked out, she could see, over the trees of Russell Square, the old house in which she herself was born, and where she had passed so many happy days of sacred youth. They all came back to her, the pleasant holidays, the kind faces, the careless, joyful past times, and the long pains and trials that had since cast her down. She thought of these, and of the man who had been her constant protector, her good genius, her sole benefactor, her tender and generous friend. "Look here, mother," said Georgy, "here's a G.O. scratched on the glass with a diamond. I never saw it before. I never did it." "It was your father's room long before you were born, George," she said, and she blushed as she kissed the boy. She was very silent as they drove back to Richmond, where they had taken a temporary house, where the smiling lawyers used to come bustling over to see her, and we may be sure noted the visit in the bill, and where, of course, there was a room for Major Dobbin too, who rode over frequently, having much business to transact on behalf of his little ward. Georgy at this time was removed from Mr. Veal's on an unlimited holiday, and that gentleman was engaged to prepare an inscription for a fine marble slab to be placed up in the Foundling under the monument of Captain George Osborne. The female Bullock, aunt of Georgy, although despoiled by that little monster of one half of the sum which she expected from her father, nevertheless showed her charitableness of spirit by being reconciled to the mother and the boy. Roehampton is not far from Richmond, and one day the chariot, with the gold bullocks emblazoned on the panels, and the flaccid children within, drove to Amelia's house at Richmond, and the Bullock family made an irruption into the garden, where Amelia was reading a book, Jos was in an arbour, placidly dipping strawberries into wine, and the Major, in one of his Indian jackets, was giving a back to Georgy, who chose to jump over him. He went over his head and bounded into the little advance of bullocks with immense black bows in their hats and huge black sashes, accompanying their mourning mamma. "He is just of the age for Rosa," the fond parent thought, and glanced towards that dear child, an unwholesome little miss of 7 years of age. "Rosa, go and kiss your dear cousin," Mrs. Frederick said. "Don't you know me, George? I am your aunt." "I know you well enough," George said, "but I don't like kissing, please," and he retreated from the obedient caresses of his cousin. "Take me to your dear mamma, you droll child," Mrs. Frederick said, and those ladies accordingly met, after an absence of more than 15 years. During Emmy's cares and poverty, the other had never once thought about coming to see her, but now that she was decently prosperous in the world, her sister-in-law came to her as a matter of course. So did numbers more. Our old friend Miss Swartz and her husband came thundering over from Hampton Court with flaming yellow liveries, and was as impetuously fond of Amelia as ever. Miss Swartz would have liked her always if she could have seen her. One must do her that justice. But que voulez-vous? In this vast town, one has not the time to go and seek one's friends. If they drop out of the rank, they disappear, and we march on without them. Who is ever missed in Vanity Fair? But so, in a word, and before the period of grief for Mr. Osborne's death had subsided, Emmy found herself in the centre of a very genteel circle indeed, the members of which could not conceive that anybody belonging to it was not very lucky. There was scarce one of the ladies that hadn't a relation a peer, though the husband might be a dry salter in the City. Some of the ladies were very blue and well informed, reading Mrs. Somerville and frequenting the Royal Institution. Others were severe and evangelical, and held by Exeter Hall. Emmy, it must be owned, found herself entirely at a loss in the midst of their clavers, and suffered woefully on the one or two occasions on which she was compelled to accept Mrs. Frederick Bullock's hospitalities. That lady persisted in patronising her, and determined most graciously to form her. She found Amelia's milliners for her, and regulated her household and her manners. She drove over constantly from Roehampton, and entertained her friend with faint, fashionable fiddle-faddle, and feeble court slip-slop. Jos liked to hear it, but the Major used to go off growling at the appearance of this woman, with her twopenny gentility. He went to sleep under Frederick Bullock's bald head after dinner at one of the banker's best parties. Fred was still anxious that the balance of the Osborne property should be transferred from Stumpy and Rowdy's to them. And whilst Amelia, who did not know Latin, or who wrote the last crack article in the Edinburgh, and did not in the least deplore or otherwise Mr. Peel's late extraordinary tergiversation on the fatal Catholic Relief Bill, sat dumb amongst the ladies in the grand drawing-room, looking out upon velvet lawns, trim gravel walks, and glistening hothouses. "She seems good-natured but insipid," said Mrs. Rowdy. "That Major seems to be particularly épris." "She wants ton sadly," said Mrs. Hollyock. "My dear creature, you will never be able to form her." "She is dreadfully ignorant or indifferent," said Mrs. Glowry, with a voice as if from the grave, and a sad shake of the head and turban. "I asked her if she thought that it was in 1836, according to Mr. Jowls, or in 1839, according to Mr. Wapshot, that the Pope was to fall, and she said, 'Poor Pope, I hope not. What has he done?'" "She is my brother's widow, my dear friends," Mrs. Frederick replied, "and as such I think we're all bound to give her every attention and instruction on entering into the world. You may fancy there can be no mercenary motives in those whose disappointments are well known." "That poor dear Mrs. Bullock," said Rowdy to Hollyock, as they drove away together. "She is always scheming and managing. She wants Mrs. Osborne's account to be taken from our house to hers. And the way in which she coaxes that boy, and makes him sit by that blear-eyed little Rosa, is perfectly ridiculous." "I wish Glowry was choked with her Man of Sin and her Battle of Armageddon," cried the other. And the carriage rolled away over Putney Bridge. But this sort of society was too cruelly genteel for Emmy, and all jumped for joy when a foreign tour was proposed. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 62. Am Rhein. The above everyday events had occurred, and a few weeks had passed, when one fine morning, Parliament being over, the summer advanced, and all the good company in London about to quit that city for their annual tour in search of pleasure or health, the Batavia steamboat left the Tower stairs laden with a goodly company of English fugitives. The quarter-deck awnings were up, and the benches and gangways crowded with scores of rosy children, bustling nursemaids, ladies in the prettiest pink bonnets and summer dresses, gentlemen in travelling caps and linen jackets, whose mustachios had just begun to sprout for the ensuing tour, and stout trim old veterans with starched neckcloths and neat brushed hats, such as have invaded Europe any time since the conclusion of the war, and carry the national Goddam into every city of the continent. The congregation of hat boxes and Bramah desks and dressing cases was prodigious. There were jaunty young Cambridge men travelling with their tutor and going for a reading excursion to Nonnenwerth or Königswinter. There were Irish gentlemen with the most dashing whiskers and jewellery, talking about horses incessantly, and prodigiously polite to the young ladies on board, whom, on the contrary, the Cambridge lads and their pale-faced tutor avoided with maiden coyness. There were old Pall Mall loungers bound for Ems and Wiesbaden, and a course of waters to clear off the dinners of the season, and a little roulette and 30-40 to keep the excitement going. There was old Methuselah, who had married his young wife, with Captain Papillon of the Guards holding her parasol and guide-books. There was young May, who was carrying off his bride on a pleasure tour, Mrs. Winter that was, and who had been at school with May's grandmother. There was Sir John and my lady with a dozen children and corresponding nursemaids, and the great grandee Bareacres family that sat by themselves near the wheel, stared at everybody and spoke to no one. Their carriages, emblazoned with coronets and heaped with shining imperials, were on the foredeck, locked in with a dozen more such vehicles. It was difficult to pass in and out amongst them, and the poor inmates of the fore cabin had scarcely any space for locomotion. These consisted of a few magnificently attired gentlemen from Houndsditch, who brought their own provisions, and could have bought half the gay people in the grand saloon. A few honest fellows with mustachios and portfolios, who set to sketching before they had been half an hour on board. One or two French femmes de chambre, who began to be dreadfully ill by the time the boat had passed Greenwich. A groom or two who lounged in the neighbourhood of the horse boxes under their charge, or leaned over the side by the paddle wheels and talked about who was good for the Ledger and what they stood to win or lose for the Goodwood Cup. All the couriers, when they had done plunging about the ship and had settled their various masters in the cabins or on the deck, congregated together and began to chatter and smoke, the Hebrew gentlemen joining them and looking at the carriages. There was Sir John's great carriage that would hold 13 people, my Lord Methuselah's carriage, my Lord Bareacres' chariot, Britska and Fourgeon, that anybody might pay for who liked. It was a wonder how my lord got the ready money to pay for the expenses of the journey. The Hebrew gentlemen knew how he got it. They knew what money his lordship had in his pocket at that instant, and what interest he paid for it, and who gave it him. Finally, there was a very neat, handsome travelling carriage, about which the gentlemen speculated. "À qui cette voiture-là?" said one gentleman courier with a large morocco money-bag and earrings, to another with earrings and a large morocco money-bag. "C'est à Kirsch, je pense. Je l'ai vu tout à l'heure. Qui prenoit les sandwiches dans la voiture," said the courier in a fine German French. Kirsch emerging presently from the neighbourhood of the hold, where he had been bellowing instructions intermingled with polyglot oaths to the ship's men engaged in secreting the passengers' luggage, came to give an account of himself to his brother interpreters. He informed them that the carriage belonged to a nabob from Calcutta and Jamaica, enormously rich, and with whom he was engaged to travel. And at this moment a young gentleman who had been warned off the bridge between the paddle boxes, and who had dropped thence onto the roof of Lord Methuselah's carriage, from which he made his way over other carriages and imperials until he had clambered onto his own, descended thence and through the window into the body of the carriage, to the applause of the couriers looking on. "Nous allons avoir une belle traversée, Monsieur Georges," said the courier with a grin, as he lifted his golden-laced cap. "Damn your French," said the young gentleman. "Where's the biscuits, Whereupon Kirsch answered him in the English language, or in such an imitation of it as he could command, for though he was familiar with all languages, Mr. Kirsch was not acquainted with a single one, and spoke all with indifferent volubility and incorrectness. The imperious young gentleman who gobbled the biscuits, and indeed it was time to refresh himself, for he had breakfasted at Richmond full 3 hours before, was our young friend George Osborne. Uncle Jos and his mamma were on the quarter-deck with a gentleman of whom they used to see a great deal, and the four were about to make a summer tour. Jos was seated at that moment on deck under the awning, and pretty nearly opposite to the Earl of Bareacres and his family, whose proceedings absorbed the Bengali almost entirely. Both the noble couple looked rather younger than in the eventful year 15, when Jos remembered to have seen them at Brussels. Indeed, he always gave out in India that he was intimately acquainted with them. Lady Bareacres' hair, which was then dark, was now a beautiful golden auburn, whereas Lord Bareacres' whiskers, formerly red, were at present of a rich black, with purple and green reflections in the light. But changed as they were, the movements of the noble pair occupied Jos's mind entirely. The presence of a lord fascinated him, and he could look at nothing else. "Those people seem to interest you a good deal," said Dobbin, laughing and watching him. Amelia too laughed. She was in a straw bonnet with black ribbons, and otherwise dressed in mourning, but the little bustle and holiday of the journey pleased and excited her, and she looked particularly happy. "What a heavenly day!" Emmy said, and added with great originality, "I hope we shall have a calm passage." Jos waved his hand scornfully, glancing at the same time under his eyelids at the great folks opposite. "If you had made voyages as we have," he said, "you wouldn't care much about the weather." But nevertheless, traveller as he was, he passed the night direfully sick in his carriage, where his courier tended him with brandy and water and every luxury. In due time this happy party landed at the quays of Rotterdam, where they were transported by another steamer to the city of Cologne. Here the carriage and the family took to the shore, and Jos was not a little gratified to see his arrival announced in the Cologne newspapers as Herr Graf Lord von Sedley nebst Begleitung aus London. He had his court dress with him. He had insisted that Dobbin should bring his regimental paraphernalia. He announced that it was his intention to be presented at some foreign courts, and pay his respects to the sovereigns of the countries which he honoured with a visit. Whenever the party stopped and an opportunity was offered, Mr. Jos left his own card and the Major's upon "our Minister." It was with great difficulty that he could be restrained from putting on his cocked hat and tights to wait upon the English consul at the free city of Judenstadt, where that hospitable functionary asked our travellers to dinner. He kept a journal of his voyage and noted elaborately the defects or excellences of the various inns at which he put up, and of the wines and dishes of which he partook. As for Emmy, she was very happy and pleased. Dobbin used to carry about for her her stool and sketch-book, and admired the drawings of the good-natured little artist as they had never been admired before. She sat upon steamers' decks and drew crags and castles, or she mounted upon donkeys and ascended to ancient robber towers, attended by her two aides-de-camp, Georgy and Dobbin. She laughed, and the Major did too, at his droll figure on donkey back, with his long legs touching the ground. He was the interpreter for the party, having a good military knowledge of the German language, and he and the delighted George fought the campaigns of the Rhine and the Palatinate. In the course of a few weeks, and by assiduously conversing with Herr Kirsch on the box of the carriage, Georgy made prodigious advance in the knowledge of High Dutch, and could talk to hotel waiters and postilions in a way that charmed his mother and amused his guardian. Mr. Jos did not much engage in the afternoon excursions of his fellow travellers. He slept a good deal after dinner, or basked in the arbours of the pleasant inn gardens. Pleasant Rhine gardens, fair scenes of peace and sunshine, noble purple mountains whose crests are reflected in the magnificent stream. Who has ever seen you that has not a grateful memory of those scenes of friendly repose and beauty? To lay down the pen and even to think of that beautiful Rhineland makes one happy. At this time of summer evening, the cows are trooping down from the hills, lowing and with their bells tinkling, to the old town, with its old moats and gates and spires and chestnut trees, with long blue shadows stretching over the grass. The sky and the river below flame in crimson and gold, and the moon is already out, looking pale towards the sunset. The sun sinks behind the great castle-crested mountains. The night falls suddenly. The river grows darker and darker. Lights quiver in it from the windows in the old ramparts, and twinkle peacefully in the villages under the hills on the opposite shore. So Jos used to go to sleep a good deal with his bandana over his face and be very comfortable, and read all the English news and every word of Galignani's admirable newspaper. May the blessings of all Englishmen who have ever been abroad rest on the founders and proprietors of that piratical print. And whether he woke or slept, his friends did not very much miss him. Yes, they were very happy. They went to the opera often of evenings, to those snug, unassuming, dear old operas in the German towns, where the noblesse sits and cries and knits stockings on the one side, over against the bourgeoisie on the other, and His Transparency the Duke and his transparent family, all very fat and good-natured, come and occupy the great box in the middle, and the pit is full of the most elegant slim-waisted officers with straw-coloured mustachios and twopence a day on full pay. Here it was that Emmy found her delight, and was introduced for the first time to the wonders of Mozart and Cimarosa. The Major's musical taste has been before alluded to, and his performances on the flute commended. But perhaps the chief pleasure he had in these operas was in watching Emmy's rapture while listening to them. A new world of love and beauty broke upon her when she was introduced to those divine compositions. This lady had the keenest and finest sensibility, and how could she be indifferent when she heard Mozart? The tender parts of Don Juan awakened in her raptures so exquisite that she would ask herself when she went to say her prayers of a night whether it was not wicked to feel so much delight as that with which Vedrai Carino and Batti Batti filled her gentle little bosom. But the Major, whom she consulted upon this head as her theological adviser, and who himself had a pious and reverent soul, said that for his part every beauty of art or nature made him thankful as well as happy, and that the pleasure to be had in listening to fine music, as in looking at the stars in the sky or at a beautiful landscape or picture, was a benefit for which we might thank heaven as sincerely as for any other worldly blessing. And in reply to some faint objections of Mrs. Amelia's, taken from certain theological works like the Washerwoman of Finchley Common, and others of that school with which Mrs. Osborne had been furnished during her life at Brompton, he told her an Eastern fable of the owl who thought that the sunshine was unbearable for the eyes, and that the nightingale was a most overrated bird. "It is one's nature to sing and the other's to hoot," he said, laughing, "and with such a sweet voice as you have yourself, you must belong to the bulbul faction." I like to dwell upon this period of her life, and to think that she was cheerful and happy. You see, she has not had too much of that sort of existence as yet, and has not fallen in the ways of means to educate her tastes or her intelligence. She has been domineered over hitherto by vulgar intellects. It is the lot of many a woman, and as every one of the dear sex is the rival of the rest of her kind, timidity passes for folly in their charitable judgments, and gentleness for dulness, and silence, which is but timid denial of the unwelcome assertion of ruling folks, and tacit Protestantism, above all finds no mercy at the hands of the female Inquisition. Thus, my dear and civilized reader, if you and I were to find ourselves this evening in a society of greengrocers, let us say, it is probable that our conversation would not be brilliant. If, on the other hand, a greengrocer should find himself at your refined and polite tea table, where everybody was saying witty things, and everybody of fashion and repute tearing her friends to pieces in the most delightful manner, it is possible that the stranger would not be very talkative, and by no means interesting or interested. And it must be remembered that this poor lady had never met a gentleman in her life until this present moment. Perhaps these are rarer personages than some of us think for. Which of us can point out many such in his circle, men whose aims are generous, whose truth is constant, and not only constant in its kind, but elevated in its degree, whose want of meanness makes them simple, who can look the world honestly in the face, with an equal manly sympathy for the great and the small? We all know 100 whose coats are very well made, and a score who have excellent manners, and 1 or 2 happy beings who are what they call in the inner circles, and have shot into the very centre and bull's eye of the fashion. But of gentlemen, how many? Let us take a little scrap of paper, and each make out his list. My friend the Major I write without any doubt in mine. He had very long legs, a yellow face, and a slight lisp, which at first was rather ridiculous. But his thoughts were just, his brains were fairly good, his life was honest and pure, and his heart warm and humble. He certainly had very large hands and feet, which the 2 George Osbornes used to caricature and laugh at, and their jeers and laughter perhaps led poor little Emmy astray as to his worth. But have we not all been misled about our heroes, and changed our opinions 100 times? Emmy, in this happy time, found that hers underwent a very great change in respect of the merits of the Major. Perhaps it was the happiest time of both their lives, indeed, if they did but know it. And who does? Which of us can point out and say that was the culmination, that was the summit of human joy? But at all events this couple were very decently contented, and enjoyed as pleasant a summer tour as any pair that left England that year. Georgy was always present at the play, but it was the Major who put Emmy's shawl on after the entertainment, and in the walks and excursions the young lad would be on ahead and up a tower stair or a tree, whilst the soberer couple were below, the Major smoking his cigar with great placidity and constancy, whilst Emmy sketched the site or the ruin. It was on this very tour that I, the present writer of a history of which every word is true, had the pleasure to see them first and to make their acquaintance. It was at the little comfortable ducal town of Pumpernickel, that very place where Sir Pitt Crawley had been so distinguished as an attaché. But that was in the early days, and before the news of the Battle of Austerlitz sent all the English diplomatists in Germany to the right about, that I first saw Colonel Dobbin and his party. They had arrived with the carriage and courier at the Erbprinz Hotel, the best of the town, and the whole party dined at the table d'hôte. Everybody remarked the majesty of Jos and the knowing way in which he sipped, or rather sucked, the Johannisberger which he ordered for dinner. The little boy, too, we observed, had a famous appetite, and consumed schinken and braten and kartoffeln, and cranberry jam and salad and pudding, and roast fowls and sweetmeats with a gallantry that did honour to his nation. After about 15 dishes he concluded the repast with dessert, some of which he even carried out of doors, for some young gentleman at table, amused with his coolness and gallant free and easy manner, induced him to pocket a handful of macaroons, which he discussed on his way to the theatre, whither everybody went in the cheery social little German place. The lady in black, the boy's mamma, laughed and blushed and looked exceedingly pleased and shy as the dinner went on, and at the various feats and instances of espièglerie on the part of her son. The Colonel, for so he became very soon afterwards, I remember joked the boy with a great deal of grave fun, pointing out dishes which he hadn't tried, and entreating him not to balk his appetite, but to have a second supply of this or that. It was what they call a Gastrolle night at the Royal Grand Ducal Pumpernickelish Hof, or Court Theatre, and Madame Schroeder Devrient, then in the bloom of her beauty and genius, performed the part of the heroine in the wonderful opera of Fidelio. From our places in the stalls we could see our 4 friends of the table d'hôte in the loge, which Schwendler of the Erbprinz kept for his best guests, and I could not help remarking the effect which the magnificent actress and music produced upon Mrs. Osborne, for so we heard the stout gentleman in the mustachios call her. During the astonishing chorus of the prisoners, over which the delightful voice of the actress rose and soared in the most ravishing harmony, the English lady's face wore such an expression of wonder and delight that it struck even little Phipps, the blasé attaché, who drawled out as he fixed his glass upon her, "Gad, it really does one good to see a woman capable of that state of excitement." And in the prison scene, where Fidelio, rushing to her husband, cries, "Nicht, nichts, mein Florestan," she fairly lost herself and covered her face with her handkerchief. Every woman in the house was snivelling at the time, but I suppose it was because it was predestined that I was to write this particular lady's memoirs that I remarked her. The next day they gave another piece of Beethoven, Die Schlacht bei Vittoria. Malbrook is introduced at the beginning of the performance as indicative of the brisk advance of the French army. Then come drums, trumpets, thunders of artillery, the groans of the dying, and at last, in a grand triumphal swell, God Save the King is performed. There may have been a score of Englishmen in the house, but at that burst of that beloved and well-known music, every one of them, we young fellows in the stalls, Sir John and Lady Bullminster, who had taken a house at Pumpernickel for the education of their 9 children, the fat gentleman with the mustachios, the long Major in white duck trousers, and the lady with the little boy upon whom he was so sweet, even Kirsch, the courier in the gallery, stood bolt upright in their places, and proclaimed themselves to be members of the dear old British nation. As for Tapeworm, the charge d'affaires, he rose up in his box and bowed and simpered as if he would represent the whole empire. Tapeworm was nephew and heir of old Marshal Tiptoff, who has been introduced in this story as General Tiptoff just before Waterloo, who was colonel of the th Regiment, in which Major Dobbin served, and who died in this year full of honours and of an aspic of plovers' eggs, when the regiment was graciously given by His Majesty to Colonel Sir Michael O'Dowd, K.C.B., who had commanded it in many glorious fields. Tapeworm must have met with Colonel Dobbin at the house of the Colonel's Colonel, the Marshal, for he recognised him on this night at the theatre, and with the utmost condescension His Majesty's Minister came over from his own box and publicly shook hands with his new-found friend. "Look at that infernal slyboots of a Tapeworm," Fitz whispered, examining his chief from the stalls. "Wherever there's a pretty woman he always twists himself in." And I wonder what were diplomatists made for but for that? "Have I the honour of addressing myself to Mrs. Dobbin?" asked the secretary with a most insinuating grin. Georgy burst out laughing and said, "By Jove, that was a good 'un." Emmy and the Major blushed. We saw them from the stalls. "This lady is Mrs. George Osborne," said the Major, "and this is her brother, Mr. Sedley, a distinguished officer of the Bengal Civil Service. Permit me to introduce him to your lordship." My lord nearly sent Jos off his legs with the most fascinating smile. "Are you going to stop in Pumpernickel?" he said. "It's a dull place, but we want some nice people, and we would try and make it so agreeable to you. Mr. Mrs. I shall do myself the honour of calling upon you to-morrow at your inn." And he went away with a Parthian grin and a glance which he thought must finish Mrs. Osborne completely. The performance over, the young fellows lounged about the lobbies, and we saw the society take its departure. The Duchess Dowager went off in her jingling old coach, attended by 2 faithful and withered old maids of honour, and a little snuffy spindle-shanked gentleman in waiting, in a brown jersey and a green coat covered with orders, of which the star and the grand yellow cordon of the Order of St. Michael of Pumpernickel were most conspicuous. The drums rolled, the guards saluted, and the old carriage drove away. Then came his Transparency the Duke and transparent family, with his great officers of state and household. He bowed serenely to everybody, and amid the saluting of the guards and the flaring of the torches of the running footmen clad in scarlet, the transparent carriages drove away to the old ducal Schloss, with its towers and pinnacles standing on the Schlossberg. Everybody in Pumpernickel knew everybody. No sooner was a foreigner seen there than the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or some other great or small officer of state, went round to the Herb Prince and found out the name of the new arrival. We watched them, too, out of the theatre. Tapeworm had just walked off, enveloped in his cloak, with which his gigantic chasseur was always in attendance, and looking as much as possible like Don Juan. The Prime Minister's lady had just squeezed herself into her sedan, and her daughter, the charming Ida, had put on her calash and clogs, when the English party came out, the boy yawning drearily, the Major taking great pains in keeping the shawl over Mrs. Osborne's head, and Mr. Sedley looking grand, with a crush opera hat on one side of his head, and his hand in the stomach of a voluminous white waistcoat. We took off our hats to our acquaintances of the table d'hote, and the lady in return presented us with a little smile and a curtsy, for which everybody might be thankful. The carriage from the inn, under the superintendence of the bustling Mr. Kirsch, was in waiting to convey the party, but the fat man said he would walk and smoke his cigar on the way homewards, so the other three, with nods and smiles to us, went without Mr. Sedley, Kirsch with his cigar case following in his master's wake. We all walked together and talked to the stout gentleman about the agremens of the place. It was very agreeable for the English. There were shooting parties and battues. There was a plenty of balls and entertainments at the hospitable court. The society was generally good, the theatre excellent, and the living cheap. "And our minister seems a most delightful and affable person," our new friend said, "with such a representative and a good medical man. I can fancy the place to be most eligible. Good night, gentlemen." And Jos creaked up the stairs to bedward, followed by Kirsch with a flambeau. We rather hoped that nice-looking woman would be induced to stay some time in the town. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of Vanity Fair by William Thackeray. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Helen Taylor. Chapter 63, in which we meet an old acquaintance. Such polite behaviour as that of Lord Tapeworm did not fail to have the most favourable effect upon Mr. Sedley's mind, and the very next morning at breakfast he pronounced his opinion that Pumpernickel was the pleasantest little place of any of which he had visited on their tour. Jos's motives and artifices were not very difficult of comprehension, and Dobbin laughed in his sleeve, like a hypocrite as he was, when he found, by the knowing air of the civilian, and the off-hand manner in which the latter talked about Tapeworm Castle and the other members of the family, that Jos had been up already in the morning consulting his travelling peerage. Yes, he had seen the Right Honourable the Earl of Bagwig, his lordship's father. He was sure he had. He had met him at the levee, didn't Dob remember? And when the diplomatist called on the party, faithful to his promise, Jos received him with such a salute and honours as were seldom accorded to the little envoy. He winked at Kirsch on his Excellency's arrival, and that emissary, instructed beforehand, went out and superintended an entertainment of cold meats, jellies, and other delicacies, brought in upon trays, and of which Mr. Jos absolutely insisted that his noble guest should partake. Tapeworm, so long as he could have an opportunity of admiring the bright eyes of Mrs. Osborne, whose freshness of complexion bore daylight remarkably well, was not ill pleased to accept any invitation to stay in Mr. Sedley's lodgings. He put one or two dexterous questions to him about India and the dancing girls there, asked Amelia about that beautiful boy who had been with her, and complimented the astonished little woman upon the prodigious sensation which she had made in the house, and tried to fascinate Dobbin by talking of the late war and the exploits of the Pumpernickel contingent under the command of the hereditary prince, now Duke of Pumpernickel. Lord Tapeworm inherited no little portion of the family gallantry, and it was his happy belief that almost every woman upon whom he himself cast friendly eyes was in love with him. He left Emmy under the persuasion that she was slain by his wit and attractions, and went home to his lodgings to write a pretty little note to her. She was not fascinated, only puzzled by his grinning, his simpering, his scented cambric handkerchief, and his high-heeled lacquered boots. She did not understand one half of the compliments which he paid. She had never, in her small experience of mankind, met a professional ladies' man as yet, and looked upon my lord as something curious rather than pleasant, and if she did not admire, certainly wondered at him. Jos, on the contrary, was delighted. "How very affable his lordship is," he said. "How very kind of his lordship to say he would send his medical man. Kirsch, you will carry our cards to the Count de Schlusselback directly. The Major and I will have the greatest pleasure in paying our respects at court as soon as possible. Put out my uniform, Kirsch, both our uniforms. It is a mark of politeness which every English gentleman ought to show to the countries which he visits, to pay his respects to the sovereigns of those countries as to the representatives of his own." When Tapeworm's doctor came, Dr. von Glauber, body physician to His Serene Highness the Duke, he speedily convinced Jos that the Pumpernickel mineral springs and the doctor's particular treatment would infallibly restore the Bengali to youth and slimness. "There came here last year," he said, "General Bulkeley, an English general, twice so big as you, sir. I sent him back quite thin after 3 months, and he danced with Baroness Glauber at the end of 2. Jos's mind was made up. The springs, the doctor, the court, and the charge d'affaires convinced him, and he proposed to spend the autumn in these delightful quarters. And punctual to his word, on the next day the charge d'affaires presented Jos and the Major to Victor Aurelius the 17th, being conducted to their audience with that sovereign by the Count de Schlusselback, Marshal of the Court. They were straightway invited to dinner at court, and their intention of staying in the town being announced, the politest ladies of the whole town instantly called upon Mrs. Osborne. And as not one of these, however poor they might be, was under the rank of a baroness, Jos's delight was beyond expression. He wrote off to Chutney at the club to say that the service was highly appreciated in Germany, that he was going to show his friend, the Count de Schlusselback, how to stick a pig in the Indian fashion, and that his august friends, the Duke and Duchess, were everything that was kind and civil. Emmy, too, was presented to the august family, and as mourning is not admitted in court on certain days, she appeared in a pink crape dress, with a diamond ornament in the corsage presented to her by her brother, and she looked so pretty in this costume that the Duke and Court, putting out of question the Major, who had scarcely ever seen her before in an evening dress, and vowed that she did not look 25, all admired her excessively. In this dress she walked a polonaise with Major Dobbin at a court ball, in which easy dance Mr. Jos had the honour of leading out the Countess of Schlusselback, an old lady with a hump back, but with 16 good quarters of nobility, and related to half the royal houses of Germany. Pumpernickel stands in the midst of a happy valley, through which sparkles, to mingle with the Rhine somewhere, but I have not a map at hand to say exactly at which point, the fertilizing stream of the Pump. In some places the river is big enough to support a ferry boat, in others to turn a mill. In Pumpernickel itself, the last transparency but 3, the great and renowned Victor Aurelius the 14th built a magnificent bridge, on which his own statue rises surrounded by water nymph and emblems of victory, peace, and plenty. He has his foot on the neck of a prostrate Turk. History says he engaged and ran a janissary through the body at the relief of Vienna by Sobieski. But quite undisturbed by the agonies of that prostrate Mahometan, who writhes at his feet in the most ghastly manner, the Prince smiles blandly and points with his truncheon in the direction of the Aureliusplatz, where he began to erect a new palace that would have been the wonder of his age, had the great-souled Prince had but funds to complete it. But the completion of Monplaisir, Monblaisir, the honest German folks call it, was stopped for lack of ready money, and it and its park and garden are now in rather a faded condition, and not more than 10 times big enough to accommodate the court of the reigning sovereign. The gardens were arranged to emulate those of Versailles, and amidst the terraces and groves there are some huge allegorical waterworks still, which sprout and froth stupendously upon fete days, and frighten one with their enormous aquatic insurrections. There is the Trophonius's cave, in which by some artifice the leaden tritons are made not only to spout water, but to play the most dreadful groans out of their lead conches. There is the nymph bath and the Niagara cataract, which the people of the neighbourhood admire beyond expression when they come to the yearly fair at the opening of the chamber, or to the fetes with which the happy little nation still celebrates the birthdays and marriage days of its princely governors. Then, from all the towns of the Duchy, which stretches for nearly 10 miles, from Bolkum, which lies on its western frontier, bidding defiance to Prussia, from Grogwitz, where the Prince has a hunting lodge, and where his dominions are separated by the Pump River from those of the neighbouring Prince of Potzenthal, from all the little villages, which besides these 3 great cities dot over the happy principality, from the farms and the mills along the Pump, come troops of people in red petticoats and velvet headdresses, or with 3-cornered hats and pipes in their mouths, who flock to the residence and share in the pleasures of the fair and the festivities there. Then the theatre is open for nothing. Then the waters of Monblaisir begin to play. It is lucky that there is company to behold them, for one would be afraid to see them alone. Then there come mountebanks and riding troops. The way in which his transparency was fascinated by one of the horse riders is well known, and it is believed that La Petite Vivanderie, as she was called, was a spy in the French interest. And the delighted people are permitted to march through room after room of the grand ducal palace and admire the slippery floor, the rich hangings, and the spittoons at the doors of all the innumerable chambers. There is one pavilion at Monblaisir which Aurelius Victor XV had arranged, a great prince, but too fond of pleasure, and which, I am told, is a perfect wonder of licentious elegance. It is painted with the story of Bacchus and Ariadne, and the table works in and out of the room by means of a windlass, so that the company was served without any intervention of domestics. But the place was shut up by Barbara, Aurelius XV's widow, a severe and devout princess of the house of Bolkum, and regent of the duchy during her son's glorious minority, and after the death of her husband, cut off in the pride of his pleasures. The theatre of Pumpernickel is known and famous in that quarter of Germany. It languished a little when the present Duke in his youth insisted on having his own operas played there, and it is said one day in a fury, from his place in the orchestra, when he attended a rehearsal, broke a bassoon on the head of the chapel master, who was conducting and led too slow, and during which time the Duchess Sophia wrote domestic comedies which must have been very dreary to witness. But the Prince executes his music in private now, and the Duchess only gives away her plays to the foreigners of distinction who visit her kind little court. It is conducted with no small comfort and splendour. When there are balls, though there may be 400 people at supper, there is a servant in scarlet and lace to attend upon every 4, and everyone is served on silver. There are festivals and entertainments going continually on, and the Duke has his chamberlains and equerries, and the Duchess her mistress of the wardrobe and ladies of honour, just like any other and more potent potentates. The constitution is, or was, a moderate despotism, tempered by a chamber that might or might not be elected. I never certainly could hear of it sitting at my time at Pumpernickel. The Prime Minister had lodgings in a second floor, and the Foreign Secretary occupied the comfortable lodgings over Zweiback's Konditorei. The army consisted of a magnificent band that also did duty on the stage, where it was quite pleasant to see the worthy fellows marching in Turkish dresses with rouge on and wooden scimitars, or as Roman warriors with ophicleides and trombones. To see them again, I say, at night, after one had listened to them all the morning in the Aureliusplatz, where they performed opposite the cafe where we breakfasted. Besides the band, there was a rich and numerous staff of officers, and I believe a few men. Besides these regular sentries, 3 or 4 men, habited as hussars, used to do duty at the palace. But I never saw them on horseback, and au fait, what was the use of cavalry in a time of profound peace, and whither the deuce should the hussars ride? Everybody that was noble, of course, for as for the bourgeois, we could not quite be expected to take notice of them, visited his neighbour. Her Excellency Madame de Burst received once a week. Her Excellency Madame de Schnurrbart had her night. The theatre was open twice a week. The court graciously received once, so that a man's life might in fact be a perfect round of pleasure in the unpretending Pumpernickel way. That there were feuds in the place no one can deny. Politics ran very high at Pumpernickel, and parties were very bitter. There was the Strumpff faction and the Lederlung party, the one supported by our envoy, and the other by the French charge d'affaires, Monsieur de Macabau. Indeed, it sufficed for our minister to stand up for Madame Strumpff, who was clearly the greater singer of the two, and had 3 more notes in her voice than Madame Lederlung, her rival. It sufficed, I say, for our minister to advance any opinion, to have it instantly contradicted by the French diplomatist. Everybody in town was ranged in one or other of these factions. The Lederlung was a prettyish little creature, certainly, and her voice, what there was of it, was very sweet, and there is no doubt that the Strumpff was not in her first youth and beauty, and certainly too stout. When she came on in the last scene of the Somnambula, for instance, in her night chemise with a lamp in her hand, and had to go out of the window and pass over the plank of the mill, it was all she could do to squeeze out of the window, and the plank used to bend and creak again under her weight. But how she poured out the finale of the opera, and with what a burst of feeling she rushed into Elvino's arms, almost fit to smother him. Whereas the little Lederlung... But a truce to this gossip. The fact is that these 2 women were the 2 flags of the French and the English party at Pumpernickel, and the society was divided in its allegiance to those 2 great nations. We had on our side the Home Minister, the Master of the Horse, the Duke's private secretary, and the Prince's tutor, whereas of the French party were the Foreign Minister, the Commander-in-Chief's lady, who had served under Napoleon, and the Hofmarschall and his wife, who was glad enough to get the fashions from Paris, and always had them and her caps by Monsieur de Macabau's courier. The secretary of his chancery was little Grignac, a young fellow as malicious as Satan, and who made caricatures of Tapeworm in all the albums of the place. Their headquarters and table d'hote were established at the Pariser Hof, the other inn of the town, and though, of course, these gentlemen were obliged to be civil in public, yet they cut at each other with epigrams that were as sharp as razors, as I have seen a couple of wrestlers in Devonshire lashing at each other's shins, and never showing their agony upon a muscle of their faces. Neither Tapeworm nor Macabau ever sent home a dispatch to his government without a most savage series of attacks upon his rival. For instance, on our side we would write,
The interests of Great Britain in this place, and throughout the whole of Germany, are perilled by the continuance in office of the present French envoy. This man is of a character so infamous that he will stick at no falsehood, or hesitate at no crime to attain his ends. He poisons the mind of the court against the English minister, represents the conduct of Great Britain in the most odious and atrocious light, and is unhappily backed by a minister whose ignorance and necessities are as notorious as his influence is fatal. On the other side they would say, Monsieur de Tapeworm continues his system of stupid, insular arrogance and vulgar falsehood against the greatest nation in the world. Yesterday he was heard to speak lightly of Her Royal Highness Madame the Duchess of Berry. On a former occasion he insulted the heroic Duke of Angoulême, and dared to insinuate that His Royal Highness the Duke of Orleans was conspiring against the august throne of the Lilies. His gold is prodigated in every direction which his stupid menaces fail to frighten. By one and the other he has won over creatures of the court here, and in fine, Pumpernickel will not be quiet, Germany tranquil, France respected, or Europe content, until this poisonous viper be crushed under heel, and so on. When one side or the other had written any particularly spicy dispatch, news of it was sure to slip out. Before the winter was far advanced, it is actually on record that Emmy took a night, and received company with great propriety and modesty. She had a French master who complimented her upon the purity of her accent and her facility of learning. The fact is, she had learned long ago, and grounded herself subsequently in the grammar, so as to be able to teach it to George. And Madame Strumpff came to give her lessons in singing, which she performed so well, and with such a true voice, that the Major's windows, who had lodgings opposite under the Prime Minister, were always open to hear the lesson. Some of the German ladies, who are very sentimental and simple in their tastes, fell in love with her, and began to call her Du at once. These are trivial details, but they relate to happy times. The Major made himself George's tutor, and read Caesar and mathematics with him, and they had a German master, and rode out of evenings by the side of Emmy's carriage. She was always too timid, and made a dreadful outcry at the slightest disturbance on horseback. So she drove about with one of her dear German friends, and Jos asleep on the back seat of the barouche. He was becoming very sweet upon the Gräfin Fanny de Butterbrot, a very gentle, tender-hearted, and unassuming young creature, a canoness and countess in her own right, but with scarcely £10 per year to her fortune. And Fanny, for her part, declared that to be Amelia's sister was the greatest delight that heaven could bestow on her. And Jos might have put a countess's shield and coronet by the side of his own arms on his carriage and forks, when events occurred, and those grand fetes given upon the marriage of the hereditary Prince of Pumpernickel with the lovely Princess Amelia of Hamburg-Schlippenschloppen took place. At this festival the magnificence displayed was such as had not been known in the little German place since the days of the prodigal Victor XIV. All the neighbouring princes, princesses, and grandees were invited to the feast. Beds rose to £0.50 per night in Pumpernickel, and the army was exhausted in providing guards of honour for the highnesses, serenities, and excellencies who arrived from all quarters. The princess was married by proxy at her father's residence by the Count de Schlusselback. Snuff-boxes were given away in profusion, as we learned from the court jeweller, who sold and afterwards bought them again. And bushels of the Order of St. Michael of Pumpernickel were sent to the nobles of the court, while hampers of the cordons and decorations of the Wheel of St. Catherine of Schlippenschloppen were brought to ours. The French envoy got both. "He is covered with ribbons like a prize cart-horse," Tapeworm said, who was not allowed by the rules of his service to take any decorations. "Let him have the cordons.
But with whom is the victory? The fact is, it was a triumph of British diplomacy, the French party having proposed and tried their utmost to carry a marriage with the Princess of the House of Potztausend-Donnerwetter, whom, as a matter of course, we opposed. Everybody was asked to the fetes of the marriage. Garlands and triumphal arches were hung across the road to welcome the young bride. The great St. Michael's fountain ran with uncommonly sour wine, while that in the Artillery Place frothed with beer. The great waters played, and poles were put up in the park and gardens for the happy peasantry, which they might climb at their leisure, carrying off watches, silver forks, prize sausages hung with pink ribbon, etc., at the top. Georgy got one, wrenching it off, having swarmed up the pole to the delight of the spectators, and sliding down with the rapidity of a fall of water. But it was for the glory's sake merely. The boy gave the sausage to a peasant, who had very nearly seized it, and stood at the foot of the mast blubbering because he was unsuccessful. At the French Chancellerie they had 6 more lampions in their illumination than ours had, but our transparency, which represented the young couple advancing and discord flying away, with the most ludicrous likeness to the French ambassador, beat the French picture hollow, and I have no doubt got Tapeworm the advancement and the cross of the Bath, which he subsequently attained. Crowds of foreigners arrived for the fetes, and the English, of course. Besides the court balls, public balls were given at the Town Hall and the Redoute, and in the former place there was a room for 30-40 and roulette established, for the week of the festivities only, and by one of the great German companies from Ems or Aix-la-Chapelle. The officers or inhabitants of the town were not allowed to play at these games, but strangers, peasants, ladies were admitted, and anyone who chose to lose or win money. That little scapegrace Georgy Osborne, amongst others, whose pockets were always full of dollars, and whose relations were away at the grand festival of the court, came to the Stadthouse ball in company of his uncle's courier, Mr. Kirsch, and having only peeped into a playroom at Baden-Baden when he hung on Dobbin's arm, and where of course he was not permitted to gamble, came eagerly to this part of the entertainment, and hankered round the tables where the croupiers and the punters were at work. Women were playing. They were masked, some of them. This licence was allowed in these wild times of carnival. A woman with light hair, in a low dress by no means so fresh as it had been, and with a black mask on, through the eyelets of which her eyes twinkled strangely, was seated at one of the roulette tables with a card and a pin and a couple of florins before her. As the croupier called out the colour and number, she pricked on the card with great care and regularity, and only ventured her money on the colours after the red or black had come up a certain number of times. It was strange to look at her. But in spite of her care and assiduity, she guessed wrong, and the last 2 florins followed each other under the croupier's rake, as he cried out with his inexorable voice the winning colour and number. She gave a sigh, a shrug with her shoulders, which were already too much out of her gown, and dashing the pin through the card onto the table, sat thrumming it for a while. Then she looked around her and saw Georgy's honest face staring at the scene. The little scamp! What business had he to be there? When she saw the boy, at whose face she looked hard through her shining eyes and mask, she said, "Monsieur n'est pas joué?" "Non, madame," said the boy. But she must have known from his accent of what country he was, for she answered him with a slight foreign tone, "You have never played? Will you do me a little favour?" "What is it?" said Georgy, blushing again. Mr. Kirsch was at work for his part at the Rouge et Noir, and did not see his young master. "Play this for me, if you please. Put it on any number. Any number." And she took from her bosom a purse, and out of it a gold piece, the only coin there, and she put it into George's hand. The boy laughed and did as he was bid. The number came up, sure enough. There is a power that arranges that, they say, for beginners. "Thank you," said she, pulling the money towards her. "Thank you. What is your name?" "My name's Osborne," said Georgy, and was fingering in his own pockets for dollars, and just about to make a trial, when the Major in his uniform and Jos en Marquis from the Court ball made their appearance. Other people, finding the entertainment stupid and preferring the fun at the Stud House, had quitted the Palace Ball earlier, but it is probable the Major and Jos had gone home and found the boy's absence, for the former instantly went up to him, and taking him by the shoulder, pulled him briskly back from the place of temptation. Then, looking round the room, he saw Kirsch, employed as we have said, and going up to him, asked how he dared to bring Mr. George to such a place. "Laissez-moi tranquille," said Mr. Kirsch, very much excited by play and wine. "Il faut s'amuser, parbleu. Je ne suis pas au service de monsieur." Seeing his condition, the Major did not choose to argue with the man, but contented himself with drawing away George and asking Jos if he would come away. He was standing close by the lady in the mask, who was playing with pretty good luck now, and looking on much interested at the game. "Hadn't you better come, Jos?" the Major said, "with George and me?" "I'll stop and go home with the rascal Kirsch," Jos said. And for the same reason of modesty, which he thought ought to be preserved before the boy, Dobbin did not care to remonstrate with Jos, but left him and walked home with Georgy. "Did you play?" asked the Major when they were out and on their way home. The boy said, "No." "Give me your word of honour as a gentleman that you never will." "Why?" said the boy. "It seems very good fun." And in a very eloquent and impressive manner the Major showed him why he shouldn't, and would have enforced his precepts by the example of Georgy's own father, had he liked to say anything that should reflect on the other's memory. When he had housed him, he went to bed, and saw his light in the little room outside of Amelia's presently disappear. Amelia's followed half an hour afterwards. I don't know what made the Major note it so accurately. Jos, however, remained behind over the play table. He was no gambler, but not averse to the little excitement of the sport now and then, and he had some Napoleons chinking in the embroidered pockets of his court waistcoat. He put down one over the fair shoulder of the little gambler before him, and they won. She made a little movement to make room for him by her side, and just took the skirt of her gown from a vacant chair there. "Come and give me good luck," she said, still in a foreign accent, quite different from that frank and perfectly English "Thank you," with which she had saluted Georgy's coup in her favour. The portly gentleman, looking round to see that nobody of rank observed him, sat down. He muttered, "Ah, really? Well now, God bless my soul. I'm very fortunate, I'm sure to give you good fortune," and other words of compliment and confusion. "Do you play much?" the foreign mask said. "I put a nap or two down," said Jos with a superb air, flinging down a gold piece. "Yes, I nap after dinner," said the mask archly. But Jos looking frightened, she continued in her pretty French accent, "You do not play to win. No more do I. I play to forget, but I cannot. I cannot forget old times, monsieur. Your little nephew is the image of his father, and you are not changed. But yes, you are. Everybody changes. Everybody forgets. Nobody has any heart." "Good God, who is it?" asked Jos in a flutter. "Can't you guess? Joseph Sedley," said the little woman in a sad voice, and undoing her mask, she looked at him. "You have forgotten me." "Good heavens, Mrs. Crawley!" gasped out Jos. "Rebecca," said the other, putting her hand on his, but she followed the game still, all the time she was looking at him. "I am stopping at the Elephant," she continued. "Ask for Madame de Rawdon. I saw my dear Amelia to-day. How pretty she looked, and how happy. So do you. Everybody but me, who am wretched, Joseph Sedley?" And she put her money over from the red to the black, as if by a chance movement of her hand, and while she was wiping her eyes with a pocket handkerchief fringed with torn lace. The red came up again, and she lost the whole of that stake. "Come away," she said. "Come with me a little. We are old friends, are we not, dear Mr. Sedley?" And Mr. Kirsch, having lost all his money by this time, followed his master out into the moonlight, where the illuminations were winking out, and the transparency over our mission was scarcely visible. Chapter 64